Chapter 1. You told me this is a commoner. In the hidden Leaf Village, at the Leaf Hospital, a bewildered young man with striking black hair sat up abruptly in his hospital bed, gazing around at the surroundings that were both unfamiliar and yet oddly familiar. Have I traversed through worlds? He bolted upright, his eyes fixating on the distant figure of Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, solidifying his belief that he had indeed been transported into the realm of Naruto. However, upon noticing the three Hokage faces etched on the mountain, he paused, realizing that this was before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his consciousness. The original host's name was Tenku Shinsuke, the child of elite jonin who had met their tragic end at the hands of adversarial ninjas during a mission. The weight of this revelation devastated Shinsuke to the point of unconsciousness, leading to his arrival at the Leaf Hospital. Now aware of this painful history, Tenku Shinsuke felt a tumult of emotions, both joy and sorrow. For he had been thrust into the world of his most cherished anime, Naruto. Sorrow, for he recognized the perilous nature of the ninja world, where life could be extinguished in an instant, much like that of his parents. Moreover, the impending calamities of the Third and Fourth Great Ninja Wars loomed ominously, promising untold suffering and loss, compounded by the presence of formidable foes such as Kaguya, Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu. It became painfully clear that survival in this tumultuous ninja world necessitated immense strength. Yet, as a mere commoner without ties to the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, without the Sharingan or Byakugan, he pondered how he could possibly acquire the power he so desperately needed. Frustrated, Shinsuke ran his fingers through his hair. Enough of this for now. I should find something to eat, shouldn't I? Hokage-sama? Just as Shinsuke was about to push the door open, he noticed someone entering, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was none other than the current Hokage, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Shinsuke wondered why the old man would visit him, Hiruzen spoke first. Ah, Shinsuke, are you feeling any better? Shinsuke was momentarily taken aback, but quickly rationalized that it was only fitting for the third Hokage to offer condolences, given the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. He promptly replied, Hokage-sama, I am fine, just struggling to come to terms with everything. Hiruzen sighed upon hearing this, saying, Shinsuke, your parents were heroes of the village. They will never be forgotten. He then guided Shinsuke to the window, gazing earnestly at the Hokage rock, and spoke with profound sincerity. Shinsuke, I deeply regret the loss of your parents. They were exceptional jonin who sacrificed their lives for the village. They embodied the will of fire. And now, it is imperative that you become a bearer of that same flame. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. You are the hope of our village. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Shinsuke murmured, the will of fire. Observing Shinsuke's contemplative demeanor, Hiruzen chose not to elaborate further, simply stating as he was about to leave, Shinsuke, your parents' funeral will be held in 3 days. Prepare yourself with that. Hiruzen exited the hospital room. The hospital room fell silent once more, as Shingetsu began to ponder the original body, now appeared to be around 5 years old. While the Third Great Ninja War commenced when Kakashi and his peers were just in their teenage years. Clenching his fists, he resolutely vowed to attain sufficient strength before the onset of the war. For survival in such chaotic times was paramount. He felt an urge to return home, certain that his parents had left him valuable treasures, particularly ninjutsu scrolls. Upon leaving the hospital, Shingetsu relied on the memories of his original self to hastily make his way home. Both of his parents were war orphans, later taken in by Konoha.What, which meant Shingetsu had no clan territory within the village. However, his parents owned a house on the outskirts of Konoha. By the time Shingetsu returned home after departing the hospital, evening had fallen since his arrival in this world. He had not eaten, and lacking any money, he decided to prepare a meal himself. Fortunately, there was a bucket of instant noodles available. After enjoying his noodles, just as he was about to rise and search for the ninjutsu scrolls, he heard a knock at the door. He tidied up his meal before opening the door to find Sarutobi Hiruzen standing there. In one hand, Hiruzen held an envelope, while the other cradled 3 scrolls. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed Shingetsu. I almost forgot to inform you. This envelope contains the inheritance your parents left for you, and I am entrusting it to your care. These 3 scrolls pertain to the body flicker technique. You may wish to study them, and remember, you must attend the Ninja Academy tomorrow, not be late. With that, Hiruzen made to depart, but Shingetsu called out to him, Lord Hokage, would you not come in for a moment? Hiruzen smiled. No. The Hokage has many responsibilities. Hearing this, Shingetsu couldn't help but smirk. He had yet to witness the busy schedule of the Hokage, who seemed to stroll about like a retired elder with hands clasped behind his back. Once Hiruzen left, Shingetsu exhaled in relief. holding the 3 scrolls and the substantial amount of pocket money left by the Hokage, approximately 70 million ryo, equivalent to the bounty of 2 Asumas. Was it true that his parents possessed such wealth? However, this revelation made Shingetsu suspicious in the original story. The third Hokage had given Naruto his money in installments. Why was he receiving such a large sum all at once? Did he not fear that Shingetsu would squander it? Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts. Perhaps the third Hokage had experienced a change of heart and decided to bestow this fortune upon him. Gazing at the densely packed techniques within the envelope, Shingetsu found it hard to believe a simple bowl of ramen cost only 50 ryo. Clearly, his parents had earned a considerable fortune as ninjas with such wealth. Purchasing a home adjacent to the Hokage's office would not pose a challenge. This amount could sustain him for a lifetime surely. Acquiring kunai and explosive tags would be a trivial matter. Feeling a bit dazed by the sheer amount of money, Shingetsu marveled at how supportive his parents had been. He carefully concealed the envelope in a very secretive spot behind the bookshelf in his father's former study. Just as he was about to hide the money, his peripheral vision caught sight of a wooden box tucked away behind the bookcase. After stowing the money securely, he retrieved the box. Upon placing the wooden box on the ground, a rustic aura enveloped the surroundings, which essentially meant that Shingetsu was splattered with a layer of dust as he opened the box. The contents inside astonished him to the extent that no words could adequately convey his feelings. Inside the box lay a multitude of tightly rolled ninjutsu scrolls. Goodness, what on earth is all this? This scene left Shingetsu paralyzed on the ground. First, there were 70 million ryo, and now a box full of ninjutsu scrolls. Were his parents truly this formidable? Trembling, he picked up one scroll, which detailed the methods for mastering the technique of Tai Jutsu. He then grasped another scroll, which contained the training method for Blood Jutsu. Shingetsu was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary ninja? How could there be 2 training methods for bloodline limits? Chapter 2. Shingetsu. Is this truly ninjutsu? Shingetsu was naturally aware of Tai Jutsu, having seen it in the latter episodes of Naruto, specifically in the arc concerning the Light of the Past, where the character Reiku used this unique ninjutsu. Yet, how could such a technique exist within his family? And what was this Blood Jutsu? Did it even exist in the original storyline? There was only the Blood Dragon. Where was the Blood Jutsu? Moreover, Shingetsu was quite certain that Blood Jutsu bore no relation to the Blood Dragon. What a joke! One was a dojutsu, while the other was a ninjutsu. How could they possibly be connected? However, as he regained his composure, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. To possess 2 bloodline limits was akin to taking flight. He first unfurled the scroll detailing the training method for Tai Jutsu. Following the instructions, he concentrated his chakra, for in the original work, Reiku could summon a tornado using Tai Jutsu. He left his home and ventured into the small grove adjacent to his house to conduct an experiment. Slowly, he gathered wind-based chakra in front of him, forming a tornado as tall as himself. Controlling the tornado, it gradually expanded until it reached a height of 2 shingetsus. Then, with a swift gesture, he dissipated the tornado. The wind that emerged from the tornado transformed into wind-based shurikens, which flew in all directions, leaving marks on every tree in the grove. Witnessing this scene, Shingetsu was left utterly speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. This is incredible, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. I shall name this technique Tai Jutsu, Wind Shuriken Transformation. After experimenting with Tai Jutsu, Shingetsu retrieved the scroll detailing the training method for Blood Jutsu. However, upon reading it, he found it somewhat perplexing. It stated, infuse your chakra into your blood, manipulate the blood to manifest before you, and condense it into the form you desire. Shingetsu activated his chakra, causing his blood to become animated, and with chakra, he drew the blood outside his body. Before his eyes, a mass of blood coalesced, enveloped in chakra, seemingly allowing him to shape it as he envisioned before him. The blood mass morphed into a short blade, identical to the one Shingetsu had imagined. Elated, he grasped the short blade, discovering it felt no different from a physical object, and he swung the blood short blade fiercely at a nearby tree, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Shingetsu stood in astonishment, gazing at the short blade in his hand and the colossal tree before him, which had been effortlessly felled. He swallowed hard, his excitement and astonishment intensifying. Is this truly ninjutsu? This is evidently a weapon of destruction. My ninjutsu is astonishingly powerful. Shanyue hastily dispelled the technique, causing the bloodstained dagger to vanish. After ensuring that no one was around, he returned home with a sense of relief. Upon arriving home, he concealed the scroll and wooden box once more before retiring for the night. He practiced the body double technique and, satisfied with his newfound skill, prepared for sleep. As Shanyue lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind at this moment. Obito had not succumbed to darkness. Rin was alive. Kakashi had not lost his comrades. Orochimaru had not betrayed them, and Minato was still among the living. Only with sufficient strength can one rectify all wrongs and survive. Shinue mused. He was unaware of how his parents acquired the space-time and bloodline scrolls. All he desired was to grow stronger in order to avert the tragedies that had unfolded. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber the following day. Oh no, I'm going to be late for school. Shinue had overslept on his way to school. He noticed a boy of his age darting out from the Uchiha clan district. Oh dear, I'm going to be late. Why is it always old ladies waiting for me to help them? The boy, wearing orange goggles, rushed about in a panic. Shinue instantly recognized the boy as Obito Uchiha, who appeared to be his classmate. He waved at Obito. Hey Obito, over here, huh? Shinue, hurry up. We're going to be late. Obito continued to run. You fool. Obito, you're going the wrong way. The school is this way. Shinue sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Obito was remarkably clueless. Oh, thanks, Shinue, Obito said, scratching his head sheepishly before following Shinue as they rushed toward the ninja academy. Eventually, they arrived at their classroom just before the lesson began. As they settled into their seats, they exchanged smiles at that moment. Their teacher entered and commenced the lesson. Right, class, today we'll learn the fundamental concepts of ninjutsu, Tai Jutsu, and Jinjutsu. Shinue yawned, resting his chin on his hand, somewhat disengaged from the material on the blackboard. After a while, Shinue was jolted awake by Obito nudging him, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He observed Obito yawning beside him. What's up, Obito? Hey Shinue, how could you fall asleep? The next class is practice. We need to hurry. Miss Shinue looked up to see Rin and Kakashi also watching him stretching. He said to them, let's go. Sorry, I stayed up a bit late last night. The four of them made their way to the training ground when Rin inquired, Hey, Shinue, I heard from my mom that your parents are gone. Are you all right? Kakashi, upon hearing this, was not particularly surprised but turned to look at Shinue. Obito appeared utterly shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked cautiously, No way, Shinue, are you okay? Feeling touched by their concern, Shinue merely waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. You need not worry, although I still feel a bit melancholic. I am no longer deeply saddened. The funeral is in 3 days, and you may attend. By the way, Lin, you need not address me as Chanyu classmate anymore. Simply call me Shinue. Lin softly replied with an choosing not to say anything further. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Dato felt a wave of relief wash over him. He patted Shinue on the shoulder and said, It's good to hear that. I will definitely attend the funeral. Please take care of yourself, and try not to be too sorrowful. As the four conversed, they arrived at the training ground. Once there, they commenced their sparring session, starting with Dato and Kakashi. After performing a series of opposing hand seals, the match began. Dato launched a flying kick aimed directly at Kakashi's face. Kakashi swiftly caught Dato and threw him backward, slamming him against the wall with such force that he could hardly recover. Yet, time and again, Dato continued to provoke Kakashi, even as he collapsed to the ground, exhausted but still eager to attack. Witnessing this scene, their instructor, Teacher Ryo, rushed forward to intervene, declaring the outcome and raising Kakashi's hand in triumph. Kakashi Hitaki is victorious. Please, both contestants, perform the reconciliation seal. Reluctantly, Dato and Kakashi executed the reconciliation seal. Chapter 3. Crimson Blood. 1 character. In the next round, Shinue Chanyu will spar with Might Guy, Teacher Ryo announced. Glancing at the roster, the two stepped forward from the line, and Guy gave Shinue a thumbs up, showcasing his trademark smile, bright enough to reflect light. Shinue couldn't help but feel as though a glimmer emanated from Guy's teeth. Do your best, Shinue. Guy encouraged. Shinue returned a gentle smile. You too, Akai. Little did he know, his smile captured the hearts of many girls. With his striking features, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a prominent nose, coupled with his gentle demeanor, reminiscent of the moon, he was quite popular among the female students. Shinue and Guy performed their opposing hand seals, with Guy launching the first attack, Konoha Hurricane. Guy executed a flying kick that swept toward Shinue. Reacting swiftly, Shinue stepped back, but Guy pursued relentlessly, delivering a spinning kick that struck Shinyu's face. To Guy's surprise, the impact turned Shinue into a cloud of smoke, merely a shadow clone. Just as Guy realized this, Shinyu's voice echoed from behind him. Akai, you have lost. Guy, undeterred, flashed a thumbs up and remarked, Shinue, you were incredible. I didn't even notice you used a clone technique. Shinue smiled in response. Guy, your Tai Jutsu is impressive. If it weren't for my use of the clone technique, I might have lost. Teacher Ryo stepped forward again to announce, the victor is Shinue Chanyu. Please perform the reconciliation seal. The two executed the seal and returned to their positions. Once they were back, Dato rushed over to Shinue, exclaiming, Shinue, it seems our next class is a practice session with Lord Hokage, followed by a lecture from him. Let's hurry. After speaking, Obito glanced at Kakashi and muttered. Annoying Kakashi, he then turned to Rin, his face flushed with shyness, and said, Rin, shall we go? Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be coming to the school to give a speech, Shingetsu understood it was merely a form of indoctrination under the guise of the Will of Fire. However, he found himself in a quandary about whether to disclose to Sarutobi that he had awakened 2 types of bloodline limits. Should he reveal this information? After all, even if he chose to remain silent, Sarutobi's telescope technique could very well allow him to witness Shingetsu's training from the previous night. Well, perhaps he would mention it to Sarutobi after all. The old third Hokage might already be aware throughout the journey. Shingetsu was lost in thought, while Obito, displaying a keen sense of awareness, refrained from disturbing him, instead engaging in lighthearted conversation with Rin. Upon arriving at the location, the group beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen clad in battle attire. They settled cross-legged nearby, observing Kakashi engage in combat with Sarutobi. Rin remarked in admiration, Kakashi is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Obito, feeling somewhat disgruntled, boldly declared, that kid must be a silent schemer. Upon hearing these words, Shinue could not help but chuckle, reflecting on Kakashi's demeanor, which indeed seemed to reveal a rather introverted nature. Once Kakashi had finished his sparring session with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinue approached the Hokage and called out to him, Excuse me, Hokage-sama, I have something to discuss with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning his Hokage cloak, halted his movements and inquired, it's you, Shinue. What is it? Hokage-sama, I have awakened my bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Shinue, you truly awakened a bloodline limit? Is it that kind? Yes, it is both the wood release and the blood release. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation, pondering the implications of these 2 techniques he had never encountered before. Could you demonstrate them for me? Shinyu nodded, and with that, he activated the wind release, Gale Shuriken, a technique he had developed the day before. The wind chakra gradually coalesced before him, forming a towering tornado that matched his height. As the vortex expanded to the same stature as Sarutobi Hizashi, Shinyu waved his hand, transforming the tornado into wind-infused shurikens that flew in all directions. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned the wind shurikens back to his palm and hurled them towards a nearby tree, creating a massive hole upon impact. Sarutobi Hizashi stood in stunned silence, yet gestured for Shinyu to demonstrate another technique. Shinyu nodded, enveloping his blood in chakra, which materialized into a short blade. He then delivered a swift horizontal strike against the tree, which promptly splintered in response. The excitement in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes intensified, a wielder of dual bloodlines, exhibiting such formidable ninjutsu. However, he composed himself, suppressing his exhilaration to inquire, Shinyu, when did you awaken your bloodline limit? I recall your parents did not seem to possess such abilities. Shingetsu would not reveal that the wooden box was a legacy from his father. He merely stated that he awakened upon learning of his parents' departure. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi thoughtfully stroked his goatee and then patted Shingetsu on the shoulder, saying, Now that you have awakened your bloodline limit, it is time to entrust your father's treasured blade to you. Shinyu found himself somewhat perplexed. He was unaware of his father's treasured sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving his confusion, smiled as he elucidated, Your father's sword has always been by his side. Perhaps you simply overlooked it. He once confided in me that should he ever depart from this world, he would entrust this blade to you. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen produced a scroll, within which lay sealed a long sword. Presenting the blade to Shinyu, he continued with a hint of nostalgia. This sword is known as Chiketsu Itt, a steadfast companion of your father through countless battles. Now, in accordance with your father's final wishes, I bequeath this Chiketsu Itt to you, hoping you will inherit the fiery spirit of your parents. Initially, I intended to bestow it upon you once you had become a ninja, but you have already demonstrated the qualities befitting one. So I see no harm in entrusting it to you now. As Shingetsu received the Crimson Blade, the legendary Akatsuki, from the hands of the third Hokage, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a flurry of dancing green leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped a leaf and spoke to Shingetsu. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flame of life endures. The light of fire shall illuminate the village. You are the heir to the will of fire. Strive forth, Shingetsu, and do not let your parents' expectations go unfulfilled. With that, Sarutobi turned and departed. Shingetsu gazed at the receding figure of the third Hokage, gripping the crimson blade tightly, and bowed deeply in respect. A subtle smile graced the lips of Sarutobi as he walked away, acknowledging yet another heir to the will of fire. However, His gaze swiftly hardened, warning, Danzo, best not to overreach your grasp. Chapter 4. Hatake Tsukumo upon returning to the training ground. Shingetsu observed a child embroiled in a heated argument with Obito. Inquiring with Rin, he learned that the boy, Nagato, was hurling insults at Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo. Out of jealousy, unable to tolerate the disrespect, Obito confronted Nagato. Just as Shingetsu intended to intervene, Nagato sneered, "Get lost, you orphaned wretch." At that moment, Shingetsu's expression darkened, and he fixed Nagato with a steely gaze, enunciating each word. "Repeat that once more." Nagato, sensing the intensity of Shingetsu's demeanor, felt a flicker of fear but remained unrepentant. Retorting, "I said it, you parentless brat. Just like that white fang, you're all worthless." In an instant, Shingetsu executed a body flicker technique, appearing right before Nagato, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Following that, a knee strike landed on Nagato's most sensitive area, causing the surrounding boys to shiver in sympathetic discomfort. Shinyu delivered a spinning kick that sent him crashing against the wall, unable to recover. Subsequently, Shinyu called upon Obito to assist in prying him off the wall, delivering punch after punch to Nagato's face, exclaiming, "You dare to insult Lord White Fang? You dare to call me a wild child? Your mouth is filthy, isn't it?" Meanwhile, Obito, excitedly supporting Nagato from behind, shouted, "Yes, yes. Hit him harder, Shinyu." The onlookers were astonished, witnessing the usually gentle Shinyu display such ferocity, leaving them both alarmed and captivated. Perhaps growing weary from the beating, Shinyu seized the battered Nagato with one hand and declared to the others, "White Fang is a hero of Konoha, our role model." He paused, recalling Obito's words, "A ninja who cannot complete a mission is worthless. But a ninja who abandons their comrades is even less than worthless." With that, he tossed the defeated Nagato to the ground, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and called out to the crowd, "Kakashi, Rin, Obito, let us depart." With a flourish of his wind-swept black hair, he led Rin, Kakashi, and Obito away. Teacher Ryo, who had been watching, opened his mouth to remind them that school was not yet dismissed, but reconsidered, knowing that the end of the day was near. He glanced down at the unconscious Nagato on the ground and instructed 2 students to take him to Konoha Hospital. As Shinyu and his companions reached the entrance of the Ninja Academy, they encountered Shikaka Nara, whose brilliance as Konoha's White Fang was undeniable. Kakashi rushed over to greet Shikaku, exchanging a few words, after which Shikaku approached the group with Kakashi in tow. With his striking white hair and commanding presence, Shikaka smiled and addressed them, "You must be Kakashi's friends. I cannot thank you enough for looking after him during this time. I would like to invite you all to my home for a meal, if that suits you." For Shinyu, who was orphaned, the prospect of a meal was indeed appealing, especially considering Shikaku's exceptional swordsmanship, which he hoped to learn from. However, Rin and Obito had familial obligations to attend to, and Shinyu needed to retrieve some belongings, so they politely informed Shikaku that they would visit later. They agreed to reconvene at Kakashi's home before parting ways. Upon returning home, Shinyu donned his finest black robe and, after much contemplation, decided to bring along the Chiketsu Ikemanji before hastily making his way to Kakashi's residence. The distance between Kakashi's home and Shinyu's was not significant, allowing him to arrive swiftly. Kakashi greeted him at the door, while Shikaka was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. Hearing the door open, Shikaka peeked from the kitchen and, upon spotting Shinyu, remarked, "Ah, little Shinyu has arrived. Please, have a seat. Kakashi, pour some tea for Shinyu. There are dumplings on the table for you to try." Shinyu did not hesitate. Having just finished a skewer of dumplings, he noticed Rin and Obito walking side by side, just as Kakashi Hitaki had finished preparing the meal. After they all enjoyed the feast, each expressed their delight at the delicious food. At that moment, Shinyu turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Mr. Kakashi, may I learn the art of swordsmanship from you?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Shinyu's request. However, instead of providing an answer, he responded with a grave expression, "Shinyu, before we proceed, I must ask you a question. What holds greater significance to you, the mission or your comrades?" Upon hearing this question, Shinwei pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle Tsukumo, as a ninja, the foremost priority must undoubtedly be the mission. At this point, Hatake Tsukumo appeared somewhat melancholic. Was this indeed the case? However, as a human being, one endowed with flesh and emotions, the lives of comrades transcend all else. The mission can be resumed, resources can be reclaimed, and losses can be compensated, but a comrade's life is singular and irreplaceable. In that instant, upon hearing these words, Tsukumo's eyes sparkled with light, as if he sensed that the future of Konoha would flourish ever more brightly. Beside him, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi also found their pupils constricting at Shinyue's declaration. In the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing all through a crystal ball, revealed a smile of satisfaction as he stroked his goatee, affirming that he had not misjudged this child. Indeed, this child was a gem of potential. Suddenly, a masked Dumbu ninja approached Sarutobi and reported, "Lord Third, we have questioned the ninja saved by Hatake Tsukumo. He claims that a masked ninja coerced him into framing Tsukumo." "I understand," Sarutobi replied. "You may leave now, and also, send more ninjas to keep a close watch on Danzo and his roots." With that, the Umbu ninja vanished in a blur, leaving the Hokage to take a contemplative puff from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke as he muttered to himself, "Danzo, should you persist with your petty schemes, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Remember, I am the Hokage. Shinwei is a rare talent, and Tsukumo is an indispensable force for Konoha. If you act against them again, do not expect me to honor our past camaraderie." Sarutobi's expression darkened, his gaze sharp, starkly contrasting his usual amiable demeanor. Meanwhile, at Kakashi's residence, upon hearing Shinyue's words, Tsukumo enthusiastically clapped Shinwei on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well said, Shinwei. From now on, come to our home and practice swordsmanship with Kakashi. If you lack a blade, I can procure one for you from the ninja tool shop." Shin shook his head and produced the Chihayabara, which he had long concealed behind him. Addressing Kiki Tsukumo, he stated, "There is no need, Uncle Tsukumo. I possess a blade of my own, so your assistance is unnecessary." The sight of the Chihayabara momentarily stunned both Obito and the others, including Kiki Tsukumo. Obito inquired, "Shins, where did you acquire that sword?" Shinyu replied, "This is the blade bequeathed to me by my father, the very sword he once wielded." Chapter 5. The Flow of Konoha. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even the typically loquacious Uchiha Obito found himself unusually reticent. It was not until Kakashi Hatake spoke that the tranquility was shattered. "Shinyu, since you already possess a sword, I would like you to come to my home after school from tomorrow onward to train with Kakashi." Shinyu nodded slightly and addressed Shikamaru. "I understand, Uncle Shikamaru. I shall take my leave now." He cast a glance at Obito and Rin, who stood still in astonishment. Obito, regaining his composure, sheepishly scratched his head and said to Shikamaru, "Well then, Uncle Shikamaru, I must also be on my way. Otherwise, my grandmother will start to worry." With that, Obito took Rin's hand and departed. Upon returning from Kakashi's residence, Kamizuki once again retrieved the wooden chest. He rummaged through its contents and ultimately discovered 2 scrolls, inscribed with the titles Konoha Style, Blood Blade, and Konoha Style, Gale Slash. Shinyu first unfurled the scroll that contained the secrets of the Konoha Style, Blood Transformation Blade. Following the guidance inscribed within the scroll, he meticulously proceeded step by step. By channeling his own blood through chakra into the blade, he infused it with the potent essence of blood release chakra, causing the blade to elongate or retract in accordance with the volume of chakra infused. Shinyu unsheathed the Crimson Blood One character, its blade gleaming with a chilling radiance. He channeled the blood-based chakra within him, observing as his blood flowed from the hilt to the edge of the blade, rendering it a mesmerizing crimson hue. Subsequently, Shinyu continued to infuse the blood chakra onto the blade, watching as the Crimson Blood One character's edge elongated until it matched the length of his arm. Shinyu fiercely struck at the nearby trees, severing an entire row with a single sweep. This scene left Shinyu utterly astonished. It was akin to wielding a weapon of mass destruction. Shinyu hastily dispelled the ninjutsu, and at that moment, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His legs nearly giving way beneath him, his chakra was on the brink of depletion. Indeed, this particular ninjutsu demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra, prompting him to resolve to utilize it sparingly in the future. Leaning against the wall, he made his way home step by step. He had initially contemplated experimenting with the wind cutter technique once more, but the quantity of chakra he possessed was insufficient to sustain it for long. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his predicament, and then his thoughts drifted to the methods of acquiring limitless chakra. The first method involved becoming a Jinchuriki, while the second entailed the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Both methods, however, bore significant risks. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences, rendering these options somewhat impractical for Shinyu at this juncture. As Shingetsu gradually succumbed to slumber, immersed in his thoughts, the following day, after school at the Ninja Academy, he hastened towards Kakashi's residence without a moment's pause. Upon arrival, he found Tsukumo Hatake waiting at the entrance with his arms crossed, alongside Kakashi, who had returned a bit earlier. Upon noticing Shingetsu's approach, Tsukumo waved his hand, and as Shingetsu jogged closer, he addressed both him and Kakashi, saying, "Today marks the inaugural day of your swordsmanship training. The techniques you will learn are inspired by the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, and you may refer to them as the White Fang style." Then, Tsukumo unsheathed his trusty chakra dagger, which had accompanied him through countless battles, and explained to Shingetsu, "While I wield a short blade, your Chiketsu Ichimonji is a long sword. Thus, I can only impart a limited foundation for deeper understanding of the long sword. I recommend seeking the guidance of Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin, who is proficient in longsword techniques as well." After this reminder, Tsukumo commenced with basic instruction for the two. He expressed great admiration for Shingetsu's innate talent in swordsmanship, stating, "Shingetsu, your aptitude for the blade is remarkable, even surpassing my own skills. In just one day, you have attained considerable proficiency." Hearing this, Shingetsu felt a swell of pride, puffing out his chest. However, Tsukumo swiftly shifted his tone, adding, "Yet, your vulnerabilities are numerous, making it all too easy for an adversary to exploit them and bring about your downfall." At this, Shingetsu's previously proud posture deflated. Tsukumo then instructed, "All right, Shingetsu and Kakashi, you may now spar in the open area before the door. You are free to utilize ninjutsu, Tai Jutsu, or Jinjutsu without restrictions." Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Shingetsu's eyes brightened with anticipation. They initially positioned themselves at opposite ends, joining their fingers together while the remaining three formed a contrasting hand seal. In an instant, Kakashi leaped forward, drawing his chakra dagger and slashing towards Shingetsu. Reacting swiftly, Shingetsu parried with his Chiketsu Ichimonji and then activated Blood Blade, causing the sword in his hand to elongate and repel Kakashi. He then swung towards Kakashi, who employed the body replacement technique, causing the Chiketsu Ichimonji to cleave through the substitute log into two halves. Suddenly, Shingetsu felt a chill beneath him. Earth style, Heart's decapitation technique. Kakashi had already burrowed underground, attempting to drag Shingetsu into the depths. However, Shingetsu had anticipated this, leaping into the air and forming seals to utilize the Earth style, Wind Shuriken. In a fleeting moment, a colossal tornado manifested before Shinwei, which, with a swift motion, transformed into several shurikens that hurtled towards Kakashi's subterranean location. The ensuing explosion left a substantial crater in the ground outside Kakashi's residence, shrouding the two in a veil of smoke. As the haze dissipated, Kiki Tsukumo beheld Shinwei poised with a kunai against Kakashi's throat. Cold sweat trickled down Tsukumo's brow. Was this truly the prowess expected of a student who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy? His son seemed utterly overpowered, with not even a semblance of an opportunity to retaliate. Moreover, Shinwei was a wielder of dual bloodline limits, such formidable strength. Suddenly, it seemed entirely reasonable that his son was being dominated. At that moment, Kakashi was equally bewildered. What was happening? Where did Shinwei acquire such a diverse array of ninjutsu? This was far beyond the realm of ordinary techniques. Kakashi was left in a daze. Just then, he noticed a rustling in the nearby bushes. Shinwei appeared to sense something, glanced in that direction, and then turned away without further investigation. Finally, Kiki Tsukumo regained his composure and promptly declared, "Shinwei is the victor. You too. Please perform the reconciliation seal." The two complied, and Shinwei shyly turned to Tsukumo, saying, I'm sorry, Uncle Tsukumo," observing the gaping hole in front of his home. Tsukumo's eyelids fluttered, and he let out a resigned sigh before forming hand seals to execute his ninjutsu. "Earth release, earth flow wall," he intoned, mending the gaping void. With a complex expression, he looked at Shinwei and remarked, "Shinwei, I truly did not anticipate that you possess the dual bloodline limits." Hearing Tsukumo's words, Kakashi's pupils constricted. As the son of the White Fang, he was well aware of the significant value of being a dual bloodline ninja. He never expected Shinwei to be one of them. Subsequently, Tsukumo waved his hand at Shinwei and said, "You have now fully met the criteria to become a ninja. You may return home. I will write you a letter of recommendation, allowing Lord Orochimaru to instruct you." Shinwei nodded, bidding farewell to the Hatake father and son before returning home. Once at home, he retrieved the meat he had purchased a few days prior, intending to prepare a sumptuous dish of braised pork as a treat for himself. At that moment, he spoke towards the window, saying, "There is no need to hide. Come in, and I shall prepare extra portions." Chapter 6, A Dramatic Transformation of Obito. Outside the window of the Kamizuki residence, Obito awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. I've been found out." At that moment, he heard a voice behind him that he knew all too well. "I'm sorry." Startled, Obito turned around and let out a shriek, only to see Kakashi leaping down from a nearby tree. Shinyu smiled gently at them, choosing not to elaborate further, and continued preparing the braised pork. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito entered and settled into the living room. Kakashi and Obito curiously surveyed their surroundings, while Rin inquired of Shinyu in the kitchen. Shinyu, do you live here alone? Shinyu responded from the kitchen, indeed, please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. The living room resonated with laughter as the trio engaged in cheerful banter. After a while, Shinyu emerged, carrying a platter of braised pork, serving each of them a bowl of rice. The dish was a Chinese-style braised pork, uniquely flavored by Shinyu. Upon seeing the dish, the three couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Rin exclaimed in astonishment, Shinyu, you are amazing. Obito and Kakashi nodded in agreement, considering Rin's delicate nature. They served her a slightly smaller portion. With their hands clasped together, they chorused, let us eat. Rin took a bite and exclaimed joyfully, Shinyu, this is delicious. Meanwhile, Obito savored the pork, his eyes sparkling with delight. It truly is exquisite. Kakashi swiftly removed his mask, stuffed a piece of pork into his mouth, and replaced his mask, nodding in affirmation of Obito and Rin's praise. His speed was such that none of them caught a glimpse of his true face beneath the mask. Thus, the four of them enjoyed a delightful dinner in the warm atmosphere of Shinyu's home. After the meal, they began discussing the duel between Kakashi and Shinyu that had taken place earlier that afternoon, with stars of excitement sparkling in Rin and Obito's eyes. After finishing the dishes, Shingetsu called Obito into her room, leaving him rather puzzled. Shingetsu, what is the matter? Shinazuki closed his door with a flourish and, in a teasing manner, asked Obito, pray tell, have you been harboring a secret affection for Rin? This query left Obito blushing furiously and in a fit of exasperation. He retorted, Baka, what on earth are you talking about? Shinyu continued to speak to Obito. I have a splendid method that will surely win Rin's affection. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. He eagerly shook Shinyu's shoulder, his excitement palpable as he implored, what is this method? Please, do tell. Shinyu felt a bit dizzy as he was shaken by Obito. He quickly halted Obito, saying, Stop, stop, stop. I understand your urgency, but please refrain from speaking hastily. He turned and retrieved a black cloak from his wardrobe, reminiscent of the one Obito donned during the Fourth Great Ninja War. After draping it over Obito, Shinyu insisted on removing his goggles. Initially resistant, Obito eventually succumbed to Shinyu's persuasion and reluctantly relinquished his beloved goggles. Once all preparations were complete, Shinyu stood up and beheld Obito's appearance, which resembled a miniature version of the wartime Obito. As Shinyu opened the door to escort Obito outside, Kakashi and Rin were left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is that really Obito? Rin mused, gazing at the figure before her, draped in a black cloak and devoid of goggles, who appeared somewhat unfamiliar yet undeniably handsome, a stark contrast to the Obito she had once known. Shingetsu led Obito to stand beside a mirror. As Obito gazed at his reflection, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Is this truly me? To his surprise, he found himself rather handsome. Kakashi, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, though he was not one to speak much. Nevertheless, he managed to utter, well, you certainly look much better than before. Just as Obito was about to engage in a dispute with Kakashi, Shingetsu intervened, whispering to him, Obito, girls are drawn to exceptional young men. You fall short against Kakashi in two respects. First, your looks are not striking enough. Second, your strength is lacking. Therefore, I suggest you train with me from now on. Rest assured, I will ensure you pass the Chunin exam with flying colors and capture Rin's admiration. Upon hearing this, Obito nodded vigorously in agreement. All right, it's getting late. You all should head home now. We have school tomorrow, Shingetsu announced. At his words, everyone nodded in acknowledgement and began to depart. After observing them depart, Shinzuki returned to his chamber. Unlike his usual routine of studying ninjutsu before slumber, he instead retrieved a piece of parchment inscribed with matters that could potentially alter the dynamics of the ninja world in the future. After writing for a while, Kamizuki crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket. He was deep in thought, contemplating how to alter that dismal future. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He unleashed a burst of fire, reducing the remnants to ashes. The plan to prevent Shikaku Nara from taking his own life was now complete, and it was highly likely that Shikaku would not resort to suicide again. However, Kamizuki's gaze sharpened as he realized a significant obstacle still lay ahead, Danzo and his rude organization. Many pivotal events that would shape the future were instigated by Danzo. He was acutely aware that Danzo was already fixating on him, sensing several chakra signatures in human form surrounding his home. It was evident that someone was watching him, yet whether this observer belonged to the Umbu or Root remained uncertain. If it were the Umbu, it would be manageable, as they were directly affiliated with the Hokage. However, if it were Root, the situation would be far more precarious. That cunning old man Danzo had undoubtedly engaged in numerous unsavory dealings behind the scenes. And as a time traveler, Kamizuki was fully cognizant of this. The Uchiha clan's demise, the Nine Tails incident, Nagato's descent into darkness, and countless other events all bore the fingerprints of Danzo. It was likely that Danzo already possessed several Sharingan from Uchiha clan members. And this old rascal was not so easily vanquished, especially with his formidable Izanagi at his disposal. Shinyu sat up from his bed and began to meditate cross-legged. In recent days, he discovered that this practice could enhance his chakra. If his original chakra level could be likened to a single card, then the chakra he acquired through a night of meditation was equivalent to 2 cards. This method effectively addressed his chakra concerns, especially with the impending outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War. He could not, in the midst of battle, suddenly declare a lack of chakra and request a ceasefire. That would be utterly foolish. Therefore, to avoid such an embarrassing predicament of chakra depletion, Shinyu deemed it prudent to take preventive measures in advance. Moreover, this form of meditation did not interfere with his rest and allowed his mental energy to flourish. If he continued at this pace, his chakra should suffice before the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War. Chapter 7. The Transformation of Obito. The following day, at the third training ground. Hey, Obito. You're late again. You are half an hour behind schedule. Apologies, Obito replied sheepishly, scratching his head. I saw an elderly lady crossing the street and helped her, which took a bit of time. Never mind, let us get started. First, tell me what ninjutsu you can perform. Shinyu gestured dismissively. Obito, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted. At the moment, I can only perform the body replacement technique and the fireball jutsu. I haven't mastered anything else. Shingetsu nodded, as expected, and then said to Obito, let me first observe your mastery of the shadow clone technique. Obito formed a hand seal, shadow clone jutsu. With a thud, a limp clone collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing this flaccid doppelganger, Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. Shinyu's lips curled slightly, truly befitting of Obito. With a subtle gesture, he leaned his forehead against his hand and remarked to Obito, you simply cannot compare yourself to Kakashi. You stand no chance against Rin. Kakashi is capable of creating 3 shadow clones, while you cannot even manifest a single one. Moreover, just the other day, I overheard Uncle Tsukumo mention that Kakashi is set to participate in the Chunin exams in a couple of days. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Obito was instantly filled with indignation. Clenching his fists, he declared to Shinyu, I will undoubtedly catch up to him. Shinyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. A successful provocation. However, he quickly suppressed the smile, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Obito. Very spirited, indeed. Yet, mere enthusiasm is insufficient. Now, allow me to demonstrate what true body technique entails. Shinyu formed a seal identical to the one just executed by Obito, with a series of rapid hand signs. Shinyu conjured 3 clones, each taking on the visage of Obito, only to subsequently transform into wooden stakes and vanish without a trace. Witnessing this spectacle, Obito was momentarily rendered speechless. His initial skepticism was swiftly replaced by a profound sense of admiration. As Shinyu observed Obito's demeanor, a smile graced his lips. He then encouraged Obito to give it a try, reminding him, remember, Obito, you must concentrate your focus to gather chakra. The moment your chakra disperses, you shall falter. This principle applies to all ninjutsu. Obito nodded in understanding and diligently followed Shinyu's guidance, channeling his chakra with unwavering concentration. Suddenly, a clone, indistinguishable from Obito himself, materialized beside him. Gazing at this perfect replica, Obito's face flushed with excitement. Witnessing this moment, Shinyu's expression softened into one of satisfaction, affirming that the young one was indeed teachable. Meanwhile, Obito, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Shinwei and exclaimed, Shinwei, your method is truly effective. Shinazuki nodded and said to Obito, at this pace, you should practice the body flicker technique more diligently. We shall commence physical training in 1 hour. Shinzuki glanced at the pocket watch held in his palm and began the countdown. The watch, procured from the ninja tool shop, proved to be remarkably resilient. An hour later, Obito gazed proudly at the 3 clones he had created, puffing out his chest in satisfaction. Shinyu leaped down from a nearby tree and spotted the proud expression on Obito's face. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Well done. At your current level, you are more than capable of passing the Chunin exam. Now, let us focus on physical training. Ninjutsu can be set aside for the moment. If your taijutsu is lacking, then all else is for naught." As he spoke, Shinyu produced a bell from seemingly nowhere and hung it from his waist, addressing Obito. "Your task now is to defeat me and take this bell. Do you understand?" Obito nodded, assuming a stance as he declared, "Here I come. Be careful." With that, he charged forward with a straight punch. Observing his approach, Shinyu furrowed his brow. Obito's fist was nearly upon his face when he swiftly dodged, countering by grasping Obito's fist and executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. With a thud, the Obito lying on the ground vanished. Was that a clone? Shinyu pondered, suddenly turning to see Obito leaping in with a flying kick aimed at his face. Shinyu tilted his head slightly, evading the blow. Just as Obito landed, Shinyu appeared behind him, forming the tiger hand seal and admonishing, "Never leave your back exposed to an enemy, fool." Konoha's secret taijutsu technique, 1,000 years of pain. Obito, momentarily stunned, could not react in time before he felt a warm sensation at his rear, followed by an unexpected launch into the river. As Shinyu approached the riverbank to investigate, a massive fireball erupted from the water, forcing him to retreat as he felt himself caught by Obito's clone. The real Obito leaped from the water, reaching for the bell at Shinyu's waist. But upon raising his gaze, he was met with Rin's visage instead. Instantly startled, Obito watched in disbelief as Rin collided with the kunai in his grasp, causing him to kneel in shock, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, Shinyu's true form descended from the tree. The figure that had approached the river was merely a clone. While Obito's clone had restrained Shinyu's clone, the latter had secretly formed seals to transform into Rin. Although Shinyu felt a tinge of guilt for deceiving Obito, he believed this was necessary for Obito to awaken his Sharingan sooner. With his objective accomplished, Shinyu approached Obito and dispelled the clone technique. The Rin in Obito's arms dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Confused, Obito looked up at Shinyu, who clearly saw the two black tomos swirling within his vibrant red eyes. This revelation took Shinyu by surprise. Obito had activated the double tomo, a sign of his progress that seemed somewhat excessive. Shinyu then explained the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the explanation, Obito erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of colorful expletives at Shinyu. "You, how could you?" After all this commotion, Obito felt compelled to roll up his sleeves and confront the situation. However, he was reminded of the previous confrontation between Shin and Kakashi, causing him to silently lower his sleeves once more. Observing Obito's intense reaction, Shin offered a comforting remark. "You should think positively. Have you not awakened the Sharingan you have long desired? And it's a double tomo, which will certainly make your mastery of ninjutsu significantly easier, won't it?" As Kamizuki consoled Obito, he also imparted a word of caution. "Congratulations on awakening the Sharingan. However, you must not become overly reliant on its power. Now, I shall perform the hand seals to cast a jutsu. You may use your Sharingan to replicate my technique." Shinyu formed the hand seal for the fire release, dragon fire technique. After copying it with his Sharingan, Obito indeed mastered the dragon fire technique as well, given that his chakra naturally possessed the fire attribute in the original narrative. This afternoon's events did not escape the watchful eyes of a certain Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe as he observed the scenes unfolding within the crystal ball. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It seemed that the future of Konoha would soon be graced by several prodigious ninjas akin to the legendary Sanin. On his desk lay detailed dossiers on Kakashi, Obito, Shinyu, and Rin, and he squinted, lost in contemplation. Chapter 8. For years in between, this way of life continued for 4 long years. Unlike the original storyline, Kakashi Hitaki did not choose to end his own life, but instead resumed undertaking missions. His previously reclusive nature transformed as he grew more open, influenced by Shunyu and Obito. Moreover, during this period, Kakashi opted not to graduate early to become a ninja, choosing instead to complete his studies at the Ninja Academy. Obito, having awakened his Sharingan prematurely, emerged as a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and garnered the attention of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who provided him with additional resources. Throughout this time, Shinyu engaged in rigorous practice with both Kakashi and Obito. However, despite the earlier mention of recommending Shinyu to Orochimaru by Tsukumo Hitaki, no news had yet reached Shinyu. It later became known that Orochimaru had been dispatched to guard the borders and had not returned. During this interval, Shinyu also learned a considerable number of ninjutsu related to blood release and body flicker techniques from scrolls left behind in a wooden box by his father. Among the techniques Shinyu mastered was a blood release jutsu called blood replacement, which enabled him to treat injuries by substituting the wounded individual's blood. Additionally, he learned a technique known as blood transformation, which allowed him to manipulate others' blood for his purposes. However, among the myriad of blood release techniques, the two that captured Shinyu's fascination the most were the blood release, blood instantaneous body technique, and the blood release, scarlet blood curse seal. The blood instantaneous body technique permitted him to leave a mark using his own blood release chakra, enabling instantaneous movement across distances. Akin to the flying thunder god technique developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the scarlet blood curse seal, on the other hand, possessed remarkable capabilities, safeguarding any body part of the recipient from harm, particularly the eyes of the Uchiha clan, which were notoriously vulnerable. Thus, Shinyu applied this seal to Obito. And during a visit to the Uchiha compound, he also bestowed it upon Uchiha Shursui, ensuring protection against the threat of losing one's eyes to malevolent forces. He could apply this technique to anyone, requiring only for his blood release chakra to enter the recipient's body, undetectable to them. Now, through meditation, his chakra had reached a level that could rival nearly 200 Kakashis, although the yield from meditation was gradually diminishing. Thus, there are currently only 200 Kakashi. However, my father left behind his bloodline ninjutsu scrolls, and I still have 3 that I have yet to examine. It is not that I do not wish to study them. Rather, I am unable to do so. Those 3 scrolls are sealed, and no amount of force can unveil them. I have also mastered a considerable amount of earth release ninjutsu, with the 2 most formidable techniques being the earth release ninjutsu employed by Kazekage in the original work, namely the Gale Palm, Great Raging Wind, and Earth Release, Fierce Wind Destruction. The Gale Palm, Great Raging Wind, possesses a wind force in the original narrative so potent that it can rival the full-body Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke. However, this technique has a notable weakness. There is a gap above, which easily allows the opponent to mount a counterattack. The Earth Release, Fierce Wind Destruction, is an incredibly powerful wind technique, exhibiting a destructive force akin to a typhoon. In the original narrative, Kazekage utilized this technique to defeat the blood dragon eye wielder, Chino. Its might is immense, yet it similarly bears the vulnerability of the Eye of the Storm. Presently, these 2 ninjutsu serve as my most formidable trump cards, and thus I shall not employ them lightly. As for the scrolls of Earth Release ninjutsu, I have nearly mastered them all, while those I have previously studied have been incinerated by my fire release technique. Only the 3 unfinished scrolls and a Crimson Shura mask remain. This mask, also an item from the wooden box, presumably belonged to my father, and I have chosen to keep it, as it will undoubtedly serve a purpose in the future. Shinyu reminisced about the events of the past 4 years. The Third Shinobi World War was on the verge of igniting, following the assassination of the third Kazekage by the enigmatic Sasori. This impending conflict would erupt when Shinyu and his peers turned 12, irrevocably altering the fates of many individuals. It was his solemn duty to prevent such tragedies from unfolding. Moreover, in just a few days, the students of their ninja academy would graduate and ascend to the ranks of genin. As Shinyu was lost in thought, he was abruptly roused by the voice of Obito calling out to him. "Hey, Shinyu, what are you daydreaming about? It's time to train. Graduation is just around the corner, and it's quite exhilarating to think about." Shinyu regained her composure, displaying a gentle smile as she glanced at Obito, then at Kakashi, and finally at Lin, who was stealthily observing Obito from a distance. Indeed, it was Lin who was furtively watching Obito for 4 years prior. Shinyu had transformed Obito's appearance. Additionally, after awakening his Sharingan, it is worth mentioning that Obito's grandmother passed away 2 years ago. At her funeral, Obito activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, closely approaching the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Due to the influence of his 3-Tomo Sharingan, along with the nurturing from Fugaku Uchiha, Obito managed to shed his previous status as an underachiever, emerging as one of the 3 prodigies alongside Kakashi and Shinyu. Consequently, Obito garnered the admiration of many girls, with Lin being one of them. At first glance, Obito presents himself as a cool and aloof figure. However, upon deeper interaction, one discovers that he is a boy who is both humorous and tender-hearted. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the main topic. In the fierce confrontation between Shingetsu, Obito's, and Kakashi, the staggering prowess of Shingetsu rendered him almost unbeatable. At times, even the combined efforts of Obito and Kakashi struggled to match his strength. Exchanging a glance, Obito and Kakashi simultaneously unleashed their techniques: Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The collision of these two powerful jutsu created a vast cloud of mist, obscuring Shingetsu's line of sight. A subtle smile played upon Shingetsu's lips as he prepared to form his hand seals, when suddenly, a flash of crimson appeared before him. Shinyu found himself momentarily immobilized on the ground, while Obito, witnessing this scene, proudly wiped his nose and placed his hands on his hips. Kakashi, observing Obito's demeanor, playfully delivered a light smack to the back of his head. Obito, clutching his head, cast a reproachful glance at Kakashi, on the verge of uttering a complaint. However, Kakashi, ever vigilant, grasped the chakra short blade behind him and cautioned Obito, "Obito, refrain from acting recklessly. The fog has once again descended upon us." Obito waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "What is there to fear? Shinyu has already been subdued by me." Yet, as he spoke, a sudden realization struck him. Shinyu, who had moments ago been ensnared by his genjutsu, had vanished without a trace. With their backs pressed against one another, Kakashi gripped his chakra short blade tightly, while Obito activated his Sharingan and withdrew kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Blood-red mist began to swirl ominously around them, prompting Obito to express his unease. "Damn it. My Sharingan cannot penetrate this fog." Then, a voice emerged from the shadows, declaring, "Blood release, blood hidden threads." As the two prepared to wield their weapons, they felt themselves ensnared by an unseen force. Looking down, they discovered that they were bound together by numerous crimson threads. Witnessing this predicament, Obito's heart sank in despair. He slumped onto the ground, mumbling, "This Shinyu. Every confrontation unveils a plethora of new techniques. They seem to come without cost." Kakashi echoed his sentiment, lamenting, "Indeed. While others may struggle their entire lives to conjure a single new technique, he manages to unveil two in a single day. Who can endure such a relentless onslaught?" Shinyu leaped down from the nearby tree, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he remarked, "There's nothing I can do. There are simply too many techniques, and I can hardly decide which one to use." Both Obito and Kakashi stared at him, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Listen closely, is this even coherent?" they thought. It was utterly pretentious. He was undoubtedly indulging in his own self-importance. In Chapter 9, Promotion to Genin, observing the disgruntled expressions of Obito and Kakashi, Shinyu proceeded to release the techniques binding them. Once liberated, the two flexed their wrists and ankles, yet they continued to regard Shinyu with expressions of lingering resentment. Shinyu, caught between laughter and tears, said to Kakashi and Obito, all right, come over to my house for dinner. I shall personally prepare the meal." Obito, elated, raised both hands in exuberance, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Long live Shinyu." Kakashi, though not as overtly enthusiastic as Obito, could not disguise his desire to join, as evidenced by the way his eyes darted around. After all, it was a widely acknowledged truth that Shinyu's culinary skills were unparalleled. In the gentle light of the day, Kamizuki smiled, calling out to a distant tree, "Lin, come join us." Obito, momentarily taken aback by Kamizuki's words, turned to follow her gaze. There, he beheld Lin, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, shyly emerging from behind the tree. Upon catching sight of Obito, she quickly averted her gaze, her head bowing in embarrassment. Obito's expression shifted rapidly, transforming from surprise to delight, and then to bashfulness. Witnessing this tender scene, Kakashi and Kamizuki exchanged knowing glances, both revealing a fond, maternal smile. Lin, her small face aglow with warmth, approached Obito, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Shinyu gently nudged Dato and whispered, "Dato, you fortunate lad." This remark, however, was overheard by Rin, whose already flushed cheeks deepened to a hue so vivid it seemed one could almost wring water from them, with wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. Dato, too, felt the warmth of embarrassment, casting furtive glances in Rin's direction. Upon arriving at Shunyu's residence, the group partook in a meal, engaging in casual conversation. Though it was evident this was not their first gathering at Shinyu's home. Over the past 4 years, they had dined here numerous times, particularly Dato, who, since his grandmother's passing, had nearly made it a daily ritual to share meals at Shinyu's. He might as well have moved in. After the meal, Rin and Kakashi prepared to depart. Before leaving, Rin, her face still aglow, said to Dato, "Dato, tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Give it your all. I will be watching you." Dato nodded earnestly, replying, "I will do my best. You should give it your all too, Rin." Rin returned his nod before heading home. Shinyu cast a glance at the bewildered Obito still rooted in place, delivering a playful knock to his head, prompting him to yelp in surprise. "What are you still doing here?" "The young lady has already left. Come in and help wash the dishes," she instructed. With one hand grasping a plate and the other wielding a cloth, all while donning an apron, she diligently wiped the dishes. Obito, feeling a mix of indignation and resignation, followed her into the kitchen to assist with the chores. "What? You still plan to stay at my house? This marks your 6th night here this week," Shinyu remarked, her expression one of incredulity directed at Obito. In response, he merely pouted and replied, "Well, when I go home, there's no one there. I'm all alone." Hearing this, Shinyu's heart softened, and she reluctantly allowed him to stay. That evening, they found themselves sharing a bed, enveloped in silence until Obito shattered the stillness of the night with a heartfelt confession. "Shinyu, I miss my grandmother." Yet Shinyu, unfazed by the somber moment, quipped, "If you're longing for a grandfather, I can certainly take on that role, as long as you're willing to call me that. I would gladly accept you as my beloved grandson." "Get lost, you jerk, Shinyu," he retorted. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, Shinyu and Obito lay atop the desk, drooling in a deep slumber, having been unable to rest the previous night due to their late-night antics. At that moment, teacher Liang Tian entered the classroom, carrying a box of Konoha headbands. Observing this scene, Rin and Kakashi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Kakashi would rouse the sleeping Shinyu, while Rin would awaken Obito. Kakashi nudged Shinyu with his elbow, and he immediately stirred awake, rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings. Noticing that Obito was still fast asleep beside him, Rin blushed and gently pointed at Obito, whispering, "Obito, it's time to wake up." However, Obito remained unresponsive, continuing to snore softly on the desk. Upon witnessing this, the now awake Shinyu remarked to Rin, "Such an adorable approach will not suffice to awaken Obito. You must try something else." With a swift elbow strike, Kamizuki struck Obito's back, and he faintly heard something crack. Obito immediately grimaced in pain, clutching his spine, feeling as though it might snap. Observing Obito's expression, both Kamizuki and Kakashi quickly turned away, struggling to suppress their laughter. Rin, however, looked at Obito with deep concern and softly asked, "Obito, are you all right?" Upon hearing Rin's words, Obito forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown, replying, "I'm fine, Rin, you need not worry." He then cast a furious glance at Kamizuki, ready to unleash his wrath, only to be interrupted by Teacher Ryoshin's voice announcing, "The lower ninja examination is about to commence. Once you complete the test, you will officially become ninjas of Konoha." Teacher Ryoshin was moved to tears by his own words. Meanwhile, the audience was buzzing with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of finally becoming ninjas. Seeing this, Teacher Ryoshin felt somewhat embarrassed, wiping away non-existent tears with a handkerchief, and addressed the crowd. "All right, let the students in the first row against the wall line up to demonstrate the transformation technique. Those who succeed will be promoted to lower ninjas." In the third column by the wall, the 4 individuals of the Kamizuki clan stood in sequence: Rin, Obito, Kamizuki, and Kakashi. Rin arrived, first creating a clone identical to herself, then transforming into the likeness of Teacher Ryota, subsequently utilizing the substitution technique to become a half-wooden stump, from which she retrieved a leaf from the wooden box beside her. Next was Obito, who produced 3 identical clones, all of whom morphed into Teacher Ryota and simultaneously executed the substitution technique, turning into 3 wooden stumps. This scene astonished Teacher Ryota. Obito, once the underachiever of the class, had shown remarkable progress after befriending Kamizuki, seemingly attaining the prowess of a rising star within the Uchiha clan. His strength had indeed increased significantly. Obito accepted the forehead protector offered by Teacher Ryota and secured it upon his brow. Following them were Kamizuki and Kakashi, who, like Rin and Obito, executed the 3-body technique and donned forehead protectors emblazoned with the Leaf Village symbol. However, Kamizuki chose to wear his protector not on his forehead, but rather around his wrist. After the Chunin examination, most had successfully advanced to the rank of Chunin, though a small number had not passed, such as Might Guy, our esteemed Kai. Aware of Guy's future potential, Kamizuki approached him to offer words of encouragement. Inspired, Might Guy resolved to retake the examination. In the classroom, the 4 companions of Kamizuki awaited the arrival of their designated Jonin. However, to Kamizuki's surprise, he discovered that he had not been assigned to a class, which left him somewhat perplexed. Chapter 10. The Formation of Minato's Class. After a brief moment of waiting, the doors swung open to reveal a strikingly handsome man with golden hair. He entered with a gentle smile, addressing the 4 with warmth. "Kamizuki Tenka, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, and Noira Rin. Am I correct? Shingetsu and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Minato Namikaze smiled gently and addressed them. I am Minato Namikaze, your Jonin instructor. You may call me Sensei. Now, let us proceed. The four of them followed Minato Namikaze away from the Ninja Academy. All right, everyone, let's begin with self-introductions. I will go first. As I have already mentioned, my name is Minato Namikaze. I have a profound love for reading and a deep disdain for war. My dream is to see a world devoid of conflict. Minato led the group to a rooftop where they could introduce themselves. I'll go next. I am Obito Uchiha, he said, blushing as he cast a glance at Rin beside him. What I cherish most is the culinary creations of Kamizuki, and I enjoy sparring with him. My aspiration is to become Hokage, and what I detest most is the fool, Kakashi. You're the fool, Obito, Kakashi interjected, prompting Obito to flare up in anger. Are you looking for a fight, you idiot Kakashi? Come at me then, you coward. And so, the two began to bicker once more. Kamizuki and Rin exchanged knowing glances, sharing a resigned smile. Rin tugged at Obito, and Kamizuki grasped Kakashi, preventing a full-blown altercation. Watching this unfold, Minato found himself both amused and exasperated. He then gestured for Kamizuki to introduce himself. Nodding in acknowledgement, Kamizuki said, I am Kamizuki Tenyo. My greatest passions lie in mastering ninjutsu and cooking. I hold a strong aversion to the current rules of the ninja world. As for my dream, I yearn for global peace. Minato was somewhat taken aback by this declaration. Not expecting such a profound statement from Kamizuki, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with him, casting a look of approval in his direction. Next was Kakashi. I am Kakashi Hatake. I love practicing swordsmanship with my father and sparring with Kamizuki. I have yet to decide on my dream, but what I detest most are those who are perpetually late. Hey, Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito retorted. I wasn't referring to you, but you seem to take it personally, Kakashi replied, causing Obito's face to flush crimson as he struggled to find a retort. Minato chuckled softly and turned to Rin. Lastly, Rin, would you like to introduce yourself? I am Rin Noira. What I cherish most is she glanced at Obito, her face turning red once more. My dream is again looking at Obito. And I have nothing I particularly dislike. Minato sighed, rubbing his forehead. The whims of a young girl in her adolescence. At that moment, Kamizuki turned to Minato and asked, Teacher Minato, why does our class have 5 members while the others have only 4? Minato shook his head in response. I'm not sure either, but your class assignments were arranged by the Hokage, and I'm not privy to the details. Chunin remarked, Indeed. It was as he had surmised. There was no doubt that Sarutobi Hizashi had orchestrated this. Standing up from beside the railing, Minato addressed Shinyu and his 3 companions. Very well. We shall convene at the 3rd training ground tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Do remember, refrain from having breakfast, lest you risk an unpleasant bout of nausea. With that, Minato vanished in a flash. On this evening, Shingetsu and his companions did not engage in training, opting instead to return home for a well-deserved rest. The following day, they gathered at the 3rd training ground, where Obito, his stomach growling, approached from a distance, having once again arrived late. Hey, Obito, you're late again, Kakashi remarked, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. My apologies. I encountered an elderly lady who needed directions along the way, Obito replied sheepishly as he jogged over. That is not a valid excuse for your tardiness, Obito, Kakashi retorted, maintaining his fish-eyed glare. All right, Kakashi. I'm sure Obito assisted the lady with her inquiries. Minato interjected to defuse the situation. Of course. I even helped her carry her luggage, Obito added, eliciting a nod of approval from Minato. Very well, let the test commence, Minato declared. With that, he retrieved 3 bells from his ninja tool pouch and hung them from his waist. He addressed the 4 of them. Your task is to seize these 3 bells from me. As for why there are 3 and not 4, one must be tied to that tree stump over there. He gestured towards 4 wooden stumps positioned nearby. The group followed Minato's gaze and noticed the stumps. At that moment, Obito realized that this training was one they had previously undergone under Shingetsu's guidance. He exchanged glances with Shingetsu, Kakashi, and Rin, who all nodded in unison before they vanished in a flash. Obito immediately unleashed a fireball technique aimed at Minato, who narrowly dodged the attack. In response, Minato hurled shurikens at Obito, who remained unperturbed as a long, crimson blade materialized before him, revealing Shingetsu's timely intervention. The blood-red blade struck towards Minato, who evaded it just in time. However, Minato sensed impending danger. Turning around, he saw Kakashi launching himself from atop a large wooden stump, revealing the effectiveness of a trap set by Rin. In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, allowing Shingetsu to leave a blood mark on Minato before swiftly retreating from his side. Returning to Obito, Shingetsu met his gaze. Sensing Minato's position, Obito launched another fireball technique toward him. Minato had no choice but to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet at that moment, Shingetsu and Obito executed the Blood Instantaneous technique, teleporting directly beside Minato. Shinyu once again activated his Blood Instant Body, teleporting above Minato and thrusting his Crimson Blade towards him. To Minato's left, Kakashi approached with his Lightning Cutter, while Obito hurled a kunai at Minato. All three managed to grasp the bell, yet Obito tossed it to Lin in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Minato helplessly raised his hands, conceding, all right, I surrender. The teamwork displayed by these young ones was impeccable, truly beyond reproach. Team 7, all of you pass. Ah, Minato-sensei, I'm so hungry. When are we eating? Obito lamented, gazing at Minato, having not eaten since morning. Minato chuckled softly, all right, let us go out for barbecue now. Hooray for Minato-sensei, the four exclaimed in unison. In the afternoon, Team Minato took a group photo, with Minato at the back, and from left to right in the front row were Obito, Shinyu, Kakashi, and Lin at the very bottom. Thus, Team Minato was officially established. Chapter 11. The daily life of Team Minato. Following the formation of Team Minato, undertaking missions became inevitable, as becoming a ninja meant accepting tasks and earning money. However, for Shinyu, whether or not to accept missions was inconsequential, after all. The inheritance left by his parents was sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. Yet, as a ninja, it felt somewhat remiss not to engage in missions. Although this sentiment might seem somewhat pretentious, it was the reality of Shinyu being a wealthy second generation. Even so, he had spent very little of that money thus far, merely covering everyday expenses, and since then, he had utilized less than 1/10,000th of his fortune. To undertake missions, one naturally went to the Hokage building, where tasks were categorized into 6 types: D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, and Super S rank missions. Currently, as mere genin, Shinyu and his companions were limited to D rank and C rank missions, while higher level tasks were out of reach for them. D rank and C rank missions comprised mundane and trivial tasks, such as feeding kittens, locating lost pets, and cleaning up litter. In addition to Team Minato, Shinyu noticed the Akimichi Dingswa team nearby, also accepting missions. To his surprise, the previously unsuccessful Might Guy was among them. Shinyu suddenly recalled that Guy had passed his retest and, along with Nara Shikamaru and Ebisu, had been assigned to Akimichi Dingswa's team. Meanwhile, Minato was verifying missions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Guy, spotting Shinyu and the others, greeted them. Shinyu, Obito, Kakashi, Lin, it's been a while. I never expected to see you here. Upon hearing Guy's greeting, Shinyu and his companions turned to look, with Obito incredulously responding, Hey, Guy, you've become a genin? Weren't you the one who failed? Upon hearing Obito's remark, Kakashi rolled his eyes and replied, You fool. Didn't Lord Minato tell us before that later on, Guy successfully retook the exam and became a genin? Embarrassed by Kakashi's words, Obito scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, is that so? Haha, my apologies, I seem to have forgotten. Kakashi rolled his eyes once more. You imbecile Obito. Did you even pay attention to what Lord Minato was saying? How can you be so oblivious? Obito scratched his head again, then suddenly realized, widening his eyes as he said to Kakashi, Did you just call me a fool? Kakashi's expression stiffened. Had this dimwit actually caught on? He cleared his throat and replied, No, you must have misheard me. I did not call you a fool. Obito scratched his head again. Is that so? It seems I distinctly heard you call me a fool. Shinyu's face flushed crimson as she struggled to suppress her laughter. It was an unbearable ordeal. Indeed, Obito was a fool, completely oblivious to the situation. Turning to her side, she noticed Rin, who was also fighting back laughter, nearly steaming from the effort. Fortunately, Shinyu could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Obito, you truly are a fool. You didn't even react when Kakashi called you an idiot. Ha ha. Shinyu laughed so hard that she struggled to catch her breath, her body shaking with mirth. Rin, too, decided to abandon her restraint and joined in the laughter. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, who had just completed a mission briefing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached and was taken aback by the scene. How could everything have been fine just moments ago, yet now they were in fits of laughter? He turned to Kakashi, who remained composed, and inquired about the commotion. Kakashi recounted the amusing incident to Minato, who found it somewhat humorous, though he ultimately refrained from laughing out loud. Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, bemused by the sight of Shinyu and Rin laughing uncontrollably, while Minato, who seemed to want to laugh but held back, added to their confusion. They shared a knowing smile, resigned to the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Guy, who had just been greeting Shinyu and the others, was puzzled by the sudden uproar of laughter. Was he truly that entertaining? He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation but chose not to inquire further, waiting for their leader, Aoba, to receive the mission before departing. Once Shinyu and Rin had finished their laughter, Minato shook the mission scroll he held and addressed the group. I have just received a mission from Lord Hokage. Now that you've finished laughing, let us proceed with the task at hand. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor and declared, Team 7, let us depart. The group froze for a moment before quickly regaining their composure, standing tall and responding in unison. Yes. With renewed determination, they exited the Hokage building. Yawning, Obito turned to Minato and asked, Teacher Minato, now that we have become ninjas, must we only engage in trivial tasks like searching for lost kittens? Minato chuckled helplessly in response. There's no alternative. You are still merely Chunin, and other assignments would be too perilous for you. But really, it is so dreadfully dull. We've been waiting here for over an hour. Obito yawned again and continued, At this rate, we won't even catch a glimpse of a cat. I might as well ask someone. Indeed, Obito, doesn't Granny Uzumaki live nearby? Why not ask her? It would be better than waiting idly here. Shinyu suggested to Obito. Obito smacked his forehead as if struck by inspiration and said to Shinyu, You're right. If we continue down this street, we'll reach Granny Uzumaki's house. Let us go and inquire. The two individuals swiftly reached an understanding and informed Minato Namikaze before they set off to find Granny Tsunade. Ah, it's little Obito. What brings you here? And little Shingetsu too. What brings you all here? Has something occurred? Granny Tsunade greeted them kindly, for the two often assisted her, fostering a sense of familiarity over time. Granny Tsunade, we are in search of a black cat. Have you seen one? Obito inquired. Ah, a black cat. Indeed, just moments ago, one dashed past me, nearly knocking me over, she replied. Obito and Shingetsu's eyes brightened, and they hurriedly asked, Which way did the black cat go? It seems to have gone in that direction. Granny Tsunade indicated. Obito and Shingetsu gazed towards where she pointed, which was precisely the opposite of where they had previously been waiting. After expressing their gratitude to Granny Tsunade, they prepared to depart, but she called them back, retrieving 2 lollipops from her pocket. She handed them to the duo, saying, Thank you for your previous assistance. Here, take these and enjoy. After receiving the lollipops, Kamizuki and Itachi hurried towards the direction indicated by Granny Yaina. Chapter 12, The Great Cat Capture Operation. Following the path pointed out by Granny Yaina, Itachi and Kamizuki diligently searched for the elusive black cat, ultimately arriving beside a telephone pole. There, beneath the pole, sat the black cat, grooming its fur. At the sight of the cat, Itachi was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement, but was swiftly silenced by Kamizuki, who urged him to crouch in the nearby bushes. Itachi, puzzled, looked up with wide eyes, silently questioning Kamizuki. Shinyu pressed her finger against Obito's lips, raising her left index finger before her mouth to signal him to remain silent. Subsequently, she began to sketch on the ground with her finger. Obito leaned in closer, only to receive a playful flick on his forehead from Shinyu, causing him to clutch his brow with a look of hurt. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, as he gazed at Shinyu with a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. Shinyu pointed to the words inscribed on the ground, gesturing for Obito to take a look. Obito leaned in once more, their proximity allowing Shinyu to distinctly perceive the crimson mark on Obito's forehead, left by his own flick. Shinyu lowered his head to gaze at the plan inscribed upon the ground. First, I shall stealthily circle behind the kitten, leaving a crimson mark upon its body to facilitate the blood instantaneous technique, while you seize the moment to unleash your illusion, thereby seizing control of the little creature. Dato raised his eyes to Shinyu, signaling with a gesture of approval. Shinyu then quietly approached the kitten's rear, imprinting upon it the intricate crimson symbol formed by his blood chakra. Just as he prepared to execute the blood instantaneous technique to transport Dato, the kitten suddenly reacted, its fur bristling in alarm as it dashed towards the location where Kakashi and the others lay in wait. Shinyu called out to Obito, who was still crouching in the grass. The plan has failed. The cat is making its way towards Teacher Minato. Subsequently, Shinyu retrieved his radio, addressing Minato on the other end. This is Shinyu, Teacher Minato. We have located the black cat. It is currently heading your way. Prepare yourselves for a pincer attack. A brief acknowledgement came from Minato over the radio, after which he turned to Kakashi beside him and instructed, Kakashi, you will intercept the black cat. Do you understand? Understood. Teacher Minato. I will head over shortly. Meanwhile, Shinyu was fiercely pursuing the small cat alongside Obito. Although Shinyu had marked the cat with a blood teleportation seal, he refrained from employing the technique, primarily out of concern that the cat might mar his handsome face. Before long, Shinyu and Obito spotted Kakashi guarding the opposite side, successfully cornering the small cat. Just as the cat attempted to soar over Kakashi's head to escape, Shinyu's pupils suddenly constricted as he activated the blood instantaneous technique, materializing directly above the small cat. With a swift motion, he seized the nape of the cat's neck, effectively capturing it. A wave of relief washed over the onlookers, as they had genuinely feared that their collective efforts might be in vain. Watergate observed Shun use recent use of the blood instantaneous technique, thoughtfully stroking his chin, and suddenly felt a spark of inspiration for developing a new technique. Upon seeing the small cat, now subdued and resigned to its fate, no longer resisting as Shinyu held it firmly, the crowd exhaled in unison. The task was finally accomplished. Capturing the feline had indeed consumed an inordinate amount of their energy, evidenced by the breathless expressions on their faces. Watergate smiled at the group and proclaimed, let us return with the cat. The appointed time is approaching, and shortly I shall treat everyone to some barbecued delicacies. Hooray! Long live Teacher Watergate! The crowd cheered, raising their hands in jubilant exclamation, while Shinyu lifted the small cat triumphantly. Upon their return to the Hokage building, they noticed another small cat in the arms of a wealthy matron, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. Obito murmured softly, if the owner were this kind of lady, I might consider fleeing as well. After silently praying for the little cat, Shinyu couldn't help but let out a bittersweet smile. Indeed, one thing can subdue another. After the group received their rewards for completing the task, they made their way towards the barbecue. Along the way, Shinyu noticed that Kakashi appeared to be deep in thought and curiously inquired, Kakashi-sensei, what occupies your mind? Upon hearing Shinyu's question, Kakashi replied, Shinyu, I was contemplating the technique you just employed to catch the little cat. I wish to incorporate some elements of it into my Flying Thunder God technique. Upon hearing these words, Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that at this point in time, Minato had yet to develop the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Clearing his throat, Shinyu addressed Minato, saying, Teacher Minato, the principle is quite simple. You can throw a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal toward the opponent, and then launch a surprise attack from behind them. Minato's eyes lit up. He suddenly understood and had already begun to formulate a plan in his mind. As the conversation continued, they arrived at the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan. Upon entering, they were greeted by several familiar faces, Akai, Shinyu, Minato, and Dingzhua. Oh, you were here dining as well, Minato remarked to Akimichi Dingzhua. Indeed. We just finished a mission and decided to treat them to some barbecue. Dingzhua responded to Minato. Shinyu, have you just completed a mission too? Kai inquired with evident curiosity. Yes, we came here for a meal. It has been a long day, and we thought we would take a moment to rest, Shinyu replied, stretching leisurely as he answered Kai's question. The group settled into their seats and engaged in light conversation until the barbecue was served. As Kamizuki leisurely savored his meal, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when it came to Rin and Obito. Both of them, with flushed cheeks, were exchanging pieces of grilled meat in a tender display of affection. Witnessing this scene, Kamizuki couldn't help but smile indulgently, while Minato and Kakashi mirrored his expression, the latter's narrowed eyes hinting at his concealed amusement. Kamizuki attributed this delightful moment to his own efforts, having transformed Obito into a charming and talented individual, occasionally imparting sweet nothings that left Rin utterly enchanted. Obito's appearance now resembled that of a scarless version of the wartime Obito, a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, his amiable demeanor making him seem like a different person entirely. Yet, an inexplicable scent of budding romance lingered in the air, as Kamizuki, Kakashi, and Minato enjoyed their grilled meat while observing the affectionate couple nearby, reminiscent of watching a soap opera over dinner. After finishing their meal, the trio watched Obito bid farewell to Rin, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Shinyu snapped his fingers near his ear and rolled his eyes, saying, Stop looking. You're on the verge of becoming a stone gazing at your wife. Chapter 13. The turmoil of Uchiha. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Obito rolled his eyes as well, though his face still bore a noticeable blush. Shingetsu sighed, expressing his helplessness as he addressed Obito. Alas, had I not transformed you into such a striking figure and granted you early access to the Sharingan, allowing you to emerge as one of the most gifted members of the Uchiha clan, how could you have won Rin's heart? Not even a word of gratitude escapes your lips. It truly breaks my heart. Upon uttering these words, Shingetsu clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. Obito, observing Shingetsu's lackluster performance, rolled his eyes once more. After years of companionship, he could discern Shingetsu's intentions all too well. Digging into his ear, he nonchalantly replied, "Speak your mind. What is it that you wish to do now?" Shinyu chuckled softly, leaning nervously closer to Obito's ear, whispering for a while. After listening, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You wish to enter the Uchiha clan grounds? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You cannot gain entry. Why can't I go in?" Shinyu tilted her head, gazing at Obito with a puzzled expression. Obito shook his head, his demeanor grave as he replied, "I am not entirely sure myself. It may be due to a recent conflict between some radical factions within the clan and the village leadership, resulting in a rather peculiar atmosphere surrounding the clan grounds these days. Outsiders can only enter with the approval of the clan leader." Shinyu was taken aback, realizing that the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha had already commenced. His expression grew grave. If this matter was not handled with due diligence, the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan would inevitably unfold once more. Shinyu inquired of Obito, "Obito, when is the most recent clan meeting?" After pondering for a moment, Obito replied, "It should be this evening." "What's the matter?" Shinyu whispered fervently in his ear for quite some time. After finishing, Obito gazed at Shinyu with a peculiar expression, questioning, "Is this truly feasible?" Shinyu patted Obito's shoulder, giving a thumbs up while displaying a grin reminiscent of Might Guy, showcasing his bright white teeth. "Fear not, my dear brother. If you follow my advice, you shall leave a profound impression upon your clan leader. As one of the prodigies of the Uchiha clan, your standing holds considerable weight in his eyes, and this may effectively alleviate the current plight faced by your kin." Observing Shinyu's unwavering confidence, Obito instinctively found himself believing in his words. He nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall address this at tonight's clan meeting." Shinsuke gently patted Obito's shoulder, expressing his relief as he said, "Your actions today will profoundly influence the future of the Uchiha clan." Obito nodded once more, turning away from Shinsuke and returning to the Uchiha homeland, where he first changed into the ceremonial attire reserved for clan meetings. Such gatherings typically took place at the sacred site of Uchiha heritage, where the stone tablet of the Sage of Six Paths, altered by Kagaya's influence, was enshrined. Upon entering the hallowed ground, Obito was greeted by the fervent shouts of his clansmen. In front of them stood Uchiha Fugaku, his expression grim, while in a corner remained the taciturn Uchiha Shursui. Approaching Shursui, Obito nudged him, having a few years on Shursui, and inquired, "Shursui, what just transpired? Why does the clan leader appear so troubled?" Shursui, recognizing Obito, offered a succinct response. "The radical members of our clan have just informed the clan leader of their intentions to rebel." Obito nodded in agreement, aware that since the establishment of Konoha, the higher-ups had consistently suppressed the Uchiha clan. He then asked Shursui, "What is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Shursui replied solemnly, "I believe we cannot afford to rebel." Obito nodded again, anticipating this conclusion. He patted Shursui's shoulder and stood, making his way toward Uchiha Fugaku. Shursui, puzzled by Obito's seemingly aimless actions, resumed his thoughts, interrupted moments earlier. Meanwhile, Obito maneuvered through the throng of Uchiha clansmen to stand beside Uchiha Fugaku. He bowed respectfully and addressed him, "Clan leader Fugaku." The beleaguered Fugaku, upon seeing Obito, felt a glimmer of hope and gestured for him to approach. Once Obito was near, Fugaku spoke, "Obito, as our clan's prodigious ninja, what is your perspective on the current situation facing the Uchiha?" The other clansmen remained silent, attentively awaiting Obito's insight. After bowing once more to his fellow Uchiha, Obito recalled the words Shinsuke had shared with him and paused before articulating, "I believe that our Uchiha clan must neither rebel nor confront the higher-ups of Konoha directly." The words of Obito reverberated like a thunderclap, erupting amidst the crowd of the Uchiha clan, igniting a fervent discussion among them, regardless of their conservative or radical inclinations. All were rendered speechless by Obito's statement. He then gestured for silence, and the previously chattering Uchiha members fell quiet, their gazes fixed upon him. Obito continued, "I understand the prevalent disdain towards the higher echelons of Konoha, Yet we cannot incite rebellion at this juncture. If we were to do so, the watchful neighboring ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike Konoha, jeopardizing the survival of both our village and the Uchiha clan. He paused before elaborating. Moreover, should we confront the Konoha leadership directly, we would merely invite suppression. At present, we possess but a singular pair of Mangeki Sharingan belonging to clan leader Fugaku. And considering our current strength, resistance against Konoha is utterly fanciful. My esteemed fellows, awaken to the reality, the Uchiha clan is no longer what it once was. Our influence now rests solely within the Konoha Guard. If we persist in opposing Konoha, what remains of our existence? Do you truly believe that Konoha would tolerate a disobedient clan within its confines? Shaking his head, he concluded, they will not. They will not allow a defiant family to remain in Konoha village. Thus, both open confrontation and rebellion are paths we must not tread. The assembly fell into contemplative silence upon hearing Obito's words. Even Fugaku pondered deeply in agreement. Chapter 14. Measures for resolution. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, shattering the silence. So, Obito, are we merely to passively allow the Konoha leadership to dictate our fate? Are we to stand by as they ostracize us from the village? The Uchiha members, along with Obito and Fugaku, turned their attention to the speaker, a young man whose three-tomo Sharingan twirled slowly in his eyes. Obito cleared his throat and glanced at the young Uchiha before redirecting his gaze to the assembly. Have you noticed, he began, the recent unrest at the borders? The third Hokage has dispatched his 3 disciples, the legendary Sanin, to safeguard the frontiers. With the rising tension, I trust you are all aware of what this implies. It seems the third great ninja war may be on the horizon, Fugaku interjected, who had remained silent until now. Indeed, you are correct, clan leader Fugaku, Obito affirmed. The third great ninja war is likely to commence. We merely await the spark to ignite this long-festering powder keg. Upon hearing this, some members of the Uchiha clan felt a surge of excitement, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. However, Uchiha Obito's subsequent words doused their enthusiasm like a cold shower. Of course, I am not suggesting that you betray the village or stab Konoha in the back. Such actions would only render the Uchiha clan the target of scorn, leading to disastrous outcomes. Obito paused before addressing the assembly of Uchiha clan members again. What I mean to convey is that we should strive for merit during the third great ninja war. I anticipate some may wish to challenge my assertion, but I kindly ask that you allow me to finish before you do so. It is well known that my current mentor is Minato Namikaze, a figure familiar to all. As one of the legendary Sanin, he is the disciple of Jiraiya and the grand student of the third Hokage. The implications of this lineage are profound. He continued. After the third great ninja war, it is inevitable that the third Hokage will retire. Consider, then, who might succeed him as the fourth Hokage. The crowd pondered this for a moment, a flicker of insight igniting in their eyes. But soon their expression shifted, and another young man interjected. But Obito, how can you be so certain that Minato will be the one to succeed as the fourth Hokage, rather than one of the other Sanin? Moreover, considering seniority, the 3 disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi are arguably the best candidates for the position. Taken aback by this question, Obito recalled the words of Kamizuki from earlier and smiled as he addressed the young man's inquiry. Firstly, concerning one of the Sanin, Tsunade Senju. She lost her beloved during the second great ninja war and suffers from hemophobia, rendering her less capable. As for Jiraiya, his ambitions do not lie in becoming Hokage, making him unsuitable for the role. Lastly, Orochimaru is often absorbed in his research, showing little interest in administrative matters, let alone the responsibilities of a Hokage. The young man fell silent upon hearing this. Obito added, once Minato assumes office, the upper echelons of Konoha will undoubtedly undergo a transformation, with the former leaders being replaced. When Minato retrieves the authority of Hokage, consider how he will act, especially with me as one of his students. Surely, this connection should be sufficient for Minato to reinstate the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku cast a look of admiration towards Obito, astonished by the political acumen displayed by someone so young. It appeared that Obito was not as foolish as he often seemed. Rather, he was quite astute. His eloquent oration significantly enhanced his standing in Fugaku's eyes. Obito continued, I firmly believe that the Uchiha clan can coexist peacefully with Konoha. However, this is contingent upon some of the more radical clan members retracting their sharp claws. Otherwise, no matter what I say, you will remain unyielding, which would severely undermine our clan's position within the village. The seemingly innocuous remark appeared to be aimed at the radical members of the Uchiha clan. Yet it also served as a subtle reminder to Uchiha Fugaku, urging him to remain vigilant towards those fervent clansmen. Obito distinctly observed that, as he uttered this statement, the expressions of a few clan members darkened considerably. Ultimately, as the clan meeting drew to a close, Obito proclaimed, "Esteemed members, this is the sole method by which we may restore the Uchiha clan's standing within the village. It is also our only recourse to address the issues at hand." Upon concluding his words, the assembly witnessed his eyes, adorned with the mesmerizing pattern of the Sharingan, transforming into a kaleidoscopic design of the Meijiki Sharingan, though it was merely an illusion. This grand-scale Jinjutsu was exclusively cast for the Uchiha clan members. However, Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that the vision within Obito's eyes did not reflect the genuine Meijiki Sharingan, for he had just unraveled Obito's illusion. Prior to this, when Obito had inquired about Kamizuki, Kamizuki had inscribed a crimson curse mark within Obito's eyes. Capable of unleashing his unique Jinjutsu at a designated time, a rare large-scale illusion he had mastered, Blood Illusion, Moonless Night, was a technique learned from a scroll left by his father, the sole Jinjutsu he had acquired, merging illusion with ninjutsu. He had implanted a seal within Obito's eyes that would activate a grand-scale illusion at a specific moment. As long as the ninjutsu was triggered within that time frame, the Jinjutsu would follow suit, lasting for 15 minutes, akin to a diminutive infinite Tsukuyomi, allowing for the temporary manifestation of non-existent entities, albeit only in the form of an illusion. However, this effect was limited to those whose abilities were inferior or equal to Obito's. Those stronger than him could easily dispel it. Nonetheless, if they chose to believe it, there was little that could be done. This technique was deployed to enhance Obito's prestige within the Uchiha clan and to intimidate the radical members who sought to undermine him. Subsequently, Obito waved his sleeve and departed from the venue, leaving behind a group of astonished Uchiha clansmen and a contemplative Uchiha Fugaku. Upon returning home, Obito hurriedly shed his garments, which were drenched in cold sweat. Despite appearing composed during his speech, he had been thoroughly frightened. Confronted by the multitude of Sharingan, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, eliciting a bittersweet smile from him. Every aspect of his speech, every word he had uttered, had been forewarned by Kamizuki, with most contingencies meticulously considered. He truly owed Kamizuki an immense debt of gratitude. Chapter 15. The arrival of Uchiha Fugaku. Just as Obito reminisced about his recent address, a sudden knocking echoed through his home. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was exceedingly loud. Upon hearing it, Uchiha Obito quickly set aside the clothing he was holding and shouted towards the door, "I'm coming." He hurriedly ran out of the living room to open the door. In the moment he beheld the visitor, a flicker of panic surged within him. Standing outside was Uchiha Fugaku, who had just returned from the clan meeting. Upon catching sight of Fugaku's stern countenance, Obito's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Could it be that the clan leader had uncovered his secret of not having awakened the Meijiki Sharingan and deceiving everyone? Though such thoughts raced through his mind, Obito, adhering to the norms of etiquette, invited Fugaku inside, brewed a pot of tea, and poured a cup for him. Observing Obito's demeanor, Fugaku felt a twinge of amusement and waved his hand, declining the offered tea. "Obito, there is no need for such formality. I have merely come to inquire about a few matters and to seek your perspective. It shan't take long, so there is no need for any undue trouble." Despite Fugaku's reassurances, Obito remained somewhat apprehensive, sitting stiffly on the sofa as he listened to the questions posed by Fugaku. The latter's expression grew grave as he addressed Obito in a commanding tone. "Regarding what you mentioned at the clan meeting, is it true? And why did you choose to deceive your fellow clansmen?" At the sound of these two inquiries, Obito's heart jolted, yet he recalled the words of Shinju, "Do not panic. Handle the situation calmly, and do not let the other party discern any signs." He composed himself and adopted an indifferent facade as he replied to Fugaku, "What I stated at the clan meeting was largely conjectural. However, given the current state of affairs in the ninja world, it may indeed come to pass. More importantly, it was to reassure our clansmen. For if rebellion were to arise at this juncture, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly become the target of scorn, a fate none desire." As for the illusion used to deceive the clansmen, Obito hesitated momentarily but continued, "It was primarily to instill confidence among our people and to temper their fervor. Moreover, it was merely a means of self-preservation. In truth, the duration of that illusion is limited, lasting only 15 minutes. Seated opposite Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Having long discerned the issue at hand, He then pondered intently on Obito's recent remarks. Indeed, there were scant means available to stabilize the sentiments of their kin. As he contemplated this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a profound admiration mixed with astonishment for the young Obito, who, despite his tender years, exhibited remarkable audacity and composure, displaying a demeanor that suggested he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, unbeknownst to Fugaku, Obito's garments were already dampened with cold sweat, as he was in a state of acute anxiety, fearing that his response might not meet Fugaku's expectations. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Uchiha Fugaku chuckled lightly before addressing Obito. There is no need for such trepidation. Since you have yet to awaken your Manjiki Sharingan, there is no necessity to discuss that matter now. We can revisit it once you have unlocked its potential. With that, Fugaku patted Obito on the shoulder, casting a meaningful glance his way before departing from Obito's residence. Once Fugaku had distanced himself, Obito finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the current head of the Uchiha clan, and the weight of his presence was undeniably formidable. Yet, as reality settled in, Obito found himself immersed in deep contemplation. What could the clan leader have wished to convey to him? He shook his head, resolving to dismiss such thoughts for the moment. Retreating to his room, he buried himself beneath his covers, for tomorrow was a day of rest, and he could discuss matters with Kamizuki during their training session. Meanwhile, Kamizuki lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, lost in thought, fully aware of the events unfolding within the Uchiha clan's territory. Shinizuki, by leaving a curse mark within Obito's eye, simultaneously shared Obito's vision, witnessing everything that transpired within the clan's territory. However, once the clan meeting concluded, the curse mark was automatically lifted. Shinyu contemplated for a moment. The situation of the Uchiha clan had now been stabilized, at least for the time being. Before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War and prior to the ascension of Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, it was unlikely that the Uchiha clan would initiate any significant actions. Shinyu gazed at the ceiling, then glanced at the crimson mask to his right. Over the past few days, he had been studying the striking red mask discovered within a wooden box. The design of the crimson mask resembled that of a Rakshasa mask, evoking the likeness of a malevolent demon with red skin. Through his research, Shinyu had discerned that this mask could potentially merge with his blood-based techniques. For instance, if he were to slice the mask in half, it could absorb his blood chakra to restore its original form. Moreover, upon donning the mask, he noticed a slight enhancement in his own strength, which could be regarded as a form of amplification. Shinyu suddenly recalled the 3 sealed blood release ninjutsu scrolls in his possession. He felt a sense of helplessness, as he found himself utterly powerless against the seals on those scrolls. After all, he was entirely ignorant of sealing techniques. In the Hidden Leaf Village, it seemed that only the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, had mastery over such arts. However, at present, Kushina was confined within a barrier, rendering him unable to approach her. The only one who could freely enter was none other than Minato Namikaze. Shinyu gently massaged his brow, feeling a touch of worry, before casting his gaze upon a pile of ninjutsu scrolls nearby. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by the extraordinary talents he had displayed. Furthermore, the chakra paper test revealed that he possessed 6 chakra natures: fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, and Deen. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen had inundated him with an abundance of ninjutsu scrolls, which left Shinyu in a state of considerable distress. However, this was not entirely a negative circumstance, given that he would undoubtedly assume various identities in the future to undertake certain tasks, such as rescuing members of the Akatsuki. He would need to adopt some form of disguise. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the cunning Danzo could lead to significant complications. Chapter 16. The development of wind release chakra armor. Shinyu gradually fixed his gaze upon the collection of ninjutsu scrolls, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. Realizing that his future endeavors would entail rescuing the Akatsuki organization, he inevitably found himself confronting Hanzo of the Salamander. Failing in this regard would not only jeopardize the Akatsuki's mission but also risk his own life. Although the title of demigod bestowed upon Hanzo is somewhat inflated, he is nonetheless the man who vanquished the legendary Sanin of Konoha in their youth. Even as he approaches the twilight of his years, his vision clouded by greed and power, he remains a formidable opponent with strength rivaling that of a shadow-level ninja. Moreover, Shinyu knew that he must refrain from employing bloodline limit techniques or space-time ninjutsu when facing him, as doing so could potentially unveil his true identity. The cunning elders of Konoha, particularly the unscrupulous Danzo, would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity to exploit any misstep, given that both Danzo and his root organization are far from virtuous. Thus, to avert such a predicament, it would be prudent to first study other forms of the five elemental ninjutsu, ideally aiming to develop large-scale techniques. In confronting Hanzo, he desired at least a 50-50 chance of success. With this thought in mind, Shinyu abruptly sat up from his bed and made his way toward the pile of ninjutsu scrolls. As he sifted through the assortment, he finally uncovered several techniques that piqued his interest. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb; Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu; Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb; Lightning Release, Lightning Water Dragon Bomb; and Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. These ninjutsu are among the most formidable, albeit their consumption of chakra is substantial. However, after executing this series of swift techniques, Shinwei found that his chakra was not significantly depleted. Yet, should all of these techniques strike their mark, the damage inflicted would be considerable. While it may not allow him to vanquish Hanzo the Salamander with ease, inflicting some injuries is certainly feasible. Nevertheless, what truly unsettled Shinwei was the presence of Hanzo's salamander, which possesses the ability to exhale toxic gas. A mere inhalation could spell immediate doom for him. Therefore, Shinwei needed to devise a strategy to counter the salamander. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his mind. What if he utilized a large-scale wind release technique to redirect the toxic gas back at the salamander, thereby mitigating the risk of inhaling excessive fumes? Alternatively, he could employ wind release to create a protective barrier around himself, effectively shielding against the toxic invasion. In pondering this predicament, Shinwei recalled two specific techniques: wind release, Great Breakthrough, and wind release, Vacuum Wave, both of which are potent offensive wind techniques. The Great Breakthrough is a versatile technique that serves both offensive and defensive purposes, allowing for self-protection while simultaneously launching a fierce attack through the violent rotation of wind. On the other hand, the Vacuum Wave is a technique previously wielded by Danzo in the original narrative, which he once used to assault Sasuke. It is a remarkably powerful wind release technique, albeit with significant impact in the original context. For reasons unknown, Shinwei suddenly thought of the Raikage from the Hidden Cloud Village, who employs the lightning release armor. If lightning can manifest as armor, could it not be possible for other techniques as well? However, as this thought emerged, Shinwei instinctively sought to dismiss it, realizing that creating armor from wind release could potentially leave him severely injured. After all, the force of wind release is formidable. It is conceivable that he might sustain self-inflicted wounds before the enemy could even strike. Yet, if he were to envelop himself in a nearly imperceptible layer of blood release chakra, and then apply the wind release chakra in the form of armor upon himself, Shinyu endeavored to attach blood release chakra to the surface of his body, subsequently enveloping it with a layer of wind release chakra. In an instant, he felt as though he was clad in a chakra garment. Thereafter, Shinyu touched a nearby tree with his hands, now adorned with the wind release chakra armor. With a resounding crash, a large palm-shaped hole was created in the tree. Upon witnessing this result, Shinyu summoned two shadow clones and instructed them to attack him. The clones unleashed fire release and lightning release ninjutsu upon the original. However, upon impact, the wind release chakra armor did not dissipate. Instead, it mingled with half of the fire release chakra and half of the lightning release chakra. A flicker of delight crossed Shinyu's eyes at this sight. He then directed the amalgamated fire and lightning release chakra-infused wind release chakra towards another tree. The tree subsequently exhibited reactions of combustion from the fire release chakra, scorching from the lightning release chakra, and expansion from the wind release chakra. This phenomenon indicated that should anyone assault the wind release chakra armor, it would assimilate the corresponding ninjutsu chakra and release it, transforming it into a manifestation of its own power. Thus, Shinyu could execute group ninjutsu with only one individual, facilitating a large-scale ninjutsu reaction. Shinyu increasingly felt that the marvel of wind release chakra lies in its ability to assimilate other ninjutsu chakra, transforming it for personal use. This discovery is profoundly beneficial. It is likely to influence future developments, where collective ninjutsu may no longer necessitate multiple practitioners, allowing for single individuals to unleash powerful techniques. However, upon reflection, this method may currently be exclusive to oneself. To effectively master the wind release chakra armor, it is imperative to envelop the body with a layer of blood release chakra. Otherwise, one risks inflicting significant harm upon the enemy while suffering substantial self-damage, ultimately leading to greater losses. After the Divine Moon attempted to experiment once more without the attachment of bloodline chakra, relying solely on a layer of wind-release chakra armor. The outcome was predictable. His body was mercilessly perforated by the ferocious wind-release chakra. Fortunately, endowed with bloodline chakra, the divine moon could effectively utilize it for self-healing, allowing him to conduct numerous experiments. Gradually, he began to uncover some insights. If he could, through certain methods, temper the originally violent wind-release chakra to render it gentler, and then employ this modified chakra within the confines of the wind-release armor, he could mitigate the self-inflicted harm caused by its ferocity. This dual capability of self-protection and offensive action ignited an immediate urge to experiment within him. In his pursuit of softening the wind, he discovered that by blending wind-release chakra with some water-release chakra, he could effectively temper the wind within the armor, allowing him to unleash the wild wind-release chakra externally without inflicting harm upon himself. Thus, the application of wind-release chakra armor could be further propagated. Upon concluding his experiments and returning home to rest, he remained oblivious to the cold, pale-skinned man lurking in the nearby thicket, whose piercing eyes were fixed upon every action of the divine moon. Chapter 17. Lord Orochimaru, I am but a mere insignificant figure. Shinyu lay peacefully in his bed, indulging in sweet dreams. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation upon his chest. Dazed and bewildered, he reached out instinctively. To his astonishment, as his hand made contact, his pupils widened in shock, and he sprang upright from his bed. Before him coiled a white serpent, flicking its forked tongue in his direction, causing him to recoil in fright. He swiftly leapt out of bed, his hand grasping the crimson sword resting at the bedside, ready to strike at the serpent. At that moment, a hoarse voice drifted through the window, whispering, "Do not be afraid. I never anticipated your courage would be so feeble." Shinyu, upon hearing the voice, turned abruptly to discover a figure standing by the window of his home. The silhouette possessed pallid skin, and the man, with eyes adorned with violet shadow, gazed intently at Shinyu with his golden serpent-like pupils. Upon seeing this apparition, Shinyu's body trembled involuntarily, his mind swirling with confusion. Hadn't Orochimaru been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to guard the borders? How could he possibly be at his doorstep? Contemplating this, he voiced his bewilderment. "Lord Orochimaru, were you not assigned by the Hokage to secure the frontier? What brings you back?" Orochimaru first recalled the white serpent that had been coiled around Shinyu. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "In the past few days, Takemura has been sent by my teacher to take my place at the border, which allowed me to return. Takemura and my teacher recently informed me of their intention to recommend you as my apprentice. I am intrigued as to why a mere genin, fresh from the ninja academy, has garnered such endorsements from Takemura and my teacher." Shinyu chuckled slightly and said, "Lord Orochimaru, I am merely a small figure, lacking any significant talents. It is all in jest. After all, this is Orochimaru we are speaking of. If it were Jiraiya or Tsunade, it would be one thing. But Orochimaru, who knows what might happen if he discovers my true abilities? He could very well take advantage of a moment's slumber to bind me to an operating table for dissection." Orochimaru, observing his demeanor, narrowed his eyes. Was this young man truly wary of him? Yet, apart from himself, Danzo, and his mentor's tacit approval, who else could possibly be aware of his human experiments? Nevertheless, Orochimaru felt no anger. His gaze shifted to the crimson blade in Shinyu's hand, and he spoke slowly. "That is a fine sword, indeed. However, without the mastery of swordsmanship, it is merely a blade." Pausing briefly, Orochimaru continued, "Your abilities are quite commendable. As a wielder of the bloodline limit, not only can you develop your own jutsu, but you have also mastered the techniques of the White Fang. Frankly, I hold you in high regard. Join me as my research assistant, and I shall consider taking you on as my apprentice in due time." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinju's expression softened somewhat. After all, in the world of Naruto, disciples, especially those of Orochimaru, tend to fare relatively well. Figures such as Mitarashi Anko, Yukushi Kabuto, and Uchiha Sasuke have managed to lead decent lives, albeit at the constant risk of being utilized as vessels for resurrection. At this moment, however, Orochimaru had not yet developed an obsessive thirst for immortality. Perhaps this was merely a gradual process. Having endured the loss of Tsunade's beloved, Dankato, and the death of his own disciple, Shinju, he now possessed a certain understanding, pursuit, and desire for eternal life, yet it was nowhere near the madness he would later exhibit. Therefore, offering counsel at this juncture might very well prevent Orochimaru from defecting from the village. Shinju nodded and said, "I am willing to become Lord Orochimaru's assistant." Orochimaru smiled and then added, "Just now, I found your development of that wind-release chakra armor quite intriguing. Would you be so kind as to teach me? Suddenly, Shinue recalled that the current Orochimaru was also engaged in the study of forbidden techniques. Nodding thoughtfully, he began to demonstrate the wind-release chakra armor he had recently developed. Upon witnessing the demonstration, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, "Is this akin to the lightning-release chakra armor utilized by the previous Hokage?" He then turned his gaze towards Shinue, who was in the midst of executing the wind-release chakra armor, and inquired, "The power of wind-release chakra is notoriously tempestuous. How do you intend to temper this raging force to prevent it from inflicting harm upon yourself?" Shinyu elaborated on the principles behind the wind-release chakra armor. Upon hearing Shinyu's explanation, Orochimaru's eyes brightened with revelation. He then mimicked Shinyu's earlier gestures, forming hand seals as instructed, and applied the water-release chakra to his skin, subsequently enveloping himself in the wind-release chakra. In an instant, the wind-release chakra armor enveloped him entirely. A look of delight evident on Orochimaru's face. He then observed as Shinyu utilized a shadow clone to perform hand seals, merging the wind-release chakra armor with the other 5 elemental chakras, creating a novel form of combined ninjutsu. Orochimaru's astonishment deepened. He could hardly believe that a mere youth, barely in his teenage years, could develop such a formidable technique that adeptly balanced offense and defense. His gaze towards Shinyu shifted significantly, now filled with admiration. If this ninjutsu could be effectively deployed in warfare, it would undoubtedly reduce the casualty rate of the Leaf Village ninjas. This technique provided a safeguard for the ninjas and was remarkably versatile, requiring minimal chakra while enabling the initiation of group ninjutsu, even in solitary circumstances, all while protecting the user from harm. As this thought crossed his mind, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. If only Rope Tree and Kato-Dan had possessed this ninjutsu, perhaps they would have survived. Their deaths not only inflicted a deep wound on Tsunade, who developed hemophobia, but also subtly transformed Orochimaru himself. Lost in reflection, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. "It seems I have indeed underestimated you. This ninjutsu is impressive if utilized effectively. It could yield remarkable results on the battlefield, significantly mitigating the losses among Leaf ninjas, whether in team or individual combat. This is undeniably a remarkable technique." He paused before continuing, "You are not merely a dual bloodline limit ninja. You are also a genius in the study of ninjutsu. I must say, your future is promising." Extending his long tongue to lick his lips, Orochimaru grinned and remarked to Shinyu, "I find myself increasingly curious about you, Shinyu-kun." Chapter 18. Orochimaru's astonishment after dispelling the wind-release chakra armor. Orochimaru addressed Shinyu. "If I recall correctly, tomorrow is a day of rest, is it not?" Shinyu nodded slightly. Orochimaru chuckled and continued, "Tomorrow, we shall convene at your abode once more. In the morning, I will escort you to my laboratory, where I require you to demonstrate all the ninjutsu you have mastered thus far. Fear not, for only the 2 of you shall bear witness to this." Orochimaru paused momentarily before adding, "What transpired just now shall remain a secret. I have erected a barrier around your dwelling." Shinyu sensed that a barrier had indeed been erected around his home. Shinyu cautiously spoke, "Well then, Lord Orochimaru, until tomorrow." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Until tomorrow." With that, he departed from Shinyu's residence. After witnessing Orochimaru's departure, Shinyu settled by the edge of his bed, quietly immersed in contemplation. His drowsiness had all but dissipated, and the disturbance caused by Orochimaru had extinguished his desire for slumber. Resolute, he chose to forego sleep entirely, opting instead to sit cross-legged upon his bed, entering a meditative state to refine his chakra. As the clock approached midnight, he understood that staying up late could be detrimental to his health. Thus, this meditative state served as a substitute for rest. The following morning, Shinyu was roused by a series of persistent knocks at the door. Judging by the rhythm of the knocks, he was certain it was none other than Obito. As Kamizuki rubbed her eyes and stifled a yawn, she murmured, "I'm here." She then sauntered to the door, and upon opening it, Obito rushed in with great fervor. Having spent a restless night filled with anxiety over the clan meeting, he was eager to find Kamizuki at the break of dawn. Noticing her groggy appearance, he could not help but tease, "Why are you just waking up?" "Never mind that. Let me tell you about the clan meeting yesterday." Obito, brimming with excitement to recount the events of the previous night's gathering, was interrupted as Kamizuki raised a hand to halt him. All right. I already know what you're going to say. There's no need to explain. I witnessed everything that transpired at the meeting through the cursed mark yesterday." Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "That cursed mark can actually share my vision? Why didn't you tell me?" Shinyu scratched his head and said, "Have I not mentioned it to you?" To which Data replied, "Did you indeed tell me?" Shinyu waved his hand dismissively and said, "Enough, those matters hold no significance. If you have come here solely to discuss this issue, I am already aware of it. You may leave. I have prior engagements today." Dai, too, bewildered, gazed at Shinyu, puzzled by the abrupt dismissal. He stared at Shinyu with a look of melancholic reproach, reminiscent of a wronged lover. Just then, another series of knocks echoed through the room, and Shun Yu's eyes brightened. He pushed Dai 2 aside and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he found Orochimaru standing there, clad in a white lab coat. Dai 2, who had been unceremoniously shoved aside, followed Shinyu to the entrance and was momentarily taken aback. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Orochimaru-sama, weren't you stationed at the borders? When did you return?" Orochimaru, noticing Dai 2, said nothing, turning his gaze back to Shinyu with a smile. "Shinwekuin, let us proceed. My time is exceedingly valuable." Shinyu regained his composure and promptly retrieved his Chishui Yuenzi. After bidding farewell to Obito, he departed. Meanwhile, Obito stood there in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the reality of his close friend being taken away by none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. When did Shinyu become so formidable? Scratching his head, Obito exited Shinyu's home, only to spot a white-haired man perched atop the roof of the nearby hot springs. Peering inside, witnessing this scene, Obito exclaimed, "There's a peeping Tom." Upon arriving at Orochimaru's underground laboratory, it appeared to have been tidied up in advance, exuding an air of cleanliness that suggested it was not a venue for Orochimaru's infamous human experiments. "Well then, let us sit here for now," Orochimaru instructed. "I will retrieve something. Please remain still." He entered to fetch a notebook, preparing to begin his documentation. With a subtle glance towards Shinyu, he signaled, "Let us commence." Shinyu nodded slightly and began to execute the blood technique, blood escape, blood transformation. Here, a multitude of words has been omitted. Orochimaru gazed at the techniques recorded in the notebook, his astonishment palpable. There were a staggering 43 blood escape techniques, 3 blood illusion techniques, 26 earth escape techniques, 13 earth escape techniques, 10 fire escape techniques, 10 wind escape techniques, and 6 lightning escape techniques. In total, there were an impressive 108 ninjutsu techniques, along with 3 illusion techniques and an extensive illusion technique. This young prodigy was truly terrifying. To refer to him merely as a genius was an understatement. He was nothing short of a monster. Although he had yet to surpass the number of techniques currently at Orochimaru's disposal, it was important to note that he was merely 10 years old, not accounting for the techniques he had developed himself. Orochimaru felt a wave of unease wash over him as he regarded Shinyu with a peculiar expression. Could this individual truly be human? I would believe it if you told me he was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, it was merely a jest. Orochimaru let out a deep breath, his gaze turning complex as he looked at Shinyu. "You are indeed extraordinary, given your current prowess. If allowed to continue growing, I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue in the other ninja villages." Shinyu felt a profound sense of weakness. Yet he possessed an impressive reserve of 200 chakra, ensuring he would not deplete his energy entirely. However, this was merely the chakra capacity of his youthful self. For had he been the matured Kakashi, his chakra would rival that of a tailed beast, albeit he was limited to the capacity of his younger self. In truth, prior to this day, he was unaware of the ninjutsu he had acquired, having learned a bit from here and a bit from there. Furthermore, at home, a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls left to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited his discovery, and he would study whichever he stumbled upon. Orochimaru, with a languid demeanor, spoke once more. "You have indeed surprised me greatly, Shinwekuin. Very well, tell me, would you prefer to learn my ninjutsu first? Or would you rather delve into my swordsmanship? Choose one." Shinyu chose to pursue swordsmanship, for much of Orochimaru's ninjutsu was intricately linked to serpents. Although he would undoubtedly visit the Dragon Cave in the future to learn sage arts, that was a matter for another day. For now, it was paramount to refine his sword technique. However, prior to immersing himself in swordsmanship, Shinyu inquired about Hanzo the Salamander. "Master Orochimaru, could you enlighten me about Hanzo the Salamander? I wish to learn more." Orochimaru, taken aback, nonetheless began to recount. "Hanzo the Salamander is the current leader of the Rain Village. In the past, during a battle in which Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I participated, he conferred upon us the title of the legendary Three Ninjas, while he himself is renowned throughout the ninja world as a demigod." Chapter 19. Obito and Jiraiya as Orochimaru narrated the tales of the legendary Three Ninjas to Shinyu. Elsewhere, a certain white-haired sage was being pursued by a cadre of female ninjas clad in bathrobes, accompanied by a young Uchiha. "Sisters, hurry. Let us catch those perverts." they shouted. Jiraiya and Obito found themselves fleeing from a horde of irate kunoichi. Why am I being chased too? It was this lecher who was peeping. Obito complained as they ran. Jiraiya, indignant, pointed at Obito and retorted, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught. Obito fired back, you're the one who chose to peek, you creep. Jiraiya exclaimed in exasperation, what do you mean peeking? I was merely gathering material. Do you understand? Obito scoffed, gathering material? You're clearly just a colossal pervert. Oh no. They're about to catch up. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Jiraiya took off like a whirlwind, his feet barely touching the ground, leaving behind mere illusions. Obito hastened to keep pace with him. After approximately 10 minutes of frantic flight, the group of female ninjas finally ceased their pursuit. Having nearly chased the duo out of the village, they collapsed onto the ground, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. By the way, who exactly are you? Obito inquired. Curiosity piqued. Good question. I am known as the Sage of Mount Myaboku, the Toad Sage, and one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya, he declared. Summoning a large toad to stand upon. You, the esteemed Jiraiya of the legendary 3? This must be a joke. How could the great Jiraiya be a peeping Tom? Obito exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. I told you, it was for research. Research. Jiraiya nearly tumbled off the toad in frustration as he attempted to explain himself. Despite still harboring disdain for the situation, Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed Jiraiya. Then, Master Jiraiya, will you teach me ninjutsu? I aspire to become a formidable ninja like you. After uttering these words, Obito lowered his head, a hint of sorrow in his demeanor. Sensei Minato is often absent. And Kakashi seems to have vanished as well, leaving me to pursue new jutsu alone. I cannot contribute much, and that scoundrel Kamizuki has even taken Orochimaru as his master. Then, with a resolute gaze, he turned to Jiraiya and declared, Lord Jiraiya, I yearn to grow stronger. Could you assist me in this endeavor? Jiraiya, taken aback by Obito's statement, paused momentarily. Did you just say that your teacher is Minato? Obito nodded affirmatively, replying, Indeed, our leader is the great Namake's Minato, my sensei. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Minato is also my pupil. Since you're his disciple, teaching you will be no trouble at all. With that, Jiraiya produced a scroll inscribed with numerous names. He instructed Obito, now, bite your fingertip, let your blood touch all 5 of your fingers. And then inscribe your name upon this scroll. You shall then be able to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. When Obito beheld the scroll, he noticed a familiar name inscribed upon it. Did Sensei Minato sign this as well? Of course. After all, he is my disciple. Jiraiya responded. Now, hurry and sign your name. Obito nodded, biting his thumb and allowing his blood to touch each of his fingers before inscribing his name upon the scroll. Jiraiya, observing this, expressed surprise. Your surname is Uchiha? You certainly seem different from the other Uchiha. Yes, I am Uchiha Obito, he affirmed, gesturing to himself. Jiraiya made no further comments, simply stating, you are now a disciple of Mount Myaboku. Shortly, I shall teach you the summoning technique to call forth the toads of the mountain. Why not now? What do you intend to do? Obito inquired curiously. I need to gather materials, Jiraiya replied, retracting the scroll upon which Obito had just signed. Wait, Lord Jiraiya. You aren't planning to spy again, are you? Those kunoichi are still furious. You might end up in dire straits. Obito whispered, cautioning him. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Jiraiya conceded, recalling the frenzy of the female ninjas. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he continued, then let me teach you the summoning technique first. Remember, this is the hand seal for it. With that, Jiraiya bit his fingertip, formed the hand seal, and struck the ground, summoning a large toad. Obito, emulating Jiraiya's actions, bit his finger, formed the same seal, and with a shout of summoning technique, struck the ground as well. Then, with a resounding bang, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted. Obito gazed into the mist with bright, sparkling eyes, while Jiraiya looked on in astonishment at the enormous white fog. As the smoke began to dissipate, a tadpole slowly emerged onto the ground where Obito had just struck. This revelation left both Obito and Jiraiya, who were initially taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. What they had anticipated to be a grand spectacle turned out to be merely a small tadpole. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Obito was met with Jiraiya's unabashed laughter. Ha ha ha. After all this commotion, I thought we were summoning something significant, yet it's just a little tadpole. Truly, you are nothing like those Uchiha clan members. As he spoke, Jiraiya playfully patted Obito's back. Obito, blushing from the attention, retorted with determination, this time, I will succeed. With that, He bit his finger once more, formed the hand seals for the summoning technique, and shouted, "Summoning technique." Then he beheld a colossal creature descending from above. His expression shifted from joy to astonishment, and finally to fear, until with a loud thud, a green toad, wielding two swords, landed squarely on him. Indeed, this verdant toad was none other than our esteemed toad boss, Gamabunta. Gamabunta scratched his head and addressed Jiraiya. "It's you, Jiraiya. What brings me here?" Jiraiya, utterly dumbfounded, realized that just moments ago they had summoned a mere tadpole, and now they had called forth Gamabunta. Truly, the Uchiha clan was remarkable. Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he pointed to the area beneath Gamabunta, saying, "It wasn't me who summoned you. The one who did is under your rear." Gamabunta quickly shifted his position, revealing Obito, who was now flattened and dazed, resembling a crumpled piece of paper. Chapter 20. The busy team. Minato. Gamabunta observed the flattened Obito and sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. "My bad, Obito," rising from the ground and rubbing his aching head. Obito looked up at Gamabunta and replied, "It's all right, just a rather unique entrance you made." Then, with stars in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Gamabunta, I must say, you're quite impressive. Just look at those twin swords, truly magnificent." This compliment nearly shattered Gamabunta's typically aloof demeanor, though he managed to maintain his cool. Gamabunta, I want to learn dual sword techniques from you. Is that all right?" "Please, Gamabunta, teach me how to wield dual swords," Obito pleaded, eyes shining with excitement. A hexagram emerged on Jiraiya's forehead, followed by a playful slap on the back of the head. "You rascal, are you learning from me or from the flamboyant Guang?" However, Jiraiya-sama, Guang's dual blades are truly magnificent. Shiny Moon wields a long sword, while Kakashi handles a short one. I yearn to master a weapon. Obito appeared somewhat forlorn, and upon noticing his disheartened demeanor, Frog promptly decided, "From now on, you shall train under me in the art of dual blades. Starting tomorrow, I will impart all my knowledge to you." Upon hearing Frog's words, Obito's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. "Oh, thank you, Guang. You are truly wonderful." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, feeling somewhat exasperated, restrained the exuberant Obito and, with a hint of weariness, instructed him, "From tomorrow onward, you will study ninjutsu with me in the morning and dual blades with Guang in the afternoon. Is that acceptable?" Obito fervently nodded, fearful of Jiraiya's potential change of heart. On another front, Shiny Moon and Orochimaru commenced their training. Observing Shiny Moon's effortless prowess, Orochimaru could not help but exclaim, "Shiny Moon, I must admit, you possess remarkable talent in swordsmanship. However, talent alone is insufficient." With that, Orochimaru continued their sparring session. At the Konoha hospital, Rin diligently studied the prerequisites for becoming a medical ninja. As she gazed enviously at Tsunade, who was lecturing at the front, she resolutely vowed to herself, "As a medical ninja, I shall not hinder Obito and the others." With renewed determination, she continued her studies. Meanwhile, Kakashi felt a sense of solitude. With everyone engaged in training and his father absent, an inexplicable loneliness enveloped him. Just as he contemplated returning home, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Ah, Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Turning around, Kakashi saw Minato Namikaze, who had exchanged his usual Konoha J-Nin green vest for casual attire, carrying 2 large bags of groceries, presumably just returning from shopping when he encountered Kakashi. Minato, noticing Kakashi's presence, was struck by an idea. "By the way, Kakashi, would you like to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? I can teach you." Kakashi's eyes lit up at this proposition. Everyone knew the formidable nature of the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and currently, only Minato seemed to possess it. Kakashi nodded enthusiastically, captivated by the prospect of learning this technique. Observing the eagerness in Kakashi, Minato smiled and said, "Excellent. Come to my house later. After you have dinner, I will teach you the Flying Thunder God technique." After their meal, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki arrived at training ground number 3. Minato retrieved a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja tool pouch and addressed Kakashi, stating, "The Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It is a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user or an object in indirect contact with the user's chakra to instantaneously move to a pre-established Flying Thunder God marking. This marking is a chakra imprint left on the target by the user, and once successfully marked, the technique remains permanently and cannot be erased." He pointed to a tree in training ground 3, which he had previously marked, and then placed a mark on Kakashi's clothing. Upon activating the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi merely blinked and witnessed Minato appear on the tree, only to suddenly reappear before him. Kakashi contemplated the scene for a moment, realizing it bore similarities to the blood instantaneous technique of Shingetsu. After demonstrating the technique, Minato remarked, "As the son of the White Fang, you have naturally inherited his swordsmanship. Moreover, your invention of the lightning release technique, Chidori, while powerful, has a long charge time and low accuracy. However, once you master the Flying Thunder God technique, even with a low hit rate, you can instantly activate it to avoid harming your comrades. Combining the Flying Thunder God technique with your father's swordsmanship may yield extraordinary results." Minato paused briefly before continuing. "Kakashi, have you learned the summoning technique?" Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that his father had indeed taught him the summoning technique and that he possessed a summoning beast, a ninja dog. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why the conversation had shifted from the Flying Thunder God technique to summoning. Observing Kakashi's confusion, Minato explained, "To learn the Flying Thunder God technique, one must have a strong aptitude for space-time ninjutsu. Learning the summoning technique can effectively lay the groundwork for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi nodded in understanding. After addressing Kakashi's inquiries, the two began their journey into the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's experimental base, Shinyu had just forged a contract with the Dragon Cave. After a duel of swordsmanship between the two, during the intermission, he proposed the idea of learning summoning techniques from Orochimaru. Subsequently, Shinyu succeeded in establishing a contract with the Dragon Cave. However, as he gazed upon the Crimson Serpent before him, he fell into deep contemplation. This vivid red snake was none other than Shinya, the summoning beast of Boruto, Naruto's son. From the original narrative, Shinyu found himself somewhat perplexed by this temperamental creature, for Shinya had become exceedingly irritable after being betrayed by its first master, who had pierced one of its eyes with lightning techniques. Presently, Shinyu's sharp-tongued and boisterous demeanor were quite vexing for Shinyu, who pondered how to transform this volatile serpent into a more docile companion. Chapter 21. The Healing of Shinya. Shinyu understood the reason behind Shinya's tempestuous nature. Its eye had been injured by its first master, resulting in a profound distrust of humanity and the emergence of an inverse scale. Logically, if he were to remove this inverse scale, Shinya would likely become more compliant. Yet, Shinya was reluctant to pursue such a course of action, preferring instead to adopt a verbal approach akin to that of Boruto in the original story. Just as Shinya was lost in thought, Shinya unleashed a torrent of petrifying liquid towards him, bellowing, "Damn ninjas, cursed humans." Shinya merely extended a hand to shield himself, summoning a barrier composed of blood chakra that materialized before him, effectively thwarting the onslaught of petrifying liquid. With a swift gesture, the chakra tainted with the petrification substance was redirected toward a nearby tree, which instantly turned to stone. Prior to invoking the summoning technique, Orochimaru had brought Shinyu to a tranquil grove outside the experimental base. "Be quiet, Shinya," Shinyu commanded. He then infused blood chakra into Shinya's blinded right eye, an action that only served to incite further fury in the serpent. "Cursed human brat, what do you intend to do?" Shinya exclaimed. Shingetsu spoke softly. "To treat you, Shinya, may cause a bit of discomfort. I ask that you rest for a while." The blood release illusion technique, Heart's Glimpse, is a jutsu that Shingetsu inadvertently developed while studying blood release ninjutsu. It allows the practitioner to infuse their own blood release chakra into another's body, subsequently activating both sources of chakra to enter the inner world of the target. While healing Shinya's eyes is a straightforward task, it is paramount to address his deep-seated prejudices against ninjas and humanity, as well as his profound hatred for mankind. When Shingetsu opened his eyes again, he found himself within a realm of tranquility, standing upon the serene waters of a lake. A voice echoed from behind him. "You audacious little imp! How dare you intrude upon my inner world? What is your true intention?" Shinyu glanced back, only to find Shinya, who had lost his right eye, staring intently at him with his now white eye. Shinyu let out a light chuckle. "Do you still harbor animosity towards humanity, Shinya? Yet, did you not once hold an unwavering belief in them, perhaps due to your former master?" Shinya's remaining left eye widened in shock. "How could you possibly know about my past? That was merely a folly of my youth. I no longer possess any faith in humanity." Shinyu shook his head and said, "I understand your pain, Shinya. You have been deeply hurt by the very master you once trusted. I do not expect you to forgive. The anguish of betrayal from someone you held dear must be unbearable." Upon hearing these words, Shinya's pupils constricted, and he shouted at Shinyu, "I do not require your pity, you insolent brat. You cannot comprehend my suffering." "How could I not?" Shinyu replied with a wry smile. The feeling of betrayal by a trusted individual is a common affliction in this merciless and grim world of ninjas, is it not? You might argue that trust is born from exploitation, but I believe trust and exploitation are two entirely different matters. I place my faith in my comrades, yet I do not exploit them. In battle, I entrust my back to my companions, never using them for my own ends. Shinyu fixed his unwavering gaze upon the crimson serpent before him. I am not one for preaching, but I believe we can become allies, Xianya. I will not strip away your pride. You claim that trust exists solely for the sake of exploitation? Then let us forge a pact. In the days to come, I shall show you the true meaning of trust, and you will become my companion. Is that agreeable? Shinyu revealed a gentle smile, radiant as the moon. Xianyu was momentarily taken aback by Shinyu's words, his body trembling as he regarded this seemingly insignificant being before him. His remaining eye brimmed with astonishment. However, before that, I must heal your eye, Xianya. The relief that had just settled upon Xianya was abruptly stirred again. Can you truly restore my sight? Though the success rate is not guaranteed, I believe it is worth a try. Yet, the eye you once possessed has succumbed to decay. I will need to create a new one for you, Shinyu contemplated thoughtfully. But that is a matter for another time. Returning to the present, Xianya. Are you willing to enter into a contract with me? Shinyu inquired once more. Do you trust me? I shall keep a vigilant watch over you, young one. I hope you can fulfill today's promise. If you are capable of doing so, I would not mind entering into a contract with you. Xianya raised his crimson head and addressed the petite Shinyu before him. That would be splendid. Moreover, I possess my own name. I am known as Shinyu. Tian Yu Shinyu, Shinyu stated earnestly to the towering red serpent. Tian Yu Shinyu, Xianya murmured softly, savoring the name with care. Very well. Let us proceed with the summoning contract. When Shinyu awoke once more, he found Orochimaru gazing at him with a look of deep concern. Are you all right, Shinyu? How do you fare? Shinyu waved his hand and replied, I am quite well, Orochimaru-sensei. He then glanced at the figure of Xianya before him and continued. Now that we have established a summoning contract, I shall honor my vow and restore your eyesight. With that, Shinyu activated the blood release chakra that had recently been infused into Xianya's body, and with a resounding pop, a white eyeball ejected from Xianya's eye socket, the very one that had succumbed to decay. Shinyu then continued to manipulate the internal structure of Xianya with the blood release chakra, and a newly formed eyeball emerged in Xianya's right eye socket. Unlike the left eye, however, the pupil of the right eye was a vivid crimson, likely a result of the fusion with Shinyu's blood release chakra. All right, Xianya. You may now open your eyes. Xianya attempted to unveil his right eye, and the crimson pupil, distinct from the left, began to rotate. Filled with immense joy, Xianya realized that his once-lost eyesight had been restored. He turned his gaze back to Shinyu, feeling increasingly assured that he had made the right choice. And then looked at the pure white eyeball lying on the ground. He said to Shinyu, You may keep this eyeball. Do with it as you please. Consider it a token of my gratitude. Naturally, Kamizuki held no interest in Shinyu's eyes. However, Orochimaru, standing nearby, held a different opinion. Upon Shinyu's return to the Dragon Cave, and with Kamizuki's consent, Orochimaru transported Shinyu's eyes back to his own experimental base. This specimen was indeed remarkable, brimming with research potential. Chapter 22. The transformation of the Minato class. 2 months later, Minato found himself enveloped in silence as he gazed at the 4 individuals before him. Obito, adorned with 2 double-edged blades slung across his back and clad in a high-collared black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan symbol, bore an uncanny resemblance to his later self in the Ninja War. However, the massive azure toad trailing behind him raised a multitude of questions. Next, he noted Kakashi, who was deftly toying with several shuriken, each inscribed with the flying thunder god pattern. Kakashi also carried a chakra short sword on his back, accompanied by a pack of ninken. Turning his attention to Rin, he observed that her face had shed its previous purple markings, rendering her even more adorable. Moreover, emblazoned upon her forehead was the same Baika seal as Lady Tsunade's. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about the slug accompanying Rin. Finally, there was Kamizuki, draped in a black robe adorned with red stripes, an arm guard securing his forehead protector. He bore the crimson sword, Akatsuki, slung across his shoulder and at his waist. A scarlet mask. Following him was a large red serpent, its left eye a yellow pupil and its right a crimson one, while his short black hair danced in the wind. What, Minato pondered, had transpired in just 2 months? It was merely a brief separation. Yet these children had transformed so drastically. Kakashi was aware of his own progress, having trained diligently with Minato over the past few days. But what of Rin, Obito, and Kamizuki? In just 2 months, they seemed to be on the cusp of becoming the new legendary three of Konoha. Minato's lips twitched slightly, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. It appeared that his disciples had undergone significant growth during this time. However, given the escalating tensions at the borders, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had ventured to the front lines. Minato merely intended to conduct a brief inspection to ascertain whether his students had been slacking off. Yet, it was evident that they were not just avoiding laziness, they were poised to succeed the current legendary three of Konoha. Just as Minato was processing this, the typically aloof Fukasaku suddenly spoke. Minato, as you can see, Obito has been training with Jiraiya and me these past few days. Is there anything else? Minato's lips twitched again as he replied, then, Fukasaku, you may return. Fukasaku nodded, and with a puff of white smoke, he departed from the third training ground. The slug standing behind Rin then added, well then, young Minato, I shall take my leave for the Wetbone Forest. After a nod from Minato Namikaze, the slug returned to the Wetbone Forest. As for you, Shingetsu, I shall take my leave for now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me. With a swirl of white mist, Shingetsu vanished back to the Dragon Cave. The corners of Minato's mouth twitched. This marked the umpteenth time he had done so today. Why were all his students so peculiar? Wait a moment. Rin had taken Tsunade as her mentor, Shingetsu had chosen Orochimaru, and Obito had apprenticed under Jiraiya. Minato himself was also a disciple of Jiraiya, who, along with Tsunade and Orochimaru, was part of the same team. This meant that he, Rin, Obito, and Shingetsu were all of the same generation. And what of Kakashi? Was he not the youngest among Minato's class? Realizing this, Minato quickly cleared his throat. With a smile directed at the four, he remarked, seeing how much stronger you've all become, I have little to worry about. By the way, Minato seemed to recall something and retrieved 4 forms from his pocket. He then grinned as he addressed them. These are your recommendation forms for the Chunin exams. I have already recommended you to the Hokage, and in a few days, you will be able to participate. Furthermore, this Chunin exam will be a joint examination involving the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Thunder, primarily between the villages of Konoha, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure. Pausing for a moment, Minato continued. Additionally, Sunagakure and Kumogakure will be sending their finest shinobi to Konoha to partake in this examination. As you all know, the borders have not been particularly stable lately, and the Hokage hopes to assert a degree of deterrence against the other 2 nations through this Chunin exam. Therefore, I urge you to give it your all. Since this is a joint examination involving 3 nations, and both Sunagakure and Kumogakure boast many talented ninjas, you must remain vigilant. Although I have great faith in your abilities, hard work is still essential. Minato's words left Shingetsu somewhat astonished. After all, in the original plot, this Chunin exam only involved Konoha ninjas, with no indication of a tri-nation examination. It seemed that the third Hokage intended to use this opportunity to intimidate the other nations and prevent an early outbreak of war. Evidently, Minato's arrival had prompted Konoha to eagerly flex its muscles, showcasing its strength to the other countries. Handing the 4 forms to them, Minato provided a few final instructions before activating the Flying Thunder God technique and departing. The expressions of the 4 were roughly as follows. Obito, Rin, Shinyu, with a playful expression, was approached by Kakashi, who wore a resigned look as he observed the scene. Obito, filled with exuberance, shook Shinyu's shoulders excitedly, while Rin blushed deeply, casting shy glances at Obito. In his fervor, Obito exclaimed, Shinyu, the Chunin exams are upon us. And it's a joint examination with the 3 great nations. There will surely be a multitude of participants, and we are on the verge of our promotion to Chunin. Shinyu felt a bit dizzy from the shaking and, after freeing herself from Obito's grasp, shot him a disdainful glance, saying, the Chunin exam still includes a written portion. If you fail that part, all your efforts will be in vain. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Obito instantly deflated, lamenting, why must there be a written test in the Chunin exam? Shinyu stepped forward and gently patted Obito's shoulder, saying, oh, it's nothing to worry about. Later, you can ask Rin to tutor you, and that will suffice. After speaking, he winked at Rin, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she softly replied, I will help Obito-kun with his studies. Just moments ago, Obito had worn a despondent expression, but now his eyes sparkled with gratitude as he gazed at Shinyu. In Shinyu's eyes lingered a hint of helplessness, coupled with a trace of affection directed towards Obito. Kakashi, observing from the side, suddenly sensed an aura emanating from Shinyu. What was that quality called? Ah, yes, the essence of a married man. Could it truly be? As this realization struck Kakashi, his pupils constricted sharply. just in time to hear Shinue calling out to him, "Kakashi, come train at my house later. Over the past few days, I've developed several new ninjutsu based on your Chidori. I want you to try them out." Chapter 23. Is this what you call lightning release ninjutsu? Kakashi followed in Shinue's footsteps as they arrived at his abode. Given that it was morning, there were not many people around. Shinue's plan was for Kakashi to extract chakra through meditation during this time, as his current chakra reserves were rather insufficient. "Kakashi, do you sometimes feel that your chakra is running low, to the point where you can hardly activate the Flying Thunder God technique more than a few times?" Shinue spoke earnestly to Kakashi before him. Upon hearing Shinue's words, Kakashi's eyes lit up. Although he had already learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he could not execute it as many times as his teacher, Minato, without risking chakra depletion. The implication of Shinue's statement left him wondering, could he truly have a method to increase his chakra reserves? Kakashi inquired, "Is it possible for you to augment my chakra?" "Of course," Shinue replied, "but you must follow my instructions precisely. First, sit cross-legged on the ground and enter a meditative state. Remember to calm your mind. Only then can you achieve a state of tranquility, free from distractions." With a skeptical expression, Kakashi mimicked Shinue's posture, closing his eyes and emptying his mind of all thoughts. Gradually, he began to sense a warm current flowing through his body as chakra seeped into him. Shinue could distinctly perceive that the surrounding chakra was gradually being absorbed by Kakashi. A smile curled at the corners of his lips. It seemed that this method was not exclusive to him, but could also be employed by others. In the earlier days, Shinazuki had indeed imparted some teachings to Obito, who had managed to extract a modicum of chakra. Although the quantity was rather limited, Shinazuki encouraged Obito to persist with his meditative training. For every little bit contributes to a greater whole. Thus, Shinazuki and Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground, engaging in meditation for an entire morning. As the morning drew to a close, Kakashi opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. "Oh, this method proves to be effective. I can distinctly feel an abundance of chakra within my body." Shinue smiled gently and addressed him. "Indeed, this method can effectively enhance your chakra reserves, alleviating your concerns. Now, the first phase of training concludes here. It is time to commence the second phase." After Shinue concluded his words, he rose and addressed Kakashi. "A few days ago, I devised some derivative techniques based on your original ninjutsu, Chidori. In truth, it cannot be solely attributed to me. A small portion was indeed conceived by my own ingenuity, while another segment was inspired by the Chidori flow and Chidori sharp spear developed by Uchiha Sasuke during the Shippuden series, along with the subsequent creation of purple lightning by Kakashi and Boruto. I demonstrated these techniques to Kakashi, and true to his reputation as a genius, he managed to grasp nearly all the lightning-based derivatives of Chidori within just a few hours." Kakashi found himself in a moment of self-doubt, pondering how it was possible that Shinue appeared to be more familiar with his own creation, Chidori, than he was. Shinue found it somewhat amusing to observe Kakashi in such a state. Over the past few days, he had been contemplating how to develop a lightning-release ninjutsu, preferably one of grand scale. To his surprise, he actually devised a technique, yet it was not quite ready to be imparted to Kakashi. For now, he decided to first teach him the lightning armor technique. This jutsu, known as Reikage, had been mastered by generations of Reikage from the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning, and it seemed quite suitable for Kakashi. After investing a considerable amount of time, almost an entire afternoon, Kakashi finally mastered the lightning armor. Witnessing this achievement, Shinue felt a sense of satisfaction. But his expression soon turned grave. For the past few days, he had been developing a large-scale ninjutsu with formidable power, one that he could sense was nearly on par with Susanoo. First, he would envelop his body with the lightning release chakra armor, subsequently channeling a significant amount of lightning release chakra into it. He would then concentrate this chakra at a single point, gathering a substantial quantity in the palm of his hand. With his desired shape in mind, he would compress and fuse the lightning release chakra, ultimately wielding it as a weapon. Shinue first activated the lightning release chakra armor, concentrating the chakra in the palm of his hand to form a spear. He then hurled it with great force, piercing through dense forests before it detonated, obliterating a vast expanse of trees. This maneuver bore resemblance to the Indra's arrow used by Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto during their battle at the Valley of the End in the original work, albeit in a miniature form that did not necessitate the Rinnegan's assistance. Shinue aptly named this technique Lightning Release, Spear of Thunder Indra. Subsequently, Shinue continued to harness the lightning release chakra armor, which represented another of his large-scale lightning release techniques. Unlike the Spear of Thunder Indra, This technique required the continuous infusion of lightning release chakra into the armor enveloping his body. Ultimately, a colossal figure, brimming with lightning release chakra, arose from the ground. At the very center of this giant stood Shinyu, an alternative lightning release technique inspired by the Susanoo. However, this particular jutsu demanded an immense amount of chakra, rendering it a last resort rather than a casual application. Moreover, the user must possess exceptional mastery over lightning release chakra, otherwise there exists a significant risk of backlash during the infusion process or failure of the technique due to inadequate chakra supply. Shinyu named his technique Lightning Release, Thunder's Annihilation. Upon the execution of these two ninjutsu, Kakashi stood by, utterly astounded. Could this truly be the ninjutsu he was capable of wielding? One might question the purpose behind a bloodline limit ninja developing such extensive large-scale 5-element techniques. Was he intent on obliterating the hidden leaf village? Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, peering through a crystal ball, was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat in shock. This child, Shinyu, did not possess the Sharingan, and his parents were not shinobi of notable lineage. How then did he acquire Susanoo? Just then, he heard Shinyu proclaim, "I shall name this technique Lightning Release, Thunder's Annihilation." Sarutobi exhaled in relief. It was merely a lightning release technique, and he had feared Shinyu had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, one must wonder, which household practiced such a technique? Was he truly aiming to level the hidden leaf village? Sarutobi felt utterly bewildered, having initially perceived Shinyu as merely a bloodline limit ninja, only for him to reveal such a formidable technique. It was clear that he would need to consider classifying these two ninjutsu as S-rank forbidden techniques and enshrining them within the Scroll of Forbidden Arts. Chapter 24. The restless Danzo. Simultaneously, in the depths of the hidden leaf's root base, Danzo listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression brimming with excitement. He had long been fixated on the child named Shinyu and had consistently dispatched individuals to surveil him. Numerous times, he had urged Sarutobi Hiruzen to transfer Shinyu to his root organization. Yet each conversation unfolded as follows. Hiruzen: "I wish to bring that child named Shinyu to root." "Impossible, Danzo. This is for the sake of the hidden leaf. I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this." With that, he slammed the door behind him, the door lamenting, "I am so troubled." After hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo's eyes gleamed ever brighter. Such a remarkable talent must be drawn into root. He hurriedly made his way to the Hokage's office, only to leave once more in a fit of frustration. "Cursed Hiruzen, you shall surely regret this. I must bring that child into root." On the other side, Shinyu and Kakashi remained unaware of the brewing storm. Kakashi was still diligently practicing the lightning release, thunder spear, and lightning release, Thunder's Annihilation techniques that Shinyu had just imparted to him. Meanwhile, Shinyu continued to develop large-scale ninjutsu, harboring a desire to retrieve the 7 legendary swords of the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. Not only was the acquisition uncertain, but it would also entail a host of complications. Shinyu was deep in contemplation, pondering the development of large-scale earth release techniques. Truth be told, his current repertoire of earth release ninjutsu was rather limited. He perused the scrolls of earth release techniques left to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As he rummaged through his mind, recalling the earth release techniques from the original texts, he finally stumbled upon a suitable one, the earth release, stone giant, devised by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. With this ninjutsu, Inoki could summon a colossal stone giant. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he swiftly retrieved 2 additional earth release scrolls left by Sarutobi Hiruzen, namely Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Earth Release, Stone Dragon. Shinyu first conjured the Earth Dragon Bomb, followed by the summoning of the Earth Stone Dragon Seal. With deft control, Shinyu commanded the Earth Stone Dragon to envelop the Earth Dragon Bomb, then soared into the sky. The Earth Stone Dragon, encasing the Earth Dragon Bomb, ascended gracefully, as Shinyu directed it with precision. Wherever he pointed, the dragon would unleash the formidable power of the Earth Dragon Bomb, and it could do so in rapid succession. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to adjust the size of the Earth Stone Dragon. Shinyu reduced it to the dimensions of a handgun, allowing him to pull the trigger and thereby regulate both the range and the magnitude of the Earth Dragon Bomb's launch. Shinyu merely compresses the Earth-style chakra, and upon release, the Earth Dragon Bullet, although compressed, still manifests formidable power akin to that of a handgun from a previous life. However, there exists a notable drawback. It is imperative for the Earth and Stone Dragon to envelop the Earth Dragon bullet in order to unleash such potency and to assume the form of a handgun. This necessity results in an excessively prolonged wind-up, rendering it susceptible to being exploited by adversaries. Shinyu pondered for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile. He dispelled the Earth Dragon bullet technique and the Earth Stone Dragon technique. The handgun-shaped Earth Stone Dragon in his hand vanished. Subsequently, he formed a mass of Earth Release Chakra in his left hand, beginning to shape it into the form of the Earth Stone Dragon. In his right hand, he crafted another mass of Earth Release Chakra, molding it into the shape of the Earth Dragon bullet. As the two hands fused together, a handgun identical to the previous one materialized. Indeed, it proved effective by channeling an unending stream of Earth Release Chakra. He could continuously supply bullets without the fear of running out. Kakashi, who had been practicing the lightning release, Spear of Lightnings, was taken aback yet again upon witnessing this spectacle. It was astonishing how, in such a short span of time, he had orchestrated such a grand display. A sudden thought flashed through Kamizuki's mind. If a chakra firearm were to be developed, would it not enhance the security capabilities of Konoha? If such a weapon could be mass-produced, it would be nothing short of splendid. Lost in contemplation, an alarming intuition struck Kamizuki, prompting him to draw the Earth Stone Dragon pistol and fire it at the towering tree behind him. With a resounding bang, a formidable Earth Dragon bullet erupted from the firearm, causing the tree to collapse with a thunderous crash, bringing down with it a masked member of the Root organization. The Root member, witnessing this spectacle, was gripped by fear. What on earth was that weapon, so devastating in power? He then found Kamizuki aiming the Earth Stone Dragon pistol directly at him. "Who are you, and why have you been following me?" he demanded, quickly dismissing the possibility of it being a member of the Umbu, as their masks were distinctly different. Furthermore, within a radius of several dozen miles, he was the only masked individual present. Despite his trepidation, the Root member feigned composure and replied, "I am a subordinate of Danzo-sama. He has taken a liking to you and wishes to invite you to join Root and serve Konoha." Danzo, indeed. It was evident that the old schemer had set his sights on him and had already dispatched someone to recruit him. Kamizuki harbored no fondness for Danzo, having once lost the opportunity to become Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen, which had festered into a deep-seated resentment over the years. To finally attain the title of the fifth Hokage of Konoha was no small feat. Subsequently, the tumult caused by Uchiha Sasuke during the Five Kage Summit, culminating in the sealing of half a bridge and a humiliating demise, further solidified Kamizuki's disdain for Danzo. To him, Danzo was nothing but a troublemaker, responsible for numerous calamities within the ninja world: the death of Yahiko, the Uchiha massacre, the assassination of Shursui, the Ninetales incident, and the suicide of SH-10. Each tragedy bore his fingerprints. Thus, Kamizuki felt nothing but aversion toward Danzo and had no intention of joining his Root. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. Instead, he addressed the Root member, "I shall contemplate the matter of joining Root. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Upon hearing Shinyue's words, the Root members felt a sense of awkwardness and promptly activated their body flicker technique to depart. Shinyue set aside his Earthen Dragon grenade launcher and exhaled deeply, his brow furrowing with concern. It was evident that Danzo had fixed his gaze upon him, a certainty that now posed a mere temporary delay. For the sake of true peace in Konoha, this menace known as Danzo must be eradicated, otherwise, he and those dear to him would inevitably suffer grave consequences. However, to eliminate Danzo, he could not act alone. Doing so would only invite greater complications. The only ally he could rely upon was Sarutobi Hiruzen, especially since the Third Great Ninja War had yet to commence. Once it began, Danzo would undoubtedly orchestrate even more sinister schemes. Shaking off these thoughts for the moment, Shinue resolved to return and mentor Kakashi in ninjutsu. In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen cradled a crystal ball, observing the unfolding events. Taking a puff from his pipe, he narrowed his eyes with a steely resolve. "Danzo. Oh Danzo, a storm is brewing in the ninja world. I hope you remain composed for a while. It seems I must contemplate appointing a new leader for the Root." He recalled that the following day, Sunigakure and Kumogakure would send participating ninjas and their leading Jonin to Konoha, necessitating a warm reception. "Have you all noticed the influx of unfamiliar faces in the village lately?" Rin inquired of her companions, Obito, Shinue, and Kakashi, while observing yet another group of strangers passing by. Shinyu, lost in thought, nodded gently. "Do you recall what Teacher Watergate mentioned? The Hokage intends to collaborate with the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Sand Village to hold the Chunin exams. Their forehead protectors differ from ours. They must belong to either the hidden cloud or the hidden sand. As the four of them turned a corner, Shinyu suddenly noticed a group of young boys and girls, momentarily taken aback by their presence. Beside him, Obito observed this scene and nudged Shinyu with his elbow, quietly inquiring, "Do you recognize those four individuals?" Shingetsu shook his head and replied, "I do not recognize them. This is our first encounter." However, his assertion of unfamiliarity was undoubtedly false, for he was quite familiar with the four ninjas adorned with the headbands of Sunagakure. From left to right stood the future fourth Kazekage, Raza, the father of the fifth Kazekage, Gaara, Yashimaru, the future uncle of Gaara, and Karura, Gaara's mother and Raza's wife. Lastly, upon closer inspection, Shingetsu noticed a striking individual with hair of birch and green hues, handsome in appearance. Destined to be a great beauty in adulthood, none other than the future Sunagakure's user of Scorch Release, Yakumo. Yet, a sense of perplexity washed over Shingetsu. For in the original narrative, Raza was to ascend as the fourth Kazekage in merely 2 years. Moreover, the group appeared to be around 15 or 16, raising questions about their presence at the Chunin exams in Konoha. Surely, the shinobi from Sunagakure would not fabricate such circumstances? At that moment, a thought struck Shingetsu. Perhaps the reason for Sunagakure's dispatch of these individuals was to showcase their prowess, a display of national strength, if you will. In a more technical sense, they could indeed be considered contemporaries, as they shared the same ninja academy, with their peers being merely 5 years older. It was not uncommon for ninjas with such age disparities to participate in the same examination. Thus, Shingetsu ceased to ponder further. However, as he withdrew his gaze, Obito, standing nearby, regarded him with a curious expression and inquired, "Have you taken a liking to one of the young ladies among them?" In response to Obito's inquisitive demeanor, Shingetsu humorously explained that he had treated him to a Doton, mud dragon, as breakfast. Shinyu drew forth the Stone Dragon pistol, aiming it directly at Obito's forehead, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Initially, he directed the weapon towards a nearby tree, unleashing a torrent of earth dragon bullets that obliterated the trunk into mere splinters. Then, he turned the gun back to Obito's brow and, with a malevolent glee, remarked, "Do you think I would dare to serve you a taste of this earth dragon bullet with your breakfast?" Obito, who had previously worn an air of indifference, paled at the realization of the weapon's devastating power, his eyes widening in terror as he instinctively raised his hands in surrender. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Rin, witnessing this unsettling scene, silently averted their gazes, both thinking in unison, "The wrathful Shinyu is truly fearsome." Shinyu, of course, could not have simply shot Obito down in one blow. He tucked the Stone Dragon pistol back into his embrace. Turning to the recently relieved Obito, he said, "Come to my home later. I will ensure you receive a thorough review." Upon hearing Shinyu's voice, which was almost laced with gritted teeth, Obito, who had just relaxed, felt a sudden tension return, and a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. With a forced smile, he replied, "No, there's no need to trouble you. I would prefer Lin to tutor me instead." Shinyu rolled her eyes, exuding a sense of exasperation as she addressed Obito, "It is not merely you. Kakashi and Rin will also be present for the training." "What are you thinking? This is serious training." Obito sighed in relief, pleased that their presence was not solely for him. Meanwhile, the group led by Yitsong, who had just brushed past Shinyu and her companions, turned to glance back. Karuro instinctively inquired of Rasha, "Do you know the identities of those 4 leaf ninjas?" Rasha stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "The boy carrying the twin blades bears the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. He must be one of the Uchiha." He continued, "As for the individual with white hair and a mask, who wields a chakra blade, he appears to be Hitaki Kakashi, the son of the legendary Konoha.What Fang." Karuro's mouth fell open in disbelief. "The son of the Konoha.What Fang?" Rasha nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Yitsong remarked, "What about the one with black hair? Do you know who he is?" Karuro and Yashimaru both shook their heads. They had just witnessed Shinyu's formidable Earth Stone Dragon technique, which was undeniably powerful and appeared to be an Earth-release ninjutsu. However, they lacked detailed information about Shinyu. Rasha pondered. "All I know is that he seems to be named Tenyu Shinyu, an orphan yet remarkably strong. Beyond that, I am not informed." "Never mind that for now. Let us focus on the mission assigned to us by Lord Kazekage. Our primary objective in Konoha is to demonstrate the strength of Sunagakure, especially as tensions along the borders intensify." A heavy silence fell among them, and they chose to depart without further discussion. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby shadowed corner, 3 ninjas adorned with the headbands of Kumogakure observed them. The girl with chestnut and green hair, along with the boy with crimson locks, are the targets of our mission. Lord Hokage has tasked us with bringing these two bloodline limit ninjas back. Is that understood? The three adult ninjas from Kumogakure nodded in affirmation, confirming the objective of their operation. The leading J-Nin from Kumogakure stated, "We shall commence our plan around the conclusion of the CH-Nin exams, subsequently placing the blame on Konoha. When the time comes for Sunagakure to engage in battle with Konoha, we will seize the opportunity to strike as well, while also securing two bloodline limit ninjas. Now, disperse." With that, the J-Nin from Kumogakure utilized the body flicker technique to vanish. However, unbeknownst to them, in the very next moment, a boy gazed toward the spot they had just vacated, a smile gracing his features. The seemingly tranquil CH-Nin exams were, in fact, rife with undercurrents. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing. It appeared that an opportunity to wage war against Konoha was at hand, allowing for some preemptive strategizing. Shinyu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Amidst the seemingly tranquil Chunin exams, a tempest brewed beneath the surface. Each hidden village harbored its own schemes and aspirations. However, all of this was observed by an anonymous Leaf Village genin. Chapter 26. The first unsealed scroll regarding the plots and conspiracies of these ninja villages. Shinyu expressed that everything was well within his grasp. As he contemplated the forthcoming Chunin exams, he endeavored to recall the details from the original narrative. The exams were divided into 3 phases: the written test, the survival exam, and the individual matches. The written portion assessed not only fundamental knowledge, but also the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. The survival test involved multiple teams being dispatched into the Forest of Death, where they would endure for 7 days, needing to possess both Heaven and Earth scrolls to pass successfully. The final segment, the individual matches, was quite literal, one-on-one combat. However, in this particular multinational examination, it also served as a means to gauge the techniques of opposing ninjas, allowing for strategic responses, a common practice among all ninja villages. The Chunin exams would commence tomorrow. Following the written test, the survival phase would take place in the Forest of Death. Shinyu's team, the Minato squad, comprised 4 members, while other teams consisted of 3. How would the distribution be managed? Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the written portion of the exams. Candidates could resort to cheating without being detected by the proctors, which was also a method of intelligence acquisition, evaluating the student's abilities to gather information. Observing Shinyu lost in contemplation, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito remained silent, walking alongside him. If possible, Shinyu should refrain from frequently employing his bloodline limit, as one must always keep some trump cards hidden. However, he found it peculiar that the recently encountered Rasha appeared to be only around 14 years of age. According to the original story, Rasha was, in fact, of a similar age to Kakashi and Jiraiya, being the disciple of the 3rd Kazekage. How could he possibly be only 14 or 15? Could it be that Shunyu's arrival altered the timeline and the ages of certain individuals? For now, that was the only explanation he could muster, as he could not conceive a more plausible one. Shaking his head, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts. A few days prior, he had presented the last 3 bloodline jutsu scrolls to Orochimaru at his laboratory. Orochimaru unsealed one of the scrolls, yet he declared that he would not unseal the other 2. The individuals who had sealed those scrolls were exceptionally skilled, employing sealing techniques that even Orochimaru found challenging to comprehend. Shinyu was preparing to return to study the previously sealed blood release ninjutsu scroll that Orochimaru had unsealed. In the afternoon, Shinyu and his companions were to train at his home, providing the perfect opportunity for him to delve into the intricacies of the blood release techniques contained within the scroll. After escorting Rin home, the trio consisting of Obito, Kakashi, and Shinyu subsequently departed. They agreed to reconvene at Shinyu's residence for training after lunch. Upon returning home, Shinyu did not rush to eat. Instead, he retrieved the blood release scroll from its hidden location. As he unfurled the scroll, he was greeted by the striking inscription, "Blood Release, Realm of the Higanbana." Could this be an illusion technique? Shinyu pondered, his curiosity piqued. As his gaze lingered on the scroll, the words gradually materialized before him. By infusing the earth with the user's own blood release chakra, a continuous flow of chakra will emerge from below, causing the Higanbana to bloom upon the surface. At this revelation, Shinyu finally comprehended that this was no mere illusion, but a genuine ninjutsu. He continued to read. The Higanbana will flourish incessantly upon the ground, and when the opponent is unsuspecting, the flowers will extend towards them, ensnaring them without escape. So, It is a control-type ninjutsu, but of a broad scale. The scroll continued. Blood Release, Realm of the Higanbana single-target version, allows the user to manifest a single Higanbana in their hand, which is anything but delicate. Its petals and roots become remarkably sharp, capable of inflicting weapon-like damage. Is there truly a method for single-target weapon attacks? Surely that must be the end of it, right? How could there be more? Shinyu's mind was flooded with questions. Was it not stated that there was only one ninjutsu? He pressed on. Blood Release, Realm of the Higanbana collective illusion version, alternatively known as Blood Release, Dream of the Higan. Disperses petals infused with blood release chakra throughout the air, manifesting as a large-scale illusion technique that ensnares all who behold the petals into its illusion. This is rather extreme. I initially thought it was merely a ninjutsu, yet it appears to be a hybrid of ninjutsu and illusion techniques. No wonder it had to be sealed. If this knowledge were to spread, it could be catastrophic. Surely this must be the last of it, Shinyu thought to himself. However, as he continued to peruse the scroll, he was taken aback. How can there be so many variations? Is it possible that the Blood Release, Realm of the Higanbana has such an array of derivative techniques? Shinyu steeled himself and pressed on. Encountering yet another line of text, the following techniques require pairing with the Blood Release, Blood Concealment line technique. Shinyu pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Could this be utilized in conjunction with other ninjutsu? The Blood Hidden Thread technique. I recall having practiced this move with Kakashi and Obito previously. He continued to read. Noting the inscription, Blood Escape, Puppet Strings, which allows the petals of the Blood Escape chakra-infused flower to be placed into the mouths of the deceased or the living, or integrated within the body of the recipient, subsequently enabling control over them through the Blood Escape, Blood Hidden Thread technique. This technique permits manipulation of the recipient, with the Blood Escape chakra rendering the threads invisible to the naked eye, thus facilitating control akin to that of a marionette. So, this technique is aptly named puppet strings. Shinyu murmured, can it truly manipulate both the living and the dead? There is something unsettling about this ninjutsu, yet I cannot quite articulate what feels amiss. It seems to contravene humanitarian principles and ethical boundaries. While it may be acceptable to use on the living, employing it on the deceased feels almost sacrilegious. Rapidly shaking his head, he regarded the scroll in his hand with a hint of trepidation. The techniques described within initially seemed benign, yet they increasingly appeared disconcerting. No, I cannot continue. I must refrain from delving further, as it feels increasingly unethical. Shinyu shook his head, yet the techniques mentioned earlier remained at his disposal. Furthermore, he sensed that the array of the other shore flower could be harmoniously combined with the blood-hidden lines. He thought to himself that he would experiment with it shortly. Chapter 27 Obito, Kakashi, do not come any closer. Hey, Shinyu, hurry and open the door. We agreed on training. Obito's voice echoed from outside, accompanied by the resounding knocks on the door. Upon hearing the commotion, Shinyu hastily stowed away the scroll in his hand and shouted towards the door, I'm coming. I'm coming. No need to rush. If you keep urging me, I might just treat you to a stone dragon for dinner. At the mention of this, Obito's knocking abruptly ceased. With the silence that followed, Shinyu wore a mischievous grin and activated the shadow clone technique. Each clone discreetly produced a stone dragon pistol. In a grand procession, they advanced towards the front door. Shinyu swung open his home-s door, and as Obito was about to speak, he was met with the overwhelming sight before him. The words he intended to utter caught in his throat, and he quietly closed the door behind him. When he opened it again, he was once more greeted by dozens of Shinyu's clones brandishing stone dragon pistols. His face paled instantly, while Kakashi and Rin, curious about the unfolding scene, peered inside. As they caught sight of the glowing muzzles, their faces turned ashen, and they turned to leave. But Shinyu called out to them, all right, I was merely teasing. We are here to train, after all. How could I possibly treat everyone to a stone dragon for breakfast? Hey, Kakashi, Obito, come over here. Rin, why don't you check the ninjutsu scroll on the floor in my room? It might be of some use to you. Rin nodded and glanced down to see that it was inscribed with the 8 gates. After pondering for a moment, she decided to sit down and examine what the so-called 8 gates entailed. Meanwhile, in the small grove beside Shinyu's house, after seeing him return the stone dragon pistol to its place, Kakashi and Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. Obito regained his earlier bravado, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, prepared to draw the twin blades from his back. Kakashi, too, initiated the lightning blade, his hand slowly moving towards the hilt of his weapon. However, Shinyu did not follow suit by reaching for his weapon. Instead, he formed a set of seals unfamiliar to both of his companions and gradually placed his hands upon the ground. A mysterious smile appeared on Shinyue's face. Upon witnessing this expression, both Obito and Kakashi felt an immediate sense of alarm, based on their understanding of Shinue. Such a smile unequivocally heralded trouble. They quickly distanced themselves from Shinue, but to their astonishment, he made no immediate move. Just as they began to question the situation, they suddenly felt a disturbance beneath their feet. As they prepared to take flight, it was as if they were ensnared by an unseen force. Looking down, they discovered that a profusion of red spider lilies had sprouted on the ground, ensnaring their feet. Shinyue's smile deepened as he declared, "Blood release, puppet strings." Upon hearing the name of the jutsu, both Obito and Kakashi sensed impending doom. No matter how they struggled, the red spider lilies remained steadfastly bound to their legs. They soon felt an invisible force drawing them closer together, their faces mere inches apart, both expressions fraught with terror. They attempted to push one another away, but their efforts were in vain, simultaneously exclaiming, "Don't come near me." At that moment, Rin's voice emerged from the adjoining room, inquiring about Shinue. "Shinue, what is this 8 gates release? You two carry on. I haven't seen anything." Just as Obito and Kakashi were about to share a kiss, Rin fortuitously stepped out. Witnessing the scene, the two, initially prepared to explain, turned pale, their faces ashen, casting murderous glares at Shinue, who was doubled over with laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. This is too amusing." Exchanging a glance, Obito and Kakashi nodded in silent agreement before simultaneously invoking 2 different jutsu, lightning release, spear of lightning, and fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. The great fire extinguishing technique incinerated the spider lilies at their feet, while the spear of lightning was hurled toward Shinyue's face. With a slight tilt of his head, Shinue caught Kakashi's spear and flung it back in the direction from which Kakashi had just vacated. From a distance, on the trunk of a tree, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, and water release, water dragon bullet technique. Observing the mist enveloping him, Shinue smirked slightly, wondering if this time they would learn from their mistakes. A flurry of shuriken flew toward Shinue, who deftly dodged by tilting his head. Just then, he noticed Kakashi, armed with the Chidori sharp spear, teleporting toward him. Flying Thunder God Slash. Shinue scoffed at the foolishness of his opponent. As he attempted to evade, a voice resounded from behind him. Dual sword style, Snow Moon Flower Slash. Upon hearing the sound, Kamizuki could no longer suppress the smile on his face. However, instead of retreating, he soared upwards, executing a backflip. He caught sight of Obito's 3-tomo Sharingan. As Obito gazed at him in disbelief, Kamizuki evaded the attack aimed at him and Kakashi. Yet, all of this was captured by Obito's Sharingan, which elicited a subtle smile from him. While still in mid-flip, Kamizuki heard a voice exclaim, "Dual sword style, swallow return." In an instant, Obito launched himself before Kamizuki, brandishing his blade to strike. Kamizuki's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind, as he shouted, "Blood release, blood blade." The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the grove, and although he swiftly blocked Obito's assault with the blood blade, Kamizuki was still sent flying. Quickly, he formed hand seals, blood release, border flower formation, blood red edge. The blood red edge was the name Kamizuki bestowed upon the individual attack of the border flower formation, using the flowers as lethal weapons. Several border flowers shot towards Obito and Kakashi, who, with Obito in tow, activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a nearby tree. However, even after their evasive maneuver, the blood-red flowers, akin to deadly projectiles, pursued them relentlessly, guided by the blood-red edge's homing ability. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall emerged before them, successfully obstructing the onslaught of the border flowers. Just as they thought they were safe, a chilling sensation crept upon their necks. Upon closer inspection, they found it was Kamizuki's blood blade. They turned abruptly to see Kamizuki, a mocking expression adorning his face, pressing the blood blade against their throats, accompanied by a taunting laugh. If this were a real battlefield, your heads would have already rolled. Do not let your guard down. Chapter 28. Orochimaru's mock exam, hearing Kamizuki's voice behind them. Both Obito and Kakashi were drenched in cold sweat. A mere downward swing of Kamizuki's blade would mean their immediate demise. Fortunately, moments later, Kamizuki withdrew the blood blade from beside their necks, allowing them to exhale in relief, collapsing to the ground as they gasped for breath, as though they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Once they regained their composure, Kakashi and Obito regarded Kamizuki with expressions of awe, as if beholding a monster. Kakashi finally broke the silence, asking, "How did you manage to find us? You were still shrouded in mist, unable to see us. Moreover, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique. How did you locate us?" Shinyu remained silent, merely gesturing towards the two double-edged swords behind Obito. Initially puzzled, Obito's expression soon transformed into one of clarity as he drew forth the blades. His initial thoughts were indeed confirmed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a barely perceptible crimson mark etched upon the blade. However, he was acutely aware that Shinyu had not physically touched the edge of his swords. Instead, he had merely deflected it with the blood transformation blade. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and the look of bewilderment in his eyes gradually shifted to understanding. Thus it was revealed, the blood transformation blade was forged from blood-based chakra, making the imposition of such a mark an effortless feat. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Obito sank despondently to the ground, his spirit shattered. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having arrived at the same conclusion as Obito, sat cross-legged beside him. A look of distress etched across his features. He propped his chin up with his hand, the short blade resting on his lap, both of them appearing utterly defeated. Observing their dejected demeanor, Shinyu let out a light chuckle, just as the trio heard Rin's voice calling out, "Obito-kun, Shinyu, Kakashi, where have you gone?" In an instant, all three executed a body flicker technique, materializing beside Rin, converging in unison. Obito positioned his dual swords before him, the three tomo of his Sharingan swirling ominously in his eyes as he stood protectively in front of Rin. Kakashi gripped the lightning spear firmly in his right hand, while his left hand rested on the white fanged short blade at his back. Taking his place to the right of Rin, Shinyu wielded the blood blade in his right hand, while grasping the hilt of the Crimson Blood One character sword with his left. A wind-style chakra armor materialized before him as he stood to the left of Rin. The trio formed a triangular formation, encircling Rin at the center, their expressions resolute and their gazes sharp, as if surveying the vicinity for potential adversaries. However, there was not a single soul around. Observing these three making such a grand display around her, Rin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, and cautiously remarked, "There's no need to be tense. There are no enemies nearby." Upon hearing her words, the previously solemn expressions of Shinyu and his companions immediately transformed into a look of innocent bewilderment as they turned to gaze at Rin in the center. Their eyes became comically small, giving them an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Seeing this trio, Rin couldn't suppress a smile. She then waved her hand and cheerfully said, "There's really no need to be so anxious. I merely wish to ask Shinyu how to practice the 8 gates of Duinjia. I would like to give it a try." Shinyu, perplexed, glanced at the scroll in Rin's hand inscribed with the characters for the 8 gates of Duinjia, his expression betraying confusion. This was not the scroll I instructed her to examine. It was supposed to be the scroll for the mastery of celestial techniques, not the 8 gates of Duinjia. Clearing his throat, Shinyu retrieved the scroll from Rin's grasp and produced the A-rank ninjutsu scroll of celestial techniques from behind him, handing it to her while stating, "Ahem, you seem to have picked up the wrong one. This is the scroll you should be studying. The 8 gates of Duinjia is not suitable for you." Rin accepted the A-rank ninjutsu scroll of celestial techniques, and a memory surfaced of the earlier scene between Obito and Kakashi, causing her to blush and hastily retreat to her home. Observing this, Obito and Kakashi cast somber glances at the spectating Shinyu, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he contemplated an excuse to leave, a slender white snake emerged from behind him, approaching his gaze. Instantly recognizing it as Orochimaru's messenger snake, his gratitude towards Orochimaru surged to new heights. "Orochimaru-sama, you are truly my savior," he thought, retrieving the scroll held in the snake's mouth, which bore the urgent message, "Underground Lab, come quickly." With a smile, Shinyu tucked away the scroll and addressed Obito and Kakashi, "My apologies, but you two should head home. Orochimaru-sama needs me for something, and it may take a while." With that, Shinyu activated his body flicker technique and vanished. Left standing in place, Obito and Kakashi exchanged glances, a sly grin spreading across their faces. They had already devised a plan for how to deal with Shinyu upon his return. They concealed themselves in Shinyu's home, awaiting his arrival. Meanwhile, in another location, the underground laboratory of Orochimaru awaited. As the day drew to a close, Shinyu gazed at the twilight sky, the sun's golden rays casting a luminous halo around him. He ventured into Orochimaru's subterranean laboratory. There, he beheld a petite girl, roughly his age, standing beside Orochimaru, diligently assisting him in organizing experimental materials and a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls. Shinyu observed the little girl, momentarily lost in thought. He recognized her. She was his contemporary, known as Mitarashi Anko. Shinyu was well aware of Mitarashi Anko's significance, as she was also one of Orochimaru's disciples in the original narrative. She blossomed into a striking beauty in her adulthood, yet her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation in Boruto. Considering this, it could be said that Mitarashi Anko was akin to his junior apprentice, a thought that crossed Shinyu's mind. Please take a seat. Allow me to introduce you. Orochimaru rasped, addressing Shinyu, who stood at the staircase. This is Mitarashi Anko, and from this day forth, she shall be your junior apprentice. A new addition to my disciples. Shinyu awkwardly touched his nose, and then sat before Orochimaru, who continued, Hongdo, you need not work anymore. Take a seat beside Shinyu and prepare for the examination. Upon hearing these words, Shinyu felt a pang of anxiety. An examination? What kind of test? Perhaps roasting tomatoes? During his time at the Ninja Academy, he couldn't claim to have attended every class. He could only say he occasionally remembered one lesson while forgetting the next. Listening to teacher Liang Tian's lectures was akin to grasping fleeting shadows, utterly incomprehensible. And now, another examination? It was utterly impossible. He contemplated voicing his objections, yet the piercing gaze of Orochimaru's cold, golden snake-like eye silenced him. With a heavy heart, he chose to remain silent, quietly watching as Orochimaru presented a test paper before him, stating in his raspy voice, failed to complete it, and you shall not return home or become my test subject. Chapter 29, The Earth and Stone Dragon Firearms Project, commence. At Orochimaru's words, a cold sweat broke out over Shinyu. He had initially hoped to escape from Orochimaru's underground laboratory, but upon hearing that ultimatum, the desire to flee evaporated instantly, leaving him to slump back down in defeat. Observing this scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile knowingly, continuing his experiments while watching Shinyu and Yushitai Hongdo tackle the questions he had set. This time, Orochimaru was one of the examiners for the Chunin written test, thus it didn't seem inappropriate for him to provide a hint to his students. Moreover, even if he refrained from revealing the questions, the forthcoming Chunin examination would still serve as an opportunity to assess the students' abilities to gather intelligence, allowing for potential cheating. It was more advantageous for him to disclose the questions in advance. As for what Orochimaru was currently engaged in, he was perusing a scroll of ninjutsu. At this moment, he had not yet reached the obsessive state regarding immortality. The scene appeared quite harmonious. A teacher at the podium, engrossed in a scroll, while two students, a boy and a girl, diligently scribbled away at their exam papers, resembling a classroom overseen by vigilant instructors. Of course, the atmosphere would have felt even more like an examination room had it not been for the myriad of jars and vials surrounding them. Returning to Shunyu's perspective, he stared at the paper before him, completely dumbfounded. Initially, he had anticipated challenging questions, only to find a simple list of inquiries. 1. Who are the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha? 2. What was the turning point of the Second Ninja World War? 3. What marked the beginning and end of the Second Ninja World War? 4. What is the distribution of the 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world? 5. What were the beginnings and conclusions of the Valley of the End battle? He had expected difficulty, yet here were merely a handful of straightforward questions. What was there to fear? The once vanished smile resurfaced on his face, but as he turned to the reverse side, the smile abruptly froze. The methods of chakra extraction require a succinct response. When a ninja stands upon one tree and an enemy ninja upon another, what is the probability of our ninja triumphing over the adversary? What do you perceive as the most pressing issue confronting the Hidden Leaf Village at present? What holds paramount importance for a ninja? Contemplate, if you will, the Will of Fire, a 600-word essay. Following this, a multitude of dense mathematical problems and physics questions awaited him, including inquiries about parabolic trajectories. How did optical experiments find their way into this? And what of human anatomy? With a bewildered expression, Kamizuki raised his gaze to the figure seated above, who was not attending to the scroll, but rather gazing at him with a bemused smile. Orochimaru. Quickly averting his eyes, he lamented the necessity of solving problems even after traversing time. It was one thing to tackle the earlier questions. Yet now he faced parabolas and human anatomy. Orochimaru-sensei, this is rather disheartening, he mused. After completing the initial questions, he found himself lost in contemplation over the parabolas, human anatomy, and the optical experiments. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 2 hours had been allotted for the exam, and an hour and a half had already passed. Gritting his teeth, Kamizuki resolved to submit his paper, knowing he would not improve further, regardless of how much he stared at it. Beside him, Mitarashi Anko had submitted her paper long ago, not out of completion, but rather due to her inability to answer the questions, opting instead to surrender her paper early for the luxury of additional rest. Thus, before Kamizuki handed in his exam, Anko had already succumbed to slumber at her desk. Upon receiving Kamizuki's submission, Orochimaru set aside the scroll he had been studying and took the paper with a red pen at the ready. However, the manner in which Orochimaru graded the papers left Kamizuki feeling quite apprehensive. The way he furrowed his brow at intervals during the grading process was truly a source of anxiety. Shingetsu shivered slightly, quietly seated in his place, awaiting Orochimaru's completion of the grading. In the subterranean laboratory, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, save for the gentle sound of Mitarashi Anko's snores and the rustling of paper as Orochimaru reviewed the tests. Approximately half an hour elapsed before Orochimaru set down the red pen, his golden serpent-like eyes fixating on the trembling Shingetsu before him. Upon encountering that gaze, Shinzuki felt an immediate sense of foreboding in his heart. In the next moment, Orochimaru returned the examination paper to him. Shinsuke accepted his examination paper with trembling hands, and upon seeing the score inscribed upon it, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he had passed. Orochimaru smiled and addressed the previously apprehensive Shinsuke, saying, "As I was the one who set the questions for this written portion of the Chunin exam, your ability to pass this paper indicates that there should be no issues with tomorrow's Chunin exam." A wave of joy surged within Kamizuki's heart. Yet this emotion was swiftly shattered by Orochimaru's words. With a sudden shift in tone, Orochimaru continued, "However, the written examination tomorrow will not merely assess fundamental knowledge. Rather, it will evaluate the student's ability to gather intelligence. In other words, the written portion of the Chunin exam tomorrow will be considerably more lenient than what I have just subjected you to." Shinyu nodded slightly, fully aware of the matter at hand, for indeed, this aspect was present in the original narrative concerning the Chunin exam. He then heard Orochimaru say, "You may return for now. After all, the hour is late, and tomorrow the Chunin exam awaits." He patted Shinyu's shoulder and added, "Best of luck for tomorrow." With that, Orochimaru turned to depart from the underground base, but Shinyu called out to him. Retrieving the Earthstone Dragon handgun from his pocket, he addressed Orochimaru. "Teacher Orochimaru, I have here a firearm crafted from Earth-release techniques. Might it be possible for you to mass-produce it?" Instantly intrigued, Orochimaru turned back, took the Earthstone Dragon handgun from Shinyu, and inquired, "Tell me, how did you create this?" After Shinyu provided a detailed explanation to Orochimaru, a peculiar glint sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. Stroking his chin, he remarked, "This creation can indeed be mass-produced and utilized by more Konoha ninjas in future conflicts, significantly diminishing their casualties in battle. You have done remarkably well." Orochimaru then patted Shinyu on the shoulder, but instead of returning the Tsuchikage's pistol, he tucked it into his own cloak. Noticing Shinyu's bewildered expression, he chuckled once more. "I shall conduct some research over the next few days. In due course, I will discuss this project with my mentor, and then we shall have our hands full." With that, he resumed his experiments in the underground base, while Yuhi Kurenai had already departed alone. Shinwei, stroking his chin, also left. Upon nearing his home, a smile crept upon his lips as he muttered, "Obito and Kakashi. Once I capture you, you shall face dire consequences, hee." Chapter 30. Obito, hurry up. I feel awful. Just as Shinwei uttered these words, he felt as though he had stepped on something, followed by a flurry of kunai and shurikens soaring towards him. He quickly dodged, executing a backflip to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, within Shinyu's home, Obito lay sprawled atop Kakashi, sleeping in a haphazard manner. Kakashi, lying beneath Obito, furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a tug on the thread in his hand. Startled awake, he pushed Obito, exclaiming in a flurry, "Foolish Obito, get up quickly. You're crushing me. Shinwei is coming back." Kakashi urgently prodded Obito until he finally stirred. Kakashi? Yawning. What's the rush? Obito lazily wiped away his drool and rubbed his eyes, inquiring. "It's Shinwei. He's returning, and he triggered the trap I set. Hurry up and wake up." "Didn't we agree to ambush him?" Kakashi asked, his face etched with urgency. Upon hearing this, Obito jolted upright, exclaiming, "What? Shinwei is coming back? Quickly, stop shaking me, you idiot. Let me go. We're doomed if Shinwei returns." Kakashi rolled his eyes in response. "What are you afraid of? We're ambushing him in his own home, remember? Just do this and that, and everything will be fine." Kakashi leaned closer to Obito's ear to whisper instructions. The two exchanged knowing glances, bursting into a sinister chuckle. However, unbeknownst to them, the crimson mark on the blade of Obito's dual swords began to emit a faint red glow. not far from his home. Shinyu's pupils also shone with a red light, a testament to the efficacy of his fusion of the blood curse seal and the blood instant technique. Shinyu manifested 3 clones, and after exchanging glances, they simultaneously executed the body flicker technique, appearing at the 4 corners of Shinyu's residence. 2 of them ascended into the air, unleashing their ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique, fire release, great fireball technique. As these 2 techniques clashed, they created a dense mist, a tactic frequently employed by Shinyu, Kakashi, and Obito during their long association, using the fog to obscure their vision. As the mist enveloped the surroundings, it gradually drifted into Shinyu's house. Kakashi and Obito, bewildered by the sudden fog, felt an urgent alarm within, and almost instinctively drew their weapons. Obito activated his Sharingan, brandishing his twin blades before him, while Kakashi unsheathed his white fang short blade. Positioning himself back to back with Obito, the mist thickened around them, rendering direction unclear, yet Obito, with his Sharingan, could still perceive through the haze. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the silence as a kunai shot toward Kakashi. He swiftly raised his white fang to parry it, the clash of metal echoing throughout the house. In an instant, both men felt a disorienting flash, and they found themselves outside Shinyu's residence. They both understood that this was yet another of Shinyu's clever tricks. After all, only he could orchestrate such feats. As the homeowner, he surely wished to avoid chaos within his abode during their skirmish. Indeed, as they suspected, the kunai that had just been hurled at Kakashi bore the mark of Shinyu's blood body flicker technique. Upon making contact with Kakashi's blade, the mark instantly transported the 2 of them outside. After all, it was their shared dwelling, and a battle within would be unwieldy. So it was prudent to relocate them beyond its confines. Meanwhile, Shinyu subtly signaled to a nearby shadow clone, which comprehended the intent of its original. It activated the body flicker technique and appeared before Obito. Naturally, Obito noticed this. If he were unable to see something so close, it would be a matter of blindness. He swiftly swung his twin blades at the shadow clone, yet the strike inflicted no damage whatsoever. The clone remained steadfast, and Obito suddenly sensed an ominous shift. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a peculiar space, surrounded by drifting petals of an illusion? Humph. To employ Jinjutsu before the Uchiha clan is truly a folly of arrogance. Toby let out a cold chuckle, and as he attempted to dispel the Jinjutsu with his Sharingan, he was struck with terror upon realizing that he could not break free from its grasp. To his bewilderment, he discovered that he was not adorned in his customary attire, but rather donned a traditional kimono, one typically reserved for weddings. Before him stood Rin, clad in a pristine white wedding gown, gazing at him with deep affection. "Obito," she said softly, "it is time for us to depart. Otherwise, they shall grow anxious waiting for us." Obito felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was he truly about to marry Rin? As he beheld her, his initial shock transformed into delight, which soon morphed into a flustered disarray. Rin then grasped his hand, leading him towards the grand hall of the wedding, and he found himself utterly ensnared within the illusion-s enchanting world. In the realm of reality, through Kakashi's perspective, Obito stood dazed and foolish, caught in the Jinjutsu of Kamui, frozen in place with a silly grin plastered upon his face, his twin blades having fallen to the ground. Kakashi's expression reflected sheer astonishment. As he lifted his gaze, he met Kamui's eyes, and in that moment, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Shinyu similarly cast an illusion on Kakashi, and he became privy to the contents of their shared illusion. Upon witnessing the nature of Kakashi's illusion, his expression grew peculiar. In the realm of the illusion, Kakashi found himself immersed in a myriad of alluring photographs, glancing around furtively, as if to ensure no one was watching, before continuing his indulgence. As for Obito's illusionary world, Shinyu mused that one could easily deduce the nature of his dreams just by observing his infatuated grin in reality. Undoubtedly, he was dreaming of something intimately connected to Rin. Shinyu let out a sigh, carefully tending to his shadow clone. As he transported the 2 individuals back to his residence, he gently placed Kakashi on the ground, subsequently positioning Obito atop him. Shinyu clapped his hands, pleased with the pose. After placing Kakashi and Obito in the living room, he returned to his chamber alone, soon drifting into slumber. He could already envision the delightful scene that awaited him upon waking the next morning. Chapter 31, The Chunin Exams Part 1, the following morning at Shinyu's residence. A resounding howl erupted, echoing through the air and startling the birds nearby, causing them to fall from the sky. This piercing cry jolted the still sleeping Shinyu awake. Hastily donning his clothes, he made his way to the living room, where he found Obito and Kakashi in an intriguing situation, although obscured by their masks. Obito had continued the intimate interaction that Shinyu had attempted during their training session. In simple terms, Obito had stolen Kakashi's first kiss, despite the mask. It remained a first kiss nonetheless. Initially, the two had been unperturbed, but upon seeing Shinyu emerge from his room fully dressed, they instantly froze in shock. Obito quickly sat up from Kakashi, yet the position remained rather suggestive. Shinyu lightly cleared his throat and addressed the two individuals, saying, "I understand your eagerness, however. You must endure this period, as the Chunin exams are still ahead. It is essential for the youth to exercise a degree of restraint." With that, Shinyu secured the crimson mask that had been resting on the bedside to his waist, shouldered his crimson sword, and departed. Bang! At the sound of the closing door, Obito and Kakashi glared at each other, and in a nearly synchronized motion, they prepared to butt heads. Yet, just before the collision, an idea struck them simultaneously, and they exchanged a knowing glance before racing out the door. Today was the day of the Chunin exams. They could not afford to waste any time. However, as soon as they exited, Shinyu was nowhere to be seen. Both were momentarily taken aback, but quickly recollected themselves. Of course, Shinyu could employ the blood instantaneous technique to reach the exam venue in an instant, while only Kakashi possessed the flying thunder god technique. Obito gazed at Kakashi with eager anticipation, but Kakashi wore a look of disdain. Nevertheless, he said nothing further and extended his hand. Delighted, Obito grasped Kakashi's hand. And with that, Kakashi activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them both to the Chunin exam venue. Upon their arrival, they spotted Shinyu and Rin standing alongside their teacher, Minato, all observing them. The trio noticed the two boys holding hands and smiling at them. It seemed that they perceived something amiss in Minato and Shinyu's expressions. Following their gaze downward, Obito and Kakashi noticed their own hands intertwined. Quickly, they separated, standing at a distance from each other, on either side of Rin and Shinyu. With a smile in his eyes, Minato encouraged them, saying, "All right, you may now enter. The first part of the Chunin exams is the written test. Give it your best effort." The four nodded in agreement, and as they queued to enter the examination room, they caught sight of the Sand Village's team, the Raza Quartet, positioned ahead of them. Once they entered the classroom, they found the chief examiner standing at the front, accompanied by 5 or 6 jonin behind him. The chief examiner addressed the assembled genin from the Cloud Village, Sand Village, and their own Leaf Village, stating, "I am the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exams." He pointed towards the Cloud Village ninja, admonishing genin from the Cloud Village, "Behave yourselves before the exam, otherwise your qualifications will be revoked." The reprimanded Cloud Village genin appeared dismayed but realized they could not cause a scene in this setting. After apologizing to the chief examiner, they remained silent. The chief examiner continued, "Let me take this opportunity to clarify, without the chief examiner's consent, you are prohibited from engaging in private battles. Even if permission is granted, you must not endanger your opponent's life." After a brief pause, the chief examiner declared, "Let us commence the first round of the Chunin selection exams. After submitting your application forms, approach to collect your identification tags and sit according to your assigned numbers. Subsequently, the written examination papers will be distributed." The 4 members of Shinwei commenced their search for their designated seats, which were scattered far apart, surrounded by unfamiliar classmates and other ninjas from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand Villages. To Shinyue's surprise, he discovered that to his left sat one of the members of the Raza Quartet, Yakura, a revelation he had not anticipated. As soon as the examination papers were distributed, Shinyue inscribed his name. However, upon glancing at the questions, he was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it promised that the questions would align with those set by teacher Orochimaru? This was not merely different. It bore no resemblance whatsoever. The paper was fundamentally dissimilar to what Orochimaru had provided the day before. His gaze drifted to the distant figure of Obito, who was cradling his head in despair. Could it be? Although he was already aware of the written segment of the Chunin exam, the difficulty of these questions was still disheartening. Then, he noticed Kakashi rising from his seat, submitting his paper and exiting the room. Obito, with disbelief etched on his face, stared at Kakashi. "You finished already?" Kakashi replied simply, "Yes," before departing the examination hall. Obito continued to lament, "That bastard Kakashi. I'm doomed." Witnessing this scene, Shinyue's lips twitched. Kakashi truly lived up to his reputation, completing the exam in such a short span. His gaze then shifted back to Obito. Never mind. Rin would assist him. The pressing matter was his own exam. And Shinwei scrutinized the paper once more. Despite some discrepancies from the questions posed by teacher Orochimaru, Most were relatively straightforward, and he swiftly pinned down his answers. Then he observed Rin tossing a crumpled paper ball towards Obito, inscribed with answers, just as he had suspected. He refrained from commenting further and continued with his work, only to notice a sand gold eye materializing beside his paper, intently observing his answers. Shinyu feigned ignorance, for surely this was the sand eye of that fellow, Raza. One might say that such traits are indeed hereditary, as his son, Gaara, would later employ the very same tactics in the Chunin exams. Once finished, Shinyu shifted his gaze to the left, where Yukura, clearly an academic prodigy, had completed his paper and was poised to submit it. In truth, whether in the original narrative of his past life or after his transmigration, Shinyu held a fondness for the character of Yukura. Yet, his fate was rather tragic, betrayed by his village and pierced by the shurikens of the hidden mist, leaving him as nothing more than a sieve. If there was a chance to save him, then so be it. Subsequently, Shinyu prepared to hand in his paper, acutely aware of Obito's incredulous stare upon his submission. Shinyu smiled at Obito and then, following Kakashi's lead, stepped out of the examination room. Naturally, he encountered Kakashi waiting outside, hands tucked into his pockets. The two exchanged knowing smiles as they stood by the door, awaiting the arrival of Obito and Rin, who were still engrossed in their examination. Chapter 32, The Chunin Exam, Part 2. After Obito and Rin emerged from the examination hall, the written portion of the Chunin exam concluded. If memory serves correctly, the next phase would be the team battles, which at this time had not yet adopted the subsequent rules concerning the collection of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. It was merely a straightforward confrontation between teams. The four of them lingered for a moment until they noticed the results were posted. Janin approached a wall, affixing a list of scores for all to see. The area around the list quickly became crowded with eager spectators. The four made their way to the front, with Obito and Rin dashing ahead. Shinyu and Kakashi exchanged glances and, with resigned sighs, followed suit. Obito and Rin did not push into the throng. Instead, they stood outside the raucous crowd, gazing at the list. As they reached the front, Rin's name immediately caught Obito's eye, and with elation, he exclaimed, "You passed." Rin beamed with joy. "That's wonderful." Obito smiled gently, turning to Rin, and then continued to scan the list until he spotted Shinyu's name. At that moment, Shinyu joined them, and upon seeing his name, raised an eyebrow, remarking, as expected, "Congratulations, Shinyu," they chimed in unison. "Well done, Shinyu." Shinyu meticulously searched the list and soon spotted the name of Mitarashi Anko. Unsurprisingly, he also found the names of Arka, Karuro, Yashimaru, and Yitsong. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed Obito. In the original narrative, Obito had failed the written exam and was still on the retake list. At this moment, upon seeing Kakashi's name, Obito's expression soured. He glanced back at Kakashi, who, with arms crossed and an air of aloofness, remarked, "Well, of course." Obito's face contorted in displeasure, akin to someone who had just consumed something distasteful, as he grumbled, "It's just a written exam. Just wait, I'll find my name soon enough." He anxiously scanned the names, his eyes darting from one to another, until at long last, he finally found his name at the very end. His initially despondent demeanor transformed into elation. "Wonderful. I passed." This surprised Shinyu, as in the original timeline, Obito would have only appeared on the alternate list. "Congratulations, Obito-kun. Well done, Obito. Having Rin tutor you is indeed a wise choice. You passed. You truly are Obito." Just as the group was reveling in their joy, the proctor approached and addressed everyone. "This is not the time for celebration. Qualified candidates must proceed to the designated classroom immediately for the briefing on the second examination." The group then made their way to the specified classroom, taking their seats as they listened to the proctor's words. "The second examination will take place in 3 days. This time, it will assess practical skills. You must employ all the ninjutsu and taijutsu you have learned to earn your qualification." Obito, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Great. I'm sure to win." However, the proctor interrupted, "But this will be a team-based combat assessment." The four were momentarily taken aback. Obito questioned, "Wait, it's not an individual battle?" He then turned his head toward Kakashi and said, "Hey, Kakashi, don't hold us back." Kakashi, visibly displeased, retorted, "I'm simply echoing your own words." "What?" Obito sprang up, ready to confront Kakashi. Sitting between them, Rin and Shinyu exchanged helpless glances before both interjecting in unison. "Can you two please stop arguing?" Obito, looking at Rin's earnest expression, decided against further protest and returned to his seat. Shinyu, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead and remarked, "You two are truly impossible." Kakashi then added, "And remember, do not be late." Obito, visibly annoyed, turned his head away, replying, "I know." Shingetsu's mouth twitched slightly. If memory served correctly, this time, Obito had nearly arrived late after escorting the elderly lady to the Konoha hospital, only to witness the escalating tension between the two individuals. Shinyu delivered a sharp rap on the heads of both individuals, who promptly settled back into their seats. 3 days later, Shinyu arrived at the entrance of Obito's home and called out, "Hey, Obito, hurry up, or you'll be late for the exam." Inside the house, a cacophony of clinks and clangs echoed, unmistakably the sound of Obito preparing himself, determined to prevent another tardiness. Shinyu resolved to employ the blood instantaneous technique to assist him, mindful not to let a good deed, such as aiding an elderly lady to the Leaf Village hospital, hinder their timely arrival. During the team competition, Obito found himself ensnared by Candy while attempting to unleash the Great Fireball technique, resulting in him being sent flying by Guy's swift kick. After a brief wait, Obito emerged from his home, appearing somewhat disheveled, with 2 loose swords dangling from his waist. Shinyu found his appearance rather unseemly. Adjusting Obito's attire, she instructed him to place his hands upon her shoulders. "Obito, hold on tight. I will activate the blood instantaneous technique to transport us. Otherwise, you will surely be late again." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Obito scratched his head and complied, resting his hands on Shinyu's shoulders. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves at the venue for the second round of the Chunin exams team battles. Outside the arena, a Leaf Ninja stationed at the entrance, along with Kakashi and Rin, who had been waiting patiently, spotted the two. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several leading jonin were intently watching the live feed of the examination. Sarutobi remarked, "Kakashi Hitaki, both Shinyu and Obito are scheduled to participate in this round, correct?" Standing beside him, Minato Namikaze confirmed, "Yes, they are in the next group." Sarutobi nodded, expressing his anticipation. Back at the venue of the second round of the Chunin exam, Rin and Kakashi, along with the guarding Leaf Ninja, observed as Obito and Shinyu appeared before them. Kakashi urged the pair, "Hurry up, or you'll lose your chance to compete." Shinyu nonchalantly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Ah, the protagonist always makes their entrance last. By the way, which team are we up against?" A Leaf Ninja stationed outside the arena responded to the four. "You will be competing against the quartet from Sunagakure, Raza, Karura, Yashimaru, and Yakura." "Ah, those 4 from Sunagakure," Shinyu mused, stroking his chin. "It is rather to be expected. After all, among those participating in this Chunin exam, only their team and the quartet from Sunagakure consist of 4 members. Thus, there is no risk of an uneven number of participants." With that, the 4 entered the arena for the second round of the Chunin exam, guided by the Leaf Ninja. Chapter 33, Chunin Exam, Part 2. Ahem, let us first devise a strategic plan. "I possess some intelligence regarding Raza's team," Shinyu said with a hint of mystery. Meanwhile, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all turned their gazes toward Shinyu. Shinyu remarked, "As far as I am aware, the Raza quartet hailing from the village hidden in the sand comprises 2 wielders of bloodline limits. The first is Raza himself, who commands the power of magnet release. The second is the leaf-haired individual, a blend of brown and green, known as Yakura, who masters scorch release. The remaining 2, Karuro and Yashimaru, are siblings, with Yashimaru serving as the medical ninja among them. This is the intelligence I currently possess, and we can utilize it to formulate a strategy. How shall we proceed?" Obito inquired. "You just mentioned that their team includes 2 bloodline limit users, yet we are unfamiliar with both of these abilities. How then shall we confront them?" After contemplating for a moment upon hearing these words, Kamizuki remarked, "We cannot act collectively, for both magnetic release and scorch release are large-scale Kekkei Genkai with formidable offensive capabilities. Therefore, allow me to allocate our tasks." Shinsuke pointed at several individuals and said, "Kakashi, you will confront the formidable Rasha, who wields magnet release. Your lightning shield can effectively counter his magnetic techniques." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, affirming, "Understood." Then, Shinsuke turned his attention to Obito standing nearby. "Obito, you shall face Yashimaru. Although he is ostensibly a medical ninja, his prowess should not be underestimated." Following this, Shinsuke looked at Rin, who stood beside Obito, and remarked, "Rin, the task of confronting Karura is entrusted to you. Do you believe you can overcome her? If it proves to be a challenge, do not worry about me, Shinsuke." Rin interjected, her gaze resolute. "I am also a disciple of Lady Tsunade. Recently, I have learned some of her abilities. Please do not underestimate me." Upon witnessing Rin's unwavering determination, Shinsuke was momentarily taken aback, then offered her a gentle smile, saying, "Very well. The task of engaging Karura is yours." He then turned serious, addressing everyone. "Now that our plans are set and each of you understands your responsibilities, I would like to add one final note. Refrain from exerting your full strength. Keep some cards close to your chest. We are nearing our destination, so let us proceed with vigor." The group then rose from the ground. Prior to their strategic planning, Shinsuke had instructed them to conceal themselves within the underbrush. After exchanging a few words with the Leaf Ninja who had guided them, they began their preparations. Once their strategy was finalized, they followed the Leaf Ninja to the competition arena. Upon arrival, they beheld the waiting quartet of Rasha's team, their expressions grave. The ninja who had escorted them stood to one side, clearly serving as their referee, and commenced the announcement. "We will now commence the second round of the class confrontation battle, the first round of the preliminary competition." With a raised hand, the referee declared, "Begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than Rasha launched the first attack, raising his hands and shouting, "Sand gold cubes." In an instant, a colossal cube composed of sand gold hurtled towards them. In a flash, the four members of Shingetsu dispersed, leaving only Kakashi to confront the sand gold cube. Kakashi drew forth his white fang short blade and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Chidori Lance." In an instant, a white fang short blade, infused with lightning chakra, shattered the approaching sand gold cube. Subsequently, Kakashi conjured a spear of lightning in his left hand and hurled it towards Rasha. Rasha, upon seeing the lightning spear hurtling towards him, felt a constriction in his pupils and quickly summoned a wall of sand gold. "Magnet release, sand gold barrier," Rasha shouted. He attempted to form the barrier to thwart the spear's assault. However, due to the lightning's inherent superiority over magnetism, the sand gold lost its magnetic properties. Nevertheless, it managed to mitigate some of the damage from the attack, rendering it less of a threat. With a wary gaze fixed on Kakashi, Rasha noted that the man excelled in lightning-based ninjutsu, which ironically was also the very technique that countered his own abilities, leaving him quite displeased. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Tsang, who had been trailing behind Rasha, observed Obito, Rin, and Shingetsu evading Rasha's attack. Without hesitation, he initiated his own offensive, conjuring a sphere of fire before him. Scorch release, fireball barrage. In an instant, a series of fireballs surged towards Obito, Rin, and Shingetsu, who had just dodged Rasha's onslaught. Shingetsu's pupils constricted sharply as he drew forth his crimson blade, infusing it with blood release chakra. With a powerful slash, he cleaved the fireball that was closest to the gathered crowd in two. He then called out to Obito and Rin beside him, "Remember the plan. I will handle her. You leave this to me." With another decisive stroke, he bisected the approaching fireball once more. As he watched Obito and Rin retreat, Shingetsu redirected his gaze to Yukikase of Sunagakure, proclaiming, "Miss Yukikase, I look forward to your guidance." The only response he received was another fireball lunging towards him. Unfazed, Shingetsu swung his blade once again, slicing the fireball in half with an indifferent tone. "Interrupting others while they speak is quite ill-mannered, Miss Yukikase." He then plunged the crimson blade into the ground, and instantly, countless higanbana bloomed around him. The vibrant flowers did not bring any comfort to Yukikase. Instead, they ignited alarm within her. She attempted to incinerate the flowers at her feet with a fireball, but to her astonishment, the blossoms did not succumb to the flames as she had anticipated. Rather, they grew even more resplendent and proliferated at an alarming rate. As Yukikase pondered the strangeness of the situation, a voice whispered in her ear, "Miss Yukikase, these higanbana are formed from the chakra I infused with blood release. Your fire release chakra has allowed them to absorb your energy. I am grateful for the nourishment you have provided." Startled by the voice, Yukikase turned to see Shingetsu leaning close, one hand resting on her shoulder as he spoke softly into her ear. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, Yukikase drew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and aimed it at Shingetsu, but she found herself unable to move. Struggling futilely, she glanced down to discover several higanbana entwined around her feet, rendering her immobile. The hand that gripped the kunai became rigid, and before her, the flowers flourished ominously. In Shinzuki's hand, several crimson threads entwined, while Yakura found himself bound in place, utterly unable to move. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, "What on earth are you?" Shinyu did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he conjured a flower known as the higanbana, which was, in truth, merely a manifestation of blood-based chakra. He presented the flower to the young lady, Yitsong, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of an elegant gentleman. "Miss Yitsong," he began, "please tuck away your uncertainties in your heart for the moment. I shall provide you with answers, but not at this time. He then held the Higanbana before her, and a wave of drowsiness enveloped Yutsong's mind, erasing her previously defiant consciousness, leading her into slumber. Just before her eyes closed, she faintly perceived a voice. Before anything else, allow yourself a restful sleep, Miss Yutsong. Once she succumbed to sleep, Shinyu dispelled the Jinjutsu and gently laid her upon the ground, subsequently keeping vigil by her side, resting his chin upon his hand as he awaited. A barely perceptible crimson mark appeared behind her ear. Now, Shinyu merely needed to bide his time until the others concluded their battle. He would not intervene in their duel, although this was ostensibly a team battle due to prior arrangements. Shinyu had effectively transformed the group contest into a series of individual skirmishes. This could also be considered a collective endeavor, defeating them one by one. As it was essential to observe the extent of their growth and strength, his gaze shifted to the unconscious Yutsong, a slight curve forming at the corner of his eye and a smile gracing his lips, before he turned to survey the other battlefields. Meanwhile, after Shinyu had remained to contend with Yutsong, the duo of Yashimaru and Kururo had commenced their engagement with Obito and Rin. Obito, facing Yashimaru, drew his twin blades and assumed a combat stance. Yashimaru, in turn, retrieved kunai from his ninja tool pouch, positioning them in front of him. Obito initiated the assault with a powerful technique, the twin blade style, snow, moon, flower slash. This technique possessed a vast range, making it easy to sustain injury if one failed to evade. Yashimaru, evidently unaware of this, opted to block with his kunai, while simultaneously, with his left hand, he discreetly cast another kunai into the shadows beneath a tree, rendering it less noticeable. However, such a subtle maneuver could hardly escape the keen gaze of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Obito continued his relentless strikes toward Yashimaru, who, with both hands gripping kunai, defended against the twin blades' onslaught. Seizing an opening during Obito's attack, Yashimaru manipulated the kunai concealed in the shade using chakra threads, aiming to stab Obito in the back. Anticipating this move, Obito smirked. Before these eyes, all efforts are futile. He executed a backflip to evade the kunai's assault, and while airborne, formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Several fireballs erupted from Obito's mouth, hurtling toward Yashimaru, who found himself unable to block them with his kunai and was forced to flee in desperation. Just when he thought he had finally eluded danger, a colossal fireball soared toward him. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. Obito unleashed the Great Fireball Technique, which sped toward Yashimaru. In a frantic response, Yashimaru quickly formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. The water barrier successfully intercepted the oncoming fireball, creating a mist that enveloped the area. Yashimaru, not daring to let his guard down, drew out his kunai in preparation for defense. However, a mocking voice echoed from behind. A ninja must never expose his back to the enemy. My apologies. As Yashimaru turned to respond to the voice, a surge of pain struck his neck, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When the mist cleared, Obito's figure emerged. Having struck Yashimaru at the nape of his neck with his blade, rendering him unconscious, Obito sheathed his dual swords and murmured softly, "Are the ninjas of Sunigakure so fragile?" He then shifted his gaze to the other battlefield, noting that the fight on Shingetsu's side had concluded, while Lin and Kakashi were still engaged in combat. Approaching Shingetsu, he inquired, "Shingetsu, do you require assistance?" Shinyu shook his head and replied, "No need. This is also a trial for them." He then turned his gaze towards Obito, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I had thought you would be the last one to resolve the battle." Obito scoffed, his displeasure evident, and retorted to Shinyu, "I am quite formidable, you know. Do not underestimate me." With a gentle smile, Kamizuki remarked, "All right, let us observe the duel involving Rin." The two shifted their gazes towards Rin's battlefield. Rin had been confronting Kururo for some time, having drawn two talismans from her ninja tool pouch, one inscribed with the character for wind and the other for fire. She first cast the wind talisman onto the ground, summoning a small gust, and then threw the fire talisman, which instantly conjured a fire tornado that surged towards Kururo. Kururo swiftly retreated to evade the fiery onslaught, prompting Rin to abandon pretense. She launched herself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the ground while exclaiming, "Heavenly Pain Kick." The earth was forcefully struck, creating a sizable crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Kururo's eyes widened in alarm as she swiftly set an explosive talisman trap beneath Rin's feet. Rin narrowly dodged, and the trap detonated, further enveloping the area in dust, obscuring Kururo's view. As the dust settled, Kururo found herself unable to evade a kunai that was thrust towards her. Frozen in place, she was taken aback when the kunai halted just before her. When the haze cleared, Rin stood before her, kunai poised at Kururo's forehead, leaving Kururo momentarily dazed as she sank to the ground. Rin said nothing further. She retrieved the kunai and extended her hand to assist the seated Kururo, tending to her wounds, as the dust had left several cuts on her body. Kururo, perplexed, inquired, "I am not a ninja from your Konoha. Why do you still choose to heal me?" To which Rin replied, "In my eyes, healing transcends national boundaries. There are no enemies or allies, only patients and healers. As a medical ninja, it is my sacred duty to mend the injured." Kururo was momentarily struck by Rin's words. While in the distance, on a branch, Obito listened intently, tears streaming down his face. This Rin was truly the girl he admired. Shinwei also sighed, remarking that medical ninjas indeed represent a noble profession. With such awareness, Lin is destined to become an exceptional medical ninja in the future. Obito wiped away his tears and nodded in agreement. It appeared that only one battlefield remained, and the two turned their gazes towards Kakashi. Upon seeing the colossal lightning-imbued figure, Shinyue's expression changed dramatically as he said to Obito, "We must leave promptly. Kakashi is in a bit of trouble. Summon Lin and gather those few ninjas from Sunagakure. We need to hurry." Chapter 34. The defeat of the Raza Quartet 10 minutes prior. Just as Kakashi was poised to launch the next wave of assault after breaching Raza's golden defense, a sharp, spike-like projectile, forged from the very essence of gold, hurtled towards him. Magnet release, sand gold waterfall. Kakashi, wielding his short blade imbued with lightning chakra, struck relentlessly against the spiked formations forged from sand gold. Without exception, those sand constructs fell to the ground, severed by the electrified edge of his blade. Raza's expression darkened. Kakashi's lightning release was a formidable counter to his own magnetic techniques. As realization dawned upon Raza, a wry smile crept upon his lips. Sensing the shift in Raza's demeanor, Kakashi felt an unsettling premonition, only to witness Raza transform into a pool of sand gold, vanishing from sight. With heightened vigilance, Kakashi tightened his grip on his blade, scanning the surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the remnants of the shattered spiked formations had coalesced into the shape of Raza behind him. Raza, now positioned at Kakashi's back, conjured a short sword from the air with a mere gesture of his hand, lunging towards Kakashi with swift precision. Alarm bells rang in Kakashi's mind as he quickly turned, just in time to see the sand gold blade aimed at him. He hastily attempted to block with his own weapon, but the sand gold sword remained unbroken, its edge still sharp. In that moment of panic, Kakashi realized he had failed to infuse his blade with lightning chakra in his haste, and there was no time to form the necessary hand seals. Raza pressed forward, brandishing the sand gold sword, leaving Kakashi in a defensive position, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Suddenly, a thought struck Kakashi, and a subtle smile emerged beneath his mask. With a deft motion, he formed the seals with the hand gripping the sword's hilt, instantly enveloping his white blade with lightning chakra. In an instant, Raza's sand gold sword disintegrated into fine grains, leaving him bereft of his weapon. Acknowledging his precarious situation, Raza transformed into sand gold once more, disappearing from sight. At this juncture, Kakashi comprehended the true nature of the sand gold below him, which enabled Raza to navigate freely. Swiftly, he formed the seals, wind release vacuum wave. A spherical wave of wind chakra erupted from Kakashi's mouth, scattering the scattered grains of sand gold into the depths of the forest. Witnessing this scene, Raza's expression darkened to a shade of charcoal. Had his ability to traverse through sand gold been uncovered? He spoke slowly, "Indeed. You are the son of the White Fang of Konoha, Ataki Kakashi. I must admit, you are a genius for discerning my capacity to traverse through sand gold." Kakashi scoffed, replying, "You just transformed into sand gold and appeared behind me, while my back was only met by the remnants of those spiked formations I had shattered. It is readily apparent that you utilized the golden sand as a medium to traverse back and forth. However, I have just employed the wind technique to disperse your heap of golden sand. If you intend to continue your back and forth movement, I cannot guarantee where you may end up." Rasha chuckled lightly, admitting, "I concede that you are quite clever, but do you genuinely believe that the sandy mass you just scattered represents all the golden sand?" "What?" Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply as he abruptly turned around, discovering another heap of golden sand had emerged in the very spot where Rasha had previously stood. Could it be sand control, golden sand collision? Rasha manipulated the two locations where he had left behind the golden sand, causing it to gradually approach Kakashi. Feeling the impending danger, Kakashi prepared to escape, but found himself ensnared at the ankles by the two heaps of golden sand, rendering him immobile. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with Rasha's mocking expression as he declared, "Hatake Kakashi, what tricks do you have left now?" Kakashi responded with a cold smirk. And then a layer of lightning chakra enveloped him. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Instantly, the golden sand beneath him was shattered by the force of the lightning strike, freeing him from his constraints. However, Rasha had anticipated this move and shouted, "Magnet release. Golden sand burial." In an instant, Kakashi found himself enveloped in layers of golden sand, ultimately forming a colossal triangular shape of sand. Realizing the severity of his predicament, Kakashi felt akin to being sealed away. Biting his teeth, he decided to employ the technique taught by Shingetsu, shouting, "Lightning release. World annihilation." In that moment, a massive figure composed of lightning chakra surged forth, breaking through the confinement of the golden sand burial. Rasha, who had just sealed Kakashi with the golden sand burial, paled, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he murmured, "What on earth is this? It can't be real." Meanwhile, sensing the situation escalating, Shingetsu informed Obito to relay the message to Rin. He then performed a princess carry, lifting the nearby Yezakura, and leaped from the tree. Addressing Obito and Rin, he said, "The situation has become somewhat critical. We three should employ the summoning technique, or else we may face considerable difficulty." The three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Standing beside Rin was Karura, while beneath Obito lay the unconscious Yoshimaru, and Shingetsu cradled Yezakura. They simultaneously bit their fingers and slapped the ground, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." Following this, Shingetsu activated the blood instantaneous technique, teleporting the group to Kakashi's side, surrounding Rasha. As billowing clouds of smoke dissipated, Rasha, who had been standing still, gazed at the unfolding scene with a pale face, his heart sinking into despair. Shinyu stood atop the colossal head of Xianya, cradling Yitsung in his arms, while Daitu lay unconscious beneath him, alongside the formidable figure of Yoshimaru. On the head of the giant Gamabunta, Lin followed closely behind Karura, perched atop the head of a slug. "Hey, Shinyu, what is it that you called me out for?" Xianya inquired. "Daitu, isn't it still too early for training?" Gamabunta asked, crossing his arms, his gaze fixed on the figure above him. "Lin, is something the matter? Do you require my assistance?" Luo Sha pondered, his heart finally finding solace as he gazed at the four towering beings surrounding him. Forward loomed Kakashi's immense raikage, while behind him lay Lin's slug. To his left stood Shinyu's Xianya, and to his right were Daitu and Gamabunta. What more could one desire? Luo Sha raised his hands in surrender. "I concede." Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen and several elite jonin, observing the Chunin exam scene, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Their eyes instinctively turned to the side, seeking an explanation from the ever-composed Minato Namikaze. "No. How did you end up summoning 3 of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, and a blue giant at that? What on earth is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, equally astonished, failed to notice his beloved pipe fall from his grasp. Turning to Minato with a quivering voice, he questioned, "Minato, what is the meaning of all this? How did these 4 little ones manage to?" Minato, feeling a wave of dread wash over him, could only wonder what kind of prodigies he had inadvertently nurtured. Each one seemed more impressive than the last. With trembling hands, Sarutobi retrieved his fallen pipe, taking a puff that ignited a spark of optimism in his eyes. "The future of Konoha is indeed bright, promising, ha ha ha." On the other side, in the second round of the Chunin exam, the referee stood dumbfounded before the unfolding scene. "I thought this was the Chunin exam, not the second Great Ninja War. How could 3 new legendary ninjas of Konoha just appear? And what about Kakashi, summoning such a colossal raikage? Could it be that the Hokage intends to eliminate these 4 Sand Village ninjas covertly? That seems unlikely." Then, he observed Shinyu, Daitu, and Lin dispelling their summoning techniques, and Kakashi likewise released his devastating raikage, causing the giant to vanish into thin air. Shinyu turned to the referee and inquired, "Mr. Referee, may we pass this examination?" The referee's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at Yitsung, cradled in Shinyu's arms, the motionless Yoshimaru by Obito's feet, the following Karura behind Rin, and the ashen-faced Raza. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "I hereby announce that Team Minato has successfully passed the examination. Hooray! Shinyu, Rin, Kakashi, we have succeeded." Obito exclaimed joyfully to the group. Shinyu gazed at Kakashi, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, and inquired, "Kakashi, are you all right? That last technique required an immense amount of chakra." Kakashi shook his head, indicating that he was fine. But then he cast a peculiar glance at the girl in Shinyu's arms, Yukura, and remarked, "Are you planning to hold her like that indefinitely?" Shinyu awkwardly smiled, setting Yetsong down before lifting the hypnosis. It was only then that Yetsong finally awakened, staring blankly at the scene before her. What had happened? She had merely taken a nap, yet found herself defeated. Suddenly, memories of her earlier encounter with Shinyu flooded back, prompting her to turn around sharply. To her dismay, she discovered that Shinyu and her companions had vanished. Her gaze then fell upon a single in her tool pouch, and she let out a soft chuckle before departing the examination venue alongside Luosha and the others. Meanwhile, outside the arena of the second round of the Chunin exams, Shinyu, having just released Yetsong from her hypnosis, activated the blood instantaneous technique, leading Obito, Rin, and Kakashi away from the testing grounds. Obito casually inquired, "So, the final round of the Chunin exams is next, the individual matches? I must diligently train in the days to come." Shinyu nodded and replied, "Indeed. There are merely 3 days remaining until the final match. However, I believe we are well prepared. Our current strength is comparable to that of a Jonin." Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a familiar voice echoed from behind them. Everyone, congratulations on passing the second round of the Chunin exam." Recognizing the voice instantly, they turned around in unison and exclaimed, "Teacher Minato." The sunlit warmth of a gentle smile graced the face of Namikaze Minato, who felt an overwhelming joy at the remarkable progress of his students. This delightful news would surely be shared with Kushina, who had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Chunin exam and had not had the chance to see her for quite some time. Minato mused that she must be quite upset by now, yet he said, "All right, to celebrate your success in the second exam, how about I treat everyone to ramen tonight?" "Hooray! We can have ramen again." It seemed they hadn't indulged in it for quite a while. Perhaps it was time to inquire with the chef about the secrets to making the perfect ramen. The desire for ramen was indeed strong. Upon hearing the unanimous agreement among the group, Minato's smile widened. "Very well, since we have decided, let us be on our way." On their way back to indulge in ramen, they encountered the Ursha quartet, who were also heading home. Yakamura had awakened, and they were, after all, not strangers to one another. Furthermore, Rin and Kururo seemed to be on the cusp of forging a friendship. Upon spotting Hakura, Kamizuki couldn't help but feel a twinge of awkwardness, particularly since he had previously embraced her during an examination. Their reunion undeniably carried a hint of discomfort, a sentiment that did not escape the notice of Minato Namikaze as he observed their match. After exchanging pleasantries with the leading Jonin of the Ursha group, they parted ways once more. The Jonin mentioned that after the final round of the Chunin exams concluded in 3 days, they would prepare to depart. Kamizuki pondered briefly. He had overheard the plans of 2 Jonin from the village of the Cloud, yet he ultimately chose not to disclose this information to the Suna villagers. Revealing such intelligence would likely lead to skepticism regarding its authenticity, given it originated from a mere leaf genin, whose words could easily be dismissed as mere conjecture. Moreover, if the scenario unfolded as anticipated and the Suna villagers failed to thwart the plan, it would be Konoha that bore the brunt of the consequences. In such a case, Konoha would find itself pressured by both the Cloud and Sand villages, an outcome that would be counterproductive. Conversely, if he could intervene during the execution of the plan to rescue Ursha and Hakura, it might foster diplomatic relations between Konoha and Suna, paving the way for a more stable alliance. He was confident that those 2 Jonin from the Cloud would not pose a significant threat to him. This was not arrogance, but rather the assurance that stemmed from possessing absolute strength. Not to mention, if he were to employ the technique Raigen's Annihilation, even if the 2 Cloud Jonin could evade it, their mission would still fail. In that case, whether they returned to the Cloud Village or remained in Konoha, both paths would lead to a disastrous outcome. As for managing to be in 2 places at once, splitting a shadow clone would suffice. Kamizuki's blood clone technique did not merely replicate half of his strength, but mirrored his full capabilities. Chapter 35. Kushina and New Training. Just as Kamizuki was lost in thought, a remark from Minato Namikaze shattered his reverie. Minato, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "You have truly given me a tremendous surprise. It appears that you have made significant progress, to the extent that even Lord Hokage speaks highly of you." Obito exclaimed with excitement, "Really? Is that true? Did Lord Hokage truly mention me?" Minato chuckled in resignation. "Indeed, Lord Hokage holds you in very high regard." Rin tilted her head. "This is indeed a testament to our worth, suggesting that Lord Hokage genuinely acknowledges our efforts." Kakashi shrugged. "This means we have made quite an impression on Lord Hokage." Shinyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. As a few of them chatted, They arrived at the ramen shop. While dining, Rin, Kakashi, and Shinyu exchanged glances. Their eyes fixed on Kakashi, who was preparing to enjoy his ramen. They were all quite curious about the visage concealed beneath his mask. Just as I began to eat, Kakashi prepared to remove his mask when suddenly, a figure with fiery red hair burst in energetically, somewhat irate, and addressed Minato. Minato, you haven't accompanied me for several days. The group was momentarily distracted by this voice, but as they turned back, they found Kakashi had already donned his mask once more, leaving only an empty bowl before him. A sense of disappointment washed over them as they realized they had missed the opportunity to glimpse Kakashi's true face. Their attention then shifted back to the vibrant figure and their beloved teacher, Minato. With a cheerful smile, Kamizuki gazed at Minato Namikaze and remarked, "Teacher Minato, might you introduce us to this lovely young lady? Is she your girlfriend?" Upon hearing Kamizuki's words, both Kushina and Minato's faces flushed crimson. Minato, blushing, replied, "Not quite so fast, I must say. By the way, Kushina, what brings you out here? Did you, perchance, defeat the Umbu that were guarding me just to see you?" Kushina responded, and then turned her gaze towards Kamizuki, saying, "You must be Kamizuki. Minato often speaks of you." She then looked at the trio behind Kamizuki, pointing at them and saying, "The one with dual swords must be Obito, and that charming girl is Rin, isn't she? And the boy with the mask is the son of SHM, Senpai?" The three instinctively shouted, "Hello, Sensei." However, Kushina's expression darkened, and aside from Rin, she playfully smacked Obito and Kakashi on their heads, saying, "Do not call me Sensei, it makes me feel old. How about calling me Sister Kushina instead?" Kamizuki interjected from behind, "That title sounds delightful. Henceforth, you may call me Sister." "Very well then, Sister Kushina." Obito and Kakashi reluctantly echoed the title. "You both seem rather dissatisfied," she noted. It was evident to Kamizuki that when Kushina spoke, her crimson hair danced around her. The four of them swallowed hard, falling into silence. At that moment, Minato Namikaze remarked, "Kushina, I have been preoccupied with the Chunin exams these past few days and haven't had the chance to see you. It's time for you to return now." Just as Minato was about to finish his sentence, a member of the Umbu appeared beside him. "Minato, the Jinchuriki must return now. It is the Hokage's order." "Very well, I understand. Kushina, you should head back for now. Once the Chunin exams are concluded, I will come to see you, all right?" Minato comforted Kushina. "Okay, then I will return first." Kushina replied reluctantly as she bid farewell to Minato, following the Umbu back. Kamizuki was aware of the situation, as Kushina, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, required strict supervision. However, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi were oblivious to this, prompting the three youngsters to inquire of Minato, "Teacher Minato, why does Sister Kushina have to go back with the Umbu?" Obito asked curiously. Minato sighed and explained, "Well, there is no harm in telling you. Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and she must be closely monitored." "The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? What does that mean?" Obito pressed further. Minato elaborated, "In this world, there are 9 powerful tailed beasts, which were distributed to various ninja villages by the first Hokage during the Warring States period. They include Shikaku of Sunagakure, the 2 tails and 8 tails of Kumogakure, the 3 tails and 6 tails of Kirigakure, the 4 tails and 5 tails of Awagakure, the 7 tails of Takigakure, and our very own 9 tails. The 9 tails is the mightiest among them. These tailed beasts were utilized as weapons of war by the nations, and to control them, they must be sealed within human hosts known as Jinchuriki. Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and since Jinchuriki cannot fully harness the power of their tailed beasts, they require stringent oversight. Furthermore, outsiders are not permitted to enter the residences of Jinchuriki." After listening to Minato's explanation, Obito stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Kamizuki took a sip of water, pondering whether he should also seek to acquire a tailed beast in the future. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Minato continued, "All right, since everyone has finished their meal, let us take our leave. It is getting late." The 4 youngsters nodded, exchanged farewells, and exited the ramen shop, each heading homeward. However, Obito did not proceed towards his own house. Instead, he chose to walk alongside Kamizuki. Shinyu, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What is it, Obito? Why do you follow me instead of returning home?" Obito, grinning mischievously, replied, "Could you assist me in enhancing my abilities a little further? The individual battles are imminent, and the formidable warriors from various regions will undoubtedly participate. So I wish to elevate my skills." Shinyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "In just 3 days, are you planning to stay at my house the entire time?" After a moment of contemplation, Obito responded, "Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Get lost. Go as far away as you can. What do you intend to do at my house for 3 days? Immediately return home. I have nothing left to teach you." Suddenly, Shinyu seemed to have an idea. His eyes glinting mischievously as he addressed Obito, "If you wish to accompany me, it's not impossible, but it depends on your ability to endure." Obito, thumping his chest confidently, declared, "No problem. I can withstand high-intensity training." "Very well, the training begins now. Your feet must not touch the ground. Focus your chakra at the soles of your feet and ascend like climbing a tree back to my house." Shinyu's expression instantly turned serious. "What?" Obito exclaimed, bewildered. Before he could utter another word, Shinyu sprang into action, gathering chakra at his feet and swiftly scaling the side of a building, heading towards his home. Realizing what was happening, Obito quickly followed suit, channeling chakra to his feet and racing up the wall in pursuit of Shinyu. Just as he was about to catch up, a colossal water dragon bullet hurtled towards him. Obito's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Hey, Shinyu. This is a residential area below. Are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish, the water dragon bullet surged towards him. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. This technique, learned during his training with Jiraiya, successfully countered Shinyu's water dragon bullet, creating a cloud of smoke. Obito dashed out of the smoke, only to see Shinyu forming more hand seals. Tile shuriken, a barrage of shuriken, resembling tiles, flew rapidly towards Obito. With no time to evade, he resorted to blocking with his dual blades, deflecting the oncoming projectiles. At last, they exited the residential area, and Obito, no longer burdened by concern, retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Shinyu, swiftly forming hand seals, shuriken shadow clone technique. The mere 4 or 5 shuriken multiplied into dozens, soaring towards Shinyu. Shingetsu swiftly conjured a water release, water barrier to shield himself from the multitude of shuriken hurtling in his direction. Chapter 36. Special training in Tai Jutsu. Just as Shingetsu believed Tobi's assault had concluded, while standing atop a tree surveying the surroundings, he was suddenly confronted by an intense wave of heat. As Shinwei looked up, a colossal dragon-shaped flame soared towards him. Behind this immense fiery dragon, he could discern Obito, evidently the one wielding this ninjutsu. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Upon witnessing the formidable dragon of flames, Shinwei was rendered speechless. "What is this? Why have you unleashed such a thing upon me? How am I supposed to combat this?" With a determined expression, Shingetsu realized that there was no other choice. He drew forth the Chiketsu Ikemonji, infusing it with water release chakra, and shouted, "Water release, water dragon slash." A colossal water dragon materialized from the blade, gradually swelling in size. With a swift motion, Shingetsu directed the water dragon towards the fiery serpent conjured by Obito, extinguishing its flames. The torrent surged forth, dousing Obito, who was caught off guard and drenched like a drowned rat. Enraged, Obito's eyes revealed the 3 Tomo Sharingan as he bellowed, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." A blaze, magnitudes greater than the great fireball technique, rushed toward Shingetsu. Upon witnessing this, Shingetsu felt a wave of panic. Then it struck him, he possessed more than just the blood release. He also had earth release. He shouted, "Earth release, strong wind severance." Before Shinyu, a colossal typhoon materialized, enveloping him completely. Under the onslaught of Obito's great fire destruction, Shinyu's typhoon intertwined with the fierce flames, merging into a singular force. Shinyu muttered to himself, sensing the impending danger. If he continued to utilize this technique, the typhoon generated by his spatial manipulation would transform into a firestorm, enveloping him entirely. This is not good. He had employed the wrong ninjutsu. Shingetsu's resolve hardened. It seemed there was no other choice. He manipulated the already formed fire tornado and sent it soaring into the sky, subsequently dispelling the body flicker technique. This action averted the tragic destruction of the woods outside Konoha.What. Soon after, rain began to fall from the heavens, a phenomenon easily explained. In the original narrative, during the fateful clash between Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke unleashed the great fireball technique skyward, raising the air temperature and generating currents that birthed thunderclouds. Thus, the onset of rain was hardly surprising. In this moment, Shingetsu found himself drenched, resembling a drowned rat, and witnessing this scene brought a sense of balance to Obito's heart. Shinyu, filled with exasperation, leaped down from the tree, and upon witnessing this, Obito followed suit, descending after him. Shinsuke spoke with lingering trepidation. "You nearly set the forests of Konoha ablaze. You rascal. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have been scorched to a crisp. Obito, belatedly realizing his reckless folly, sheepishly scratched his head and offered an apology, saying, "My sincerest apologies." I momentarily lost my composure. After glancing at him, Shinzuki remarked, "Do you believe there is still anything I can teach you? You have already become so formidable. The Chunin exam seems like child's play to you." Itachi lowered his hand from scratching his head and shook his head in refutation, saying, "That is not the case at all. Do you remember that Meikai from our cohort?" Shinyu nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, Akai, his martial prowess is formidable. Even I must concede that his mastery in physical techniques is quite profound." Shinyu paused momentarily before continuing. "Although he is utterly inept in the realms of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, when it comes to Tai Jutsu, his journey will surpass that of anyone else." Obito affirmed, "Indeed, Guy's prowess in Tai Jutsu is undeniably formidable, even though he is completely ignorant of ninjutsu and jinjutsu. In the domain of Tai Jutsu, he will traverse a path that exceeds those of you, me, and Kakashi. Thus, I believe that to defeat him, despite possessing the Sharingan with its 3 tomo, granting me superiority in jinjutsu, and being well-versed in fire-style ninjutsu, placing me above him in ninjutsu, I cannot confidently assert that I could overcome him in taijutsu." Shinyu contemplated what he was about to say. "So, you mean to say that yes, I wish to refine my martial skills. Although I have studied dual blades with the Toad Hiroshi, my physical techniques remain underdeveloped. Thus I require your assistance in this regard." Shinyu shrugged and remarked, "Then why have you come to me? For matters concerning physical techniques, you ought to seek out Kai, not me." Obito shook his head, gazing earnestly into Shunyu's eyes as he replied, "I am not well acquainted with Kai. I require your assistance. You are the only one I can turn to at this moment." With a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth, Shinyu thought to himself, "At last, I have ensnared him. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. This is a technique I previously learned from Akai, known as self-restraint. There remains a considerable distance to my home. Let us see who can reach it first." Dato nodded heavily, preparing himself for the challenge. On the count of 3, run. Before Dato could fully comprehend, Shinwei had already dashed off. When realization struck, Dato shouted in protest, "You scoundrel, Shinwei. You are cheating." "This is not cheating, Dato. It's merely a stratagem," Shinwei retorted. "On the battlefield, your opponent will not concern themselves with notions of fairness." Although a flicker of annoyance crossed Dato's face upon hearing this, he soon began to run. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of Shinyue's silhouette. Energized as if by a surge of adrenaline, he sprinted towards Shinyue. Upon glancing back, Shinyue saw Dato, his face a mask of fury, closing in on him. Shinyu maintained a calm expression on her face as she accelerated, creating distance between herself and Dai Tuesday. Each time Daitu was on the verge of catching up, she would extend the gap, sustaining this pattern until they were nearing their destination. Upon reaching their goal, Shinyu halted her sprint and gestured for Daitu to stop, who, panting heavily, sank to the ground. The two had run approximately 10 kilometers, leaving Daitu thoroughly exhausted. Shinyu returned to her home, poured a glass of water for Daitu, and handed it to him. After he drained the glass, she took it back from him. Observing that Daitu had rested sufficiently, Shinyu extended a hand to help him up. The current training regimen required him to complete 100 push-ups. Do you understand? If you are unable to accomplish 100 push-ups, you must run 3 laps around the entirety of Konoha village. Upon hearing Shinyu's plan about running the 3 laps, Daitu swallowed hard and dutifully began his 100 push-ups. As Shin gets trained alongside him, by the time they reach the 50th push-up, Obito finally succumbs, collapsing onto the ground. Observing this scene, Shin refrains from calling for a halt and instead remarks, "Do you not wish to defeat Kai? Do you intend to disappoint Rin in the individual match 3 days hence?" Upon hearing Rin's name, Obito, who had been sprawled on the ground, grits his teeth and resumes his push-ups, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Indeed, the mere mention of Rin has a transformative effect. After both have completed 100 push-ups, they collapse onto the ground, gazing at one another, their faces glistening with sweat, and burst into hearty laughter. The gentle moonlight filters through the gaps in the forest, casting dappled patterns on the ground and illuminating the silhouettes of the two youths. One boy passionately articulates his dreams, sharing his vision of the future with his companion. Meanwhile, the other boy rests his chin on his hand, watching his friend speak of his aspirations with a warm smile, occasionally nodding in agreement. Behind the two boys, the river flows softly, its surface reflecting the moon's image, while the ripples render their silhouettes slightly indistinct. Shinazuki rested his chin upon his hand, gazing at Obito, who fervently expressed his aspirations of becoming Hokage, if circumstances permitted. He eagerly anticipated that day when Obito would not succumb to darkness following Rin's demise, and Kakashi would not retreat into solitude due to the loss of his dear friend. Had the fourth Hokage, Minato, and his wife not perished at the hands of the Ninetales, they would have flourished as the esteemed disciples of the illustrious fourth Hokage, paving the way for a promising future. They could witness Naruto's growth and ascend to the ranks of Konoha's finest Chunin, while the cheerful Obito before him would remain unburdened by the sorrowful mask of loss, embodying a different identity altogether. Therefore, he felt compelled to strive for these changes. For what he sought to protect was the beauty of the present and the promise of a brighter future. The gaze of Shinue sharpened. He was resolute in his determination to avert any impending tragedy, without a doubt. Chapter 37. Suffering in the Blood Dragon Eyes. Obito, rise quickly. Obito rubbed his eyes, sitting up from the bed, yawning as he murmured, "Yawn, Shinue, what is it? How can you even ask that? Just last night we finished training, and you collapsed on the ground. It was I who had to carry you back. Now get up and train." After a lengthy discussion about life aspirations, Obito had trained for a while longer before succumbing to fatigue and falling asleep on the ground. Upon returning for a drink of water, Shinue was taken aback to find Obito soundly asleep on the floor. What happened to her training? How did he end up sleeping? Recognizing Obito's genuine exhaustion, Shinue helped him to his feet and carried him back to bed. Feeling guilty, Obito sheepishly scratched his head and murmured, "I was just so tired, you see." Shinue sighed and continued, "Well, I shall let you off this time, but you must rise from your slumber immediately. How much longer do you intend to linger in my bed?" At the sound of Shinyu's furious exclamation, Obito sheepishly climbed down from her bed and followed her outside. The two strolled towards the riverbank, where Obito then heard Shinyu proclaim, "We shall commence training now. You have already awakened your Sharingan, and you must possess some illusion techniques." Obito nodded in acknowledgement and responded, "Indeed, I have indeed acquired a bit of knowledge in illusion techniques. Is there a problem with that?" Shinsuke addressed him, "Now, cast your illusion upon me. Today we shall engage in the training of illusions, for they are indeed a crucial aspect on the battlefield." Obito nodded and formed a hand seal, uttering the name of the technique, Naraka's Vision. After a brief moment, nothing transpired before Shinsuke. Obito's eyes transformed into tiny dots, and he, in bewilderment, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Naraka's Vision? Naraka's Vision, Naraka's Vision." He continued, "All right. Perhaps this technique is ineffective against me. Naraka's Vision is designed to compel one's opponent to confront the most fearsome images residing within their heart, delivering a psychological blow. It appears to have no effect on me, likely because I harbor no fears." Just as Shinsuke was elucidating this, the figure of Obito vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar scene. Had the illusion finally taken effect? Shinyu turned his gaze and beheld Kakashi and Rin crouching beside a colossal stone. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him as he pondered the unfolding events. As he approached, he was instantly rendered speechless. Beneath the enormous boulder lay Obito. Kakashi and Rin stood nearby, their faces awash with tears. Blood trickled from the corner of Obito's mouth as he opened his Sharingan and addressed Kakashi, proclaiming, "This Sharingan is my gift to you upon your promotion to Jonin." How could this be? It must be an illusion, a mere fabrication. No, Obito could not be dead. He was rescued by Uchiha Madara. If only he could prevent Rin's demise, none of this would transpire. The scene shifted, transporting him to an utterly unfamiliar realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, despair flooded his heart once more. Rin. No. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced through Rin's chest. Shinyu's fists clenched tightly, striking the nearby tree in frustration. Was this not a change for the better? He had completely forgotten that he was ensnared in a world of illusions. The reality before him was a mere fabrication, obscured by his rage. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. The scene morphed again, and disbelief gripped him as he witnessed the Watergate couple, pierced by the claws of the Ninetales, alongside a wailing young Naruto. He reached out, yearning to reverse it all, yet his hand grasped only emptiness, as if he were non-existent. Overwhelmed by despair, he pounded the ground with his fists, tears streaming from his eyes as he choked out, "Has nothing truly changed? I have not altered their fates. I have not rewritten that predetermined conclusion. I cannot save them." Shinue is not devoid of fear. Rather, he is haunted by the thought that he cannot alter the predetermined fate that looms over him. He can only watch helplessly as his once close companions succumb to the vortex of war, losing their lives in the process. He witnesses Obito's descent into darkness for Rin, transforming into a foe for the entire ninja world. and he observes Kakashi bearing the weight of it all, remaining alone in his solitude. He sees the young Naruto deprived of his parents and recognizes that peace may never grace this tragic realm of shinobi. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in his profound regret, a pair of black, slit-like pupils reminiscent of the sage of Mount Myaboku, accompanied by crimson sclera, manifest within his eyes. While Shinue is engulfed in guilt, self-reproach, anger, and remorse, Obito, who had been casting illusions in the realm of reality, is rendered utterly astounded. He gazes at Shinue before him, his eyes wide with shock. For in the physical world, the Shinue confronting him is bleeding from his eyes. The pupils have transformed from their usual black to a singular slit, while the rest of his eyes have taken on a blood-red hue, strikingly similar, yet distinctly different from the Sharingan of their Uchiha clan. Witnessing this scene jolts Obito from his stupor, prompting him to remember to dispel the illusion. He forms the hand seals once more. Naraka technique, release. Just as Shinue was immersed in grief within the illusionary world, he is suddenly thrust back into the present scene. Bewildered, he surveys his surroundings, his tear-streaked, bloodied eyes scanning the area until they land on a face he knows all too well. Obito? This cannot be the realm of illusions. In this moment, Shinue regains his composure, recalling that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion conjured by Obito. Shinue let out a bitter laugh, expressing his realization that he had believed he was devoid of fear, only to discover that what truly terrified him were the circumstances beyond his control. Detu gulped nervously and cautiously inquired, Shinue, perhaps you should take a glance in the mirror, your eyes. As Shinue, who had just regained his composure, found the inquiry peculiar, he instinctively touched his eyes, only to feel a chilling sensation. Is this blood? Why is there blood on my face? He retreated to his room and retrieved the mirror from his bedside table. Upon gazing at his reflection, he was utterly bewildered. This is the blood dragon eye, no wonder. If that is the case, everything begins to make sense. The blood dragon eye is a unique bloodline limit of the Bloodpool clan, ranking alongside the Byakugan and Sharingan as one of the three great ocular techniques of the ninja world. The Bloodpool clan boasts a storied history, as a daughter of the clan had married the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning, becoming his concubine. The legitimate wife, consumed by jealousy towards her rival, falsely accused her of causing the feudal lord's demise after his death. Consequently, the legitimate wife orchestrated the exile of the Bloodpool clan to the Hell Valley of the Land of Water, where they were overseen by the Uchiha clan of Konoha. However, what perplexed him was that the clan had been nearly annihilated by one of their own, Oyajin, leaving only a young girl named Chiyo. Yet, why did he possess the blood dragon eye? During his time after crossing over, he had inquired with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, about the specifics of his parents. The Hokage had revealed only two facts. Both of his parents were orphans of war, abandoned on the battlefield during the First Great Ninja War, and were rescued by Konoha ninjas, growing up in the same orphanage before eventually becoming ninjas themselves, tragically losing their lives on a mission. Now, Shinue was resolute in his belief that one of his parents must have belonged to the Bloodpool clan, while the other surely possessed a bloodline limit. Hence, he concluded that he inherited dual bloodline limits and could manipulate blood to perform blood-related jutsu, possibly linked to his Bloodpool clan heritage. What an astonishing revelation. I should have realized it sooner. How could it not be connected to the Bloodpool clan? At present, his emotions are a tapestry of complexity. Strictly speaking, the Uchiha clan now stands as his adversary. However, he harbors no desire to embrace this animosity. Throughout the 6 years of companionship, he has come to regard Obito as his dearest friend, and moreover, he does not truly belong to the so-called clan of Bloodpools. Having been raised in Konoha, his sense of belonging to this village far surpasses any connection he might feel to the Bloodpool clan. Nevertheless, he finds himself somewhat conflicted about whether to disclose the awakening of his blood dragon eye to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Never mind. Let him set aside these thoughts for now and first venture out to explain things to Obito. He must be quite shaken. Shinue emerged from the bathroom holding a towel, and after wiping the blood from his face, he stepped out of his home to approach Dato. Dato was seated on the tatami mat outside his house. Taking a deep breath, Shinue solemnly addressed Dato, stating, Dato, there is something of great importance that I must share with you. His gaze was complex. In truth, he was reluctant to reveal everything to Dato at that moment, as doing so might induce feelings of guilt in the cheerful boy before him. Thus, he decided to speak in a more restrained manner, intending to convey the specifics at a later time. What is it? Does it have something to do with your eyes? Dato inquired cautiously. Indeed. My eyes are known as the blood dragon eyes, which awaken in a manner akin to the Sharingan, triggered by intense emotional stimuli. Shinyu elucidated, and Obito, lost in thought, stroked his chin. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he turned to Shinyu and remarked, "Surely this bears a significant connection to the bloodline jutsu you previously employed." Shinyu nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, that may be one aspect of the reason." However, he found himself perplexed. Logically speaking, members of the Bloodpool clan typically acquired the ability to manipulate blood through ninjutsu only after awakening their blood dragon eyes. Yet, in his case, he had first learned the blood escape ninjutsu from the scrolls left by his father before awakening his blood dragon eyes. This was, indeed, somewhat at odds with his understanding. Seeing Shunyu lost in thought, Obito refrained from pressing further, and a contemplative silence enveloped them for approximately 10 minutes. Shinyu rose to his feet and addressed the figure before him, Obito, saying, "You should head home now. I need to speak with Lord Hokage." His gaze drifted toward the distant Hokage building as he spoke to Obito, who was seated on the tatami mat beside him. Obito nodded in agreement and subsequently departed from Shinyu's residence, while Shinyu leisurely made his way toward the Hokage building. Rather than employing the blood instantaneous technique to teleport to the vicinity of the Hokage building, he opted for a solitary stroll, savoring the journey. Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen cradled a crystal sphere, observing the figure of Shunyu, who ambled toward the Hokage building with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Hiruzen's expression reflected a myriad of emotions. Has he awakened the blood dragon eye? It is no surprise, considering he is the son of that fiery child, Tianyu Xianyan. Tianyu Xianyan is Shinyu's father, while his mother is named Tianyumi Daisy. This was knowledge Shinyu had upon his arrival in this world. However, he merely knew their names and was aware that his parents were Jonin of Konoha.What. The rest of the information had been imparted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, a man, his body wrapped in bandages with a cross-shaped scar adorning his chin, entered the Hokage's office and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, that child Shinyu has already awakened his eyes. If we allow him to develop unchecked, he will undoubtedly become an uncontrollable factor within Konoha.What. So he must be handed over to me." The newcomer was none other than Shimura Danzo, the fifth Hokage and the leader of Root, a shadowy figure within the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and remarked, "Danzo, your intelligence is quite impressive. The boy has only recently awakened his eyes, and yet you are already aware. Truly, your reach is far and wide." Danzo scoffed in response, "Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your little surveillance with that crystal sphere, peeking into the child's movements. Haven't you considered the privacy of the women's bath? Regardless, I shall take Shinyu with me today to my route." Setting the crystal sphere aside, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and declared, "This is not for you to decide, Danzo. I am the Hokage." Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened as he shouted, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." The familiar words elicited a smirk from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who rose from his seat and proclaimed loudly, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." With a resounding bang, Danzo stormed out of the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as he sat back down, taking another puff from his pipe, muttering to himself, "Danzo, oh Danzo. You must remember that I am the Hokage." Subsequently, he turned his gaze once more to the crystal ball in his hand, observing Shinwei, who was cheerfully approaching the Hokage building while taking a puff from his pipe. The distance to the Hokage building felt rather extensive after walking for quite some time. He finally arrived at the entrance. It seemed prudent to consider purchasing a residence, yet perhaps it would be wise to wait until the war concluded. His current abode was indeed quite far, making attendance at various events rather inconvenient. As he reached the entrance of the Hokage building, he inadvertently brushed past Shimura Danzo, whose body was enveloped in bandages, a cross-shaped scar adorning his chin. At the moment he caught sight of Danzo, a chill ran down his spine, and his gaze inadvertently flickered to Danzo's right arm, which was swathed in bandages and shrouded in black fabric. Quickly, he averted his eyes. Although he was uncertain whether the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan resided upon Danzo's right arm, it was prudent to exercise caution. After all, that bandaged right eye harbored the Sharingan of his dear friend, Uchiha Kagami. It was likely that Danzo's right arm contained some Uchiha Sharingan as well, albeit fewer in number. This Danzo, who vocally proclaimed his dedication to the name of Konoha, seemed to vanish when true sacrifice for the village was required. Yet he was embroiled in nearly every disturbance throughout the shinobi world. Where was he when the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was ambushed during the Ninetales rampage? Where was he and his route when Pain unleashed Shinra Tensei, reducing Konoha to ruins? Even the reasons behind Pain's assault on the village cannot be divorced from the machinations of the scheming Danzo. Were it not for his instigation of Hanzo of the Salamander to act against the newly emerging Akatsuki organization, they may not have acquiesced to Uchiha Madara's plans. It can be asserted that the myriad disturbances within the ninja world are inextricably linked to his influence. Even in the later series, Naruto, the likes of the Ox-Headed King and Uchiha Shin bear the marks of his experiments and the chaos he has left in his wake. Nonetheless, he has indeed engaged in some unsavory dealings for Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his own words, Hiruzen is the green leaf of Konoha, while he, Shimura Danzo, is the root hidden beneath the ground. Moreover, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan also bears his fingerprints. It can no longer be termed mere interference, as this was entirely his scheme. Shursui was an exemplary youth, yet he was manipulated into such a tragic fate. Uchiha Itachi, a promising child, was forced to slaughter his entire clan at such a tender age. What could have been a matter resolved through negotiation was instead turned into chaos, culminating in Sasuke wreaking havoc at the Five Kage summit, resulting in utter disgrace and the sealing of half a bridge. Indeed, when Pain unleashed Shinra Tensei, laying Konoha to waste, this old scoundrel even coveted the position of Hokage, eliminating the communication frog in his pursuit. It was only by Nagato's benevolent change of heart, utilizing the Rinne rebirth technique to revive them, that Danzo's ambitions were thwarted. Therefore, it is fair to say that while Shinkage harbors no fondness for Danzo, he certainly cannot muster any positive sentiments towards him. Furthermore, concerning Nagato and Yahiko, two commendable individuals, had Danzo not interfered, Amagakure could have become a significant ally to Konoha. Thus, Shinkage finds it impossible to appreciate Danzo, nor can he comprehend how this obsession with the Hokage position has spiraled into an unhealthy fixation. Consequently, he wishes to maintain minimal interaction with Danzo, and the notion of eliminating him is currently not under consideration. Reflecting on it now, Danzo has committed numerous acts that invoke public outrage. And what of Yamato? It remains uncertain whether the child, created from Hashirama's cells, has been successfully brought to fruition. Enough of this. It is time to head to the Hokage Tower and inform Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the matter of the Blood Dragon Eye. Chapter 38. Because I do not wish to lose you at that moment, Shimura Danzo, who had just crossed paths with Shinkage, caught the fleeting gaze directed at his right arm, and his expression hardened. He was unaware of the affairs concerning his right arm. He had already undergone the implantation of Hashirama's cells, and now bore several Sharingan from the Uchiha clan upon it. Shinkage, being but a fledgling, could not possibly know this. Although Orochimaru is his mentor now, Danzo, having collaborated with Orochimaru multiple times, clearly understands the latter's temperament and knows he would not divulge their previous experiments. It is likely that Shinkage merely noticed his right arm, meticulously wrapped, and cast a glance at him instinctively. That child named Shinkage has awakened the Blood Dragon Eye. I must devise a means to recruit him into the route. With a steely gaze, he then turned his attention to the Hokage Tower, silently vowing, Hiruzen, you will surely come to regret this. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, he departed from the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Shingetsu, who had just brushed past Danzo, successfully entered the interior of the Hokage building and rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. Knock, 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 knock. Come in, came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen from within. Upon seeing Shingetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted him with a warm smile and said, little Shingetsu, what brings you here? Shinyu took a deep breath and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is as follows, Hokage-sama. Just now, while training with Obito, I awakened the Blood Dragon Eye. Indeed, you have also opened your eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, clearly aware of certain truths. Shinyu pressed on, Hokage-sama, I wish to understand the origin of my Blood Dragon Eye. Could you enlighten me? With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, since you have awakened it, there are certain matters I no longer need to conceal from you. At this juncture, I can only share this with you. You are aware that your father, Tanyu Xinyan, and your mother, Tanyu Maidako, were both esteemed jonin of Konoha, who achieved remarkable feats during the Second Great Ninja War. Your father, Tanyu Xinyan, was but an infant during the First Great Ninja War. While we were resting at our Konoha outpost in the land of hot water, situated beside a river, a woman came drifting downstream. When I called for the medical team to assist her, it was already too late. Upon bringing her ashore, we discovered an infant in her arms, your father, Tanyu Xinyan. We took the child in and presented him to the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobarama, who graciously agreed to adopt the child. As for the surname Tianyu, it was inspired by a bird that flew overhead that day, shedding a feather which was caught by Tobirama-sensei. The name Sinyen was derived from the fact that the child was found close to his mother's heart. After bringing your father back to Konoha, we placed him in an orphanage. And upon reaching a certain age, he was enrolled in the ninja academy. Initially, we were unaware that your father was a member of the Bloodpool clan until 6 years after his adoption. Your father was a prodigy by the age of 6. He had become a Chunin, and during a mission, he awakened the blood dragon eye. It was then that we realized his lineage. At the age of 10, he became a Chunin and met your mother, Tranyu Maidako, who was also a war orphan. Discovered on a small island in the village hidden in the mist at the end of the First Great Ninja War. Interestingly, it was during her 6th year when she first demonstrated her unique technique, revealing that we had another ninja with a bloodline limit. Once they became ninjas of Konoha, they embraced the will of fire and became indispensable assets to our village. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, they welcomed you, Shinyu, into the world. However, tragically, they perished in an accident while on a mission when you were just 5 years old. The specific cause of death was poisoning. Your parents succumbed to the lethal toxins unleashed by the rogue ninja during their mission, perishing instantly. By the time the medical ninjas arrived, your parents had already made the ultimate sacrifice. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, Kamizuki stroked his chin, finally grasping the sequence of events. In the Land of Water, the Bloodpool clan had been imprisoned for generations in the Hell Valley of the Land of Water. His father, once brought forth, ascended to the rank of Jonin in Konoha. This revelation clarified many aspects, yet he remained perplexed as to why the household contained so many scrolls pertaining to bloodline jutsu. Furthermore, he could utilize those techniques even without activating his blood dragon eye, and the space-time ninjutsu was likely developed by his mother for his inheritance. The same could be said for the bloodline jutsu, intended for him to master in the future. With these realizations crystallizing in his mind, Kamizuki rose from his seat opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been recounting the tale of his parents. While he could not ascertain the absolute truth of these events, the narrative, when pieced together, indeed made sense. Kamizuki deeply bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen before saying, "I am grateful to you, esteemed Hokage, for enlightening me regarding my parents and alleviating the confusion in my heart. I shall take my leave now." Just as Kamizuki turned to leave the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to him, "Little Kamizuki, wait a moment." Shinyu turned his head and inquired, "Is something the matter, Lord Hokage?" "These," the Hokage replied, "are your parents' property located in Konoha village, and these are the scrolls for the blood dragon eye technique, developed by your father. Now that you have awakened your eyes, these items are entrusted to you." On Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, 3 scrolls and a set of keys had mysteriously appeared. Upon witnessing this scene, Shinyu's eyes brightened. His father had not only bequeathed him a property, but had also provided him with 3 scrolls for the blood dragon eye technique. Truly a delightful surprise. Shinyu picked up the key and 3 scrolls that lay upon the table, offering a word of thanks to Sarutobi Hizashi before stepping out of the Hokage building. He had no intention of relocating in the near future. Rather, he wished to postpone such matters until the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War. Now that they had reached the age of 10, with the war expected to commence in the latter half of the year, he needed to prepare himself adequately. As he walked, his mind was occupied with thoughts of future plans. However, as he passed by an izakaya, an unsettling feeling washed over him, concealing his presence. He glanced at the establishment's sign. In addition to serving alcohol, it offered various dishes, yet it was oddly quiet for a place that should have been bustling with activity. This izakaya was located in a more secluded area of Konohagakure. Peering inside, he discovered a ninja from the Cloud Village binding Yakura with rope. Another figure, masquerading as their leading jonin, held the captured Rasha by the arm, while the unconscious siblings, Karuro and Yashimaru, lay on the floor. No, that was not their true jonin. It was another Cloud Village ninja in disguise. How infuriating. Hadn't it been said that actions would only commence after the Chunin exams concluded? Why were they moving now? Shinyu noticed their intention to depart. The ninja abducting Yakura was heading towards the eastern gate, while the one taking Rasha was making his way to the western gate. Shinyu swiftly conjured a blood clone and instructed it, "You shall venture to the western gate to rescue Luo Sha, while I will proceed to the eastern gate to save Yitsong. Remember, only intervene once we reach the national border. It would be prudent to shift the responsibility to another nation. Do you comprehend?" The clone nodded in affirmation, and then both simultaneously concealed their auras, one darting towards the eastern gate, the other towards the western gate. Shinyu followed closely, trailing all the way to the border of the nation. He observed the strands of hair, interspersed with hues of birch and green, discarded on the ground as markers. Yi Tsang was engulfed in fear. She had merely ventured out with her team for a meal, only to discover that her mentor had been assassinated by a Jonin from the hidden cloud village. Furthermore, her mentor had been abducted, and Luo Sha had also been taken. To her dismay, her beverage had been laced with a drug that suppressed chakra, rendering her unable to utilize ninjutsu. A profound sadness enveloped her heart as she thought, "Who will come to my rescue?" This scene struck a familiar chord within Shinyu. Reminiscent of the time when Minato Namikaze had saved Kushina under similar circumstances. Now, as darkness descended, it seemed the moment had arrived. Advancing further would lead them to the borders of the Land of Fire. Thus, it could not be said that the ninjas of Konoha were responsible for their demise. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Shinwei unsheathed the crimson blade, its cold light glimmering. The moonlight cascaded upon the sword, reflecting the visage of Shinwei. Shinyu leaped down from the tree, only to discover that it was not just one, but two ninjas from the hidden cloud village who had kidnapped Yi Tsang. After leaving the village, another ninja from the hidden cloud village had come to provide assistance. After descending from the tree, Kamizuki ascertained that no other ninjas from the hidden cloud village were in the vicinity. He then released his grip, realizing that utilizing ninjutsu was impractical in this location. He would have to rely solely on his blade. Shinyu invoked the mark of the blood instantaneous technique he had previously left by Yi Tsang's ear, executing the blood instantaneous divine art to teleport beside her. With a swift kick from each of them, they dispatched the two Jonin from the hidden cloud village, freeing Yi Tsang from her bindings. He then embraced her gently, his soothing voice reassuring her, "Do not be afraid, I have come to rescue you." Upon hearing his voice, Yi Tsang's pupils widened as she gazed at the handsome youth before her, momentarily taken aback. Shinyu gently cradled her in his embrace, his right hand grasping a blade. In a swift motion, as the Jonin began to form hand seals, he struck with his dagger, severing the man's throat in an instant, leaving him to perish in anguish. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to another Jonin from the Cloud Village, hurling the crimson blade towards him with astonishing speed. The Cloud Village Jonin perceived only a fleeting glimmer of cold light before the gleaming long knife pierced through his chest, resulting in his immediate demise. Yi Tsang, witnessing the seamless display, found himself momentarily entranced. Shinyu then gently placed her on the ground, crouching before her with a serene smile, assuring her, "It is all right now." Shinyu tidied up the somewhat disheveled hair of Yi Tsang. Then, as if recalling something, Shinyu performed a princess carry, lifting Yi Tsang into the air. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused her to exclaim in surprise, "Wait." After Shinwei lifted her up, they soared into the sky, where the pristine moonlight filtered through the layers of dark clouds, illuminating the two of them. Yi Tsang gazed at her face, bathed in the silvery glow, momentarily lost in thought. Then she noticed that Shinwei was holding a strand of her hair. She remarked to Shinwei, "By the way, my hair is quite beautiful, isn't it?" Shinyu responded. After enduring for a long time, Yi Tsang finally voiced the question that had been hidden in her heart. "Why did you save me? I am clearly not a ninja from Konoha." "Because I do not wish to lose you," Shinyu replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the girl in his arms. Instantly, the girl's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. Shinyu placed Yi Tsang atop a tree, and from behind her ear, a strikingly red spider lily materialized before her eyes. Shinyu transformed the crimson mark previously left beside Yi Tsang's ear into blood ninjutsu chakra, manifesting the ethereal flower before her. With a flushed face, Yi Tsang reached out to accept the flower offered by Shinyu, who then lifted her into the air, soaring toward the village of Konoha. Oh, it just occurred to Yi Tsang that the unfortunate Luo Sha had also been kidnapped. "Do not worry, I have already dispatched a clone to rescue him, and he should return shortly," Shinyu reassured with his gentle voice. Meanwhile, at the western border of the Land of Fire, Luo Sha found himself slung over the shoulder of a Jonin from the hidden cloud village, tightly bound and engulfed in panic, unable to utilize any chakra. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a blood-colored gleam descended from the heavens. It was Shinyu's blood clone, wielding the blood blade, who intercepted the path of the hidden cloud Jonin. The Jonin shouted, "Damn brat, get out of my way." Shinyu remained silent, donning a crimson mask from his waist, and addressed the Jonin. "Night has fallen, quietly fade away." Following his words, a surge of blood-red sword energy shot forth from the blood blade toward the Jonin. The Jonin hastily dodged, discarding the tightly bound Luo Sha aside, only to realize he could not move. Blood ninjutsu, crimson blood chains. A series of scarlet chains ensnared him. And he exclaimed in terror, "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer." Shinyu reiterated his previous statement, "Night has fallen, quietly fade away." With a swift strike of the blood blade, the hidden cloud Jonin was cleaved in two. As Shinyu removed his crimson mask, Luo Sha's pupils widened in shock upon recognizing him. "It's you. You've come to rescue me." Shinyu replied coolly, "I am both me and not me. I am merely a clone. You are Luo Sha from the Sand Village, correct? Yi Tsang from your village has been saved by my original self. Come with me back to Konoha." With a decisive stroke, he severed the ropes binding Luo Sha and said, "Let us depart. I will escort you back to the village. You know how to explain the recent events, do you not?" Luo Sha nodded, stating, "I owe you a debt of gratitude. And I am not one to leave debts unpaid. How may I repay you?" Shinyu paused before responding, "If you wish to repay this debt, the solution is simple. In the future, should any incidents arise in the Sand Village, refrain from hastily blaming Konoha. First, investigate your own internal matters." "What?" Rosa, with a perplexed expression, inquired. "This serves as both a reminder and a counsel. Remember my words. Furthermore, I eagerly anticipate the future of the Sand Hidden Village under your governance." Shingetsu leaned closer to Rosa's ear and whispered, "The fourth Kazekage, Rosa." Rosa's pupils constricted sharply. How could he possibly know? Despite his outward appearance of merely 15 years, he was, in fact, 20. The declaration of being 15 was merely a fade to obfuscate the truth. Additionally, Rosa bore another identity, the candidate for the fourth Kazekage. He pondered how this individual had acquired such knowledge, yet given that he had saved Rosa's life, it would be ungrateful to retaliate. After Shingetsu finished his statement, Rosa regarded the young man before him with a complex expression. This youth was perhaps not as simple as he had initially presumed, with profound depth of character. He was undoubtedly a perilous figure, but such truths could not be openly articulated, and thus, Rosa reluctantly swallowed his thoughts. The reason Shinwei instructed his clone to convey these words is that the catalyst for the impending Third Shinobi World War is none other than Sasori of the Red Sand, a high-ranking member of Sunagakure and the grandson of Chiyo. He assassinated the village's third Kazekage. Subsequently, the inhabitants of Sunagakure, lacking a clear understanding of their internal circumstances, declared war on Konoha. Following this igniting incident, Konoha became the target of collective hostility. The villages of Kumogakure from the land of lightning, Iwagakure from the land of earth, and Kirigakure from the land of water, all initiated hostilities against Konoha, thus commencing the Third Shinobi World War. This maneuver serves merely as a stalling tactic, for the current Gaara remains too youthful. After the assassination of the third Kazekage, Gaara, as the fourth Kazekage, is merely a puppet thrust into the limelight. The true power and instigation lie with the higher-ups of Sunagakure. This strategy cannot be sustained for long and may ultimately prove ineffective. However, any delay is beneficial, Shinwei mused. As the blood clone escorted Gaara back to Konoha, while Shinwei leisurely made his way back with Yakura. Upon the dissolution of the clone, its memories surged back into Shinwei's consciousness, prompting him to suddenly address Yakura in his arms. "You must take good care of the flower of the afterlife I gave you." Yakura softly replied. Upon their arrival at Konoha, Shinwei returned Yakura to the inn where they had previously stayed before taking his leave. As Shinyu turned back unexpectedly on his way out, he remarked to Yi Tsang, "The moonlight is truly enchanting tonight, Miss Yi Tsang." Yi Tsang gazed up at the moonlit sky and replied with a smile, "Indeed, the moonlight is exceptionally beautiful this evening." Chapter 39. The situation shifts. The Earthstone Dragon firearms enter mass production. Shinyu cast his gaze towards the Hokage building not far away, narrowing his eyes. The audacity of the Hidden Cloud Village had reached such heights. They truly seemed unafraid of any accountability from the Leaf Village and the Sand Village. In a fleeting moment, the enigmatic Shinwei employed a technique of instantaneous movement, arriving at the Hokage's office. At that very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been clandestinely peering into a crystal ball to observe the women's bathhouse, experienced a tremor in his hands. The crystal orb nearly slipped from his grasp. Flustered, he hastily returned the orb to its place, his aged visage flushing crimson. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Ahem, young Shinwei. What brings you to my office at such a late hour? Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Shingetsu's lips curled slightly. Indeed, a master reflects the nature of their apprentice. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is thus, it stands to reason that Jiraiya would not fare much better. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and proceeded to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen the events that had just transpired. "Hokage-sama, On my way home, I witnessed a Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village abducting two Bloodline Limit ninjas, Yukumo and Rasha, from the Hidden Sand Village, and they also assassinated their guiding teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grave at once, as he replied, and then, Shingetsu, you must understand that speaking of such matters recklessly could lead to severe consequences. Shinyu nodded and said, I assure you, I will not misreport. Just moments ago, I dispatched a clone to rescue Luo Sha from Sunagakure. While I personally went to save Itsong, the rescue operation was executed near the border. And the pressing issue we face now is that Kumogakure will undoubtedly hold us accountable for this. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, How dare they? Kidnapping the ninja of our allied nation within our borders, and even going so far as to slay a high-ranking ninja from our ally in Konoha. This is utterly outrageous. Hiruzen's reaction genuinely caught Shinyu off guard, especially considering that after Hinata Hyuga was abducted by the ninja of Kumogakure, he had surrendered Hyuga Hizashi to quell the situation. However, the contrast with Sarutobi Hiruzen's current response is indeed striking. Nevertheless, this matter pertains to the diplomatic relations between nations, and the actions of Kumogakure this time have certainly crossed the line. At this moment, a figure pushed the door open and entered. Indeed, Hiruzen, Kumogakure has gone too far. In my view, we should declare war on them if they intend to use this incident to coerce us. Shinmun and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around to witness Danzo, standing at the entrance. His face contorted with fury as he addressed Hiruzen, declaring that the village hidden in the clouds had become utterly lawless and suggesting they should engage in direct confrontation. Upon seeing Danzo, both Shinmun and Hiruzen were momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had managed to enter at such a late hour. Nevertheless, Hiruzen cleared his throat and remarked that if they were to hold the village hidden in the clouds accountable and persuade the village hidden in the sand to trust their claims, they would need to gather substantial evidence. Shinzuki responded, There is no need for concern, Hokage-sama. I have meticulously recorded everything with my blood dragon eyes. From the moment I sensed something amiss before the tavern, I activated my blood dragon eyes to document all that I witnessed. Furthermore, with the testimonies of Yakura and Rasha, we need not worry about accountability towards the village of hidden clouds. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, However, under these circumstances, we cannot proceed with the Chunin exams. How shall we assess the results? I suggest we temporarily suspend the Chunin exams and confer Chunin status upon a select few exceptional genin, then immediately convene a diplomatic meeting. I firmly believe that Sunagakure will align with us. If Kumogakure chooses to turn hostile, then we shall engage them in battle. Hiruzen, do not forget how our previous master met his end, Danzo interjected. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinzuki nodded in agreement with Danzo's perspective, recognizing that the enemy had indeed crossed a line, and it was imperative that they not remain passive in the face of aggression. By the way, Hokage-sama, I previously overheard their plans. They intend to orchestrate a kidnapping and subsequently blame it on Konoha, seizing the opportunity to incite war. What? Hiruzen exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. Kumogakure has sunk to such depths of shamelessness. I believe negotiations are futile. We should confront them directly. Danzo, I understand your urgency, but we must still maintain the faade of diplomacy, Hiruzen urged. Maintain a faade? Hiruzen, consider this. They have already bullied us to this extent, and you still wish to play nice? This is a disgrace for a Hokage. Hokage-sama, I find myself in agreement with Danzo's assessment, Shinzuki conceded, acknowledging the severity of Kumogakure's transgressions. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained troubled, his expression grim as he stated, However, if we proceed in this manner. At that moment, Kamizuki interjected, Lord Hokage, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face lit up with joy as he replied, Little Kamizuki, what solution do you propose? The corners of Kamizuki's mouth curved slightly as he spoke. Let us first suspend the Chunin exams. We shall await a response from the Hidden Cloud Village. When they come to hold us accountable, we will present the evidence before their very eyes. Should they refuse to acknowledge the truth, we will methodically lay out the evidence piece by piece, demanding concessions that may yield us certain advantages. If they remain obstinate, Lord Hokage, consider this. We, the three Sanin, stand united, and with the esteemed White Fang among us, we could forge an alliance with the Hidden Sand Village. Should they acquiesce, we could extract a substantial tribute from the Hidden Cloud Village. If they do not, Shinsuke displayed a cruel smile and declared, Then let us fight. Upon hearing these words, both Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Shinsuke in utter astonishment. acknowledging the darkness of his heart. Subsequently, the three of them revealed sly smiles reminiscent of cunning foxes. Hiruzen promptly made a decision. Very well. We shall proceed as young Shinsuke suggests. I am eager to see if they can maintain their composure. Danzo regarded Shinsuke with a certain admiration. In a sense, the lad was quite to his taste. However, he pondered what Shinsuke was doing at the Hokage building in the dead of night. Ah, right, he intended to discuss matters concerning Shinsuke with Hiruzen. After Shinsuke's departure, Hiruzen turned to Danzo and inquired, Danzo, what brings you here at such a late hour? Danzo replied, Hiruzen, I am the Hokage. You shall come to regret this. With a forceful slam of the door, Danzo exited the Hokage's office, utterly bewildered. Wait, I haven't even stated my purpose yet. How did it turn into that familiar exchange once more? He sighed, dismissing the thought. Now that he had come this far, returning would be quite shameful. He decided to forge ahead. The matters concerning Kamizuki shall be contemplated at a later time. After Danzo and Kamizuki departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and gazed into the distance, suddenly recalling something. He retrieved a scroll from his drawer and began to inscribe upon it, addressing it to the esteemed third Kazekage. In the letter directed to the third Kazekage, he detailed all that had transpired. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned a ninja hawk, placing the scroll in its talons and instructing it to deliver the missive to the esteemed third Kazekage. The hawk took flight, carrying the scroll away. Watching the hawk gradually fade into the horizon, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Ah, the winds of fate are ever fickle. I wonder how long this fleeting peace shall endure. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground laboratory within Sunagakure, a red-haired youth toiled amidst the stench of blood, manipulating his puppet. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a sinister smile crept across his face as he proclaimed, the third Kazekage shall pay the price. He then lowered his head, returning to his work on the puppet. In the land of lightning, at Kumobakure, the third Hokage paced restlessly in his office. Ordinarily, it would take 2 days for news to arrive after abducting those 2 bloodline limit ninjas from Sunagakure. Yet, he wondered, why had there been no word? He had tacitly allowed their capture during the Chunin exams in Konoha, knowing full well that such actions were not uncommon for their country. Their only notable failure had been the botched abduction of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What if they had indeed failed this time? If they succeeded, they could shift the blame onto Konoha. However, if they had failed, what would be the only recourse? It was simply inconceivable that they could fail, even in failure. As long as they denied any wrongdoing, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, they could still salvage some benefit. Suddenly, the third Hokage halted and called out, Summon me the third Hokage. Inform him that we have lost 2 ninjas within their borders, and instruct our village to continue the search. Yes, replied a figure cloaked in umbu attire, who emerged from the shadows before swiftly departing. As for Kamizuki, the principal party involved in these unfolding events, he remained oblivious to the turmoil within the ninja world. Observing the dimly lit sky in the distance, he could not help but reflect. Just as he was making his way home, a white snake slithered forth from the underbrush. Expelling a scroll, Shinyu retrieved a scroll from the mouth of the small white serpent, upon which was inscribed, Earthstone Dragon Firearms, Mass Production Plan Completed. Proceed to the underground experimental base post-haste. Upon seeing this news, Shinsuke's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. It had been a couple of days since any updates on Orochimaru surfaced. It turns out he had been engrossed in the development of the Earthstone Dragon Pistol. Shinyu retrieved the scroll and swiftly made her way to the underground laboratory, which was not far from her location, arriving within a mere 10 minutes. Upon reaching the subterranean facility, she was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. A series of assembly lines had emerged in what was previously a relatively sparse environment. Upon these lines lay an impressive collection of Earthstone Dragon handguns. Meanwhile, Orochimaru sat casually in a nearby chair, sipping from a cup of tea. Upon noticing Shun Yu's arrival, he remarked, The Earthstone Dragon handguns are complete, approximately 10,000 in total. As for these production lines, they merely require the infusion of some Earth Release Chakra, and they will automatically produce the weapons for you. I had been researching this on the side, initially believing it to be of little significance, but it appears to hold some utility after all. Shinyu was overwhelmed with joy, truly deserving of being called the foremost scientist under Orochimaru. In just a few days, such remarkable productivity had been achieved. Orochimaru continued, I have reported everything here to my mentor. It should be forthcoming. How do you plan to allocate these weapons? Upon hearing the question, Shinwei glanced at the amused Orochimaru and replied, I intend to allocate these firearms. A portion will be utilized in warfare, while the other will be assigned to the Konoha Guard. Orochimaru, taken aback by this response, contemplated the fact that the majority of the Konoha Guard comprised members of the Uchiha clan. Was it possible that his disciple harbored such thoughts? After all, the Uchiha clan is our ally, and the Konoha Guard possesses sufficient military strength to suppress criminals and better maintain the peace of Konoha village. At this juncture, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he addressed Shinwei. So, Shinwei, what is your perspective on the Uchiha clan? Shinyu pondered for a moment before speaking. The Uchiha clan is also our ally. Although their former leader, Uchiha Madara, betrayed Konoha, that was merely an isolated incident and does not imply that every member of the Uchiha clan is malevolent. Furthermore, during past wars, the Uchiha clan has significantly aided us. Has it not? We cannot judge the entire Uchiha clan based on the actions of one individual. It is unjust to define the merits or demerits of the Uchiha clan through the lens of a single person. While there may still exist internal conflicts within the Uchiha, we cannot overlook the contributions of certain Uchiha members towards the peace of Konoha. Observing his disciple, Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback, yet he smiled and remarked, Shinyu, you are indeed a remarkable individual. Previously, I heard from Master Sarutobi that not only do you excel in strength, but you are also quite adept in understanding various situations. Reflecting on it now, as your teacher, I realize that aside from teaching you the art of swordsmanship, I have not imparted much else. How about this? Come with me, and I shall teach you some of my signature ninjutsu. Master Orochimaru, there's no need for that, Shinyu replied. It was not that he was unwilling to learn, but rather that the ninjutsu under Orochimaru's command was quite repulsive. Moreover, techniques such as the shadow snake hands were not something he wished to delve into at this moment, as they induced a sense of physiological discomfort. Master Orochimaru, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Orochimaru turned to face Shinyu and inquired, What is it, Shinyu? Shinyu activated his blood dragon eye and addressed the astonished Orochimaru, saying, Master Orochimaru, I have awakened this pair of eyes, known as the blood dragon eye, which belongs to the Bloodpool clan's Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru, recovering from his shock, looked at Shinyu with eager anticipation and inquired, If that is the case, does your blood technique share the same origin? If so, it would make perfect sense. May I extract some of your genes for experimentation? Shinyu nodded gently, considering the notion of conducting experiments with his own genes. In truth, it was not an unreasonable choice, certainly preferable to the prospect of self-dissection. As Orochimaru busied himself with the experimental apparatus, he remarked to Shinyu, I possess some knowledge regarding the Bloodpool clan, and I have even collaborated with your father for a time. Certain secret techniques associated with the blood dragon were developed through our joint efforts. I have been quite intrigued since you mastered the blood escape ninjutsu. It is rather perplexing that you can wield such techniques without having awakened the blood dragon eye. Orochimaru extracted some genetic material from Shinyu and continued, Now, Shinyu, let us return to our earlier discussion. What ninjutsu do you wish to learn? After a moment of contemplation, Shinyu responded to Orochimaru, Teacher Orochimaru, to be candid, I do not wish to learn any other ninjutsu. May I pose a question to you? Shinyu expressed this sentiment. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Shinyu's unexpected words. However, he still inquired, What is the issue? Shinyu took a deep breath and finally posed the question he had long contemplated. May I ask, Master Orochimaru, are you currently engaged in human experimentation? In truth, Shinyu had initially hesitated to voice this inquiry, as the price of asking such a question was exceedingly steep. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to ask. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, regarding Shinyu with a playful curiosity as he replied, What leads you to conclude that I have conducted human experiments? In his heart, Shinwei silently criticized, Are you not aware of your own actions? However, he did not display any similar expression. Instead, he earnestly analyzed, When you conduct your experiments, you often wear a white coat, occasionally stained with traces of fresh blood, and your hands bear the marks of having wielded a scalpel. Moreover, Lord Orochimaru, do you not possess numerous human body parts within those petri dishes? Although you conceal them well, during a few of our previous training sessions, I inadvertently discovered those petri dishes hidden in the materials cabinet. Am I mistaken, Master Orochimaru? He gazed anxiously at Orochimaru, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to his own dissection. Yet, Orochimaru merely responded with a calm applause, saying, You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I engage in certain aspects of human engineering, with the tacit approval of my mentor. But, Master Orochimaru, your obsession with these matters seems rather extreme. Your fixation on immortality appears to run too deep. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, recognizing the exceptional nature of his student. Nevertheless, he inquired, then what do you suggest I do? Shinjuekuin? Master Orochimaru, you need not pursue this path. With the consent of the third Hokage, you can conduct human experiments using methods that do not endanger lives. You can assist those volunteers, those willing participants, entirely without the need for such isolation. There is no necessity for you to tread this solitary road. Solitary? Orochimaru murmured. Shinju rose from her chair and bowed to Orochimaru, saying, I apologize for any offense my words may have caused today. Please forgive me. I shall take my leave now, Master Orochimaru. Shinju turned away, departing from Orochimaru's underground laboratory. He had initially wished to refrain from expressing such sentiments, however. To prevent Orochimaru from betraying them, it was necessary to take some action. Through their days of interaction, he had come to sense that despite Orochimaru's aloof demeanor, he possessed a commendable nature, and Shinju did not desire for him to defect from Konoha. The seeds of trust had already been sown. The subsequent course of action would ultimately depend on Orochimaru himself and whether he could heed the call. Chapter 40. Obito's Journey of Confession. After Shingetsu emerged from Orochimaru's underground laboratory, Orochimaru pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. It seemed that this method was not without merit. It was certainly preferable to trailing behind Danzo, engaging in furtive actions, and fearing his mentor's discovery. This way, he would be unburdened by fear, and could even cultivate a respectable reputation. His devoted disciple had indeed presented him with an excellent idea. He resolved to speak with Hiruzen at once. For why not pursue a straightforward approach instead of shadowing Danzo? Orochimaru abruptly rose from his seat and hastily made his way to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Shingetsu, on the brink of returning home, encountered a familiar figure at his doorstep. It was Obito. What could he possibly want? Shinju, filled with curiosity, quickened her pace and inquired of Daitu, who stood before her, what brings you here so early? Daitu, with a countenance marked by urgency, paced anxiously at the entrance of Shinju's home. Upon seeing her return, his expression visibly relaxed, yet he soon donned a look of nervousness and said, Shinju, I wish to ask you for a favor. What kind of favor? Why the haste? Shinju questioned, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing her inquiry, Daitu's initial anxiety morphed into a slight blush, and he stammered, well, it's about. Spit it out. Speak plainly. What is it that you wish to convey? Shinju urged, her tone encouraging. Daitu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as he whispered, I would like to ask for your help. What? Shinju leaned closer, as Daitu's voice was too soft for her to grasp. I said what? She leaned in again, still unable to hear him. I want to ask you to help me plan a confession. I'm going to confess to Lin. Daitu's voice suddenly rose, startling Shinju to the point of ringing in her ears. Oh, a confession. Daitu, you sly one, quietly plotting great things. Daitu's previously slight blush ignited into a full flush, and he hastily waved his hands, saying, No, it's just a plan. Shinju clapped his chest, a confident smile gracing his face as he addressed Obito before him. Rest assured, my brother, I will handle this matter with utmost care. I already have a general idea in mind and will begin preparations shortly. By the way, when do you plan to confess your feelings? Obito tapped his fingers thoughtfully. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow. What are you joking about? In such a short span, how can I possibly arrange everything for you? Shinju exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed at Obito. Come on, my friend, I understand your urgency, but this is quite hasty, isn't it? I have no other choice, Obito admitted. It's precisely because time is so tight that I came to seek your help. Please, I can only turn to you now. Shinju gently stroked his chin and inquired of Obito before him, what plans do you currently have? Obito, with a sheepish expression, replied, I haven't quite formulated a plan yet. Isn't it your task to devise one? Shinju, infuriated to the brink of bloodshed, waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. I apologize, but I must decline. Wait, Shinju, I implore you. Assist me just this once, only this once. Once the matter is resolved, I shall take care of your meals for an entire week. Obito, in a state of panic, grasped the sleeve of Shinju's garment. Shinju remained indifferent, resolutely determined to leave. Obito gritted his teeth. 2 weeks. I've prepared meals for 2 weeks. Surely this will suffice. I beg you, please assist me with this favor. Shin gets a secret thrill as the plan unfolds seamlessly. However, he refrains from displaying a smile on his face, adopting a facade of reluctance instead. Turning away, he concedes. Since you are so earnest in your request, I shall lend you a hand. Obito breathes a sigh of relief, for he could scarcely imagine anyone more adept than Shin. Shin led Obito aside and whispered, "I have two plans. Which one would you like to hear?" Obito instantly felt an exhilarating thrill. "I have only just shared this idea, and you already have a plan. It seems I have found the right person." After pondering for a moment, Obito replied, "Let me first hear the details of the first plan." Shin glanced around, ensuring that no one was in sight. He cautiously spoke to Dato. "The first plan involves immersing both you and Lin in a world of illusion, where you shall confess your feelings for one another. However, do not rush. I have yet to finish. Within this enchanted realm, I shall craft the most romantic of settings, allowing you to express your sentiments with complete assurance." Dato pondered for a moment, but eventually shook his head. Although this approach holds merit, it ultimately transpires within a fabricated realm, not in the tangible world. Confessing in an illusory domain lacks authenticity and feels excessively contrived. That is not the effect I desire from my declaration. The corners of Shinzuki's mouth twitched. Who was it that incessantly clamored in the original narrative that this world was illusory, declaring, "Lin, I shall create a world with you"? Who proclaimed that a world of illusions was the epitome of beauty? Who was it that, in pursuit of the infinite Tsukuyami, forsook all responsibilities? Could this be considered a betrayal from the youthful self? The corner of Kamizuki's mouth curved into a subtle arc, yet he ultimately refrained from expressing laughter. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Obito, who incessantly clamored for the creation of a world of illusions, a sense of dissonance washed over him. He cleared his throat and continued, "If you believe this plan is flawed, then we are left with the second option. As for the second plan, I must ponder it for a moment. What a predicament. It seems he had not contemplated it at all," Obito lamented. A spark of inspiration ignited in Shinue's mind. And suddenly, he conceived an idea: fireworks, cherry blossoms, starry skies. Eureka! He excitedly turned to Obito, who stood before him, and declared, "I have a plan. Tomorrow night, you will invite Rin out alone. Just follow my instructions, and leave the rest to me." Obito, taken aback by Shinue's exuberance, replied, "What?" Seemingly aware of his own rising excitement, Shinue composed himself and continued, "Bring Rin to the small river not far from the village. The rest is in my hands. I will prepare some delightful surprises for you." "Really? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Obito asked skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at Shinue. "When have I ever lied to you? Rest assured, my brother, I will ensure everything goes splendidly. Just follow my lead, and success is guaranteed." Shinue gave a thumbs up, reassuring Obito. "Then I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow, and make sure to execute it perfectly." Obito reiterated, Wait, don't rush off just yet. Let me refine your appearance. You are about to confess your feelings, after all. I must make you look dashing. You can't afford to appear unkempt in such a significant moment. Even if I choose the perfect confession spot, a poor appearance could detract from the occasion." Obito nodded obediently, inquiring, "You make a valid point. How should I go about it?" "First, remove your forehead protector temporarily. I'll guide you on how to wear it. Tie it around your neck for now." Obito complied, and then Shinue's gaze shifted to his hairstyle, a look of dissatisfaction crossing his face. "Clearly, you haven't taken the time to groom your hair properly. Just look at the state it's in," Shinyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then reached out and styled Obito's hair into the signature spiky look of the Uchiha clan. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. It seemed nearly complete. There was no need to change his attire, as the outfit was one that Shunyu had previously selected for him. He had already transformed Obito into a figure reminiscent of the man who would eventually ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War. He bore an impressive resemblance, indeed. Quite splendid. Shinyu was reminded of something. Since it was a confession, he believed that flowers must be given. After some contemplation, he finally settled on a fitting choice: pink roses. Pink roses typically symbolize first love and tender affection, making them ideal for expressing the shy emotions characteristic of their age. He turned to Dato and said, "You need not worry about selecting the flowers. I shall visit the flower shop in the mountains and choose a bouquet for you. The language of those flowers is particularly suited to you and Lin." Just as Dato was about to inquire further, Shinyu interrupted him, saying, "I understand your eagerness. But hold your horses. You will know everything tomorrow. Now, return home and await my message. Act according to my cues." Shingetsu gently patted Obito's shoulder, urging him to return. Once Obito departed, Shingetsu began to contemplate his plans. First and foremost, he needed a means to procure a quantity of fireworks. Fortunately, the village boasted a fireworks shop where he could purchase them. However, a crucial element of his inspiration involved cherry blossoms. Thus, he pondered how to resolve the absence of these blossoms in the location he had chosen for Obito and Rin's confession. Where could he possibly find cherry blossoms? Suddenly, he recalled that he could conjure his Higanbana formation using blood release chakra. Might it be possible to create cherry blossom trees in the same manner? With this conclusion in mind, he commenced his experimentation. Shingetsu first arrived at the designated confession site for Obito and Rin. Forming the seal for the Higanbana and envisioning the appearance of a cherry blossom tree in his mind. To his astonishment, what emerged from the ground was not a Higanbana, but rather a splendid cherry blossom tree. Overjoyed at this revelation, Shingetsu intensified his output of blood release chakra. As the cherry blossom tree grew increasingly larger, it resembled a typical cherry blossom tree without any discernible difference. Shingetsu replicated this process, creating one cherry blossom tree after another. Thus, a picturesque grove of cherry blossoms materialized before him. Satisfied with his creation, Shingetsu nodded approvingly. The issue of the cherry blossoms had been resolved. It was now time to procure the fireworks. Before he could reach the fireworks shop, he stumbled upon a familiar figure at a nearby dango shop. In fact, it was not just one familiar face, but several. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Kazashi Haruno, and Kurenai's partner, along with others. All from his graduating class of ninjas. However, neither Obito nor Rin was among them. Before he could explain the situation, Guy's voice rang out. Hey, Shingetsu. Care for a dango? Shinyu nodded slightly, casting his gaze upon the nearby figures. He picked up a skewer of dumplings, took a bite, and, with a hand supporting his chin, sighed in quiet distress. What troubles you, Shinyu? Inquired the concerned Yuhi Kurenai beside him. Nothing much. Merely fretting over Obito's impending confession to Rin, Shinyu replied dismissively, waving his hand. I see. Yuhi Kurenai responded, momentarily taken aback before realizing. What? Obito intends to confess to Rin? Everyone around gazed at Shinyu in astonishment. A bit bewildered, Shinyu remarked, Did you all not know? The group shook their heads. Genuinely unaware. Shinyu, suddenly invigorated, shared, just a moment ago, that guy Obito came to me, asking for assistance in planning his confession. We are currently devising a strategy. Alas, do share your plans with us. We might offer some suggestions, Asuma Saratobi chimed in. Let me tell you, this plan is quite splendid, rather romantic, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, under the starry sky, beside a gentle stream, surrounded by cherry blossom trees, with fireworks overhead, imagining young lovers standing together is simply enchanting. Yuhi Kurenai exclaimed, standing next to Asuma. The two exchanged a knowing glance before quickly averting their eyes. The same was true for Tsukikage Hade and Yuzuki Yugao. Shinyu took out a flower from the other shore, once again lost in thoughts of someone past. Only Kakashi and Guy remained, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Shinyu rose, discarding the bamboo skewer of the finished dango into the trash bin. Addressing the crowd, she declared, All right, I shall proceed to arrange for the fireworks. You may continue enjoying your meal. I must take my leave. Upon witnessing Shinyu's departure, the crowd exclaimed in unison, We wish to accompany you. Do not cause a ruckus. This pertains to the lifelong affairs of Dato and Rin. Please refrain from complicating matters and return home. However, if you genuinely wish to assist me, does anyone possess a camera? Kakashi raised his hand. Shinyu remarked, Very well, Kakashi, please bring your camera tomorrow evening. Capture some good moments of Obito and Rin. As for the rest of you, feel free to join us, but do refrain from causing any disturbances. Shinyu pressed his forehead, as if standing before him were not peers of his age, but rather a group of mere children. Shinyu entered a fireworks shop, listening to the proprietor's introductions. However, he waved his hand, signaling the owner to cease his explanations. Instead, he pointed and declared, this one, and this one are not to be included. I shall take the rest. With a flourish of his hand, he claimed an entire array of fireworks. The owner, upon witnessing this, realized he was in the presence of a young master, evidently affluent. After a moment of calculation, he eagerly addressed Shinyu. The total comes to 300,000 taels. Would you like assistance in transporting these fireworks to your residence? Shinyu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. She then extracted a banknote worth 300,000 taels from her wallet and handed it to the proprietor before her. The owner promptly accepted the money Shinyu offered and, with a courteous demeanor, said, Certainly, please take care. Shinyu called out to a few boys nearby, Kakashi, Guy. Asuma, come help me transport these fireworks back. Sure, where should we take them? Let's move them to the top of Hokage Rock, when the time comes tomorrow. We can set them off directly. All right, this is also a form of training for our youth. A certain green-clad friend single-handedly carried dozens of boxes of fireworks up to the summit of Hokage Rock. Hey, guy, there's no need to do it this way. Kakashi, don't you possess the Flying Thunder God technique? You could simply mark these boxes with the Flying Thunder God seal. Kakashi complied. Inscribing each box with intricate Flying Thunder God patterns, then performed the technique to transport all the boxes filled with fireworks to the top of Hokage Rock. All right. This should suffice. I'll thank everyone on behalf of Obito. How about I treat you all to a meal? Shinyu inquired. The others quickly waved their hands, indicating that it was unnecessary. They then departed together, with Shinyu calling out to them. Hey, don't forget to come tomorrow night. The group walked side by side, simultaneously giving a thumbs up. Shinyu observed the scene before him and chuckled softly, gazing at the pile of fireworks on the ground, lost in contemplation. Never mind. Let me first procure a bouquet from the flower shop in the mountains. After arranging the fireworks neatly, Shinyu instantly transported himself to the mountain flower shop. Having purchased a bouquet of pink roses, he promptly teleported to the entrance of the Dato residence and knocked on the door, calling out, Dato, come out. Everything is ready. Shinyu handed a pink rose to Obito, saying, make sure to give it your all tomorrow. Do not let my heartfelt intentions go to waste. Obito nodded heavily, watching Shinyu depart. The following evening, he asked, Obito, why did you bring me here? Oh, it's nothing much. Just thought I'd show you around, he replied. Following Shinyu's guidance, Obito led Rin to a designated spot. Upon their arrival, both were astonished by the breathtaking scene before them. The cherry blossom tree was illuminated with pink lights, and the old petals drifted gently to the ground with the breeze. Opposite them, the shimmering river mirrored everything along the shore. Obito soon broke free from his astonishment. He turned around to find Rin gazing at him, her beautiful eyes radiating warmth. A noticeable blush adorned both their faces. Summoning his courage, Obito presented the pink rose he had been concealing and declared, Rin, I like you. Will you go out with me? As his words echoed in the air, Rin leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Obito, I like you too. Let us be together. After she spoke, in the distance at Hokage Rock, Shinyu, hidden in the grass with a small snake, shared the vision and said to Kakashi beside her, now? Kakashi immediately unleashed the Great Fireball technique, igniting a row of fireworks that burst forth into the sky in a splendid display. Within the confines of Konoha village, Minato was learning sealing techniques alongside Kushina. Upon witnessing the vibrant fireworks outside, they exchanged smiles and embraced. In a nearby izakaya, Jiraiya encouraged, keep drinking. He glanced at the already intoxicated Tsunade, who had fallen asleep while watching the distant fireworks. At least for tonight, sleep well, Lady Tsunade. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife, Bawako, stood by the window, gazing at the fireworks with satisfied smiles. At the Sunagakure Inn, Yakumo held a cluster of higanbana, looking into the distance, where Shinyu also held a higanbana, staring far away. The flower symbolizes eternal longing. Outside Konoha village, Obito and Rin had long since stopped hugging and were now hand in hand, seated by the river, watching the colorful fireworks, immersed in bliss. Their gazes frequently met, and Rin rested her small head on Obito's shoulder, saying, thank you for preparing all of this. It must have been quite an effort. Obito shook his head and replied, as long as it is for you, I do not mind the effort. Because it is you, I do not find it burdensome. Obito gazed intently at Rin, who let out a soft chuckle before once again colliding into his embrace. The two of them silently observed the scene before them, choosing not to utter another word. May those in love ultimately find their happiness. May they not miss their chance, nor harbor regrets. Let them cherish deeply and love wholeheartedly all that they possess. Chapter 41. Ninja Training Part 1. Hey. I must say, you two have truly had enough of this. Seriously. What is it with you two being inseparable every single day? Kamizuki watched the affectionate display between Obito and Rin with exasperation. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, these two have been inseparable, constantly showering Kakashi and Kamizuki with their romantic gestures. Shinyu found himself reminiscing about the days when Yutsong was present. Due to the suspension of the Chunin exam, Yutsong and his companions had already returned to Sunagakure. In recent days, Orochimaru had conferred with Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the guise of conducting human examinations, engaging in human experimentation with a number of volunteers eager to contribute their share. Consequently, Orochimaru was inundated with a continuous stream of experimental subjects, leaving him little time to attend to Shinyu, who thus found himself rather idle. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, The third Hokage sought to dispatch his ninjas to Konoha in search of the two deceased Kumogakure ninjas. Unsurprisingly, their efforts proved fruitless. As Konoha countered with evidence that led to the reclamation of considerable territory from Kumogakure, infuriating its inhabitants. They clamored incessantly for war, yet their cries remained mere bluster. Stirring up trouble at the borders, only to be quelled by the vigilant Kakashi Hitaki, who had been stationed at the frontier for quite some time without returning home. "Good morning, everyone," suddenly announced Minato Namikaze, emerging from an unexpected corner to greet them. "Hello, Teacher Minato," the four chorused in unison. All right. I have come to share some news with you all. As you know, the joint Chunin exam among the three nations has been forced to pause. However, we in Konoha can hold the third round of the Chunin exam ourselves, so tomorrow morning, the third round will take place within the village." "Really?" exclaimed the four, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as they had anticipated the next Chunin exam would not occur until the following year. "Now that I've shared the news, let us all proceed to the third training ground for some ninja sparring practice to prepare for tomorrow's exam." "All right," they echoed in unison. With that, the four followed Minato to the third training ground, where Obito and Kakashi began their sparring session, each forming opposing hand seals. "Now, let the ninja combat practice commence," called out Minato from the sidelines. As the voice of Minato Namikaze echoed, both combatants charged towards each other, engaging in a fierce struggle. Kakashi delivered a swift kick aimed at Obito's face, but Obito raised his right arm to block it, retaliating with a left punch directed at Kakashi's abdomen, which Kakashi narrowly evaded. Obito then swung a left hook that struck Kakashi's face, prompting Kakashi to raise his left arm in defense, dodging Kakashi's knee strike. Obito seized the opportunity to knock Kakashi to the ground with a powerful kick. As Obito landed and sought to continue his assault, Kakashi executed an agile leap, performing a somersault to evade Obito's attack, soaring over his head. Kakashi positioned himself above Obito, delivering a kick towards him, which Obito managed to block, followed by a successful defense against Kakashi's subsequent punch. Kakashi retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, slashing it towards Obito, who countered with his own kunai. And the two continued their fierce exchange. Suddenly, Kakashi's kunai was sent soaring into the air by Obito's strike. Kakashi swiftly kicked the kunai back to the ground and pivoted to land a punch on Obito's face. In response, Obito executed an elbow strike that sent Kakashi flying several meters away. Kakashi quickly regained his footing, only to find Obito charging at him with two kunai in hand. Kakashi, undeterred, produced his own kunai, and the metallic clanging of their weapons resonated in the air as they engaged in a stalemate. After a prolonged struggle, both of their kunai were simultaneously knocked to the ground. With their hands locked, the two were momentarily at an impasse in their physical confrontation. Obito then revealed a mysterious smile and declared, "I'll borrow your hand." He began to form hand seals using Kakashi's hand, then kicked Kakashi away and stepped back. Once again, he formed seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball hurtled towards Kakashi, who quickly formed his own seals and slammed his hands to the ground, exclaiming, "Earth release, earth flow rampart." The earthen wall successfully intercepted the fireball's advance. Amidst the smoke, Obito stealthily approached Kakashi from behind, unaware that the Kakashi he faced was merely a shadow clone. Meanwhile, the Real Kakashi delivered a kick that sent Obito sprawling. Just as Obito began to rise, Kakashi's kunai was poised before him, ready to strike. Minato Namikaze then proclaimed, "The exercise has concluded. The victor is Kakashi. Now, let us seal the reconciliation." Obito graciously accepted the hand extended by Kakashi, sealing their pact of reconciliation. Meanwhile, Shingetsu, who had been standing beside Minato Namikaze from the very beginning, observed the fierce clash between these two individuals with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. The physical confrontation between them could undoubtedly be deemed exemplary. It was surprising, however, that despite his numerous attempts to mentor Obito, he still could not secure a victory over Kakashi. Nevertheless, their performance was commendable. Both Obito and Kakashi refrained from drawing their weapons, and Obito had yet to activate his Sharingan. Otherwise, the outcome would have been even more challenging to determine. Well done, both of you. Your skills have truly impressed me. Kakashi, take a moment to rest, and then Shingetsu will spar with you. Shinazuki nodded slightly, while Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback. No, Sensei, are you asking me to confront this individual? Setting aside the question of whether I can even prevail. Who knows how many bizarre jutsu he has at his disposal? For all we know, he could merely point a finger and doom someone to death. Upon noticing the peculiar look in Kakashi's eyes, Minato Namikaze offered an awkward smile, momentarily forgetting that Shinazuki had transcended the realm of mere mortals. Clearing his throat, he continued. The training between Shinazuki and Kakashi will consist solely of a physical combat match, forbidding the use of genjutsu and ninjutsu, with weapons limited to kunai. Only then did Kakashi retract his strange expression. If it were truly an unrestricted match, it would hardly be a contest at all. Shinyu twitched the corner of his mouth, setting aside his Chiketsu Ikemanji, while Kakashi, having recovered from his rest, likewise sheathed his white-fanged short blade. As Shinyu lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, he found himself unable to spot either Obito or Rin for quite some time. Those two seemed to have wandered off, lost in their own world of romance. Poor Obito, so utterly smitten by love. As soon as Minato Namikaze observed that both were prepared, he raised his hand and declared, "The second round of the ninja combat exercise begins now." Chapter 42, Ninja Sparring, Part 2. No sooner had Minato's words fallen than Shunyu and Kakashi charged towards one another simultaneously. Shunyu delivered a powerful punch, striking Kakashi squarely in the face. Kakashi intercepted the blow with his right arm, subsequently using his left arm to deflect Shinyu's left hook. Shinyu found both of his hands ensnared by his opponent's grasp. In an instant, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick with his left leg aimed squarely at Kakashi's chest. With both of his hands immobilized, Kakashi was unable to block the attack and could only endure the force of Shinyu's strike. The impact caused him immediate pain, sending him flying several meters away. However, he quickly regained his footing and charged towards Shunyu with determination. Shinyu executed a backflip, skillfully evading Kakashi's surprise attack. Kakashi drew a kunai and hurled it towards Shinyu, who was positioned above him. In a swift motion, Shinyu seized the shuriken thrown by Kakashi and hurled it back towards the ground where Kakashi stood. Instantly, Kakashi dodged, only to have another shuriken fly towards him. He reached out to grasp it, but in that fleeting moment, he noticed an explosive tag affixed to its end. His pupils contracted as he cast the shuriken aside, and it detonated with a resounding blast. Kakashi, shaken yet resilient, prepared for the next shuriken that soared in his direction. As he attempted to catch it, the shuriken transformed into a punch from Shinwei, knocking Kakashi to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Shinwei retrieved another shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and lunged towards Kakashi's face. Yet upon contact, Kakashi morphed into a bolt of lightning. The electric current surged along the shuriken, reaching Shinwei, who found himself confronted by Kakashi now appearing behind him. The shuriken poised at his throat. However, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Shinwei dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. Just as Kakashi pondered this perplexity, a shuriken pressed against his neck, and Shinyue's voice resonated from behind, declaring, "You have lost, Kakashi." Kakashi's pupils dilated in surprise. When had this transpired? It dawned on him that the explosive-tagged shuriken Shinyue had thrown was indeed his true form, while the Shinwei that had morphed into a mere shuriken was merely a shadow clone. As the explosive shuriken detonated, it was because only the shuriken was a transformation of Shinyue's true self, while the explosive tag was genuine. After Kakashi had been restrained by his own clone, Shinyu stealthily maneuvered behind him, only to find that the Kakashi he had aimed for was a lightning clone. Upon pinpointing the real Kakashi, Shinyu pressed the shuriken to his throat. Meanwhile, observing from the sidelines, Minato Namikaze was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. "Isn't this against the rules? I thought ninjutsu was prohibited. How are you both employing ninjutsu?" This certainly seemed a breach of protocol, as it was meant to be a purely Tai Jutsu battle. The transformation and clone techniques appeared to be well understood by them. Now, it became evident to him that these two students of his were indeed astonishingly formidable. In every aspect, strength, combat intelligence, and overall prowess, they excelled remarkably. Though they had flouted the rules, it was acknowledged that rules are static, while humanity is dynamic, and thus rules may evolve with human will. Consequently, the second round of the ninja combat exercise concluded, with Shinyu emerging victorious. In the very moment the results were announced at the wave-splitting gate, Obito and Rin emerged from a nearby thicket, their faces flushed with an unmistakable hue. One couldn't help but notice the slight redness of their lips. Had they been stung by bees? Shingetsu's intuition suggested that these two must have engaged in some clandestine activities within the woods. How youthful they were, indeed, just a few days after solidifying their relationship. And already they were embroiled in such scandalous affairs. Obito adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar, initially intending to confide in Rin, only to be taken aback when she suddenly initiated a passionate advance. He shuddered under Shingetsu's piercing gaze, which seemed to cut through him, and promptly averted his eyes. Shinzuki seethed internally, cursing the audacious Uchiha brat for flaunting affection in broad daylight. Oh, how she yearned to soar to Sunagakure and seek out Yisong. With a wistful sigh, she retrieved a bloom of the Higanbana, succumbing to nostalgia. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Minato Namikaze twitched at the corner of his mouth. Reflecting on the irony of being a teacher to 4 students, 3 of whom were hopeless romantics, and the last, well, better left unmentioned. As he stood there, Minato cast his gaze towards the barrier tower. Kakashi, observing the 3 lovesick souls before him, shrugged helplessly, pondering if their lack of partners was somehow his fault. At that moment, a certain green-clad Kappa burst forth from an unknown nook, his eyes sparkling upon spotting Kakashi. He exclaimed, "My eternal rival, Kakashi. Let us engage in a duel of youth." Kakashi, gazing at the exuberant Might Guy, who flashed his radiant smile and gave a thumbs up, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. What began as a spirited duel between them devolved into a game of rock, paper, scissors. No, my eternal rival, Kakashi. A contest of youth cannot be so trivialized. It must be settled through a true 1v1 battle. Kakashi, however, firmly declined. Might Guy stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom Kakashi's rejection. After enduring 2 rounds of combat, Kakashi was undeniably fatigued and needed a moment to recuperate. If one were to wander to the 3rd training ground, they would encounter a peculiar sight, a pair of young lovers nestled together, lost in their own world. A boy clutching a Higanbana leaned against a tree, reminiscing while sighing softly, while a handsome blond man gazed into the distance, contemplating whether to venture into the barrier with a kunai in hand. Adding to this odd tableau was the green kappa and a silver-haired boy in a mask, engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, all the while discussing their youthful duel. Thus, the hours slipped by unremarkably, leaving one to wonder how they managed to pass the time. Shinyu would certainly refrain from disclosing to them that he could perceive Yutsong's current state through the gifted to him. He gazed upon Yutsong for nearly an hour. As for Namikaze Minato, he had long since activated the Flying Thunder God technique, driven by his concern for Kushina, and ventured into the barrier to learn sealing techniques alongside her. The sole constant amidst this was the affectionate exchange between Obito and Rin, as well as the youthful rivalry between Kakashi and Might Guy. As dusk approached, Minato hurried back from the sealing barrier and addressed the group. "All right, everyone. It's time to head home. Let us give our best in tomorrow's 3rd round of the Chunin exams." "Okay, goodbye." Teacher Minato, 5 voices echoed in unison. Why are there 5 of us? It seems we have an extra green watermelon like Kappa. Chapter 43, Illusions and Trials. Upon returning home, Shinyu immediately retrieved one of the 3 scrolls belonging to his father, Saratobi Izashi. After all, it was a product of his father's past research, and he was eager to discover the intricacies of the blood escape secret technique his father had developed. He unrolled one of the scrolls, which bore the inscription, Blood Escape Secret Technique, Body Refinement. He continued to read. The practitioner can infuse their chakra into the blood coursing through their veins, dispersing it throughout their entire being, thereby achieving a state of complete bodily refinement. Shinyu was quite perplexed. Was this secret technique intended for self-cultivation? He followed the instructions laid out in the scroll, first channeling chakra into his own bloodstream, and then directing the chakra to circulate throughout the myriad veins of his body. Shinyu sensed a series of warm currents flowing through his entire meridian system, evoking a reminiscent sensation akin to the 8 gates of Duinjia. However, unlike the 8 gates of Duinjia, which unlocks the latent potential of the body by opening the chakra points that restrict energy flow, this experience bore a different essence. It is worth noting that while the 8 gates may liberate one's true power, they also inflict a certain degree of harm upon the body. Shinyu sat cross-legged on the ground, the blood chakra coursing through his limbs and flowing into various meridians. However, when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself not in his home, but in an entirely unfamiliar place. Where exactly is this? Shinyu pondered, feeling perplexed. Had he not been training at home just moments ago? Why had he awakened here? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the pervasive darkness enveloping him, while beneath his feet lay a pool resembling a lake, but of a striking crimson hue. Surely, this cannot be blood, he thought, his expression darkening as he contemplated crouching down to investigate. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the area ahead, akin to a spotlight. Following its direction, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him, basked in the glow of the light, stood a couple. The woman cradled an infant swathed in swaddling cloth, while the man stood beside her. Both wore expressions of profound happiness. The reason for Shinyu's astonishment became clear. He recognized the couple from a photograph on his bedside, his parents. But why, he mused. Was he transported to this realm akin to a consciousness space while images of his parents materialized before him? Are they holding me? Shinyu whispered, so. You have indeed come, my child. Shinyu cast his gaze around, the image of his parents having just vanished. And the voice he heard was indistinguishable in terms of gender. Who are you? Do not attempt to play tricks on me, Shinyu declared with an air of vigilance. Scanning his surroundings, yet finding no one present. You should not be here, child. However, since you have arrived, it signifies that you have already mastered that power. The voice echoed once more. Who are you truly? Why have you brought me to this place? What are your intentions? Shinyu gazed around, gripping the crimson blood sword behind him, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. This may be the fate of the Bloodpool clan, since you have arrived here. Allow me to share certain matters with you. The spotlight before him illuminated the scene once more, and that voice resonated again. Since ancient times, the Bloodpool clan has possessed the Blood Dragon Eye, a power capable of manipulating illusions. However, while the Blood Dragon Eye bestows upon them formidable illusionary prowess, it also exacts a significant toll. When the Blood Dragon Eye reaches a certain threshold, its bearer must undergo the trials of the Blood Dragon Eye. With countless members of the Bloodpool clan having perished in this very place, they often struggle to accept reality, yearning for peace and fearing war, frequently evading the harsh truths of existence and the pain they entail. Beneath the spotlight, the blood-red waters coalesced into a silhouette, an identical figure of Shinyu, standing directly opposite him. This was the trial bestowed by the Blood Dragon Eye. Only through enduring numerous challenges can one truly master their own power. O member of the Bloodpool, the voice no longer referred to him as a child, but as a member of the Bloodpool clan. Now, Shunyu's expression grew grim. He had merely been training with the blood escape secret techniques left by his father, and yet he found himself in this bewildering place. After a barrage of incomprehensible words, he was now being thrust into some trial. What a convoluted affair. I, Tianyu Shinyu, shall accept this challenge. As he uttered these words, the blood-water-formed Shinyu figure charged swiftly towards him. Shinyu executed a somersault, soaring over the head of the figure opposite him. However, that figure swiftly seized his foot, hurling him downward. With a resounding thud, Shinyu crashed onto the ground, the immense strength of the figure overwhelming him. Before he could even react, he found himself plunged into the surface of the water. Shinyu rose abruptly, suddenly realizing that the crimson lake beneath his feet seemed to respond to his will, reminiscent of the blood pool in the Valley of Hell. Blood escape, blood dragon technique. Shinyu swiftly formed seals, and several blood dragons soared from the crimson surface of the pool, hurtling towards the figure opposite. Yet, that figure appeared oblivious, casually waving a hand, causing the blood dragons to disintegrate into crimson droplets that scattered like mist. Once more, the figure gestured, conjuring blood-red droplets that shot forth like arrows towards Shinyu. In a swift motion, Kamizuki hastily summoned a wall of blood using his blood-release chakra, successfully shielding himself from the crimson droplets that soared towards him like arrows. Shinyu concentrated his blood-based chakra into a long blade and swung it towards the shadowy figure. In response, the figure forged its own long blade, which clashed with Shinyu's. However, Shinyu's blade did not endure for long. Shinyu, along with his sword, was propelled outward. Shinyu gasped for breath, not due to a lack of desire to employ other ninjutsu, but because he was restricted to using only blood release techniques in the Blood Dragon Eye in this place. He had already attempted the Blood Dragon Eye, but it had proven utterly ineffective. Gritting his teeth, Shinyu realized he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. He swiftly formed hand seals. Blood release, nether flower formation. Several nether flowers erupted from the ground, binding the figure opposite him to the earth. Shinyu then formed another series of seals to activate his ninjutsu, blood release, blood shadow prison. This technique, found in a scroll left by his father, was designed to restrain foes while simultaneously absorbing their chakra to replenish that of the caster. Once he had subdued his opponent, Shinyu steeled himself and summoned forth his most reluctant trump card. He bit his fingertip, allowing blood infused with blood release chakra to flow forth. He formed a seal that belonged to no known ninjutsu, but was a secret technique of his family. The most formidable one he had learned from his father's scroll, blood release, blood wheel of the new moon. A colossal crimson full moon materialized in his consciousness by absorbing the chakra from the blood lake's surface. Second advancement, floating life and death. The blood-red moon transformed into a scarlet wheel, soaring into Shunyu's hand and hurtling towards the figure that resembled him. In an instant, the scarlet wheel detonated, obliterating both the figure and the chains, along with the nether flowers. Shinyu clutched her chest, kneeling on one knee upon the ground, her complexion pale. The voice resounded once more within Shinyu's realm of consciousness. Congratulations, descendant of the Bloodpool, for successfully passing the first stage of the trial. Shinyu collapsed onto the ground, and upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself back in his home. Chapter 44, The Great Transformation of the Ninja World. Shinyu awoke on the floor, abruptly opening his eyes to find himself in his own bedroom, releasing a long sigh of relief. The recent events that transpired within the realm of consciousness left him feeling somewhat uneasy, as he had once been a promising young man in his 20s on Blue Star. Having traversed into the world of Naruto for 4 to 5 years, he was still reeling from the encounter with the individual who bore his exact likeness, whose power was overwhelmingly superior. With a single strike, that person shattered his blood dragon. He pondered how he could once again navigate the precarious situation he had just faced, suddenly realizing the source of the considerable blood he had at his disposal. He activated blood transformation again, conjuring a sphere of blood release chakra before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that his chakra had already melded with his blood. In essence, chakra and blood were one and the same. When Shinyu employed blood techniques, chakra mobilized a small portion of his own blood. Consequently, blood and chakra fused either internally or externally, meaning that blood release chakra was formed by sacrificing a small amount of his own blood, which then merged with chakra. This allowed for a ratio of 1 part blood to 10 parts chakra, rendering the possibility of him suffering from anemia quite remote. However, to be on the safe side, he developed an alternative technique called alien blood transformation, enabling him to utilize the blood of others, combined with his own chakra, to create blood release chakra. Furthermore, prior to this, Shinyu had learned a blood technique known as blood release, blood avatar from the scrolls contained in a wooden box left by his father. As all beings possess blood, he could transform himself into blood through the blood avatar technique, granting immunity to all forms of attack except for fire techniques. This was akin to the water transformation technique employed by Suigetsu of Team Hebe, which merely provided immunity to physical attacks and was ineffective against lightning techniques. However, Shinyu's blood avatar, upon transforming into blood, also had the potential to regenerate through the blood of others. Although he could not yet achieve regeneration, he could become blood to evade attacks, remaining vulnerable only to fire techniques, as an enemy could simply utilize fire to vaporize him. Nonetheless, he reserved this technique for life or death situations and refrained from using it casually. Moreover, he understood that blood techniques were not limited to his own blood and chakra. He could manipulate an enemy's blood by infusing chakra into it, enabling him to execute any desired ninjutsu. Moreover, blood release chakra was merely one means of executing ninjutsu. Pure blood could also be employed to initiate techniques. Nevertheless, he would never use it on himself. Previously, he had captured a wild rabbit and successfully experimented with its blood to perform ninjutsu, absorbing its essence and reducing it to a mere rabbit carcass. He could also manipulate the blood within that rabbit's body, extracting a blood transformation blade from it. Yet, the territory his father left him was far from depleted. There was still much more, along with 2 secret technique scrolls yet unopened in 2 wooden boxes. The ninjutsu he had used in the realm of consciousness. Blood Release, Blood Wheel of No Moon, served as one of Shinyu's trump cards. By absorbing a substantial amount of blood release chakra, he could enlarge his form and then compress it into a palm-sized wheel, dealing consistent damage to his adversaries when hurled. In truth, Shinyu felt that his father was far from ordinary. He even suspected that his father had not perished, believing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had not spoken the truth. As 2 elite J-nin, how could they have met such an untimely demise at the hands of poison? Moreover, if his father possessed blood techniques, he could have easily expelled toxins from his body using blood release chakra. Thus, he was convinced that Hiruzen Sarutobi was deceiving him, concealing the reality of the situation. In the village of Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, gazing into the distance, his eyes fixed upon Shinyu's home. Moments ago, an immense surge of chakra had erupted from the direction of Shinyu's residence, yet he refrained from dispatching the Umbu to investigate. Taking a puff from his pipe, he sighed and muttered, "Ah, the fires of the heart. It seems that Shinyue has begun to sense something. The matter you entrusted me to conceal may no longer remain hidden. Although you have perished, your essence lingers, existing alongside Midoko in a form of chakra within Shinyu's mental realm. Everything you have imparted to me, every directive you have given, I have faithfully executed. Now, It merely awaits the opportune moment for Shanyue to discover your existence. His gaze drifted towards the table behind him, where a scroll lay. Inscribed with the words, "The third Kazekage has vanished, his fate unknown. Sunagakure has dispatched numerous shinobi to search for him, while border conflicts intensify. Lord Third. It is possible that the third great ninja war is on the brink of eruption." A name was penned beneath, Hatake Tsukumo. Far at the border between the land of wind and the land of fire, Hatake Tsukumo gazed at the imminent invasion by Sunagakure's shinobi and sighed. Peace cannot be sustained for long. I hope Kakashi and the others fare well when they take the battlefield. We must endure a little longer. Then, his expression sharpened as he spoke. Sunagakure's shinobi, do not overstep your bounds. Otherwise, the white fang of Konoha shall unsheathe once more. Are you capable of withstanding that? In the land of wind, within Sunagakure, Raza addressed the council of elders with urgency. Esteemed elders, we must not allow our shinobi to infringe upon the borders of the land of fire any longer. Enough, Raza. You must understand that this war will greatly benefit us. Your supply of gold dust alone is insufficient, an elder interjected. This mission is not solely to locate the third Kazekage, but also to seize a piece of flesh from Konoha. Do not involve yourself in this matter. Consider it once you assume the mantle of the fourth Kazekage. Sitting nearby, the serious Kaizoka remarked. Raza slumped helplessly into his chair. He was merely a candidate for Kazekage and was to be inaugurated in a couple of days. Yet he felt like a puppet. He possessed little authority, with the elders wielding the real power, leaving him unable to intervene in many matters. His only contribution was to supply gold dust to sustain the village's basic economy. He looked up at the ceiling, feeling exasperated. He now understood the implications of Shinyue's previous words. However, he remained a mere puppet, devoid of genuine power. Upon learning of the third Kazekage's disappearance, he immediately investigated the recent cases of missing persons and discovered that Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand, had recently gone missing. He harbored suspicions. But given that Chiyo was a venerable figure in Sunagakure, he hesitated to question it. His role would soon culminate in a few days during the Kazekage inauguration ceremony, where he would ascend as the fourth Kazekage. Chapter 45. The storm approaches. Shinyu sat at his desk, grasping a pen as if engaged in writing something. Occasionally, he would furrow his brow, and at other times, he would simply place the pen down, ceasing his writing. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a surge of anger, recalling how everything had been set ablaze. According to the narrative, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure had been assassinated by the Akatsuki member Sasori. A war was likely imminent. Rising from his chair, he pressed his fingers together and placed them over his right eye. Previously, he had implanted a cursed seal of blood within the eyes of our Shah, allowing him to perceive all that our Shah saw. Through the seal, he witnessed the events that had just transpired within the conference hall of Sunagakure. As anticipated, our Shah, the Kazekage, was merely a puppet on stage, while the true power lay with the elders of Sunagakure's upper echelons, with the ninja world in turmoil and Iwagakure and Kumogakure eyeing them from the north. Should Sunagakure initiate hostilities, it was certain that the other two villages would not remain passive. The third great ninja war had indeed arrived. And as part of the young generation of Konohagakure, Shinyu and his companions were bound for the battlefield. This engagement held the potential to significantly alter the future landscape. Thus Shinyu had to meticulously plan the forthcoming actions. The catalyst for the third great ninja war was the assassination of the third Kazekage by Sasori, a rogue from his own village. Subsequently, Sunagakure dispatched numerous elite shinobi to search extensively, leading to ongoing border incursions into Konohagakure, resulting in a standoff between the two villages. Taking advantage of the chaos, Iwagakure and Kumogakure declared war on Konohagakure, followed by Kirigakure from the land of water also entering the fray. Team Minato was assigned to the battlefield of Iwagakure with the mission to demolish the Kamizukuri Bridge, while Team Dingzwo was dispatched to intercept the 7 ninja swordsmen at the battlefield of the Mist. Ultimately, Team Minato successfully destroyed the Kamizukuri Bridge, and Team Dingzwo was saved just in time by Might Guy, who risked his life. The ostensible third Great Ninja War concluded. Afterward, Team Minato, along with Obito, who was trapped beneath a massive boulder and subsequently saved by Uchiha Madara, witnessed Rin being pierced through the chest by Kakashi, resulting in Obito's descent into darkness. In the Land of Rain, Danzo instigated a conflict between Hanzo and the Akatsuki, leading to the death of Yahiko, which in turn caused Nagato to succumb to darkness. Influenced by Obito, the covert battles essentially came to an end. This war laid the groundwork for the fourth Great Ninja War. and Shinyu's objective was to protect as many individuals as possible. At the very least, he aimed to prevent Obito from turning to darkness, Rin from dying, and Yazura from perishing. Speaking of Yazura, she was ultimately betrayed by Tsunagakure and stabbed in the back by a ninja from Kirigakure. Furthermore, regarding Yahiko's demise, if Obito did not become a puppet of Madara, it was highly probable that another individual was involved. However, after Yahiko's death, Nagato would still be led astray. Thus Shinyu also needed to save Yahiko. He then pondered about Danzo, that old schemer, who could be deemed the greatest instigator of chaos. It was uncertain what schemes he would devise in the future. Presently, he was attempting to win Shinyu over to become a member of his rude organization, which Shinyu naturally refused. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate Danzo discreetly. However, he could not act directly. Otherwise, he would be expelled from Konoha for murdering a high-ranking official. Additionally, Danzo had implanted Hashirama's cells and possessed would release. Therefore, the only option left was to use a proxy to carry out the assassination, or perhaps create a clone to fabricate an identity and strike covertly. Alternatively, he could wait for Minato-sensei to assume the role of Hokage, reclaim Danzo's power, and dissolve the Root organization. These were the only thoughts that came to mind. He gazed up at the luminous moon in the sky, filled with distress. The following day, at noon, within the Hokage Tower, Shinazuki, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi stood together, each gripping a Chunin vest in their left hands and a Chunin qualification certificate in their right. This morning, the three of them had successfully passed the third round of the Chunin exams, earning the esteemed title of Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the jubilant quartet with a warm smile, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be Chunin of Konoha. You are to inherit the will of fire." Just as Sarutobi was about to expound upon the will of fire, he was interrupted by Mitarashi Anko, who reminded him, "Hiruzen, it's time to discuss the pressing matters at hand." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. The situation at the borders of Tsunagakure has become precarious due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage, prompting Tsunagakure to send out extensive searches for him. Meanwhile, to the north, Iwagakure and Kumogakure are poised to strike. They are preparing to wage war against Konoha. His words cast a pall over those present. As the current state of Konoha had placed them on the brink of turmoil, and as the new generation of the village, they were inevitably destined for the battlefield. Sarutobi added, "As the youth of Konoha, it is time for you to embody the will of fire that resides within your hearts." Shinyu and Zheng exchanged solemn nods. Though Shinyu held a certain disdain for the so-called will of fire, perceiving it merely as a method of indoctrination, he concealed his contempt behind a facade of seriousness. In truth, they were not the only ones vying for the position of Chunin. Others from their cohort, including Gongzi Tai and Shinyu Izumi, remained close to the third Hokage, eventually becoming a security duo for Konoha. Additionally, the ailing Tsukikage Shippu and his childhood friend, Yuzuki Yueying, were assigned to the direct umbu of Sarutobi Izashi. Meanwhile, Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, and Ebisu continued to follow Akimichi Choza, forming the third combat unit. Mitarashi Anko was summoned by Orochimaru to serve under him. Initially, he had intended to recruit Shinyu as well, but Sarutobi Hizashi declined this proposition, allowing him to remain with Team 7. Subsequently, Orochimaru's proposal was accepted by Sarutobi Hizashi, and he now held the dual titles of Minister of Research and Deputy Minister of Medical Affairs. Tsunade presided over the medical department, and in her absence, he would assume her responsibilities. As for Jiraiya, he had long been dispatched by Sarutobi Hizashi to guard the borders near Iwagakure. In the meantime, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Isuma, and an unnamed member of the Hyuga clan joined forces with Kurenai's father, Yuhi Akihiko, to form the 8th Combat Unit. Shinyu, Rin, Obito, and Kakashi remained under the leadership of Namikaze Minato, constituting the 7th Combat Unit. Presently, the ninjas of Konoha were on high alert, with numerous elite jonin leading teams to secure the borders. Shinyu had anticipated the suddenness of war, yet he never imagined it would arrive with such swiftness. Just last night, plans had been laid. This morning, he had completed his examination. At noon, he had just been promoted to Chunin, and by the afternoon, he was to set forth to the battlefield. The abruptness of it all left him utterly astounded. Why the haste, he wondered. What would it hurt for those old-timers to delay the onset of battle a tad? As for suggestions, dear readers, I welcome your insights. I can incorporate them into the narrative. However, I must inform you that this afternoon, due to prior commitments, the author may be delayed in updating. Chapter 46, the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village, onward. Presently, the most restless party was on the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage, A, had long cast a covetous eye upon the Leaf Village. Observing the disturbances caused by the sand and rock villages, he could no longer contain his impatience. Eager to seize a piece of the spoils from the Leaf. At this moment, the border of the Hidden Cloud Village was under the temporary management of Orochimaru, who had recently ventured to the frontier. Meanwhile, Team 7, led by Minato Namikaze, was tasked with escorting a shipment of supplies to the front lines. They needed to prepare their belongings before embarking on their journey, for the distance from the Leaf Village to the Hidden Cloud Village was no trifling matter. After parting ways with his companions, Shinue returned to his abode. With little to carry, he sifted through a pile of scrolls scattered on the floor, selecting a few that might prove useful to him. He stowed these scrolls in his backpack and retrieved a sleeping bag from his wardrobe, for on the battlefield, one seldom finds a bed to rest upon. While inspecting his belongings for any deficiencies, he stumbled upon a scroll beside his desk, inscribed with the words, "Sword Techniques of the Land of Iron? When did I acquire this?" His gaze fell upon a note attached, which read, "Gift from Orochimaru." Ah. It was a present from his esteemed teacher, Orochimaru. He decided to take it along, as it could serve as a valuable study resource. After all, should he find himself on the battlefield, relying solely on the techniques of Konoha might lead to unwanted recognition by the discerning. Thus, he tucked the scroll detailing the sword techniques of the Land of Iron into his pack and, finding nothing more to gather, departed from his home. Upon reaching the entrance of the Hokage's office, he was surprised to see Kakashi, Rin, Minato Namikaze, and even the often tardy Obito had arrived early. However, what truly astonished Shinue was the unexpected presence of their mentor, Kushina Uzumaki. In fact, as long as she remained within the village, there were no issues. Yet now she admonished Obito, saying, "Do not perish on the battlefield, Obito. You are far too careless, so you must exercise extra caution." "I will, Kushina-sensei," he replied. "What did you just call me?" Kushina's crimson hair billowed as she turned sharply. Sensing her ire, Obito quickly corrected himself. "Kushina-ne," he stammered. Only then did Kushina relent, crossing her arms and stating, "Now that's more like it." Meanwhile, the late-arriving Shinue could only chuckle at the scene before him before hastening forward. "I apologize for my tardiness," he said sheepishly, scratching his head. "It's quite rare for Shinue to be late," Kakashi mused. "I'm sorry. I was held up by a few matters. And look, Kushina-ne is here too." Kushina beamed with pride and pointed at Obito's forehead, stating, "Just look at how eloquent Shinue is, and then compare him to you. At this rate, you'll never find a partner." "Actually, I have found one," Shinue interjected, directing their attention towards Rin. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Observing this, Kushina's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "So this young man has already found someone? He seems to be quite impressive." She patted Obito on the shoulder and added, "If you dare return with injuries, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson with my fists." Obito retorted, "Who do you think I am? I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become Hokage. I am certain that I will ensure the success of our mission." He spoke with unwavering conviction. Kushina's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Indeed, we have made a pact." The two then shared identical smiles. Witnessing this scene, Kamizuki felt an inexplicable twinge of emotion, causing him to clench his fists tighter, softly murmuring, "It is precisely for this reason that such a warm moment must not shatter. I will protect everyone in this war." His resolve intensified. At that moment, Minato spoke. "All right, we must be on our way now, Obito." Obito turned, calling out, "Coming." He then followed the others as they departed. Kushina stood at the entrance of Konoha, watching them leave, and waved her hand in farewell. Obito, Kamizuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Minato turned back to wave goodbye to Kushina. After Shinyu and his companions exited the Hidden Leaf Village, they beheld the supplies they were to escort. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly addressed them, saying, "I just forgot to inform you that this mission is solely for you. I have just received news from the front lines that my Flying Thunder God technique can reach the battlefield in the Hidden Cloud Village. We now need to select a captain to lead you." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes brightened, and he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Let me be the captain. Teacher Minato." Minato stroked his chin, surveying the four young ninjas before him, his gaze shifting among them until it finally settled on Shinyu. He remarked, then, "Shinyu shall be the captain, for in terms of overall strength, you are undoubtedly the strongest." Startled by this declaration, Shinyu swiftly waved his hands, saying, No. Let Kakashi take on this role instead. I may not be able to fulfill this temporary captaincy." He jested internally, unwilling to assume the responsibilities of leadership, believing Kakashi would be better suited for the position, as he did not excel in commanding battles. After contemplating for a moment, Minato nodded and said, "Very well. Since Shun Yu does not wish to be captain, Kakashi will take on the role." Kakashi nodded in agreement, assuring Minato, "I will ensure their safe return." Minato acknowledged this with a nod, stating, "Then let us part ways here. The situation at the front is urgent, and I must hasten to the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. We shall meet at the border of the Land of Fire." With that, Minato activated his technique and vanished from sight. Once Minato had departed, Obito nudged Shinyu with his elbow, teasingly remarking, "Did you not just refuse to be captain? You turned down the temporary leadership, yet, by strength, you are the strongest among us." Shinyu shook his head and remarked, "To become a captain, one must possess not only formidable strength but also a sharp intellect. Mere prowess devoid of wisdom renders one unfit for such a position. Moreover, as you know, while I can handle the battlefield, I am truly inept at commanding operations." Dato nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Shunyu was not particularly skilled in strategic command. Or perhaps he simply succumbed to his laziness, preferring not to assume the role of captain. Chapter 47. Danger. Squad assault. The supplies they were transporting were located at a military supply depot outside the village. Upon arrival, they encountered a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s or 40s. His skin was dark, and upon spotting Shinyu and his companions, he waved and said, "You must be the ninjas escorting supplies to the front lines." The four young ones nodded in affirmation. The dark-skinned man's face brightened with joy as he wiped his hands on his clothing and introduced himself, saying, "I am Ikira Akagawa, a logistics officer responsible for this supply delivery to the front lines." Kakashi stepped forward, extending his calloused hand to Ikira Akagawa, and stated, "Mr. Akagawa, I am the temporary captain of this escort mission, Hatake Kakashi." Upon hearing the surname Hatake, Ikira Akagawa was momentarily taken aback before his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. "You bear the Hatake name? Could you possibly be the son of the legendary White Fang?" Regaining his composure, Ikira Akagawa suppressed his excitement to avoid appearing overly eager and said, "Let us proceed. The situation at the front is dire, and we cannot afford to waste any time." However, internally, he was elated, believing that with the assistance of the son of White Fang, their escort mission would likely encounter minimal peril. At that moment, Dato posed a question, "Mr. Akagawa, I wish to inquire why logistics personnel, who were supposed to have departed with the frontline combatants, are you still here?" Ikira Akagawa's expression faltered, and he cleared his throat before responding, "It is quite embarrassing to admit, but I was in urgent need of a restroom, which caused a delay. By the time I finished, the main force had already departed." The four young ones exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that someone could be delayed by such a trivial matter. How could a person like this possibly be suited for the battlefield? Ultimately, they decided to let it go, recognizing that such individuals were exceedingly rare. They turned their attention to the supplies behind Ikira Akagawa and stated, "Then let us be on our way. We have already squandered too much time." The journey from Konoha to the borders of the Fire Country is, in fact, not particularly lengthy. When Shinyu rescued Yetsong, he only took about half a day to pursue him to the borders of the Fire Country, perhaps even less. At the border of the Fire Country lies a neighboring small nation known as the Land of Rice. The operational command base of Konoha is stationed within the Land of Rice. If one were to inquire whether the daimyo of the Land of Rice has any objections, the answer would undoubtedly be negative. He would not dare to voice any dissent, even under threat of death. The significance of the Land of Rice is considerable. In the original narrative, after Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he joined the Akatsuki organization, enticed by the body of Itachi Uchiha. However, he was subdued by Itachi and subsequently defected from the Akatsuki as well. He then established his own hidden village in the Land of Rice, known as Hokage, with Orochimaru becoming its leader. Yet, these events belong to the original storyline of Orochimaru's defection from Konoha. Presently, it is highly improbable that Orochimaru would return to Konoha. Nevertheless, Shinyu harbors some interest in the subordinates he once recruited for Hokage. If possible, he wishes to entice them to Konoha, including individuals such as Jugo, Kimimaro, and Guren, among others, though it remains uncertain whether they even exist at this point in time. Suddenly, Shinwei recalls a matter of considerable concern. He thinks of a potential threat. A member of the cult of the evil god, hailing from the land of soup. One of the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Haiden possesses the ability of immortality. Having received the blessing of the evil god, As long as he acquires his own blood, Shinyu's fate would be effectively sealed. Furthermore, Haiden engages in battle utilizing blood techniques, albeit sometimes employing chakra instead of pure blood, necessitating certain protective measures. Thus, he contemplates a visit to the Land of Soup, intending to recruit Haiden and simultaneously explore the Hell Valley of the Bloodpool clan. He wonders if, at this juncture, the Bloodpool clan has been entirely annihilated by Oyajujuin, though it is likely that such a fate has not yet befallen them. As Shingetsu pondered, a sudden surge of chakra fluctuations intruded upon his perception. He swiftly halted his contemplation and addressed the individuals beside him, exclaiming, "We are under attack. Ensure the safety of Mr. Ikaru Akagawa." Obito, Rin, and Kakashi encircled Ikaru Akagawa and the supplies, each drawing their weapons in preparation for defense. Obito activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings, while Shingetsu awakened his blood dragon eye and began to survey the area. Suddenly, he shouted, "At 3 o'clock, 2 Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village." Obito responded, "At 7 o'clock, another 2 Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village." The 4 Hidden Cloud Jonin, realizing they had been detected, no longer feigned stealth and leaped down from the trees. One of the figures, presumably the leader, arched an eyebrow and remarked, "2 bloodline limit ninjas. We shall take their eyes." He leered at the young girl, adding, "Perhaps we should eliminate these men and keep the girl for ourselves." A lewd grin spread across the faces of the group. Witnessing this scene, Obito could no longer contain himself. He decisively unsheathed his twin blades and charged towards the Hidden Cloud Jonin. The remaining 3 shouted, "Obito!" Within Obito's eyes, the Sharingan whirled, enabling him to swiftly perceive the enemy's movements. Just as the Hidden Cloud Jonin drew his kunai to attack, a sharp sound echoed. The previously lecherous ninja's head fell to the ground, unaware that his life had ended the moment he brandished his weapon. "Obito, watch out!" came the urgent calls from behind. Another Hidden Cloud ninja launched a surprise attack from behind, snarling, "Die, you leaf brat!" Just as Obito prepared to counter this strike, a flash of white light descended from above. Kakashi had just hurled a flying thunder god kunai into the sky and teleported above the Hidden Cloud ninja. Drawing his white fang short sword, he swiftly struck, cleaving the ninja in 2. As the group began to relax, an alarm bell rang in Shingetsu's mind. Glancing over his shoulder, he spotted another Hidden Cloud ninja charging towards Rin. In a moment of resolute determination, Shinwei unleashed the blood escape, blood-binding chains. A series of crimson chains erupted from his hands, hurtling toward the Chunin who had attacked Lin. These chains ensnared the ninja, rendering him motionless. And as the fiery red bindings tightened, they mercilessly tore him apart. Vivid crimson splattered across the ground, yet none of it touched anyone's face. For Shinwei adeptly converted the blood into chakra, absorbing it into his essence. Just as relief washed over the group, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Shinwei, beware of your back." Chapter 48. The truth: they had overlooked another Chunin, who, with a short blade in hand, lunged directly for Shinwei's heart. In an instant, the ninja's blade pierced through Shinwei, who collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Obito was momentarily paralyzed. Memories of the moments he had shared with Shinwei flooding his mind over the years. The 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun relentlessly, ultimately forming a pattern. And he let out a deafening cry. "Ah!" Obito activated his Manjiki Sharingan, exclaiming, "I will not accept this." With a surge of power, he unleashed Kimui, snapping the Chunin's neck with a swift motion. Staggering, he approached Shinyue's lifeless form and knelt beside him. Meanwhile, Lin, in a state of frantic urgency, invoked her healing techniques, desperately attempting to mend Shinyue's grievous wounds. The sudden ambush took Shinwei completely by surprise. A piercing wound traversed her heart. Logically, she should not have survived this. Lin collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, "I have done my utmost." Strangely, the gaping wound in Shinyue's heart refused to heal, as if some force was actively hindering her recovery. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood in a state of shock, murmuring, "This cannot be. It is impossible. Is it truly possible for Kamizuki to perish so easily? Certainly not." After being pierced through by the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, Shinyue once again found himself in the depths of his consciousness, surrounded by the same oppressive darkness and the familiar crimson lake. Standing upon its blood-stained surface, he let out a bitter smile and murmured to himself, "Is this what it means to be dead?" As he gazed at his own palm, lost in contemplation, a voice, strikingly familiar, resonated through his mind's realm. "Child of the Bloodpool, you have indeed returned here once more. However, this time, it is time to reveal to you the ultimate truth." The androgynous voice echoed within his consciousness. Shinyu no longer clung to the inquiry of his identity. Instead, he uttered, "Am I dead?" "You are not dead yet, my child. Your journey should not cease here." A voice, both familiar and strange to Shinyu, reached his ears, prompting him to whirl around abruptly. Before him stood a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, perhaps 7 or 8 parts alike. Although tall, he was not robust. In fact, he appeared somewhat slender. Adorning his head was the forehead protector of the Leaf Village, and he donned the standard green vest of a Leaf Village Jonin, his features remarkably handsome. "Father," Shinyu unconsciously exclaimed, unaware that during his time in this new realm, his soul had seamlessly merged with that of the original inhabitant. It was merely that he himself had not realized this transformation. The man smiled gently and remarked, "Little Shinyu has grown up." Then, with a hint of remorse, he continued, "I am truly sorry, little Shinyu, for the sudden departure of your mother and me. You must feel quite heartbroken and lonely." Shinyu shook her head and said, "In recent years, I have not lived in solitude. I have acquired several significant and trustworthy companions. Nevertheless, I still yearn to understand the true reason behind your departure." Tianyu Xin sighed and replied, "Indeed. You harbor doubts about the words of the third-generation lord. What he has conveyed to you are merely the things I once entrusted to him." Shinyu was not at all surprised. He had anticipated this outcome, for the third had never spoken the truth. Tianyu Xin continued, "What stands before you now is merely a manifestation of chakra. I have conveyed all these matters to Lord Third, and it is now time for me to share them with you." With that, he unveiled his blood dragon eye and added, "Surely, you have noticed the wooden chest hidden behind the bookshelf. The scrolls contained within, pertaining to the techniques of body flicker and blood techniques, were the result of my research alongside your mother during my lifetime. However, it is with regret that I must inform you that I am unable to employ blood techniques. Those concepts are, strictly speaking, only theoretically sound and lack practical experimentation." Shinyu was taken aback, as he had presumed that his father possessed similar abilities. Tianyu Xin continued, "Over the years, I have been observing your growth. Your innate talent is truly remarkable. Within less than a decade, you have mastered nearly all the contents of that wooden chest." A mysterious smile then grazed Tianyu Xin's lips as he added, "You surely still have 2 sealed scrolls yet to be unveiled, do you not?" Shinyu nodded slightly. Indeed, he still possessed 2 unopened scrolls contained within that wooden box, which he had kept with him. Tianyu Xin continued, "Those 2 techniques are not yet within your grasp, and you presently lack the keys to unlock those scrolls. Only through enduring profound psychological turmoil can you access their contents, and in doing so, they will aid you in your growth." Shinyu nodded thoughtfully. Yet his insatiable curiosity compelled him to inquire, "How exactly did both of you sacrifice yourselves? Logically speaking, both you and mother belong to the lineage of bloodline limit ninjas. Why, then, did you both meet your demise during a mission?" Tianyu Xin sighed and revealed the truth of that fateful year. "Back then, your mother and I embarked on a mission, initially believing we would return swiftly upon its completion. However, we were taken aback to discover that what was supposed to be a B-rank mission turned into a negotiation with Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly, yet unexpectedly, Hanzo abruptly turned hostile, as if he had undergone a dramatic transformation. Had we summoned our full strength, we could have escaped from the Land of Rain. Alas, we had consumed alcohol at a prior banquet that suppressed our chakra. Consequently, we were rendered incapable of employing our bloodline limits, and thus fell victim to Hanzo's lethal poison, perishing in an instant within the confines of the Land of Rain. Over the years, I have delved into numerous matters through your perspective, for I could not fathom why Hanzo would suddenly turn against us. Surely, Konoha must have been aware of this treachery. To my astonishment, however, the third Hokage took no action against the Land of Rain. Subsequently, I began to observe Danzo. On one occasion, I extended my chakra consciousness outside to the Root Organization S headquarters, where I discovered a correspondence between Danzo and Hanzo displayed upon a shelf. He believed that both I and Beidou obstructed his path to becoming Hokage, and in collusion with Hanzo, he conspired to eliminate us entirely. Moreover, he concealed the truth from the third Hokage, failing to disclose the reality of the situation. Afterward, I projected my chakra consciousness into the mind of the third Hokage and engaged in a brief conversation, imparting some words concerning you. I urged him to secretly monitor Danzo and to ensure your safety. Chapter 49. The Awakening of the Divine Moon. Upon hearing these words, the Divine Moon found herself momentarily frozen in place. Both of her parents were esteemed elite shinobi, possessing bloodline limits. It seemed implausible that they could be so hastily poisoned. However, If everything was as her father had just stated, it would indeed elucidate the matter. The ever-ambitious Danzo, who had long coveted the position of Hokage, extended an invitation for collaboration to Hanzo of the Salamander, a man who had long since lost his fervor for the fight for peace, ultimately orchestrating the demise of her parents. As this realization dawned on her, the divine moon clenched her fist, her eyes igniting with the ominous glow of the blood dragon eye. In the hidden leaf village at the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the crystal ball in his hands, his pipe falling to the ground as he witnessed the unfolding scene of a conversation between Tenyu Chunin and the divine moon. Ordinarily, the crystal ball would not grant him access to the realm of the divine moon's consciousness. However, Tenyu Chunin had cleverly left a contingency, embedding a trace of his chakra into the crystal sphere, thereby allowing Hiruzen to observe the dialogue between him and his son. Hiruzen picked up the fallen pipe and, with a conflicted expression, inhaled deeply, releasing a plume of smoke as a flicker of ferocity crossed his gaze. Danzo, oh Danzo, I have repeatedly turned a blind eye to your transgressions, and this is how you repay me? You have brought ruin upon the elite shinobi of Konoha. No wonder my efforts to dispatch numerous ninjas in search of answers have yielded nothing. It was you all along, utterly incomprehensible. With a sudden force, Hiruzen slammed his hand onto the table, leaving a distinct imprint. At this point, he was far from the frail figure he would become. He still bore the title of the ninja hero. While he acknowledged the necessity of Danzo's shadowy machinations for certain matters, the extent of his actions was excessive. His anger surged, a desire to summon Danzo immediately bubbling within him. Yet, he understood that he could not yet strip Danzo of his position. The thought of expelling him from Konoha lingered in his mind. Danzo, do not presume that I am unaware of the nefarious deeds you have been clandestinely enacting behind my back. I have tolerated your behavior time and again. Yet you persist in this manner, risking the day you might unseat me from my position as Hokage. Deep down, he recognized that they were still in a pivotal moment of war, and he could not afford to eliminate Danzo and his root organization at this juncture. Such actions would undoubtedly create a new enemy for Konoha. Nevertheless, as Hokage, the necessity of having a shadowy figure like Danzo was undeniable. Having known Danzo for many years, he was well aware of his character and his long-standing ambitions for the Hokage title. Let me ponder this. Once this war concludes, I shall have to thoroughly cleanse the root organization. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a fierce determination glinted. Meanwhile, within the consciousness realm of Kamizuki, Tenryu Shinin continued. You are now aware of the truths surrounding those events from years past. My time is limited, and this chakra consciousness cannot endure much longer. With a grave demeanor, Tenryu Shinin proclaimed, Kamizuki, you must recognize that our blood dragon eye possesses formidable genjutsu capabilities. However, you have become excessively reliant on the bloodline limit. This has resulted in a lack of foundational skills. It is imperative that you comprehend the necessity of utilizing the blood dragon eye more frequently. I have observed many of your battles. You seldom practice the foundational 5 nature transformations or your own blood dragon eye. Remember, when your bloodline limit is completely countered, the only resources at your disposal will be the ninjutsu you wield and the innate power of your eyes. It is time for you to awaken, and I must take my leave. Shunyu gazed upon his father, whose form gradually dissolved into droplets of blood, a solitary tear instinctively trickling down his cheek. Despite being a traveler from another realm, during this time, the essence of his original host had subtly intertwined with his own, giving rise to a wholly new individual. His dependence on his father remained palpable. Tianyu Xianyan observed his son, tears streaming down his face, his expression a complex tapestry of guilt and sorrow, a myriad of emotions coalescing into a bittersweet smile. Go forth, my child. Your journey must not end here. Your friends await you, and the future still beckons for your transformative touch. With those parting words, Tianyu Xianyan transformed into droplets of blood, merging seamlessly into the crimson pool beneath Shinyu's feet. As Shinwei gradually reopened his dimming eyes, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He found himself lying in a large pit, where Obito and Kakashi each wielded a shovel, digging into the earth, their eyes glistening with tears. Rin continued to weep, and Akagawa Ikaru wore a sorrowful expression. No, I am not dead yet. Dig me out. Ugh. You scoundrels, Obito and Kakashi. Stop shoveling dirt into my mouth. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Upon hearing Shinyue's furious outburst, the others, who had been enveloped in sorrow, froze in place. What? Is he back from the dead? Obito, Kakashi, Rin, and Akagawa Ikaru exclaimed in unison, he's back from the dead. Rewinding time to 20 minutes prior, when Rin had informed them that Shinwei was beyond saving. Both Obito and Kakashi felt as though their hearts had turned to ash. Akagawa Ikaru slumped to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief, while Kakashi found tears streaming down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. After a brief period of quiet sobbing, they resolved to bury Shinwei, for he was their companion, and they could not allow his body to decay and rot here. However, just as they were preparing to inter him, Shinwei awakened. Shinyu embraced herself with both arms, gazing at the four individuals before her who lowered their heads in embarrassment, feeling a touch of helplessness. "Are you also eager to bury me?" The group became even more bashful. Shinyu shook his head helplessly and addressed the crowd. "All right, let us hasten our departure. We have squandered too much time." Only then did the group rise from the ground. Lin, with an expression of curiosity, inquired, "Shinyu, just a moment ago, I was clearly unable to staunch the blood you were shedding, and your vital signs should have ceased to exist. What is the explanation for this?" Shinyu cleared his throat softly. He certainly could not reveal that he had encountered his deceased father in the realm of consciousness and had thus been resurrected. Instead, he casually remarked, "Ahem. It is due to a secret technique I possess that allows me to transfer a portion of my life force when I am on the brink of death, which is how I return to life." This was a fabrication, for if he were to disclose the truth, they would undoubtedly find it implausible. Lin nodded thoughtfully. Her curiosity piqued, yet she did not press further, merely acting on instinct. The awakening of Shun Yu has revitalized everyone's spirits. He gazed at Uchiha Obito, who had activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed readers. I am truly sorry for the recent hiatus and updates due to work commitments. I kindly ask for your understanding, and I assure you that tomorrow, Alon will make up for the missed content over the past 2 days." Chapter 50. The base of Konoha Village. Who would have thought that you have already unlocked the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Obito? Your combat prowess has indeed ascended to another level. Shinyu expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Little did he expect that his demise would impose such a profound psychological burden on Obito, compelling him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. In this regard, Obito could indeed be considered one of the exceptional talents. He indeed. I am Uchiha Obito, destined to become the Hokage. Obito swiftly embraced this new reality, unlocking his own Manjiki Sharingan, which possessed formidable abilities, marking him as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan. However, I must advise you, even with the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, one must exercise caution in its use, otherwise you risk succumbing to blindness. Shinyu cast a grave gaze upon Obito before him, his expression exceedingly solemn. Obito nodded heavily, at times. He could sense that the Manjiki Sharingan was diminishing his vision ever so slightly. "Very well, everyone. Ahead lies the Konoha base at the front line of the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud Village," Akutagawa Ikir remarked, gesturing towards the Konoha stronghold ahead. Several individuals turned their heads, recognizing familiar figures. Asuma Sarutobi was organizing various military supplies for the armory. Shizune, who had entered Tsunade's tutelage alongside Rin, was tending to the wounded. Minato, Namikaze, and Orochimaru engaged in conversation. "Orochimaru-sensei, we have received reports from the Leaf Base in the Rock Country. The Wagakure has launched a surprise attack, and I may need to depart for a Wagakure shortly." Minato spoke with a serious expression. Orochimaru nodded and continued, "There may be complications on Jiraiya's front. If you go to assist, exercise caution. We cannot predict what sort of individuals that Tsuchikage, Inoki, will dispatch." Inoki, the current third Tsuchikage, was considered somewhat antiquated. Yet he was determined to intervene as the various ninja villages declared war against Konoha. The battlefield in Wagakure was under Jiraiya's protection, but it had recently been targeted by a surprise unit sent from a Wagakure. At this moment, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique proved invaluable, allowing him to traverse the various battlefronts and serve as a pillar of support. As Shingetsu and his companions were about to approach Namikaze Minato for a conversation, a voice resonated from behind them. "Are you Shingetsu? Kakashi? Obito? Rin? It has truly been a long time since we last met. Ever since graduating from the Ninja Academy, our paths have rarely crossed." Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, the four turned to see a plump figure emerging from behind, accompanied by two rather exasperated boys. The speaker was Akimichi Ding Shan, the cousin of the esteemed Jonin Akimichi Dingzwa from Team 3. The two boys flanking him were Nara Shikaku's kin, Nara Shime, who excelled in medical techniques, and Yameka Kaichi, a cousin of Yameka Inoichi, also a member of the Yameka clan and a peer of Shingetsu and his friends. They all belonged to the current generation of the Inoshikacho trio, yet it would be more accurate to describe them as friends rather than the current members. However, in terms of mastery over their family's secret techniques, they still fell short compared to Akimichi Dingzwa, Yumeka Inoichi, and Nara Shikaku, and could merely be considered as alternatives. Few individuals in Shinwei possess extensive knowledge about these three, only aware that they, like themselves, belong to the same cohort. Shinyu surveyed the individuals before him. Akimichi Dingshan, clad in a Chunin vest, possessed a stout physique, with a visage adorned by swirling facial patterns reminiscent of whirlpools. Bearing a striking resemblance to Akimichi Dingci, at his waist hung an assortment of containers, akin to a collection of spices, suggesting he could partake in sustenance at any moment. Nara Shikame, sporting the pineapple hairstyle typical of the Nara clan, exhibited a gentle countenance that radiated an innate charm. A blue-bound medical tome, inscribed with the character for deer, rested at his side, seemingly a common medical text within the Nara household. Unlike Nara Shikamaru, Nara Shika did not appear to embody a lackadaisical demeanor. Rather, he exuded an aura of diligence. Yamashiro Haruchi, with his neatly styled yellowish-white hair and a braid cascading down his back, obscured his right eye with a lock of hair. Clad once more in his green Chunin vest, his disposition appeared somewhat lethargic, and similarly, he bore an item at his waist, a tome that seemed to contain the secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan. Observing this trio, one could perceive the essence of the older generation of Inoshi Kicho alongside that of the new. Shinyu appeared slightly dazed, yet he managed to greet them with a smile. Dingshan, Lu Ming, Ji, it has been a while, hasn't it? Have you also ventured onto the battlefield? Nara, Lu Ming, and Yamamoto Ji were evidently taken aback. Their camaraderie during their time at the Ninja Academy was minimal, verging on non-existent. They were astonished that Shinyu remembered their names, which left them quite surprised. Beside them, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin shared a similar sense of amazement, as they too struggled to recall all their classmates from the same ninja school. At least, they found it difficult to remember these three individuals. Meanwhile, Xiao Dingshan felt elated, never expecting Shinyu to remember him. He had thought the other had forgotten him entirely. With a beaming face, Xiao Dingshan exclaimed, "You still remember our names. That is truly wonderful. Allow me to treat you to some barbecue." However, Shinyu hesitated, expressing concern over the pressing circumstances of the front line, suggesting that indulging in barbecue might be ill-advised, especially in such a situation. Xiao Dingshan, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and retrieved a backpack he had slung over his shoulder. Upon opening it, he revealed an astonishing array of meat, laying it out for all to see. To everyone's astonishment, he even produced a barbecue grill and firewood, spilling them out in a single motion. The sight left everyone utterly dumbfounded. "Wait a minute, my friend, is your backpack some sort of fourth-dimensional pocket? How can you possibly pull out a barbecue grill from there?" Shinyu cast a glance at Xiao Dingshan's backpack, yet found nothing of note. Xiao Dingshan, proudly placing his hands on his hips, declared, "Now we need not fear. It is only fitting that we treat our valiant warriors at the front to a feast of roasted meat." A gesture to uplift their spirits before battle. As the only son in his family, he knew his parents were deeply concerned for him, even though they too had been dispatched to the battlefield. In their worry, they had filled his backpack with numerous sealing techniques, encasing a bounty of delectable treats within. The onlookers gazed at the mountain of meat before them, lost in contemplation. Chapter 51. Enemy attacked. Nara Lu Ming, with a resigned expression, addressed Xiao Dingshan. "Dingshan, this is a battlefield, not a child's playroom. Do you truly intend to indulge in roasted meat here?" Xiao Dingshan shook his head and replied, "Lu Ming, by sharing this meal, we shall bolster our confidence to face the battlefield. Just as I mentioned earlier, it's about invigorating our morale." Yamazaki Haru, with an expression of calm, remarked, "Given the abundance of supplies, it would be wiser to allocate them to the logistics department. By treating everyone to a single meal of roasted meat now, you could instead provide enough provisions for multiple feasts." Pondering this, Xiao Dingshan lowered his head, recognizing the validity of the argument, and thus refrained from further discussing the idea of a roasted meat feast. "Shinyu Jun, it has been a while since we last met. Was your journey here smooth?" Orochimaru inquired, approaching Shinyu's side. As the few individuals in Kamizuki observed Orochimaru approaching, they promptly paid their respects. Kamizuki then addressed Orochimaru, stating, "Some events have transpired. When Kakashi provides his report shortly, he will explain everything." Orochimaru nodded and was preparing to depart when, suddenly, his expression shifted as if sensing something amiss. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he exclaimed, "All leaf ninjas, enter a state of alert." The hidden cloud village has launched a surprise attack. His voice resonated through the chakra, echoing loudly enough for nearly the entire leaf encampment to hear. Instantly, every leaf ninja drew their weapons. Before the leaf encampment, a throng of ninjas from the hidden cloud village charged towards the leaf village's stronghold. Enemy attack, cried an unidentified Chunin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Minato Namikaze, who had been engaged in combat with the surprise unit dispatched by the hidden cloud village, led by the formidable A, suddenly realized something. Casting his gaze towards the distant encampment, he wondered how the hidden cloud village had managed to send forth another contingent, and why their numbers seemed so vast. A, who was battling Minato, let out a hearty laugh and taunted, "You leaf ninjas are truly foolish, unaware that we have dispatched another surprise unit. Did you think we had only this one team?" With that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting towards Minato, who found himself compelled to focus solely on the enemy before him. Back at the leaf encampment, frustration mounted. How could there be so many ninjas from the hidden cloud village? Where did they all come from? The ninjas from the hidden cloud had already reached the gates of the leaf village encampment, with several leaf ninjas standing guard over their territory. Witnessing this scene, Kamizuki and the others were taken aback. Something was amiss. In the original narrative, the attack from the hidden cloud village involved only A's team and Minato's battle. How could there be an additional surprise unit? It seemed that their presence had altered the course of events in this world. Shinzuki ceased his contemplation and exchanged a glance with Obito beside him. Both nodded in unison before swiftly biting their fingers and forming seals, pressing their hands to the ground. Summoning technique. With a resounding crash, a colossal white mist dispersed, revealing two enormous figures emerging from its depths. To be precise, there were three figures. Orochimaru, who was supposed to command the battle, had also summoned his own beast, the 10,000 snakes. "You've summoned me again, Orochimaru. This time, I require 100 living sacrifices." Silence, 10,000 snakes. Focus on the enemy before us. Whether it suffices for your sacrifices is irrelevant. Just about adequate, I suppose. Shinya, I never imagined that you, such an insufferable fellow, would forge a summoning contract with another. The 10,000 snakes gazed incredulously at Shinya, who stood beside him. Shinya huffed in response, "Be quiet and concentrate on the adversaries at hand." Frog Kawaguchi observed the ninjas of the hidden cloud village before him, appearing as insignificant as ants. He felt no need to wield his weapon against such diminutive beings. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, who had anticipated a victorious assault on the leaf village, were thrown into disarray upon the sudden appearance of the three towering figures. Before they could flee, a petrifying beam shot towards them, as Shinya unleashed his signature petrification technique, turning one after another of the hidden cloud ninjas into lifeless statues. "Hey, Shinya, leave a few for me. I still intend to feast on these insects." The 10,000 snakes also launched an attack against the ninjas. Frog Kawaguchi maintained his usual aloof demeanor, but quietly drew his twin blades from behind and slashed at the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. The tide of this battle had turned. The ninjas of the hidden cloud were gravely weakened, and the second wave of their assault on the leaf village was nearly annihilated. On another front, the first wave, comprising the AB team, had been repelled by Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God technique. The casualties on the leaf side were minimal. Upon reviewing the battle reports, the third Raikage's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a lopsided defeat. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in a flustered state. "Not good, not good. Lord Raikage, more troops are being dispatched from the Rock Village. Our defenses along the Rock Village front may not hold." "What? That old coot, Anoki. Withdraw for now. I will immediately head to the Rock Village front." With that, the third Raikage shattered the glass of his office and transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing away. "My Lord Raikage, could you perhaps use the front door next time? The glass is quite costly." The Secretary of Raikage, standing aside, exclaimed with concern. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Konoha.What, Orochimaru listened to his subordinates report the casualties from the recent skirmish, nodding impassively. Although the surprise assault from Kumogakure had indeed posed a minor inconvenience, resulting in the unfortunate loss of several ninjas unbeknownst to us, we were fortunate that our defenses held firm, preventing further devastation. Please relay this battle report back to Konoha.What. His subordinate nodded in acknowledgement and exited Orochimaru's command tent. No sooner had the subordinate departed than Orochimaru stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. When another voice echoed from the entrance, "Orochimaru-sensei, may I enter?" The voice of Kamizuki resonated from outside the door. Orochimaru uttered, "Come in, Kamizuki-kun." He gazed at Kamizuki, Kakashi, and Obito, noting that Rin, being a medical personnel, was currently attending to the injured in the logistics department and would arrive shortly. You have performed admirably this time. However, the commendation shall await our return to Konoha once this war concludes. Turning to the Minato squad, he commanded, I am now assigning you the task of escorting supplies to the front line of Hokage. Chapter 52. Farewell. Their mission this time was to deliver supplies to the base at Sunagakure under the command of Tsunade. However, upon hearing the name Sunagakure, the expressions of the group noticeably shifted. Currently, Raza had succeeded to the position of the 4th Kazekage, and Yukura had carved a name for himself as a formidable user of the Scorch release on the battlefield. As they journeyed towards the front line of Sunagakure, the prospect of encountering those they had previously battled against was unavoidable, and all eyes turned towards Kamizuki. After all, it was evident to the perceptive that Kamizuki harbored feelings for Yukura, even though he had not voiced them. His emotions were palpable to those around him. Shinyu remained silent, uttering only a single phrase, regardless of who the opponent may be, as long as they pose a threat to the interests of the village. I shall take action, no matter their identity. Upon hearing these words, the few individuals present chose not to speak further. Their long acquaintance with Shinyu had afforded them a deep understanding of his character. He was unwavering, never yielding when compassion was called for, and resolute in his decisions. Once he had made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could sway him. This time, they encountered no ambush. Swiftly delivering the supplies to the base in Sunagakure, Tsunade had been waiting there for quite some time. It's been a while since I've seen you all. I trust your supply delivery went smoothly without any troubles? Tsunade remarked amiably. No, this mission was relatively smooth, Lady Tsunade. We are, of course, grateful for your support. Shinju and his companions bowed respectfully to Tsunade, but fortunately they had no intention of lingering. Their aim was to return to the front lines of the hidden cloud village, as Kakashi had already mastered the flying Raijin technique, which would facilitate their swift return. However, Tsunade halted them, saying, You need not return just yet. Orochimaru has just sent me a message, requesting that you young ones remain here for a while. After all, we are currently short-handed, and Orochimaru has allocated some personnel from their ranks to assist us. Additionally, there is a considerable amount of medical supplies that require your transport. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and it would be unwise for you to be constantly on the move. Furthermore, we are facing a significant assault from Sunagakure, and it is uncertain what has driven those individuals to such extremes. Shingetsuki nodded slightly, choosing silence as they established their camp near the base. I inquired, Shingetsuki, if you were to encounter that Yukura again, would you truly resort to violence against him? Suddenly, Obito posed this question, prompting Kakashi and Rin to glance over. Eager to discern Shingetsuki's response, would it mirror her previous resolve to strike without hesitation? I found myself uncertain about how to confront her. Was she an adversary or a friend? If I were to forgive her and allow her to return, how could I face those comrades from Konoha who perished at her hands? After all, it was well known how she earned her notorious reputation as a scorching ninja. A heavy silence enveloped the group. None wished to witness the young couple clash in battle. Yet, this was a battlefield, and discussions of romantic entanglements felt profoundly out of place. News arrived, the Sand Village was sending forces to assault the Konoha base, and a voice echoed, urging the Konoha ninjas to assemble swiftly. Instantly, they readied their weapons, on guard as the surroundings filled with ninjas from the Sand Village. Leading them was none other than Yukura, the very person Shingetsuki had long pondered. The two exchanged complex expressions, reluctant to engage in conflict. Yet, they found themselves cast in the roles of enemies, devoid of friendship, let alone romance. Yukura regarded Shingetsuki with a conflicted expression, stating, Were you not here, I would not be burdened by such thoughts. Do you genuinely intend to face me in battle, Shingetsuki? Shinyu offered a bittersweet smile, contemplating the potential reunion with his companion, whether it might occur after the cessation of war or perhaps before its onset. He had even pondered the moment during the conflict when their swords would clash. However, there was no time for such musings, as a colossal fireball rushed towards him. Instinctively, he grasped the crimson blade, ready to defend himself. As Yitsong initiated the assault, the remaining ninjas from Sunagakure swiftly joined the fray. The ninjas from Konoha resisted the onslaught from their adversaries, when suddenly, a thought struck Shinyu. To him, Yitsong was a treasure beyond mere friendship, a precious entity in this world. Choosing between this treasure and the interests of the village posed a formidable dilemma. The divisions and conflicts between villages could not be easily resolved, whether through alliances or war. War, after all, merely inflicts suffering upon humanity, and in its wake, pain lingers. In places where war rages, death is an inevitable companion. None can guarantee how many lives they will be responsible for in the chaos. Even for himself, the blood on his hands would only multiply, not diminish. Death was commonplace in the theater of war. As Nagato once articulated, "The path to peace is one I shall pursue unwaveringly." Bonds can be transformative, capable of engendering both hatred and love, all of which stem from the ties that bind us. Shinyu harbored no desire for the bond with Yutsang to evolve into something tainted by affection or resentment. He wished to preserve their connection unblemished. His resolve solidified as he concentrated chakra onto the blade of his crimson sword, unleashing a sanguine slash towards the fireball that loomed before him. The fireball fractured once more, however, unlike before. It did not dissipate into two halves, but rather transformed into numerous smaller fireballs that hurtled towards Shinyu. Raising an eyebrow at this display, he acknowledged Yutsang's notable progress during their time apart. With swiftness, he formed the necessary seals: water release, rain mist. A cascade of droplets rained down upon the fireballs, extinguishing them. Yet, a significantly larger fireball surged forth, and Shinyu stood his ground, as if momentarily frozen in place. Yutsang, in a state of panic, did not wish to bring harm to Shinyu. Her intent was merely to compel him to retreat. However, Shinyu's gaze sharpened, his blood-red eyes shimmering with an ethereal light, and his form became insubstantial as he traversed the path of the approaching fireball. With a firm grasp of his left hand, he hurled a water sphere towards the fireball, which instantly vaporized into a mist. In an instant, Shinyu materialized before Yutsang and commanded, "Wind release, gale palm." The potent chakra of wind enveloped his palm as it struck her abdomen, sending Yutsang hurtling backwards with tremendous force. Chapter 53. Fierce battle. Witnessing their leader being flung aside, the Sand Village ninjas began to falter against the defenders of the Leaf Village, their morale dwindling rapidly. After being propelled several meters, Yutsang swiftly regained her footing, clutching her abdomen as she urged the Sand ninjas still engaged in combat with their Leaf counterparts, retreat. In that final moment, she cast a lingering glance back at Shinyu, who was equally focused on her. She understood well that he had refrained from delivering a lethal blow, for had he truly intended to do so, her survival would have been far from certain. Shinyu gazed with a complex expression at the retreating figure of the assault team, clutching her abdomen, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable complexity. The two were not of the same faction. Indeed, they were adversaries. Thus, it is said that they must strive to bring peace to this world. Shinyu murmured. And at that moment, he felt as though he had transcended a certain constraint, unwittingly awakening his blood dragon eye. The originally ebony single eye and crimson pupils seemed to deepen in hue. Every ninja endowed with a bloodline limit experiences formidable psychological turmoil, leading to the manifestation of more potent abilities, much like the possessors of the Sharingan. Following extraordinary events, they undergo a series of transformations. The blood dragon eye of the Chi Pool clan is no exception. For instance, in the original narrative, a clan member named Chino awakened another capability of the blood dragon eye, self-detonation, after witnessing the harm inflicted upon his comrades. However, it is noteworthy that the blood dragon eye draws upon a portion of the wielder's chakra. In Shinyu's case, the ratio appears peculiar. Currently, he possesses a base chakra of 200 units. However, he has transformed half of this into blood release chakra. Consequently, the blood dragon eye siphoned off an additional half of his chakra. Thus, Shinyu's chakra reserves are indeed significantly diminished, yet he still retains 50 units, which is not negligible. After repelling the intruding Sunagakure team, the group returned to the Konoha camp to continue setting up their tents, which formed a triangular configuration. Rin occupied the center, surrounded by Obito, Kakashi, and Shinyu. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly inquired, "Obito, did you bring provisions?" Obito patted his chest confidently, asserting, "Of course I did. How could I forget to bring food?" Yet, his voice gradually diminished as he frantically rummaged through his backpack, which contained little more than ninja tools and a scant supply of provisions, leading to a sigh of relief. Shinyu rolled his eyes and remarked, "You always lack awareness. It's rather concerning that you don't even know if you brought food." Acknowledging his fault, Obito sheepishly rubbed his head and replied, "Well, it's not entirely fair to say that." At that moment, Tsunade entered their tent, addressing Rin, who was consuming her provisions. "Rin, come here for a moment. There are patients in need of your care." Rin nodded, setting aside her food, and exited the tent with Tsunade. Shinyu, Kakashi, and Obito remained silent as they watched Lin emerge from the tent. Soon, night fell. This evening, it was Shinyu's turn to stand guard. Uncharacteristically, he refrained from taking out the Higanbana for voyeuristic purposes and instead began to quietly contemplate. If the trajectory of the impending Third Great Ninja War were to unfold as anticipated, the Hidden Cloud Village and the old geezer Inoki from the Hidden Stone Village might launch a final counterattack against Konoha. As for the Hidden Sand Village, it was highly likely that they would withdraw from the battlefield. No, that is not entirely accurate. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village had yet to engage in the conflict. Should the Hidden Mist Village decide to participate, they would likely initiate an assault on the Hidden Sand Village before eventually mounting an attack on Konoha. However, by the time the denizens of the Hidden Mist Village realized what was unfolding, it would likely be in the latter stages of the war. At this juncture, the Third Great Ninja War could be considered to be in its mid-phase, and the outcome of the final battle would ultimately determine not only the war's conclusion, but also the future landscape of the ninja world. The Battle of the Godless Viaduct has yet to commence, yet the name of Minato Namikaze has already resonated throughout the ninja world. His reputation as the Yellow Flash beginning to spread. Only the final confrontation with the Hidden Stone Village remains, and thereafter, the Hidden Stone Village will join forces with the Hidden Cloud Village to launch an assault. That old fool Inoki will dispatch 1,000 Stone Village ninjas to attack the Hidden Cloud Village, ultimately leading to the Third Raikage's valiant stand against overwhelming odds, resulting in his demise. However, those are matters for the future. Currently, the Hidden Sand Village is likely gravely weakened, and the Hidden Mist Village may seize the opportunity to stake their claim, rendering the situation dire. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something, awakening his blood dragon eye, and observed the chakra fluctuations drawing near the Konoha camp. Enemy attack, he shouted, rousing his comrades from their tents. The Konoha ninjas swiftly awakened and organized themselves to confront the impending threat. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the assailants bore the forehead protectors of the Hidden Stone Village. How infuriating! Had the Stone Village already begun to stir? This time, the Hidden Stone Village had deployed nearly a third of its forces to assault the borders of the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Sand Villages, all orchestrated by that old fool Inoki. They were currently unable to utilize summoning jutsu. Otherwise, the camp behind them would be crushed as well. Faced with dozens of Stone Village ninjas, each of whom assumed their battle stances, Shinyue and his companions did not lag behind. Obito activated his double Mangeki Sharingan. His twin blades ignited with fire chakra, illuminating the previously pitch-black night. Kakashi hurled shuriken inscribed with the flying thunder god seal in various directions, then swiftly attacked the opposing ninjas with a short blade infused with lightning chakra. At that moment, 2 Stone Village ninjas attempted to seize the chance to abduct Rin, who was engaged in battle with other ninjas. With a quick flick of his blood blade, Shinyue dispatched the 2 assailants. As the number of Stone Village ninjas increased, Shinyue and his companions formed a protective circle around Rin and launched a rapid counterattack. Obito entered his intangibility mode, positioning his fiery twin blades before him and spinning rapidly, shouting, "Fire style, fire tornado." As his rotational speed intensified, the twin blades morphed into a whirlwind, hurtling towards the Stone Village ninjas, carving a bloody path through their ranks. Kakashi, abandoning pretense, gathered chakra into his hand, declaring, "Chidori Stream." The furious lightning chakra surged in all directions, rendering the approaching rock Hidden Village ninjas into mere remnants, reduced to charred remains. Meanwhile, Shinyue silently donned his mask, his demeanor transforming as if he were a different individual, and conjured a colossal crimson disc in his hands, propelling it toward the cluster of rock Hidden ninjas. Despite their frantic attempts to employ Earth-style jutsu, it proved futile. The trio operated like a humanoid harvester, repeatedly reaping the lives of the rock ninjas, staining the once verdant earth with crimson, their garments splattered with blood. Chapter 54. Your art is acknowledged. As they fought valiantly, behind their camp, a young boy with golden hair impatiently inquired of the man beside him, "Captain, is the time not yet ripe? Don't fret, Deidara." The captain replied with an air of calmness, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield before them. They were an explosive assault team dispatched by Noki, and among them was the barely 3-year-old Deidara, who had accompanied them to gain battlefield experience at Naka's behest. Indeed, this was the very Deidara, a prodigious talent of the rock Hidden Village, driven by the pursuit of the ephemeral explosion, an art form he fervently embraced, a master of explosive ninjutsu, and a disciple of Noki. He was initially slated to be the candidate for the 4th Tsuchikage, the genius boy of the rock Hidden Village. dedicated to the ultimate expression of art. Now, the time has come, explosive assault team, advance. Upon hearing these words, Deidara, filled with impatience, swiftly fashioned a pure white bird from clay and mounted it. He soared into the skies above the Leaf Village camp, releasing clay bombs while exuberantly proclaiming, "Art is an explosion." In an instant, the area surrounding the Leaf camp was obliterated, many Leaf ninjas caught in the chaos. Shinwei, amidst the blood-soaked battle, paused momentarily at the sight. This jutsu belongs to Deidara, and he can't be more than 3 years old. How can Noki trust his disciple on the battlefield? Then, a realization struck him, and he nodded in understanding. After all, the 3-year-old Itachi Uchiha had also been brought to the rock-hidden village battlefield by his father, Fugaku Uchiha, likely currently under Jiraiya's care. As the clay bombs descended, Shinwei engaged the oncoming rock ninjas with one hand wielding his blade while forming seals with the other. Slamming his hand to the ground, he shouted, "Blood style, Crimson Blood Barrier." In an instant, the blood of both the fallen ninjas from Iwagakure and Konohagakure on the battlefield was transformed into a torrent of blood-based chakra, surging skyward. This phenomenon created a barrier that intercepted a portion of the incoming clay bombs, sufficiently safeguarding the main base, albeit only partially. Meanwhile, Deidara, seated upon his clay giant bird in the heavens, was utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Was this truly the extent of the defense? After all, the source of this power was merely a child of 3 years. Shinyu gazed at the nearly vanquished ninjas of Iwagakure before him, conjuring a Raijin spear with his freed right hand. He then aimed at the right wing of Deidara's clay giant bird and hurled it forth. Well aware that lightning release countered Deidara's explosive techniques, this maneuver sent Deidara plummeting from the sky, leaving him in a state of panic. For he was but a mere 3-year-old child. In the midst of this chaos, a figure leapt forth. Catching the bewildered Deidara in an embrace, it was the member of the explosive assault unit, Sho. He had been orchestrating an ambush on Konoha's ninjas when he witnessed Deidara, laden with bombs, falling from the heavens. With a swift leap, he seized the descending Deidara. After all, he was the apprentice of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, albeit not officially yet. However, his future as the Tsuchikage seemed predestined, provided he did not stray from the right path. Initially, he intended to hand Deidara off to fellow Iwagakure ninjas, but reconsidering, he chose to keep him close. He noticed Shinyu, now isolated. Yet he was not foolish enough to strike directly, having just witnessed the formidable jutsu Shinyu had unleashed with a single hand. Finding a relatively vacant spot, he turned to the still-dazed Deidara and inquired, "Deidara, are you able to continue fighting?" After regaining his composure, Deidara nodded, intrigued by the one who had just felled him and eager for a rematch. Sho nodded in agreement, observing the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas succumbing to fatigue. "You shall use your clay giant bird to provide aerial distraction against Konoha. I will assist our comrades now, so be safe, Deidara." With that, he returned to the fray against the Konoha ninjas. Deidara once more summoned his clay giant bird, mounting it and directing it towards Shinyu. Meanwhile, on the southern battlefield, Shinyu and his comrades stood guard at various points around their camp. Shinyu watched the south, Obito the north, Kakashi the west, and Rin the east. While Tsunade's presence was felt in all directions, Rin posed no concern. She had learned some of Tsunade's medical techniques and had recently mastered the chakra blade, allowing for a sense of security. Yet, at that moment, he caught sight of the familiar clay giant bird in the sky and murmured, "Deidara, have you not learned your lesson yet?" As he observed the giant bird raining bombs down, he felt an uncontrollable urge to shout, and indeed, he did. Perfect art. Hearing this proclamation, Deidara turned to see the one who had brought him down, and the latter continued, "Deidara, I acknowledge your art." Deidara's pupils narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that his artistry would find appreciation in others. The individual before him was becoming increasingly exhilarated. He sat atop his clay giant bird, plunging downwards. Shinyu was acutely aware of the identity of the target hurtling towards him. It was none other than himself who was being charged at. Fortunately, wielding the rain spear, he too surged forward in the direction of Deidara. In an instant, Deidara's colossal clay bird was obliterated. Subsequently, Deidara descended from the sky unscathed, gathering clay bombs in his hands, which he launched towards Shinyu. With a mere flick of his hand, Shinyu had triggered the detonation of the bombs, illuminating the previously pitch-black night. In an instant, his figure emerged amidst the brilliance of the explosions. Deidara shielded his eyes, gazing at the silhouette within the radiant light, and remarked with a casual air, "Your artistry is commendable." Come find me when you ascend to the position of Tsukikage. Having spoken, Shinue departed from the scene, leaving the young Deidara to ponder the recent events to become Tsukikage. As time flowed, the dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, signifying the arrival of day. Sho departed the battlefield with a remnant of rock-hidden villages shinobi. Meanwhile, Deidara, who had just been schooled by Shinue, reflected on the fact that the rock-hidden village had begun to falter in the war, yet little did they anticipate that, following this conflict, they would welcome a genuine candidate for the future Tsukikage. On the other hand, Noki found himself bewildered. Having just received reports from Sho and other battlefronts of the rock-hidden village, he learned of the near annihilation of nearly 50 of their shinobi at the hands of Namake's Minato during their confrontation at the second base of Konoha, Jiraiya's base. Consequently, the four-tails Jinchuriki, Sutsuki, and the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, had been dispatched for support. The losses at the third base of Konoha, Tsunade's base, were similarly staggering. However, what astonished him the most was that his disciple Deidara, who had previously espoused the notion of artistry, seemed to have undergone a transformation upon his return. Inquiring about his desire to grow stronger and his aspirations, with unwavering determination in his eyes, Deidara proclaimed, "I wish to become Tsukikage." Chapter 55, Escort Mission Crisis. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Konoha, Shinue and his companions were assisting the logistics department. Although some bombs had been intercepted by the Crimson Blood Barrier, several still landed within the camp. Having just concluded their battle, they were now required to continue laboring. Fortunately, none of them had sustained serious injuries. As Obito grumbled while moving wooden planks, "We just finished slaying enemies, and now we must rebuild the camp. How absurd." A booming voice interrupted his complaints. The group froze and turned stiffly to see Tsunade, her forehead adorned with a diamond mark, smiling broadly at them. Though her demeanor was cheerful, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over them. "Tsunade-sama," they stammered, their voices trembling. Observing their reaction, Tsunade sighed in resignation and refrained from further comment. Yet she stated, "Since you seem disinclined to toil here, I have a supply shipment that requires your delivery to Jiraiya. The battlefield against the rock-hidden village is facing some difficulties, and they are in need of supplies. You shall transport them. Minato is there as well. We currently do not require additional personnel. You may proceed to his location." Shinyu and his companions nodded. In this battlefield, they belonged to the Watergate team, always ready to lend assistance wherever needed. It had been a long time since they had seen their teacher, Minato Namikaze. After a while of relentless travel, they passed through a dense grove of trees. Just as they were about to proceed, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the forest. They were nearing the borders of the rock-hidden village's Konoha base. Suddenly, two colossal figures emerged from the woods, and they hastened to witness a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The Four Tails and the Five Tails. The old man Inoki from the rock-hidden village had dispatched two of his villages Jinchuriki, the Four Tails host, Old Z, and the Five Tails host, Han. The once lush forest had transformed into a barren lava pit. As they turned their gaze to one side, they spotted their teacher, Minato Namikaze, alongside Jiraiya, who had been stationed at the border of the rock-hidden village, along with two unfamiliar ninjas. The group stared in astonishment at the towering behemoths before them. Minato noticed the four stunned young ones and shouted, "Kakashi, activate the Flying Thunder God technique immediately and return to the camp. You cannot interfere in this battle." After they distanced themselves from the battlefield, a massive spherical object erupted from the site they had just vacated, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy. What an extraordinary technique! With that, he led his team and students away from the battlefield. Upon returning to the camp, a sense of trepidation lingered as they recalled the recent spectacle. "That thing, is it a tailed beast?" Kakashi murmured. The Four Tails and the Five Tails, the two-tailed beasts of the rock-hidden village, wielding the powerful Kekkei Genkai of lava release and boil release. "I never anticipated that the old man Inoki would send these two to bolster their forces against us," Jiraiya said indignantly. The brilliance in Shinue's eyes became increasingly evident. He could hardly contain his eagerness to capture a tailed beast. However, which one should he choose? Unlike the astonishment and fear displayed by others, Shinue's gaze was filled with a vibrant light, as if brimming with anticipation. On the other hand, Minato Namikaze wore a contemplative expression, recalling the astonishing scene he had witnessed just before departing, a fleeting glimmer of insight passing through his eyes. Shinue discerned the gaze of Minato Namikaze, and it seemed that the legacy of ninjutsu, passed down through 3 generations, was about to be realized. The Rasengan had a long lineage, originating from Minato, then to Jiraiya, followed by Naruto Uzumaki, then to Konohamaru Sarutobi, and finally to Boruto Uzumaki. The transmission of the Rasengan bore witness to the legends of 3 generations. Little did he expect to witness this legendary ninjutsu himself. Jiraiya clapped his hands, interrupting the reverie of those present. All right, everyone, stop daydreaming. Minato, you should take your Team 7 back for some recuperation in Konoha. Jiraiya momentarily shed his usual carefree demeanor as he addressed Minato. However, you need not worry about matters here for now. On this front, the Tsuchikage and his rock village should remain subdued for a while. Just lead your team back to Konoha. We are more than capable of handling things here. Minato nodded in agreement and then inquired, but, Jiraiya-sensei, are you not returning? Well, Jiraiya scratched his head, longing to return, yet tethered to the battlefield. You need not fret about it here. The 3rd Hokage has sent me to take your place. You 3 Sanin should return to Konoha and rest. At that moment, a familiar figure parted the tent flaps and entered. Father, Kakashi-sensei. The newcomer was none other than Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki. Upon entering, he nodded at his son and remarked, Kakashi, Obito, Shinwe, Rin, it appears you have all matured significantly. You should accompany Minato back. Very well, Jiraiya replied with a firm nod. After packing their belongings, Shinue's gaze returned to the corner of his backpack, where a scroll inscribed with the techniques of the Land of Iron lay gathering dust. These past few days had been consumed with the unrest in various ninja villages, and he had been inundated with tasks, each day filled with transporting supplies from one place to another. Thus, the scroll had been relegated to a forgotten corner. However, while searching for his belongings, he stumbled upon something unexpected. Hey, Shinue, let us hurry up. You're too slow. Obito's voice echoed from a distance. Oh, coming. He tucked the mysterious item into his backpack, though he was uncertain how it had found its way there. Nevertheless, he speculated that it must have been placed there by his teacher, Orochimaru, during their time at the hidden Cloud Village camp. Shinzuki carefully stowed away the item and then hurriedly made his way towards Obito and the others. Well, since everyone is here, I shall utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return us all, spoke Minato Namikaze in his gentle tone. All right. They chorused in unison. A brilliant flash of light engulfed them, and in an instant, they found themselves back in the long-missed Konohagakure. How nostalgic, Obito remarked, gazing at the familiar gates before him with a hint of sentimentality. Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last returned. Chapter 56. The development of Rasengan. As they approached the entrance to the village, Minato continued to ponder the overwhelming power of the tailed beasts. His beloved Kushina Uzumaki, also a Jinchuriki, had endured considerable suffering, and he yearned to alleviate some of her burdens. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet it eluded his grasp. Just then, he felt a pat on his shoulder. Hey, Minato, what are you thinking about? It's time to head back, Jiraiya chimed in. Minato nodded and followed Jiraiya back. Though their journey was not entirely uneventful, rather than turmoil, it was a matter of Minato striking good looks and formidable prowess that garnered him considerable attention from the women in the village. It seemed that every few steps, a girl would glance back at him. Shinzuki, with a teasing grin, nudged Minato and whispered, I didn't realize you were so popular with the ladies, sensei. Minato shook his head dismissively, indicating that he was indifferent to such attention, for his heart belonged solely to Kushina. His thoughts remained occupied with the development of new techniques. Meanwhile, Kushina, who had been under the watchful eye of the Umbu, learned of Minato's return and felt compelled to break through the barrier to seek him out. Wait, Jinchuriki, do you have any plans today? 2 Umbu members intercepted her at the edge of the barrier. Kushina, slightly irked, replied, Did I not inform you? I wish to practice sealing techniques with Minato. Regardless, Uzumaki Kushina, you cannot leave the village, one of the Umbu stated firmly. Fine, Kushina waved her hand dismissively, then set off to find Minato. The prospect of being alone with him filled her with joy. Upon spotting Minato and his group, she beamed and said, Today, I will be quite stringent. As you know, Minato, the Uzumaki clan has numerous sealing techniques. Apologies, Kushina, but today I wish to practice a different jutsu in another location. I came to inform you, Minato replied. Kushina's expression shifted to one of anger as she questioned him. What jutsu? Where is this other location? The 3rd training ground. Minato said, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he anxiously explained to Kushina. It is a technique even I cannot disclose. Kushina, feeling somewhat dejected, lowered her head. No, that is not it. It is merely that this ninjutsu possesses immense power, yet is exceedingly unstable. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Kushina, still visibly upset, exclaimed loudly, If you dislike being with me, then just say it outright. Her crimson hair billowed behind her. At that moment, a timely voice echoed. Minato, we must hasten to report the battle situation to the third Hokage. A fellow ninja, accompanying Minato on his mission, called out. I apologize. But I must take my leave, Minato said hurriedly, departing the scene. The onlooking members of Minato's team could only shake their heads in resignation before following after him. As Kushina prepared to chase after them, an ANBU member grasped her arm, saying, Do not proceed further. Beyond this point lies outside the barrier. While being escorted back by the ANBU, Kushina's anger simmered. Suddenly, she recalled the words of Uzumaki Mido. The previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. We must find a vessel named Love and place it within this container. That way, we, as Jinchuriki, can still attain happiness and live fulfilled lives. With renewed determination in her eyes, Kushina unleashed the unique adamantine chains of the Uzumaki clan, binding the two ANBU guards to the ground before dashing out of the ceiling barrier. Ha ha ha, this is it. This will suffice. A sinister voice of the Nine Tails echoed within her consciousness. Meanwhile, at the third training ground, Minato's team watched in disbelief as their teacher, Minato Namikaze, obliterated nearly half of the forest in an attempt to demonstrate and experiment with his new technique. Breathless, he sat on the ground, while Jiraiya, looking exasperated, remarked, If you can't execute it, why create such explosions? It's simply uncontrollable. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Jiraiya suggested, I once heard that when refining chakra, following the direction of your hair whirl makes it easier. Perhaps this ninjutsu. That must be a superstition, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied, looking resigned. Not necessarily wrong. I've always aimed to the right because my whirl is right-spiraled, Jiraiya stated earnestly. Sigh, then what direction is mine? Minato inquired curiously. Jiraiya adjusted his head, scrutinizing it for a moment. Then beads of sweat began to form on his brow. What is it? Minato asked, concerned. Your head actually has both spirals. One to the left and one to the right. Oh dear. Which way should I spin then? Woofing Watergate wore an expression of disbelief as he inquired of Jiraiya, who sheepishly scratched his head and replied, To be honest, I am not quite certain either. Beside them, Watergate's classmates appeared equally perplexed. They had accompanied Woofing Watergate, hoping to glean some knowledge. However, what they witnessed was their teacher creating a chaotic scene. Shinyu nudged Obito beside him and quietly asked, Obito, how is your Manjiki Sharingan faring? Do you experience any feelings of blindness? Obito nodded, saying, My vision was once quite good, but recently, for some unknown reason, everything seems somewhat hazy. I can't quite pinpoint the cause. Perhaps I have been overusing my eyes. I should refrain from employing the Manjiki Sharingan excessively. Shinyu patted Obito's shoulder, offering comfort. All right, everyone, let us take a brief respite. I have prepared some popsicles for everyone, Jiraiya announced, beckoning to the group. He had procured a type of dual popsicle and began distributing them among the attendees. Jiraiya waved his popsicle at Woofing Watergate, asking, Which side would you like? Watergate, instinctively taking the popsicle, replied, Either side is fine. It matters not. Suddenly, he sat up straight, realization dawning upon him. He tossed the popsicle back to Jiraiya, who looked bewildered. What is this? You're not eating it? Then I shall consume it all. Watergate repeated his earlier actions, and the embryonic form of a Rasengan began to manifest in his hand. Jiraiya gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, You truly possess an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Watergate, brimming with excitement, declared, I shall name this technique Radiant Spiral Popsicle Enlightenment Jiraiya Double Style Ball. Chapter 57, The Nine Tails Rampage. You certainly lack talent for naming, Watergate. Such a long and cumbersome title. Upon hearing Watergate's chosen name, Shinyu and the others sighed, fully aware that their teacher was rather oblivious and quite inept at naming things. At that moment, the group sensed something and turned towards a nearby thicket, spotting a figure with striking red hair stealthily concealed beside a tree, observing their activities. Oh, Kushina, what brings you here? Is everything all right? Watergate was the first to notice. Kushina, came the astonished exclamations from the four children. Kushina awkwardly emerged from her hiding spot, scratching her head, beads of sweat glistening on her handsome face. With a wandering gaze, she explained, I received special permission from Lord Third. He said it was permissible for me to step outside the barrier. Thus, it became clear why the previous escort was absent. Kushina felt increasingly embarrassed, her toes digging into the ground as if to carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. This was due to the fact that several surveillance personnel had been bound by her adamantine chains. In light of this, I must admit that my earlier outburst was unwarranted. Kushina performed a deep 90-degree bow, apologizing to Minato. No, it is I who should be apologizing for failing to uphold our agreement, Minato replied with a look of regret. Meanwhile, not far away, the 4 members of the Kamizuki clan and Jiraiya were crouched beside a tree, eagerly observing the scene before them. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here? Obito inquired, munching on a few sunflower seeds that Kamizuki had offered him. Jiraiya retrieved a handful of seeds from Kamizuki's pocket and, while chewing, remarked, "We certainly shouldn't interrupt this young couple while they are engaged in their romantic discourse, should we? By the way, Jiraiya-sensei, I recall you once had feelings for Lady Tsunade," Kamizuki inquired with a look of curiosity. The other 3 cast inquisitive glances at Jiraiya, whose cheeks flushed crimson. He set down the sunflower seeds and addressed them. It was merely unrequited affection on my part. Moreover, it is not that I merely liked her in the past. I have always cherished her. However, Jiraiya adopted a more serious demeanor, reflecting, Tsunade has lost far too many dear ones during the war, and as her friend, all I can do for now is protect her. Shinyu paused in his action of munching on sunflower seeds, stroking his chin as he addressed Jiraiya. Indeed, I have a method to enable you to win over Lady Tsunade. But, just then, an overwhelming surge of chakra surged forth, unmistakably the chakra of the 9 tails. While Jiraiya was contemplating Shinyu's thoughts, he suddenly sensed this immense chakra. Turning towards the direction of Minato Namikaze, he saw Kushina begin her transformation into the tailed beast. Meanwhile, 2 minutes prior, as Minato was whispering sweet nothings, he had just uttered the words, "I cannot bear to lose you." Upon hearing his heartfelt declarations, Kushina clutched her head in agony as a tremendous amount of chakra erupted from within her, causing a tail to sprout behind her. That tail struck Minato, sending him flying. Within Kushina's consciousness, her awareness was gradually overtaken by the 9 tails, which roared furiously at her. "I have long warned you. All people are using you, including this fool." The beast's voice was thunderous. Despite being bound by the diamond seal, it continued to roar. Yet Kushina did not heed the 9 tails' words. Instead, she looked on with deep concern at Minato, who had been flung away by her tail. "Hurry and break the seal, and you shall be freed from your suffering. If you cannot do so, I shall possess you and end your life." The 9 tails' voice grew louder, nearly a roar. In the physical realm, Minato, enduring the pain from being struck, sought to subdue the increasingly tailed beastified Kushina. Meanwhile, the 4 small figures, having regained their composure from the shock, along with Jiraiya, prepared to intervene, for both Shinyu and Obito possessed formidable ocular techniques capable of momentarily suppressing her. Blood Dragon Eye, Sharingan. Their Jinjutsu briefly restrained the tailed beast transformation. But neither could hold it for long, as their talents were primarily geared towards offense rather than manipulation. The exertion from casting such techniques took a toll on them. Gritting his teeth, Shinyu urged Minato, "Teacher Minato, quickly, the 9 tails chakra is overwhelming. Obito and I can barely contain it." Minato nodded in urgency, swiftly forming hand seals to execute the 4-symbol seal technique that Kushina had taught him, striking it against Kushina's abdomen. In her consciousness, the 9 tails, entangled in the diamond seal, bore a crimson 1-tomo eye on the left and a mesmerizing 3-tomo Sharingan on the right. The seal's formula manifested in the space of her mind, and the 9 tails, astonished, addressed the tailed beastified Kushina. "What is the Sharingan, and what power does this represent?" "This is the 4-symbol seal. This brat is clearly not of the Uzumaki clan, yet he has mastered their sealing techniques. Never have I encountered a ninja of such strength since the first Hokage, and yet you are fixated on a mere girl." The 9 tails broke free from the seals of Shinju and Obito, sending the 2 of them crashing against a distant tree, with Shinju coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. Obito, though similarly affected, managed to endure for a while longer. Jiraiya, Rin, and Kakashi swiftly rushed to their side, tending to their wounds and preparing to escort them away from the scene. Shinazuki waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and remarked, "It's a minor issue. The chakra expenditure is somewhat substantial, as I am not yet proficient in the Jinjutsu of my Blood Dragon Eye. A brief respite will suffice." Meanwhile, Minato maintained the 4-symbol seal, balancing the wind as he spoke. "I have an affinity for strong individuals, and I am particularly fond of those who surpass my own strength. That is why I hold Kushina in such high regard. I cannot bear the thought of losing her." It was precisely this declaration from Minato that plunged Kushina into reminiscence, as she recalled her initial arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village. Memories flooded back. of the spiral staircase where Uzumaki Mito had guided her, of Minato, and of countless other moments. Upon reopening her eyes, her gaze became resolute, and golden chains of the adamantine sealing technique once again spread throughout her being, binding the nine tails tightly, forcibly suppressing it. Just when both believed the ordeal had concluded, the nine tails' mental force surged once more, assaulting Uzumaki Kushina. She fell into the tailed beast transformation again, her tails swirling behind her, and her claws pierced through Minato's chest. Sensei! Minato! Minato! Don't worry about me, just run. Get away quickly. Chapter 58. The Mist Village joins the fray even after sustaining a grievous wound from the nine tails' claws. Minato persisted, declaring, I will not. I refuse to leave. Release that sealing hand. She is of no concern to you. This creature is my Jinchuriki. The nine tails roared in furious defiance. When Minato opened his eyes again, he found himself within Kushina's consciousness, where she was diligently employing the adamantine sealing technique to ensnare the nine tails. I can feel it. My presence has always remained in Kushina's heart, he proclaimed, as his right hand coalesced the Rasengan, confronting the nine tails' tailed beast ball. I will never relinquish Kushina to you. The two engaged in a clash snow, a confrontation between man and beast. When Minato next opened his eyes, his face was adorned with bandages, and Kushina sat beside her hospital bed. Standing before them were her mentor Jiraiya, Tsunade, and her 4 students, all gazing at Minato. Where am I? Is this the Leaf Hospital? At that moment, seeing Minato awake, Kushina rushed to embrace him tightly. Ouch, that hurts. You're holding me too tightly. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged knowing smiles, while the 4 members of the group, including Shinue, observed them with peculiar grins as they munched on their snacks. Soon, apart from Rin, Obito, Kakashi, and Shinue found themselves adorned with large red envelopes atop their heads. The trio then sorrowfully retracted their smiles. A few days later, with nothing pressing to attend to, Shinue and the others meandered through the village. The recent battles had not been particularly intense, and with no missions assigned, they took to wandering aimlessly. How dull it is. It feels like ages since I last saw Sensei Minato, Obito lamented. Wait, is that not Sensei Minato and Sister Kushina? Shinue pointed toward a spot, prompting the others to glance in that direction. Indeed, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki were strolling along the roadside, seemingly engaged in conversation. The group quickly ducked back behind the wall, peering out cautiously as they stealthily followed the two. Shinyu concealed the presence of several individuals. Yet this proved insufficient against the formidable sensing abilities of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Kushina clearly detected the 4 little ones but chose not to expose them. Continuing her conversation with Minato Namikaze. What is the name of that technique? Kushina inquired with curiosity, recalling Minato's recent research since the events of that day. It's called the Radiant Ice Pop-inspired Spiral Jiraiya Double Form, Minato replied with a somewhat oblivious expression. What a terribly mundane name, and it's far too lengthy, Kushina remarked with unrestrained sarcasm. Is that so? Minato mused, stroking his chin as if pondering something profound. Forget it. Lead me to a place where we can thoughtfully consider a name. Kushina cast a glance towards the direction where Shinyu and the others were hidden, then accompanied Minato to a more secluded spot. Hurry up, hurry up. We don't often get to witness this. Sensei Minato and Sister Kushina on a date. Quick, or we'll miss it, Shinyu urged anxiously. A few individuals followed Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki to a place resembling a rooftop. Yet before them lay a long flight of stairs, devoid of any hiding spots. Thus, they decided to find an observable vantage point nearby to surreptitiously watch the two. At that moment, a butterfly alighted on Minato's hand, prompting him to ponder over a name. Meanwhile, Kushina, standing behind him with her hands clasped, seemed to have an epiphany as she chuckled softly and remarked, How about naming that new technique Rasengan? Rasengan, what a splendid name, Minato replied gently, turning to look at Kushina. His silhouette was perfectly positioned at the 4th spot on the Hokage rock, among the illustrious Hokage of the past. The onlookers, including Shinyu, were spellbound by the scene. The location Minato occupied was indeed most fitting. Shinyu let out a soft sigh, contemplating the undeniable truth of the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He marveled at how the present moment seemed to foreshadow what was to come. His gaze then shifted to the not-so-distant figures of Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom appeared to be around 25 years of age, embodying the vigor of youth. During the few days of Minato's hospitalization, Shinyu had clandestinely approached Jiraiya, imparting the wisdom. To win over Lady Tsunade, one must first master the art of slow and steady affection. While you may feel you are already proceeding slowly, your current state merely reflects unrequited love. Furthermore, Lady Tsunade has recently lost someone dear to her. Thus, it is ill-timed to express bold declarations of love, as this will only evoke her resistance. She has witnessed the departure of those she values, and as such, she cherishes you in return. Additionally, Jiraiya, Tsunade's former partner, the formidable Dan Kato, who wields the art of intangibility, has his sights set on becoming Hokage. Your carefree demeanor and habitual visits to various women's baths suggest that it is time to temper your reckless attitude. Shinyu earnestly conversed with Jiraiya, stating, "It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Besides, what I did was merely gather materials. It was not an act of voyeurism." Jiraiya retorted, "I never claimed you were spying. You confessed that yourself." Shinyu sighed. "Well, since you refuse to amend this aspect, I can certainly assist you in altering other features, particularly your appearance. However, I must admit, Jiraiya, your current looks are rather handsome, though that nose stud truly detracts from your charm. Jiraiya, I implore you to remove that piercing. It is quite unappealing." Jiraiya scoffed. How could it possibly be unattractive? What do you know, you little brat? Upon hearing Shinyu's suggestion, he immediately grew resistant, thinking it absurd to remove something he had painstakingly acquired. "Rest assured, Jiraiya, I would never deceive you. Just follow my advice and aim for the position of Hokage." Upon hearing the mention of aspiring to be Hokage, Jiraiya resolutely shook his head. "My ambitions do not lie in becoming Hokage. My nature is that of a wanderer, not a leader." Shinyu responded, "Then let's discard that plan, though I never truly anticipated you would achieve the title." "What do you mean by that?" Jiraiya pondered, his thoughts drifting back to the present as he glanced at Tsunade beside him, engulfed in contemplation. Shinyu also reflected on the beauty of youth. At that moment, an Umbu ninja approached the group, presenting them with a scroll inscribed with the words, "The village hidden in the mist has entered the battlefield. Proceed to the Hokage building immediately." Chapter 59, The Movements of the Mist Village upon receiving the order from the Umbu. Shinyu and his companions bid farewell to Kushina and, side by side with Jiraiya and Tsunade, made their way to the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was solemnly studying the scroll laid before him. When Shinyu and the others arrived at the Hokage building, they were greeted by Uchiha Shisui and several other ninjas. To their surprise, they noticed among the ninjas was Uchiha Fugaku, along with his eldest son, the recently turned 3-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Noticing their arrival, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "The current situation has shifted once more. The village hidden in the clouds has abandoned its conflict with Konoha and redirected its efforts towards attacking the village hidden in the sand, with the 4th Kazekage, Raza, already deploying troops in response. Now, the village hidden in the mist has also entered the fray, dispatching 2 teams. The first to assault Konoha is led by Ao from the Mist Village, who previously ceased to be a Kugan from the Hyuga clan during the last Ninja World War, likely serving as an advanced unit to infiltrate Konoha. Shisui, you are to lead the ninjas to thwart the Mist Village's incursion." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyes to meet Uchiha Shisui, who was kneeling before him. "Yes, Hokage-sama. Currently, Uchiha Shisui has earned the illustrious title of Shunshin Shisui, gaining a notable reputation within the shinobi world. It is only prudent to dispatch him to confront the village of Kirigakure." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, then turned to address the assembled ninjas before him. "Moreover, the village hidden in the sand is presently contending with both the village hidden in the clouds and the village hidden in the mist. However, they are managing to cope with the situation for now, rendering any affairs between the Sand Village and Konoha rather inconsequential. At this juncture, the Sand Village is unable to divert any resources to the battlefield against Konoha. The most pressing threat lies with Inoki and his Rock Village, as well as the current 3rd Mizukage ruling over the Mist Village." Sarutobi Hiruzen then cast a glance at Namake's Minato, instructing, "Minato, you shall lead Team 7 to Kaminobi Bridge to execute a mission of disruption behind enemy lines, primarily aimed at severing the supply lines of the Rock Village's reinforcements." He concluded by stating to Minato and the others, "This mission is designated as an Ultra S-rank assignment, entrusted to you all." Upon hearing these words, Kamizuki's expression darkened, for he understood that this battle would irrevocably alter the lives of all members of the Namake's team, as well as reshape the future dynamics of the ninja world. Furthermore, on the side of the Mist Village, after dispatching the Byakugan-wielding Ao, they would also deploy the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, ultimately facing the formidable Might Guy. With the opening of the 8 gates, Might Guy would decimate the 7 ninja swordsmen, rendering them as mere trifles. while the 7 swords would be reclaimed by the Mist Village. Shinyu harbored a certain envy for the 7 ninja blades, even contemplating the idea of enticing both Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha to join Konoha from the hidden Mist Village. However, after some reflection, he ultimately dismissed this notion. His thoughts then drifted back to the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. In truth, Shinyu felt no apprehension regarding this conflict. This was because Obito had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan and possessed the ability to manipulate intangibility, thus eliminating any concern of the original narrative where he was crushed by a boulder, resulting in the destruction of his right side. As for Uchiha Madara, Shinyu believed that Obito merely fortuitously found himself in one of Madara's encampments, only to be taken back by him. However, this time, he resolved that he would not permit Uchiha Madara to reclaim Obito. Shinwei now has nearly a day left before embarking on his mission, and he ardently wishes to refine his mental techniques and illusions. After all, the Blood Dragon Eye emphasizes illusions, yet he has become overly reliant on blood escape, seldom utilizing spatial escape in the Blood Dragon Eye itself. Thus, he yearns to devote some time to training. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Shinyu first returned to his long-abandoned home, which had accumulated a considerable amount of dust due to his prolonged absence, leaving him with no opportunity to tidy up. After a simple tidying of his room, Shinzuki began to rummage through his backpack, recalling the swordsmanship from the Iron Nation. He had diligently practiced it during his time in the camp, mastering the fundamentals with considerable proficiency. As he searched, he stumbled upon one of the 2 scrolls left by his father. This appeared to be the 2nd scroll. However, he was certain he had not unsealed it. Why then had it opened on its own? Could it be that this artifact unfolds with his growth or knowledge of certain matters, gradually revealing its secrets? Shinyu unfurled the scroll, which contained instructions on the cultivation of the Blood Dragon Eye illusion technique, including the utilization of mental power. This indeed afforded Shinyu considerable convenience, as he had long desired to refine his mental prowess and enhance his illusionary skills. Upon examining the scroll, he was immediately struck by an exceedingly formidable illusion technique, the Blood Dragon Eye technique, Human Bomb. How could such a technique possibly exist? Shinyu was somewhat astonished. He possessed knowledge regarding human bombs, as detailed in the original work The True Legend of Sasuke, The Coming Light. This technique, employed by the Bloodpool clan's Chino, utilized a genjutsu that transformed the victim into a human bomb, enabling them to launch an assault against foes. In the narrative, Chino had once utilized this ability to convert a Leaf Village ninja into a human bomb to obliterate the village's gates. However, he distinctly recalled that this technique was awakened in Chino amidst the anguish following the death of a companion. How could it have appeared in his own scroll? Yet, upon reading the subsequent line, clarity washed over him. The practitioner can develop this technique through certain intense emotions. The operations inscribed on this scroll are more intricate, yet free from the torment that such emotions entail. With this revelation, Shinyu felt a sense of equilibrium. There was no cause for concern. Nevertheless, he was not particularly interested in this technique at present, as it held little utility for him unless he were to undertake a surprise mission. Such matters could be addressed at a later time. For now, he yearned to learn more conventional genjutsu. Then, he discovered the illusion he had been seeking, Genjutsu, Blood Dragon Pool. The practitioner could employ a medium to cast the illusion upon the target, ensnaring them within its grasp. Alternatively, they could imprint a curse mark within the target's body, ensnaring them in the genjutsu if someone attempted to dispel it midway. Shinyu was familiar with this technique. After all, in the original narrative, Chino had utilized it against Sasuke on multiple occasions. Thus, it left a considerable impression on him. But he was taken aback to discover that his father had even developed this technique. He discreetly committed this genjutsu to memory, intending to experiment with it later. As he perused the next illusion, he found himself losing his composure. Genjutsu, Blood Tears of Lament. Chapter 60, The True Blood Dragon Eye. Upon witnessing this illusion, Shinyu rubbed his eyes, clearly perplexed by its meaning. The blood tears weeping, what could that signify? As he directed his gaze downward, he was momentarily struck dumb by the line of descriptions before him. The scroll inscribed, the caster can employ this illusion to make the target behold their deepest fears, gradually leading to their demise. Furthermore, the devouring of mental strength will erode the target's psyche, rendering them either a soulless husk or robbing them of life entirely. Shinyu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, marveling at the cruelty of this illusion. Nevertheless, he steadfastly adhered to a principle. Mercy towards one's enemies is but a form of cruelty towards oneself. Although this illusion was indeed ruthless, it wielded remarkable efficacy. Was this not precisely what he desired? Remarkably, this seemingly formidable illusion was not overly difficult to master. It merely required the concentration of one's chakra into the blood dragon eyes. By understanding the structural methodology of the brain, one could ensnare the target in an illusion through the blood dragon eyes. He silently committed this illusion to memory, intending to practice diligently after he finished reading. As he continued, he found himself astonished yet again. Illusion technique, crimson blood manipulation. The practitioner of this technique could manipulate the unsuspecting target through illusion, compelling them to act against their own volition. Moreover, by merely imposing their will, the practitioner could control the target's every action, all while the target remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Upon reading the final sentence, Shinyu's face flushed crimson, and the blood dragon eyes activated. This illusion held the potential to orchestrate the target's own demise while they were fully conscious, requiring only the imposition of the practitioner's will, no active control necessary. This was extraordinarily convenient. He had acquired yet another formidable means of confrontation, truly splendid. As Shinzuki perused the scroll, a familiar expression reminiscent of Orochimaru gradually emerged upon his countenance, his tongue delicately caressing his lips. There was an uncanny resemblance to the notorious figure known for his experiments on human subjects, suggesting a striking similarity that could only be attributed to their shared mentor-student connection. How remarkable it is that their methods of studying ninjutsu are so alike. Haki, you rascal. Without further ado, let us commence our training, for although it is not particularly early, we must prepare for the mission that awaits us tomorrow morning. However, I am confident that there is nothing to be concerned about. As the divine moon began to cultivate the illusionary arts that piqued his interest, he often employed small creatures, such as rabbits, for his experiments during the training process. He observed that when he cast illusions upon these rabbits, their eyes transformed into a hauntingly vivid crimson hue, fully ensnared by the enchantment. However, when he lifted the spell, he found that the rabbit before him had leapt into the nearby stream, meeting a tragic demise. Indeed, the effectiveness of his craft was undeniable. Gazing at the dimly lit sky, the divine moon reflected upon the swift passage of time before hastily shouldering his backpack and making his way towards the gates of Konoha. Once again, he arrived last. But an amusing excuse suddenly struck him. Approaching his companions with a grin, he exclaimed, my apologies, everyone. I just lost my way on the path called life. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi exchanged exasperated glances, clearly unimpressed by his antics. Even Minato, the fourth Hokage, couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by his student's unpredictable nature, sometimes remarkably reliable, yet at other times, utterly whimsical. Ever since Obito and Rin had become a couple, it was invariably Shingetsu who was tardy, leaving everyone puzzled as to why. Just as they were preparing to depart from Konoha, a fiery figure approached, waving and calling out, "Wait, wait." Turning back, they found it was Kushina Izumaki. Breathless as she arrived at the gate, hands on her hips. "You must be cautious this time, especially you, Obito. Pay close attention and don't lag behind the team," she admonished, playfully tapping her finger against Obito's forehead. He frowned in response, retorting, "How could anything possibly go wrong? Have no worries. I shall return, for I am destined to become Hokage." Upon hearing these words, Kamizuki hastily covered Obito's mouth, realizing that this fellow was once again making a proclamation, oblivious to the fact that such individuals are often the first to meet their demise. Indeed, in the original tale, Obito did not return from the Battle of the Kamikaze Bridge, and while this time he was accompanied by Kamizuki, the latter still hoped that this man would refrain from making such declarations. "All right, Obito, let us hasten our departure. The situation at the front lines of Awagakure is dire, and we must not tarry any longer. MMPH, let me go. I can walk on my own," Obito protested, his mouth covered as Kamizuki dragged him toward the outskirts of the village. Meanwhile, Kushina Izumaki stood with her arms crossed, observing the playful antics of the group with a flicker of concern in her eyes. "You must return alive." Outside the village of Konohagakure, the early risers were weaving through the small grove, engaged in conversation. Obito remarked, "Did you know? Yesterday, Shursui was dispatched to the borders of the village. But upon witnessing his formidable presence, the enemy fled." "Is that true?" Rin inquired as they hurried along. "It must be. Considering Shursui's reputation as Shursui of the body flicker technique is quite formidable on this battlefield," Kamizuki mused. After all, Aoi is indeed a discerning talent. And now he would relay the message to the third Mizukage. It would not be long before Might Dai would perish in battle, striving to protect his son. The gaze of Shinizuki dimmed momentarily, only to be rekindled with brilliance. The demise of Might Guy undoubtedly served to impart the essence of youth to his son, Might Guy. Furthermore, Dai's passing conveyed to all of Konoha that even in the absence of talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu, one can still ascend to greatness solely through the mastery of Tai Jutsu. This event will undoubtedly illuminate the path ahead for Might Guy, guiding him further along the journey of youth. However, one might ponder whether it is time to impart to Might Guy the intricacies of the locking technique. Shin gets rid of his thoughts with a shake of his head. And then he hears the strategic deployment from Minato Namikaze. I have just received a message from our teacher Jiraiya. The elite Jonin from Iwagakure have dispatched reinforcements to the battlefield. Thus, our mission will be divided into 2 paths. Please exercise caution. Chapter 61. Memories of Minato Namikaze. Having just parted ways with his team, Minato swiftly navigates through the woods en route to the battlefield. His mind swirling with memories of his former squad. His thoughts drift back to a time not so distant, indeed, this year. Shin and his companions have reached the age of 13, having passed the Chunin exams at 11. Back then, Obito had merely awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. Without having learned much from Jiraiya, while Rin was just an ordinary medical ninja, Shinmun was not as formidable as he is now. His gentle disposition remained unchanged. Kakashi, recognized as a prodigy, retained a somewhat aloof demeanor. Following a team training session, Minato's squad often dedicated time to specialized training, which took place in a forest on this occasion. Kunai and shuriken were prominently displayed, lodged in the nearby trees. While Minato observed the resting members of the team and chuckled softly, addressing everyone. All right, let us take a break. At that moment, seated on the ground, Obito was engaged in conversation with Shinmun when he suddenly felt something brush against his head. Turning around, he discovered Kushina approaching with a thermal lunchbox. Due to certain circumstances, Kushina had not yet fully mastered the Nine-Tails chakra, which necessitated the presence of some Umbu. However, since Minato and his team were training within a barrier, there should be no cause for concern. Kushina-san, Rin exclaimed with surprise, rushing to Kushina's side and fixating on the lunchbox she held. Ah, has everyone been working hard? Kushina inquired, one hand on her hip while the other grasped the basket, addressing the group. Shinyu rested his chin on his hand, observing the scene before him. Minato Namikaze remarked, I was just thinking they could use a break. Kushina picked up the basket resting on Obito's head and announced, How splendid. Come. It's time for lunch. Your long-awaited special bento from Kushina. Wonderful. I absolutely adore the meals made by Sister Kushina. Rin exclaimed as she accepted the basket handed to her by Kushina. Upon hearing Rin's words, Kushina's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Rin. Then playfully puckered her lips and planted a kiss on Rin's cheek, affectionately rubbing her face against Rin's and cooing. What a lovely child. Simply delightful. Rin is truly a wonderful girl. Obito, seemingly affected by jealousy or some other sentiment, crossed his arms and let out a huff. Shinyu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Come on, how petty can you be, even feeling jealous over the sensei's wife? Kushina seemed to notice Obito's reaction and, moving closer to him, said, Here I am, graciously bringing you lunch, and yet your attitude is rather ungrateful. Isn't it? At that moment, Obito displayed a rebellious streak, turning his head away and retorting, I never asked you to come, and besides, I'm not hungry. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach audibly protested. Hearing the rumble from Obito's belly, Shinyu sighed and commented, You truly are stubborn. It seems your mouth is the only thing that's resilient about you. Kushina sighed as well, placing her hands on Obito's shoulders. You may revel in your stubbornness, but for now, you must eat well. You can't fight on an empty stomach, can you? Obito's rebellious spirit surged once more as he declared, I want to accept your charity. I can fight even without eating. Shinyu silently turned her head, taking a rice ball from the bento held by Lin. As she savored a bite, she pondered the futility of it all, thinking, why endure such bitterness? Kushina offered a gentle smile, yet for reasons unknown. This smile carried an icy chill as she remarked, You truly possess a certain masculinity. In the blink of an eye, her demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a dramatic face change in a Sichuan opera, transforming into one of fury. Her crimson hair began to billow, resembling flames erupting from her back. As she exclaimed in anger, Do you really think I would say such a thing? With a swift motion, she delivered a sharp slap to Obito's head, causing him to hastily cover his head in pain, tears streaming down his face. Kushina, still fuming, declared, Stop talking back to me and eat your meal. Stamina is the foundation of a ninja. Exasperated, she added, Honestly, why can't you ever grow up, you klutz? Meanwhile, the few individuals seated nearby, enjoying their rice balls, gathered to watch the spectacle, with Minato letting out a sigh and urging, "You all should eat quickly too." Shinyu has already consumed 3 rice balls. And he mumbled indistinctly, "That guy Obito, whether there's a reason or not, always seems to clash with Sister Kushina. Truly, he lacks any sense of decorum." After swallowing the morsel, he turned to the still chattering Obito and declared, "If you don't eat soon, I'll finish everything. And you won't even have a grain left." Upon hearing this, Obito rushed over to eat, though 2 distinct handprints marred his face, leaving one to ponder who had delivered such a slap. That evening, in the home of the Namikaze family, Kushina sat on the sofa, sewing clothes while listening to Minato discuss recent happenings in his class. She sighed. "Oh, really? Kakashi and Shinyu have become so capable?" As she knitted a scarf, her gaze remained fixated on her work. "Indeed, for their age, achieving this level of competence is quite remarkable," Minato remarked, flipping through a photo album. "Rin has also grown. It has been easy for this quartet to reach this point, yet they are increasingly exceptional," he noted. "Yes, and Obito is part of that as well," Minato added with a light chuckle. This prompted Kushina to pause her sewing and comment, "That boy is just a brash little rascal, isn't he? Always flustered. Even with the Sharingan activated, his jutsu practice remains chaotic. It truly worries me." After saying this, she resumed her knitting. Minato chuckled softly again, returning his attention to the photo album. "Obito has many shortcomings, particularly in his shuriken technique, but his cheerful disposition is indeed rare." His gaze fell upon a photo of their class, taken after a training session. In the center stood Obito and Shinyu, with Rin striking a peace sign to Obito's right and the aloof Kakashi to Shinyu's left. He continued, "It is precisely because of Obito's presence that bonds have formed among us, yet you should be more aware of this than anyone." As Minato's thoughts drifted back to the present, he reflected on the myriad memories from his class, and his smile faded. The war must come to an end. Chapter 62. The Battle of the Divine Bridge. On their separate paths, Minato had already strategized, while Shinyu and the others recalled his words. Currently, the Land of Earth is advancing its invasion of the village hidden in the grass. Naturally, the enemy comprises the ninjas of the village hidden in the rock. Intelligence reports indicate that the enemy's front lines boast over 1,000 ninjas. The front line has progressed significantly compared to before. In his recollections, Obito shed his usual disarray and analyzed the situation seriously. After all, the Land of Fire borders the village hidden in the grass. Waiting to be attacked would be too late. Kakashi stated calmly. Shinyu spoke in a low voice, "The enemy's advance is proceeding with such ease, which suggests that their reinforcements are flowing smoothly. Therefore, our objective this time is the Kamakiri Bridge, where we shall confront a multitude of enemy ninjas at the front lines." Wufeng Shuimin reiterated, "Thus, our team of ninjas tasked with obstruction must consist of only a select few elites." "Is it a bridge, then? Does this mean our mission involves infiltration?" Wufeng Shuimin nodded in affirmation, stating, "Kakashi's team is to infiltrate the enemy's rear area, sabotage the bridge used for supply, sever their reinforcement capabilities, and then withdraw swiftly." "Understood." They all responded in unison. "What about our teacher?" asked Dato, curiosity etched on his face. "I will head directly to the front lines to engage the enemy and serve as a diversion for you. In short, today I am the captain of Kakashi's team, and I shall execute the mission alongside you until we reach the border." With that, they began to disperse and execute their tasks. Wufeng Shuimin placed his hand over his chest, and Dato, Kakashi, Rin, and Shinyu all placed their hands atop his, signaling their understanding of the mission. Returning to the present, they found themselves in a bamboo grove where they discovered numerous traps and various objects. Eventually, upon reaching a pond, Shinyu sensed something amiss. His perceptive abilities were formidable, and he had long sensed the presence of a hidden Owagakure ninja, conversing behind a massive rock were Huaguang and Deshur. With Huaguang nonchalantly remarking, "I was wondering why Emoji hasn't returned for so long. It turns out he was taken out by these little brats." Deshur smirked mischievously, suggesting, "Why not ask them?" Thus, he employed a camouflage technique to stealthily approach Rin from behind. Upon sensing this movement, Shunyu's lips curled slightly as he observed the bamboo stakes descending from above. Before he could execute his ninjutsu, Dato acted first. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Dato's mouth, incinerating the incoming bamboo stakes, which then fell into the pond below. However, at that moment, the previously struck bamboo splintered open, and flames erupted from within. Shinyu shouted, "Dato and Kakashi, you take care of that guy." Just as the two were taken aback, a sudden scream erupted from behind them, Rin's scream, to be precise, but it was not just hers. a burly man, bearing the Awagakure forehead protector, had his right arm severed and fallen to the ground. Shinyu, gripping his freshly unsheathed Chiyuki Ikamanji, shielded Rin behind him. Seizing the moment when Dashur opened his eyes and met his gaze, he unleashed his signature Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. Blood Tears of Sorrow. In an instant, Dashur was rendered motionless, as if stripped of consciousness. Then, with a swift motion, Shingetsu brought down his blade, severing Dashur's head. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were locked in combat against the flames. Kakashi quickly retrieved several kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal from his ninja tool pouch, scattering them across the battlefield, while Obito unsheathed his twin blades. He opted not to activate his Mangeki Sharingan, for he was unwilling to risk blindness. After exchanging a knowing glance with Kakashi, they nodded in silent agreement. Seizing the opportunity while the flames were disoriented, Kakashi summoned his shadow clone to distract the enemy, swiftly repositioning himself with a Flying Thunder God kunai to strike from behind. Channeling his lightning chakra, he thrust towards the flames, while Obito ignited his twin blades, aiming for a decisive blow to the flame's head. In the following moment, the head of the flame fell, much like Daishur's, yet unlike his fallen comrade, a gaping wound, pierced by Raikiri, marred his chest. From a distance, the observant Shuma felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He was astounded by the formidable prowess of these young ninjas from Konoha, who appeared to be merely in their teens, yet exhibited such remarkable strength. Their teamwork and mastery of ninjutsu were impressively advanced. However, their mission was to intercept these adversaries and ensure they remained trapped here forever. Though he doubted his own strength, allowing them to live would only bring future calamities. It seemed he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, Shuma conjured a shadow clone to lure Shingetsu and his companions into pursuit, while Obito calmed the startled Rin. The group soon spotted Shuma's clone and instinctively gave chase, with Shingetsu contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow suit. After all, one must eradicate the roots to prevent regrowth. The more ninjas from Awagakure present, the greater the risk to their mission to destroy the Shinma bypass. Yet, the threat they posed was minimal, as these ninjas were hardly a match for the current assembly. With the likes of Obito wielding the dual Kamui, Kakashi's vast arsenal of techniques, Rin's Byakug no Jutsu, and Shingetsu, a dual bloodline user, it was evident that any adversary would find themselves overwhelmed. Following the footsteps of Shuma's clone, they arrived at a cave entrance, which had played a pivotal role in the original narrative. Here, Obito and Kakashi had intended to rescue Rin, but Obito had been trapped beneath a massive rock, catalyzing his descent into darkness. This time, however, such a fate would not be permitted. Meanwhile, the original Shuma outside wore a twisted smile as he beheld his companions entering the house he had constructed using Earth Release. With hands forming seals, he shouted maniacally, "Perish, you wretched little brats! Earth Release, Rock House Collapse." The houses, originally constructed using earth manipulation, transformed into colossal boulders that came crashing down upon several individuals. With a grave expression, Shinwei knew he had to act swiftly. He quickly formed a series of hand seals and, with a decisive strike to the ground, unleashed, Earth-style, spiraling typhoon. Instantly, a colossal whirlwind erupted, enveloping the four of them. This was one of the potent Earth-style ninjutsu mastered by Shinwei. He skillfully manipulated the tornado, allowing it to guide them through the crumbling debris of the massive boulder. The tremendous vortex shattered the earthen structure, crafted from Earth-style techniques. Then, with precision, he aimed at the figure of Suma Shur below and dove downwards. Shinwei landed with a fierce determination, his crimson blade poised against his chest, piercing through Suma Shur's heart. The group emerged unscathed. As Shinwei had shattered the original narrative, Obito had not perished in this battle. Gazing upon the ruins of the Earth-style structure, the group sat back to back on the ground, taking a moment to catch their breath. The recent ordeal had certainly rattled them, even prompting Obito to nearly enter a state of intangibility. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a pool of dark matter emerged from the ground, revealing Kagaya Otsutsuki's loyal servant. Black Zetsu. He murmured to himself, Obito's plan has failed. It seems I must initiate that contingency. Their initial strategy was to rescue Obito Uchiha, who was teetering on the brink of life and death, a choice carefully determined by Madara Uchiha. However, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, Madara had retained a backup plan, one he had least desired to activate. A former hawkish member of the Uchiha clan, imprisoned in Konoha by Hashirama Senju for his treasonous ambitions, Shitaku Uchiha. Chapter 63, Madara Underground. After observing this scene, Black Zetsu burrowed underground, where he fortuitously discovered Madara Uchiha's hidden stronghold near the Kamikaze Bridge. He found Madara, now in the twilight of his years, with graying hair and a face etched with the lines of age. Yet, the sharpness of his gaze retained the formidable essence of the once great warrior of the ninja world. Black Zetsu, you have returned. Did you not bring Obito Uchiha with you? Madara's tone hinted at irritation, for Obito had been his favored candidate. Black Zetsu, emerging from the ground and possessing a white Zetsu, shook his head and replied, I apologize. Lord Madara, Obito Uchiha did not find the appropriate opportunity to join us due to the circumstances at Kamikaze Bridge. You are utterly useless. At times, I truly question whether you are indeed my creation. Such foolishness is only forgiven because you still possess some value. Otherwise, I would have eliminated you long ago. The formidable aura and pressure reminiscent of the legendary Shura of the ninja world erupted from Uchiha Madara. He struck the ground forcefully with his cane. His eyes, untouched by the passage of time, radiated an imposing presence, though these eyes may not belong to him. The Rinnegan that Madara had originally awakened had long been transplanted to Nagato when he was just a child, leaving him a mere incompetent subordinate. No, to be precise, he was an inept creation, failing even in this simple task. Lord Madara, please quell your anger. We may have to activate the second plan. Kagaya quickly bowed in apology. Though internally he seethed, that detestable Uchiha Madara dares to command me so. You are but a pawn. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Once Mother is resurrected, you shall be the first to perish. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, keeping them confined within the depths of his mind. Madara, with an air of irritation, remarked, Uchiha Shana is the last resort I wish to use. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he has yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Very well, Kagaya, go to the Konoha prison and bring Uchiha Shana out. The village is currently embroiled in war. Their defenses are quite vulnerable. Do not tell me you cannot manage this simple task. If so, you might as well end your own life. Kagaya nodded repeatedly, bowing deeply, and then set off towards Konoha with several white Zetsu. Just then, Madara called out to him, remember, bring Uchiha Shana out, and while you're at it, burn down the Konoha prison. Tomorrow, I wish to hear not of Uchiha Shana's disappearance, but of the prison's unexpected incineration, with the notorious Uchiha Shana reduced to ashes. Kagaya complied and departed from Madara's underground base. Meanwhile, near the Kamizuki Bridge, the rested members of Kamizuki rose from the ground, ready to fulfill their mission of demolishing the bridge. However, as they prepared to advance, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of Iwagakure ninjas, who regarded them with mockery. So you managed to escape from our clutches, but this is where your journey ends. How bold of you to infiltrate the enemy's rear. With that, the Iwagakure ninjas surged towards Kamizuki and his companions. A smirk played upon Kamizuki's lips as he addressed his comrades. Let us engage them together, everyone. Yes. Kakashi swiftly hurled shurikens imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards the branches surrounding him, followed by a rapid maneuver utilizing the white Fong short blade, charged with lightning chakra, mercilessly reaping the lives of his foes. Obito activated his Manjiki Sharingan, entering a state of phantasmagoria, no matter how fiercely his adversaries assailed him. He moved like a specter. Those ninjas could not lay a finger on him, while he effortlessly traversed the realms of illusion and reality, ultimately employing his mastery of fire techniques and dual blades to extinguish the lives of his enemies. The blood dragon eye of Shinzuki opened, with the crimson blood sword gripped tightly in his right hand. Utilizing wind release chakra in his left hand, he formed a razor-sharp wind blade. As he approached his adversaries, he first employed the blood dragon eye to cast an illusion, swiftly followed by a lethal strike with the crimson blood sword, dispatching his foe. He then used the wind blade in his left hand to intercept a stealthy attack from a ninja of Iwagakure. The ferocious wind chakra subsequently shredded the Iwagakure ninja into mere fragments, conjuring a colossal typhoon that surged towards the remaining Iwagakure ninjas. A sly smile crept across his lips as he unleashed one of his most formidable jutsu, secret technique, Blood Rain of the Stench Wind. In an instant, a gigantic tornado erupted from the ground, scattering outward as droplets of blood rained down from the heavens. Those who managed to evade the tornado's onslaught would find themselves corroded from within by the sudden descent of blood droplets, turning into mere skeletons. These blood droplets absorbed the life-giving essence within the body, transforming it into a desiccated corpse, gradually consuming each limb until nothing but bones remained. Meanwhile, Rin was not to be outdone. She had also acquired numerous ninjutsu techniques from Tsunade. She first executed a powerful sky-quaking kick, sending several Iwagakure ninjas soaring into the air. Following this, she unleashed a tremendous force that propelled them even further, before manifesting a chakra blade in her right hand. With precision, she severed the chakra pathways within the bodies of the Iwagakure ninjas, ensuring their demise once their heart-s pathway was destroyed. It could be said that Rin now wielded the combined prowess of both Tsunade and the future Kabuto, making her adept in both offense and defense. Should the need arise, she could even summon a slug for assistance, though such measures were unnecessary at this juncture. The four warriors fought valiantly until dusk. Meanwhile, far on the front lines of Iwagakure, Minato Namikaze arrived near the Kamizukabashi Bridge, only to find the ground littered with the corpses of Iwagakure ninjas, which plunged him into deep contemplation. Some bodies bore broken necks from Kamui, others had been incinerated into ashes by fierce flames, and still others were struck down by lightning. There were those reduced to stark white bones, others torn apart by wind release, and some simply decapitated, their heads severed from their bodies. A few lay as grotesque masses, paralyzed and unable to move, only to be put out of their misery. Others were smashed, their ribs broken or hearts punctured. In short, the myriad of bizarre deaths painted a grim picture. Most of the Iwagakure ninjas stationed in the rear had been nearly eradicated. However, by the time Minato arrived, his comrades were showing signs of fatigue. Although dispatching the Iwagakure ninjas was not particularly troublesome, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming, akin to an unyielding swarm, nearly exhausting everyone's chakra reserves. Minato chuckled softly and remarked, "Let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, we shall proceed to obliterate the Kamizukabashi Bridge." Chapter 64. The end of open conflict. The renown of Minato Namikaze seated on the ground. The few individuals reported to Minato Namikaze about the recent situation. In truth, even they had not anticipated such a multitude of adversaries would arrive. Rin was diligently tending to Obito's wounds, expressing her exasperation as she did so. It was indeed unfortunate. Obito's mastery of intangibility faltered just as he engaged in combat, inadvertently switching his state and wounding an enemy. Now, as Rin chastised him for his carelessness, she meticulously bandaged his injury. Obito scratched his head, acutely aware of his own culpability, recognizing that it was indeed his miscalculation. However, he gradually sensed that his vision was becoming exceedingly blurred. Once the battle concluded, he resolved to inquire with the clan leader. Minato had mentioned that Fugaku Uchiha was on the battlefield with his 3-year-old son, Itachi Uchiha, wishing to expose him to the harsh realities of war. Initially, Fugaku's wife, Mikoto Uchiha, was deeply concerned. After all, Itachi was merely 3 years old, and it seemed rather cruel to thrust him into the battlefield. Nevertheless, Fugaku remained resolute in his decision to bring Itachi along. Only by witnessing the brutality of war can one truly appreciate the value of peace. Only through the experience of conflict can one comprehend the essence of genuine tranquility. This was the original sentiment Fugaku had conveyed to his wife. Upon hearing these words, Mikoto refrained from further protest. Being a ninja herself, she understood the arduous journey to peace and the merciless nature of war, having participated in battles in the past. Thus, she no longer impeded her husband's choice to take their eldest son to the front lines. As Obito listened, he munched on some rations, while Kakashi, similarly treated by Shingetsu, found himself in a predicament. While attempting to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, he inadvertently teleported directly in front of an enemy. Just as he intended to strike again, he unwittingly received a blow to the chest from his foe. After summoning the power of blood release chakra, Kamizuki skillfully healed the wound on Kakashi's chest, erasing even the scar, a testament to the formidable capabilities of this chakra. Kakashi, astonished by the miraculous healing, took it as a reminder to execute his teleportation with greater swiftness next time. Being caught off guard by the enemy was indeed a disgrace for a ninja skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique, resulting in a grim fate for that adversary. In mere moments, Kakashi pierced through the enemy's chest with his Chidori, subsequently reducing him to fragments with a subsequent strike, a display of sheer ruthlessness. Once the group completed their treatment, they took a moment to rest, feeling a sense of security with Minato on watch. The presence of the vigilant Hokage brought them reassurance. Even though the situation was already under control, as the enemies behind them had been largely vanquished, leaving only dismembered limbs and bones in their wake. Yet, it was prudent to remain cautious, for there could always be stragglers. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the group rose early and hurried towards the direction of the Kamui Bridge, fully aware of their mission. Their objective was to sever the supply route of the Iwagakure and demolish the Kamui Bridge. Minato retrieved a specially designed explosive from the ceiling scroll and placed it atop the bridge. They quickly withdrew to a safe distance and watched as the Kamui Bridge was obliterated. granting them a sense of relief as they departed. Their mission was accomplished, marking a significant turning point in the Third Shinobi World War, with Inoki's Iwagakure announcing its surrender. Meanwhile, the Third Raikage of Kumogakure valiantly stood against nearly 10,000 Iwagakure ninjas, fighting tirelessly for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. His son, the Fourth Raikage, succeeded him, becoming the new leader of his village. The Sunigakure, due to the actions of Rasha and Yakumo, experienced minimal losses, while the Kirigakure suffered considerable casualties at the hands of Yakumo, who had claimed many ninja lives. The current sentiment in Kirigakure towards Yakumo was one of deep-seated hatred. Had the situation in the ninja world not calmed, they would have reignited the flames of war. Moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were decimated after Might Guy's father unleashed the 8th Gate of Death, leaving only 3 members, Hakken Shizuku, Kurozai Raya, and the barely alive Suigetsu. The 7 legendary swords were then reclaimed. This battle took a toll on every ninja village. Kumogakure mourned the loss of its third Raikage. Iwagakure suffered significant troop reductions. Sunigakure faced a defection of an elite puppet master and lost their third Kazekage. And the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist dwindled to just 3, with numerous other ninjas slain, a considerable disgrace. In contrast, Konoha appeared relatively unscathed. However, in these days, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of Shimura Danzo. Danzo had been frequently traveling to the Land of Rain under suspicious circumstances, indicating a possible conspiracy. Hiruzen dispatched several ninjas to observe, yet each one mysteriously vanished. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, Hiruzen mused, "It seems Danzo is entangled with Hanzo of the Salamander, plotting against the loyal of Konoha. Once this war subsides, I may have no choice but to send Kamizuki on a mission. To allow Kamizuki to personally conclude the grudge against his parents' murderer is perhaps the only way to alleviate his deep-seated resentment. What Shimura Danzo has done is utterly excessive. If the black gloves of the Hokage were such as this, he would undoubtedly opt for a different pair, even if it meant parting ways with his closest companions." He instructed the Umbu beside him, relay the order to further reduce the funding for the route's construction by an additional 10%. His gaze then shifted to the portrait of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, overhead, as he murmured, "Master, Danzo has gravely transgressed the will of fire. I trust you comprehend my actions." Upon returning to Konohagakure, Kamizuki and his companions were hailed as heroes, warmly welcomed by all the villagers. The first to extend their greetings were the legendary Sanin and Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of the Leaf, given their roles as the commanders. Following them was Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. His contributions during the war were pivotal. It is fair to assert that without him, the conflict could not have concluded so swiftly. After a series of commendation ceremonies, it was Kamizuki and his comrades' turn to be honored. Kamizuki, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin each earned their respective titles during the war. For instance, Kamizuki was referred to as the Crimson Bloodslayer, while Obito's moniker became Shadow of Divine Might. Kakashi, shedding his former identity as the Copy Ninja, was now known as Fang of the Lightning Flash, echoing his father's legacy as the White Fang of Konoha. Rin was lauded as the mighty healer, akin to her mentor, Tsunade, both being formidable physicians. Moreover, Kamizuki, Obito, and Kakashi collectively garnered the title reminiscent of the Sanin, known as the Three Heroes of Konoha. Following the commendation ceremony, Kamizuki brought his 2 fingers together and placed them over his right eye, witnessing something utterly astonishing. In Chapter 65, Commotion in the Hidden Mist Village, he discerned through the cursed seal on Yakumo that he was not in Sunigakure, but rather aboard a small boat surrounded by mist. Could it be that the scoundrel, Raza, was behind this? Kamizuki was well aware of the circumstances. In the original narrative, Yakumo's demise was orchestrated by Raza to solidify his own standing, sending the future hero of Sunigakure to the Hidden Mist Village, where he was ambushed and ultimately pierced by shurikens. How dare that scoundrel? Meanwhile, in the Kazekage building of Sunigakure, Raza was vociferously interrogating the Council of Elders before him. "Why did you send Yakumo away without consulting me?" He understood all too well that should anything happen to Yakumo, Kamizuki, the harbinger of death, would stop at nothing. "Silence, Raza. We are assisting you in consolidating your position and power. Yakumo has now become the hero of Sunigakure. Now they all assert that Yi Tsang is the most qualified candidate to replace you as the Wind Shadow. We are merely assisting you." Rasha, Hiruzong, with arms crossed and a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, spoke to Rasha with an air of indifference. "Do you comprehend the consequences that such actions will impose on the Sand Village?" Rasha, his face ashen, slumped in his chair. since ascending to the position of Wind Shadow. His influence within the village has been markedly limited. It was only after the conclusion of the war that his esteem saw a slight elevation. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he had merely been a puppet of the Elder Council all along. The true wielders of power have consistently been the council members. The elders remain nostalgic for the third Wind Shadow and have never regarded him, the fourth Wind Shadow, with any significance, particularly concerning the prowess of Shinwei. Rasha understood the reverence held for Shinwei, the one known as the Blood Reaper, and was aware of Shinyue's unique feelings towards Yutsong. Yet now, if Shinwei were to discover that the Sand Village intended to send Yutsong to the Mist Village, secretly colluding to eliminate him, the ramifications would be dire. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Square, Shinwei, during the ongoing commendation ceremony, became privy to these hidden truths through his own connections. So it seems necessary to pay a visit to the Sand Village after rescuing Yutsong. The villagers, witnessing their hero's perplexed expression, were somewhat bewildered but refrained from questioning further, for they believed that Shinyue's actions must hold profound significance. Shinyu approached Minato Namikaze, who was conversing with Kushina Uzumaki, and said, "Sensei Minato, I must excuse myself for a while to attend to some matters. I shall return promptly to partake in the awarding ceremony once I have completed my tasks." Shinyu slightly bowed, and as she activated the blood instantaneous technique, she departed amidst the gaze of Bofeng Shui Min, who seemed poised to speak. With a complex expression, Bofeng Shui Min gazed in the direction of Shinyue's departure, murmuring, "May peace not be so fleeting." At the entrance of the hidden mist village, Yutsong was welcomed by a smiling ninja from the village. Just as she was making her way into the heart of hidden mist, a kunai was thrust into her chest from behind. Yutsong turned around in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. The very ninja who had greeted her now bore a grotesque visage, brandishing the kunai aimed at her heart. Just then, Shinyu, having arrived at Hidden Mist Village through the mark left on Yutsong, witnessed this harrowing scene. His expression grew vacant. He had ultimately failed to arrive in time. A sharp pang struck his heart, akin to the loss of something profoundly significant. The blood dragon eyes within his sockets began to shift, as if attempting to form an intricate pattern. In those crimson depths reflected the image of Yutsong, pierced through the chest, and he found himself devoid of rational thought, enveloped by the flames of vengeance. It was time to awaken the true power of the Bloodpool clan. "Arise, descendant of the Bloodpool, Tianyu Shinyu." In Shinyu's mind echoed a profound phrase. He seemed to sense that all his knowledge regarding bloodline ninjutsu was converging into a pulsating heart. Within the realm of consciousness, Shinyu uncontrollably reached out to that heart, feeling the immense chakra contained within it. Bloodline technique, demonic descent. In the tangible world, Shinyu donned the malevolent mask of the Oni around his waist, and a skeletal form emerged around him, gazing menacingly at the hidden mist village ninja before him. How could the blood-red slayer of Konoha appear here? In the face of the astonished gaze of the hidden mist ninja, with a resounding thud, the head of that ninja fell to the ground. Shinyu cradled Yutsong, whose chest was pierced, in his arms, sustaining the latter's vitality with his blood-based chakra. Then, he witnessed a myriad of shurikens plummeting from the heavens. An intricate structure resembling a skeletal frame enveloped Shinyu, shielding him from the onslaught of these projectiles. Beneath his mask, his blood-red dragon eyes transformed from a mere slit into a complex pattern of 3 interwoven circles, reminiscent of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With a serene expression concealed beneath the mask, Shinyu held Yutsong tenderly, employing his left hand's blood chakra to preserve Yutsong's life force and mend his wounds. Illusion technique, Higanbana and Bloom. Countless Higanbana flowers cascaded from above, inciting the ninjas of the Mist Village to turn upon one another in chaos. In the embrace of the divine moon, Kamizuki carried the somewhat conscious Yukura towards the gates of the hidden Mist Village. Numerous ninjas from the village gathered to confront them. Shouting loudly, "The blood-red ninja of Konoha, we are well aware of your formidable strength. Do you intend to provoke the 4th Great Ninja War?" Shinyu offered no response to their words, as the figure behind him, resembling a skeletal form, transformed into a visage akin to that of a malevolent spirit, mirroring the design of Shinyu's mask. In Shinyue's hand materialized a blood-red longsword, and the malevolent figure behind him mirrored this action, grasping the sword tightly and charging towards the ninjas of the hidden mist village without a moment's hesitation. If negotiations proved futile, then let them witness the formidable power that lay within the blood mist. The ninja from the hidden mist village, who had just been shouting defiantly, recklessly rushed at Shinyu, who could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge him. With a mere flick of his longsword, the attacking ninja was cleaved in two. The remaining ninjas beheld the visage of this demonic figure invading their village, one by one succumbing to panic, some so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. Paralyzed in place, while others attempted to rise in futile rebellion, only to have their heads severed from their bodies. At this moment, the third Mizukage, who had been overseeing from a distance, could no longer remain passive. Naturally, with the enemy at their doorstep, what was there to deliberate? Were they to await the disbandment of the hidden mist village? Instantly, an oppressive aura of shadow-level power emanated from the Mizukage's tower, reaching the village entrance. The third Mizukage bellowed, "Konoha's blood-cutting red ninja, do not overstep your bounds. What grievance have we hidden mist village ever caused you? Moreover, the war has concluded. May I interpret this as your desire to continue the conflict?" Upon uttering these words, the third Mizukage reflected that perhaps they had indeed provoked Konoha by dispatching the 7 ninja swordsmen to launch a surprise attack, a significant matter indeed. However, upon hearing the Mizukage proclamation, Shinwei merely uttered 2 words, "Ants." He then commanded the Crimson Demon to assault the third Mizukage. Clearly, the Mizukage was no pushover. Gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I have already warned you. Since my words have fallen on deaf ears, then come forth. Ice release, Ice Dragon technique." The third Mizukage, master of the bloodline limit known as Ice Release, summoned a colossal ice dragon that erupted from the ground, charging at Shinwei. Yet, Shinwei did not flinch. With a swift motion, his blood-red longsword cleaved the ice dragon in half. Note: this segment serves merely as an explanation. Readers uninterested may skip it. This chapter introduces the concept of the Blood Dragon Eye, which is a personal interpretation by the author. I believe the Blood Dragon Eye should be akin to the Sharingan, as the original work does hint that Chiyo, too, enhanced her Blood Dragon Eye's power through intense emotions. The original narrative does not elaborate extensively on the Blood Dragon Eye, so some creative liberties are taken. Some readers may question whether the protagonist is overly powerful at merely 13 years of age. Yet I contend that he possesses strength from elite Jonin to shadow level. Activating the second stage of the Blood Dragon, I should barely meet the threshold for shadow level power. It is not that I have set the shadow level strength too high. Rather, the protagonist has been granted excessive advantages, leading to an overwhelming dosage that is difficult to contain. Thus, I urge readers to enjoy the story without overthinking it. Chapter 66. Slaughter. The Death of the Mizukage. The third Mizukage was taken aback upon witnessing Kamizuki effortlessly sever his ice dragon in 2 with a single strike. Indeed, the village of Konoha was teeming with extraordinary talent. The reputation of the blood-red shinobi was well-deserved. Yet, amidst his admiration, he recognized that Kamizuki had gravely violated the safety of Kirigakure. As the Mizukage, it was his duty to ensure the security of his village. He discreetly signaled to his subordinates the severely weakened Suigetsu Achizuki was still recuperating, and summoning him at such a fragile state would be ill-advised. Strangely, the 2 who were supposed to defect at this juncture, Pabana JZ and Kurichiku Raya, chose instead to remain loyal to Kirigakure. After all, the current policies of the village were relatively favorable, and while it bore the ominous title of the Bloody Mist, it was nowhere near as brutal as during the reign of the previous Mizukage, Kirigitsune. Thus, Pabana JZ had no compelling reason to betray the village. Nevertheless, the once feared 7 ninja swordsmen had dwindled to just Pabana JZ, Kurichiku Raya, and the barely conscious Suigetsu Achizuki. He instructed his subordinates to contact Pabana JZ and Kurichiku Raya, urging them to hasten their arrival. Kirigakure still boasted a commendable roster of shinobi, including the exceptionally talented Kisame Hashigaki, Terumime, and the one he had secretly designated as the 4th Mizukage, Kirigitsune. Yet, apart from Kirigitsune, there were few capable of even attempting to thwart Kamizuki. With gritted teeth, the 3rd Mizukage launched another assault, Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale. A colossal white whale, forged from ice chakra, erupted from the ground, charging towards Kamizuki, who sensed the impending danger. Truly, the 3rd Mizukage was formidable. A ninja of his caliber was not to be underestimated. Kamizuki attempted to maneuver the Akatsuki's blood-red demon to evade the attack, but it seemed momentarily immobilized. Looking down, he discovered his feet encased in ice. Yet this was merely a minor inconvenience as he channeled chakra to shatter the frost. However, in that fleeting moment, the one-horned white whale crashed into the Akatsuki's demon, obliterating half of its form. Nevertheless, akin to the Susanoo, even in its damaged state, Kamizuki could replenish it with chakra. Still, the threat posed by this attack was significant. He raised his hand to shield himself from the shards of ice, cradling the still unconscious YZ in his arms. Just then, the previously unconscious YZ regained consciousness, blinking in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. She recalled being ambushed by a ninja at the entrance of Kirigakure, and yet here she was. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and beheld a figure adorned with a crimson demon mask. However, the chakra and aura emanating from him felt hauntingly familiar. She gasped softly, "Kimizuki, is it truly you?" Upon hearing Yetsong's voice, Shinyue's face beneath the mask stiffened momentarily, yet he exhaled a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he did not withdraw his hand from treating Yetsong. While simultaneously fending off the onslaught of the third Mizukage and administering care to Yetsong, Shinyue sensed Yetsong's gaze upon him. However, he was not inclined to engage in conversation at that moment. He placed a finger gently against his lips, shushing softly to signal Yetsong to remain silent. Shinyu now perceives a tumultuous and ferocious energy coursing through his veins, likely a consequence of the extraordinary enhancement bestowed upon him by the evolution of his blood dragon eyes. This newfound ability instills within him a profound sense of power, and the mask adorning his visage enables him to fully harness his current capabilities. However, despite this formidable strength, his physical form struggles to withstand such overwhelming force, and the violent energy within him proves challenging to contain. He has devised a plan. As he breaches the borders of the hidden mist village, he intends to employ illusionary techniques to locate the Three Tails, for it is the nearest tailed beast he can sense. He believes that to subdue the brutal energy within him, he must wield an even more savage power, making this pursuit an advantageous choice. Moreover, he feels a strong affinity with the Three Tails, which excels in water release techniques and would allow him to adapt to combat beneath the waves. Indeed, it seems promising. With his tranquil blood dragon eyes, he focuses his illusionary prowess on a nearby ninja who bears the appearance of A.J. Nin, attempting to extract information regarding the Three Tails. However, he finds himself devoid of any pertinent intelligence. No matter, it is prudent to first address the adversary before him. If he does not eliminate this foe, escape from this predicament will prove exceedingly difficult, and thus he resolves to abandon any pretense. Shinyu gathered a blood moon from his right hand and cast it into the sky. Blood escape, blood wheel without moon. He then formed another seal, blood escape, blood prison. The blood moon in the heavens emanated myriad chains forged from blood, which soared towards the hidden mist village's ninjas below, binding them in place. Through these chains, Shinyu could imbue them with chakra and delve into their memories. After absorbing a wealth of memories from the ninjas, he finally uncovered a crucial piece of information. One particular ninja appeared to be a guardian of the tailed beasts, thus revealing the secrets of the Three Tails seal with remarkable ease. Now, Obito had been rescued, and Uchiha Madara must have already begun orchestrating the selection of another ninja to execute his Moon Eye plan in his stead. Consequently, the Three Tails was not sealed within Rin as previously intended, but instead remained securely within the sealing grounds, closely guarded by the ninjas of the hidden mist village. For those who dared to resist, Shinyu could only offer his apologies. After all, any attempt at mental defiance would lead to a fatal counterattack by the blood escape techniques. Shinyu cast a glance at the third Mizukage before him, curling his lip in evident disinterest, unwilling to invest much time in this encounter. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a blood moon from the sky soared back into his grasp. Slowly, he uttered, "Third stage, blood spirit netherwheel." He casually hurled the blood spirit netherwheel toward the third Mizukage, though he felt somewhat drained. Maintaining the demon form itself demanded a considerable amount of chakra, and this technique, despite being a decisive move, showed signs of his chakra diminishing. As the blood moon hurtled toward him, the third Mizukage felt a sense of paralysis, her vision blurring as if caught in a kaleidoscope. Yet, as the third Mizukage of the hidden mist village, she gritted her teeth, summoning every ounce of chakra to conjure a colossal ice shield. With a powerful shout, she declared, "Ice release, 1000 ice defense." The immense ice shield enveloped all the residential buildings behind her, safeguarding the village of mist. She exerted her utmost strength to protect her home, thus living up to her title. Shinyu regarded the lifeless form of the third Mizukage before him with a solemn expression. The Mizukage had perished, having exhausted her chakra in the effort to block his blood spirit netherwheel. Despite the outcome, Shinyu held a certain respect for the third Mizukage, for she had given her life to defend her village. A wave of fatigue washed over his face, yet he suppressed it for the sake of not alarming Yitsong, who was cradled in his arms. Yitsong stood in stunned silence, having just witnessed Shinyu nearly decimate half the village's ninja and single-handedly defeat a third Mizukage. Now, it was merely a depletion of chakra, leaving her to ponder just how fearsome this individual truly was. Shinyu removed the mask adorning his face, cradling Yitsong in his arms as he exited the hidden mist village. The remaining ninjas of the village made no effort to impede his departure. Meanwhile, Sabaki Shizuka and Kurokiri Reiga, who had long desired to assist but found themselves powerless, stood in astonishment. Were all the leaf ninjas truly monsters? First, a leaf ninja, radiating a green aura, had effortlessly dispatched their 7 ninja swordsmen like mere playthings, followed by another individual who single-handedly infiltrated their ranks. This formidable foe not only eliminated their third Mizukage but also slaughtered a significant portion of the village's ninjas. Upon returning to the village, Kaki Yazakura, Kisame Hashigaki, and Terumi Mei were left in shock. They had merely ventured out to undertake a mission, only to receive news from their third Mizukage. By the time they hurried back, more than half of their village had been decimated. The third Mizukage lay dead at the village gates, and countless ninjas had been slain. Everything had seemed normal upon their departure. How had it all changed so drastically upon their return? Henceforth, Shinyu would be known throughout the ninja world by the ominous title of Crimson-Faced Azura. Chapter 67. Sealing the Three Tails in the Embrace of Shingetsu. Yutsang was led towards the location of the seal for the Three Tails, drawn from his memories. In truth, there was no need for concealment any longer. Especially after having slain the Mizukage of that village, hiding served little purpose now. Yutsang, nestled in Shingetsu's arms, felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated speaking. But Shingetsu spoke first. Do you wish to return to Sunagakure? After a moment of reflection, Yutsang shook his head and replied, I will not return. Sunagakure can no longer accommodate me, and I have no desire to go back. Shinyu nodded, for Sunagakure had indeed betrayed Yutsang. His gaze gradually hardened, contemplating the elders of Sunagakure, those wretched old souls. Once he completed his current tasks, he would undoubtedly prepare a grand surprise for them. As for Raza, assisting him would not be out of the question. To liberate a puppet from its puppeteer, one must eliminate the puppeteer. The elders of Sunagakure had sold what they cherished most. The bitterness within him intensified, yet considering the delicate Yutsang in his arms, he endeavored to temper his fury. He turned to her and inquired, would you like to return to Konoha with me? There, you need not serve as a ninja. You could lead a tranquil life as an ordinary person. Yutsang nodded, having witnessed far too many partings and deaths as a ninja on the battlefield. With countless comrades lost, she felt exhausted and yearned for a moment of respite. Instinctively, she nestled closer to Shinyu, resembling a languid kitten seeking comfort in his embrace. Their position was undeniably intimate, as Shinyu cradled Princess Yutsang, a solitary figure in both his past and present lives. Upon sensing her movements, he felt a slight stiffness yet maintained his hold, addressing her gently, however, you must wait a moment, there is a matter I need to attend to. Yutsang did not press for further details, understanding that, in a sense, she was now under Shinyu's protection, having been saved by him. Shinyu arrived at the edge of a vast water pool, surrounded by protective barriers, with numerous ninjas from the mist-hidden village standing guard. Shinyu concealed Yutsang behind a large rock, whispering gently to her, wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Yutsang obediently nodded, nuzzling her head against Shinyu's palm. A sense of yearning stirred within him, yet he refrained from lingering longer. As he turned, his demeanor transformed instantaneously. The gentle countenance that had graced Yutsang's presence shifted to one of formidable authority. An aura of lethal intent enveloped him as he donned the mask at his waist and proceeded towards the barrier. He summoned several shadowy duplicates, stealthily eliminating the surrounding sentinels without a whisper of alarm, leaving only one unsuspecting ninja. Who dares to trespass upon the territory of the mist-hidden village? The vigilant ninja scrutinized Shinyu with caution. Shinyu remained silent. Speak swiftly. Have you lost your tongue? The mist-hidden ninja pressed. But as the words left his lips, his gaze locked onto a pair of crimson eyes, and in an instant, his consciousness faded into oblivion. Ah. So this is the method to unravel the seal. Shinyu murmured softly, his hands forming seals for a duration of 20 minutes. The intricate nature of this sealing technique necessitated such an extended period of concentration. Fortunately, he had already eliminated the ninjas guarding the area from the hidden mist village. Otherwise, the situation could have proven rather troublesome. Upon dissolving the barrier, Shinyu ventured into the sealed domain, where he beheld a colossal tortoise at the center of a serene pool. It was none other than one of the 9-tailed beasts, the three-tails Isabu. Its left eye remained closed, and its massive form was adorned with spiny protrusions, complemented by 3 tails extending from its back. As the seal was lifted, Isabu opened its right eye, gazing intently at Shinyu. With a voice that resonated like thunder throughout the sealed chamber, it inquired, You are not a ninja from the hidden mist village. Who are you? I am Kamikaze Shinyu, a ninja of the Leaf Village, he declared with conviction. I wish to become your Jinchuriki. Shinyu removed the mask adorning her face and addressed the three-tailed Aisao before her. Upon hearing her name, Aisao could not help but feel a surge of emotion, her voice resonating like a mighty bell as she bellowed, "Who are you? How do you know my name? Who on earth are you?" The fact that a mere, ordinary youth was aware of the name bestowed upon her by the Sage of Six Paths left Aisao utterly bewildered. "I have spoken, Aisao. I wish to become your Jinchuriki, to harness your power in the pursuit of genuine peace. Thus, I seek your assistance." Shinyu extended his arms wide, expressing his ideals to the tailed beast before him. However, Ji-Fu shook his head and remarked, "True peace cannot exist in this world. Wherever humanity resides, there will be strife, and consequently, the specter of war will loom. Genuine tranquility has never been a reality." Ji-Fu refuted Shinyu's perspective, harboring disbelief in the existence of a truly peaceful world. Shinyu curled the corners of his lips and continued, "Even if true peace does not exist in this world, I can bring about a nuclear equilibrium." Isufu, clearly unable to comprehend Shinyu's intent, shook his head and replied, "I do not understand your words, insignificant human. I have no desire to engage in battle. I merely wish to live here peacefully, without becoming embroiled in the world's strife. Moreover, do you not humans wish to use me as a weapon?" This remark, once uttered, ignited Isufu's ire. He recalled how he had been contentedly residing beneath the waves, only to be drawn up by countless hands. Just as he was about to express his frustration, a colossal blue giant approached, interrupting him. "All I desire is a tranquil slumber. Why is it so difficult? These humans incessantly disturb my rest. It is truly vexing, nay, it is a nuisance." Shinyu continued, "It is not my intention to regard you as a mere weapon, but rather as a companion. I understand that the essence of your tailed beast is not malevolent. It is merely a consequence of humanity's fear that has led to your sealing, which in turn has fostered animosity towards humankind. While I cannot speak on behalf of all humanity to offer my apologies, I firmly believe that one day, humans and tailed beasts can coexist in harmony. Though my words may carry an air of idealism, there is truth in the notion that only through the suppression of force can this world attain peace. I hold steadfast to the belief that strength is paramount. It is only when one possesses formidable power that others will refrain from provoking you, and that fear will deter them from causing you trouble. To achieve genuine peace, it is essential that all ninja villages feel apprehension, and one must cultivate their own strength. This is the undeniable truth of our world." The Three Tails was lost in reflection. Companions? That word had not graced his ears for many years. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He widened his cautious right eye and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Could it be that you are? No, I am not the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths. The prophesied child belongs to another." Shinyu comprehended the essence of what Aizu was attempting to convey and interrupted his speech. Aizu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. If he were not the prophesied child, how could he possibly be aware of the words once spoken to them by the Sage of Six Paths? Shinyu gazed at him with an expression of disbelief and sighed, saying, "Do pay attention. The prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of Six Paths possesses azure eyes, while I possess ebony ones, and thus I have no connection to the prophesied child whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Ji-Fu hesitantly retracted his gaze. Though he found himself harboring a newfound trust in the youth before him, he replied, "Very well, I grant you permission to become my Jinchuriki. But how do you intend to seal me within your body?" Shinyu revealed a gentle smile. Towards his adversaries, he displayed only a murderous intent. Yet towards his comrades and loved ones, he offered nothing but warmth. "Do not worry about this. I will find a way, so rest assured." In the past, Shinyu had also learned some sealing techniques from the renowned Minato Namikaze, including the four-symbol seal. He took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals. And soon a luminous chakra orb manifested upon each of his fingers. With a steely resolve, Shinyu placed his palm upon his abdomen, invoking the sealing technique of the four symbols, which manifested upon his midsection. He successfully sealed an entire three-tailed beast within himself. However, the sheer magnitude of its chakra proved nearly overwhelming. Just on the brink of succumbing to its power, he hastily formed additional hand seals, layering another four-symbol seal atop the original. Ultimately, this resulted in the creation of an intricate 8-trigram seal. The garments adorning Shinwei were severely tattered, with his robust form draped in ragged cloth, exposing his muscular torso as he appeared in the realm of seals. The imposing figure of the three-tailed Aisabu had vanished, replaced by its presence within the recesses of Shinyue's consciousness. He found himself weakly kneeling upon the ground, gasping for breath. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure, releasing a deep sigh as he beheld the abundance of chakra coursing through him, alongside the turbulent aura of suppressed ferocity lurking within. A flicker of joy crossed his countenance. The voice of Isabu resonated within his mind. Shinwe, are you well? I sensed a disturbance in your chakra. I am fine. Isabu, it is merely a unique reaction. Now, it appears we are comrades. I look forward to our journey together, Isabu. Shinyu spoke gently, expressing his gratitude. I look forward to your kind guidance, Shinyu. After a moment of silence, Ifu also spoke. Shinyu discovered the colossal stone where Yutsong had previously been placed. However, upon seeing it, Yutsong's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to that of a ripe apple, for Shinyu's robust upper body lay bare before him. It was indeed difficult to avoid wandering thoughts. Chapter 68, The Burning Konoha Prison. As Shinwei felt a flush of embarrassment, he cleared his throat and remarked, "All right. I have completed my tasks. Let us return to Konoha together." Yakura responded with a faint, almost inaudible acknowledgement, turning her head aside. Though she couldn't help but steal glances at Shinyue's robust physique. Perhaps due to years of rigorous training, Shinyue's build was not excessively lean, nor was it overly muscular. Rather, it was a harmonious form, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by a skilled artisan. Additionally, the recent exertion from sealing the beast had left beads of perspiration glistening on his skin. He placed his hand on Yakura's shoulder and swiftly activated the body flicker technique, transporting them away from that place. Meanwhile, the situation in the village hidden in the mist was dire, with the passing of the third Mizukage. Nearly half of the elite forces had been slaughtered. The village lay in a state of disarray, and the acting Mizukage, an elder of the village, was in the Mizukage's office, overwhelmed with the burdens of governance. Just as he was about to pen a letter to the daimyo, another piece of grim news arrived. "What did you say?" "The Three Tails has been taken by that rascal, Tianyu Shinue, the elderly elder." Upon hearing the report from the Umbu operative, coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed into his chair. The Umbu, taken aback, hurriedly shouted to the outside medical ninjas, "Come quickly. The elder has fainted." After being revived by the medical ninjas, the elder recalled the news of the Three Tails abduction, only to spew another mouthful of blood and faint once more. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Shinue, was returning to his home in Konoha with Yakura, courtesy of the body flicker technique. Upon returning, the first task for Shinue was to ensure that Yutsong was settled before hastily retreating to his own chamber to change his attire. After all, remaining bare-chested was rather improper. In the living room, Yutsong surveyed the surroundings, noting the immaculate condition of the abode, which suggested that the owner frequently tidied up, devoid of any disarray. The only semblance of chaos was the scattered ninjutsu scrolls strewn across the floor, a stark contrast to the barren landscape of Sunagakure. In that desolate place, dust storms reigned supreme, devoid of any scenic beauty. However, from this vantage point, one could behold the rustling trees and the shimmering river, evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. Despite having visited Konoha many years prior, her return brought forth a wave of sentimentality. When Shinwei emerged from his room, he was clad in a pristine white robe. To be precise, the Shinwei household boasted an array of robes, ranging from combat-ready to casual wear. According to the memories of his former self, these garments were crafted by his mother during her lifetime. She had fashioned clothing for him from the age of 3 until his coming of age, rendering any need for him to purchase attire unnecessary, as the garments she created sufficed for his needs. Shinyu turned to Yutsong and inquired, "Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare a meal for you." The hour was indeed late. After hastily arriving at the hidden mist village from the awarding ceremony, it was already afternoon. Following a series of events, night had now fallen. Yet both individuals remained remarkably alert, given the multitude of occurrences they had encountered. Their nerves were still somewhat taut. Yutsong cautiously acknowledged with a soft murmur, continuing to survey the surroundings. After pouring a glass of water in the kitchen, Shinyu presented it to Yutsong. "Please sit here for a moment. If you feel weary, take some time to relax. I shall prepare the meal, and do not hesitate to call for me if you need anything." Shinyu entered the kitchen clad in a slightly oversized robe, pondering what to prepare. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to fry some tempura, as she had recently purchased a few shrimp. Shinyu emerged from the kitchen and approached the refrigerator in the living room, where he found Yutsong lost in thought, holding a picture frame. Intrigued, Shinyu leaned in for a closer look. The frame contained a photograph of himself. No, it should be the original's family portrait with his parents. Indeed, the distinction he made between himself and the original was rather futile. He considered himself to still be the person from his previous world, merely transported to this new realm rather than a native of this world. However, his soul had long since merged with that of the original, making him, in essence, both the university student Shinyu from before and the heartbroken Shinyu from the Naruto universe who mourned the loss of his parents. The core of his being remained unchanged. Even now, Shinyu would still feel sorrow upon learning of his parents' demise, still grieve for their absence. Yitsong shook her head slightly, understanding the wisdom that some questions are better left unasked. She was acutely aware of the pain of losing one's parents, having lost hers during the Second Shinobi World War, and she deeply empathized with the anguish that arises when certain truths are unearthed. Shingetsu retrieved a box of frozen shrimp from the refrigerator and proceeded to the kitchen to commence her culinary endeavor. She began by preparing a batter, combining starch, flour, and eggs. Once completed, she continued her task. Yetsong set down the picture frame in his hands, propping his chin on his left hand while holding a cup of water with his right. He took a delicate sip, observing Shingetsu, who was busily tying her apron and engrossed in her work, a smile illuminating her features. At that moment, the voice of ISU emanated from within Shingetsu, exclaiming, "I never expected you had the ability to cook. I must admit, it smells quite delightful." With a curious expression, Shingetsu inquired, "Can tailed beasts consume human food?" To which Kashifa lazily responded, "We are tailed beasts, subsisting on chakra for our nourishment. Our primary source of energy is chakra rather than food. However, if we desire to eat, we are capable of doing so. I recall that the Sage of Six Paths once designed this for us, and during that time, he provided us with sustenance." As Kashifa reclined in the realm of Shingetsu's consciousness, reminiscing about the past, Shingetsu asked, "Then, can you emerge to partake in a meal?" Taken aback by this question, Kashifa replied, "Are you serious? If I were to emerge, would you not fear that I might overturn your abode? Do you not possess any ninjutsu akin to the ability to manipulate with your left hand?" "Indeed, I do." At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene unfolding in the crystal ball before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Moments ago, he had felt a surge of potent chakra reminiscent of a tailed beast manifesting in Konoha.What. Just as he contemplated alerting the other ninjas, he realized the source of this energy was within Shingetsu's home. Sarutobi Hiruzen settled back into his seat, unperturbed, for it was none other than little Shingetsu, capable of anything. He was aware of Shinwei Han's abrupt departure from the awarding ceremony. Watergate had informed him. However, due to the considerable distance between the hidden mist village and Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not ascertain the situation there. Thus, he initially began to observe whether Shinwei would return. At that moment, a masked Umbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen with a swift motion. "Lord Third, there has been a fire at Konoha prison. Should we investigate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled from his pipe, his expression grave. "Were there any casualties?" The Umbu reported, "The notorious criminal Uchiha Shana's body was incinerated, along with numerous other offenders who perished in the flames." Chapter 69. Uchiha Shana. An hour earlier, within Konoha prison, White Zetsu, possessed by Black Zetsu, had transformed into a Konoha ninja and arrived at the door of Uchiha Shana's cell. "Have you come to deliver my meal? I am quite famished." The Uchiha Shana within the prison appeared exceedingly aged, his face lined with wrinkles and his hair turned gray. He lifted his murky eyes to gaze at the Konoha ninja before him. "How pitiful it is," came Black Zetsu's mocking voice. "The representative of the hawkish Uchiha clan has fallen to such depths. It is indeed ironic." "Humph. If you have come solely to mock me, then I suggest you take your leave. I have no words for your kind." Despite his advanced age, Uchiha Shana remained a prisoner of Konoha. Yet, the blood of the Uchiha clan coursed through his veins, and he instinctively retained the pride characteristic of his lineage. Black Zetsu scoffed, "Indeed. Each one of you Uchihas possesses that same foul temper. However, I am not here to bicker with you." He manipulated the Konoha ninja he had possessed to unlock Uchiha Shana's cell door. Uchiha Shana stared in astonishment at the Konoha ninja before him. "Why are you saving me?" "It is all for Lord Madara's plan," Black Zetsu replied. At the mention of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shana's fatigue vanished, and he widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the possessed Konoha ninja. "Is Lord Madara truly still alive?" "Enough chatter. The Konoha ninja is approaching. We shall discuss this after escaping the prison." With that, Black Zetsu detached himself from the Konoha ninja and possessed another White Zetsu, now transformed into a Konoha ninja. Uchiha Shana gazed at the half-black, half-white figure before him and trembled. "Who are you?" "You may call me Zetsu," Black Zetsu replied with a sinister grin. "Boom. Damn it. Why is there such a massive fire in Konoha's prison? Hurry, extinguish the flames. Do not just stand there." As Kurizetsu escorted Uchiha Shana from the confines of Konoha, The prison behind them erupted into a fierce blaze. Although numerous water-style ninjas arrived in a timely manner to extinguish the flames, many notorious criminals remained imprisoned within, tragically succumbing to the inferno, including Uchiha Shana himself. Turning back to gaze at the engulfed Konoha prison, an exhilarating rush coursed through him, as intense emotions caused the tomo of his Sharingan to converge. Ultimately, they formed the intricate pattern of 3 interlocking scythes, awakening his unique Manjiki Sharingan. Once a prominent elder representing the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan, Shana's life plummeted into despair the moment he was captured by Senju Tobirama. Renowned as a staunch supporter of the Uchiha, he remained unmarried and childless, living a life of solitude. When Uchiha Madara departed from the village, Shana was fully prepared to follow him. However, after waiting for an eternity at the eastern gate, he learned that Madara had exited through the western gate, leaving him frustrated and empty-handed. Ironically, during his vigil at the eastern gate, he encountered Senju Tobirama, who promptly apprehended him with a commanding gesture. Thus, his life languished in the depths of Konoha's prison for the majority of his years, never once catching sight of his long-cherished figure, Madara. Now, in the twilight of his life, Kurizetsu's presence brought him before Uchiha Madara, who, though aged, still radiated an aura of authority. Tears welled in Shana's eyes as he finally stood before Madara after all these years. Before him sat Uchiha Madara, poised before the outer path's statue, connected by a lengthy tube to the entity. His right eye was obscured by silver hair, while his left eye, the Sharingan, scrutinized Uchiha Shana. Beside his seat lay a scythe, which he employed as a walking aid, alongside his Uchiha fan. Overwhelmed with emotion, Uchiha Shana knelt before Madara, exclaiming, "Lord Madara, I have finally seen you. Those foolish clansmen are utterly unworthy of trust. Only you, Lord Madara, are the embodiment of my faith." Ban gazed at Uchiha Shana, who had knelt before him with a thud, and nodded. Among those he valued to inherit his legacy, only 2 candidates stood out. One was Uchiha-Obito, and the other was Uchiha Shana. Obito possessed sufficient benevolence to embrace his grand design, yet it necessitated inflicting considerable suffering upon him. Originally, his plans were meticulously crafted, merely awaiting the execution by Kaguya, when unexpectedly, an unforeseen variable disrupted his strategy. Thus, he was compelled to resort to his contingency plan, Uchiha Shana. Speaking of Shana, he was indeed a formidable member of the Uchiha clan. After his defection from Konoha, he realized that on the day he departed, he was not without followers. It was merely that he had exited through the west gate while his clansmen awaited him at the east gate. This situation was truly perplexing. And Uchiha cleared his throat, activating his Sharingan to regard the now-aged Uchiha Shana, and spoke, "Shana, I require you to inherit my legacy and fulfill the grand plan of the Eye of the Moon. You have now awakened your Manjiki Sharingan. In the time to come, you shall adopt the name of Uchiha and traverse the ninja world in my stead. Do you understand?" Uchiha Shana's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor. He bore no resentment towards the request of his idol. With enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "I shall not disappoint Lord Ban's expectations." Ban nodded in approval and, employing a genjutsu, drew Uchiha Shana into his illusionary realm. Upon entering the illusion, Uchiha Shana beheld a youthful and strikingly handsome Uchiha Ban, exuding an imposing aura, which intensified his fervor. He gazed at his own hands, devoid of wrinkles, rejuvenated to a youthful state. Uchiha Ban slowly began to divulge. "I shall now share with you the intricate details of the Eye of the Moon plan. In my later years, I awakened my own Rinnegan and entrusted it to a boy named Nagato. Your subsequent mission is to gather Nagato under the name of Uchiha Ban." Uchiha Shana listened eagerly to Ban's strategy, the prospect of becoming his idol immensely thrilling. "By the way, having shared these plans, I shall soon transplant the cells of Hashirama into you, as your current physique remains too frail." After imparting the details of the Eye of the Moon plan, Uchiha Ban suddenly recalled the necessity of transplanting Hashirama's cells into Uchiha Shana and exited the illusionary realm. "By the way, I still do not know the capabilities of your Manjiki Sharingan. Do show me." Returning to reality, Uchiha Madara spoke. Uchiha Shina nodded and activated his Manjiki Sharingan. At the moment he awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he comprehended the abilities of his left and right eyes. The power of his left eye was rather commonplace, known to all as Amaterasu, the inextinguishable black flames. However, the ability of his right eye was exceedingly rare, unprecedented in the history of the Uchiha clan, and was named Bishamon. This ability could restore the holder's life and capabilities to their peak physical condition, albeit only temporarily. It could last approximately 2 to 3 days. with a mere cooldown period of 24 hours. This meant that Uchiha Shina, despite being 65 years of age, could utilize his ocular technique to revert to the appearance of a 25-year-old. Furthermore, all his physical abilities would return to their original state, and any ninjutsu or ocular techniques he had mastered would remain unaffected. This skill proved quite useful for Uchiha Shina in the present moment. Uchiha Madara nodded, and after arranging everything, he uttered his final words. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult Kagaya. He embodies my will and will also serve as your guide in the future. With that, Uchiha Madara severed the connection to the Outer Path statue, taking his last breath. Rest assured, Lord Uchiha Madara, I shall inherit your will and faithfully execute the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Shina declared with unwavering determination, then turned to Kagaya and asked, what should I do next? The next step was to approach Nagato in the guise of Madara. As far as I know, Nagato has established an organization named Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. From now on, I shall refer to you as Uchiha Madara. Very well. Tomorrow we shall journey to the Land of Rain and persuade Nagato. Uchiha Shina contemplated, then addressed Kagaya, saying, hurry, I need to transplant the Hashirama cells. Understood, understood. I'll be right there. A white Zetsu emerged from beside Uchiha Shina. What are you? Uchiha Shina inquired, his expression wary as he regarded the white Zetsu. Oh dear. Madara, do you know what urgency feels like? The playful Zetsu inquired. Chapter 70, Eternal Meijiki. At this moment, the Kagaya household was brightly lit. The tempura has arrived. Have you been waiting long? Dressed in an apron, Kamizuki emerged from the kitchen, gracefully balancing a platter of tempura, gazing upon the tempura coated in tomato sauce. Yukura swallowed hard. After enduring such a lengthy military life, the culinary conditions in the Sand Village had left much to be desired. She recalled the last time she had indulged in tempura was 3 years prior, during her participation in the Chunin exams in Konoha, where their J-nin teacher had generously treated them from his own pocket. While the two enjoyed a harmonious moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at Obito's home. Just as Obito was about to prepare a meal, a knock echoed through the door. Coming, he called out, setting aside the egg he had intended to fry. His attempts at achieving the perfect fried egg had yielded less than satisfactory results, leading him to resort to his Sharingan, resulting in an array of plates filled with fried eggs cluttering his kitchen. Fugaka, what brings you here so late? Would you care for something to eat? Allow me to brew you some tea, Obito offered, moving towards the kitchen. However, Fugaka halted him, stating, I have come to convey an important message. There is no need for such trouble. Seeing Fugaka's serious demeanor sent a jolt through Obito's heart. Could it be that the Uchiha clan was once again embroiled in turmoil? Sensing Obito's apprehension, Fugaka shook his head and reassured him, I am here to discuss a matter unrelated to the clan. Obito decided against fetching the tea, opting instead to sit and listen intently to Fugaku. After a moment's thought, he poured a glass of water. Fugaku continued, as I previously mentioned, there is something I must inform you about. I have been preoccupied with the ongoing war these past few days, which delayed my visit. You have awakened your Meijiki Sharingan, have you not? After all, you are now renowned as a hero of the Sharingan. Fugaku reflected on the fact that Obito, at the tender age of 13, had already unlocked his Meijiki Sharingan, a remarkable achievement for one so young. He further remarked, I presume you have begun experiencing some vision impairment. Obito's expression shifted, momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, Fugaku, as the clan leader, would be privy to such matters, especially given that he himself possessed a Meijiki Sharingan. Fugaku elaborated. Within the Uchiha clan, there is a saying that dates back to the Warring States period when the former clan leader, Uchiha Madara, transplanted his brother, Uchiha Izuna's eyes, creating the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, which grants immunity to blindness. Through generations of investigation, it has been established that the formation of the eternal Meijiki requires the transplantation of the Sharingan from a blood relative within 3 generations to achieve a state free from blindness. Upon concluding his statement, Uchiha Fugaku revealed his eyes. Following the demise of his father in previous conflicts, he had transplanted his father's eyes into himself, thereby acquiring the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The eternal Meijiki Sharingan is a manifestation of profound cruelty. It necessitates that a blood relative sacrifice their sight, trading their blindness for the perpetual illumination of their kin. Thus, this secret is known only to the lineage's leaders. For only those of the clan head's caliber can awaken the Meijiki Sharingan. For ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, merely unlocking the Sharingan is an arduous task. with those able to access the three-tomo variant regarded as prodigies. Presently, the Uchiha clan has gradually succumbed to decline, starkly contrasting its former glory during the Warring States period. The foreboding of the clan's eventual weariness was evident when Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha. Now, the Uchiha clan is facing ruin, compounded by Danzo, who has clandestinely acquired numerous Uchiha eyes, evident from the collection he possesses. Currently, only 3 individuals can awaken the Meijiki Sharingan: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Obito. In the original narrative, on the eve of the Uchiha clan's extermination, it was only Fugaku who possessed the Meijiki Sharingan, as Shursui had lost his eyes to Danzo. Hence, it is no exaggeration to state that even unlocking the Sharingan has become a formidable challenge. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku divulge this secret, Uchiha Obito fell into deep contemplation. He was reluctant to embrace the fate of blindness, yet both his parents had perished on the battlefield, while his grandmother was merely an ordinary elder. Uchiha Fugaku perceived the turmoil within Obito and sighed, saying, "I understand your thoughts. Do you recall our previous conversation during my last visit to your home?" Obito reflected on this, realizing that considerable time had elapsed since that moment, yet it remained vividly etched in his memory. It was during his speech on Uchiha clan grounds, where he had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, using Genjutsu to stabilize the clan members. Now, having awakened his own Meijiki Sharingan, he pondered how to avert the curse of blindness. His parents had died prematurely on the battlefield, but this did not imply they left nothing behind. A glimmer of insight sparked in Obito's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, observing this expression, sighed again and remarked, "You are not mistaken. Your father, Uchiha Yuru, also awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, and in his final moments, he entrusted it to me." Uchiha Fugaku, after concluding his words, retrieved a cultivation dish containing a pair of Sharingan from behind him. During the Second Shinobi World War, Obito's parents perished on the battlefield, where Uchiha Fugaku was also present. As an old comrade of Obito's father, Uchiha Taijima, Fugaku received the Meijiki Sharingan from Taijima just before his demise. It was at that moment that Fugaku awakened his own Meijiki Sharingan. Subsequently, the young Obito was raised by his grandmother. Obito's eyes widened, his Meijiki Sharingan swirling within its socket, an expression of disbelief manifesting on his face. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, "You are now the hero of the Sharingan in Konoha, yet the mantle of the Meijiki Sharingan must be entrusted to a suitable individual." Upon finishing his statement, he placed the cultivation dish containing the precious Meijiki Sharingan on Obito's desk. After Obito accepted the dish, Fugaku waved his hand, dispelling the barrier surrounding Obito's home. Prior to his arrival, he had erected a protective barrier, aware of the lurking threats within Konoha village. As the clan leader, he was cognizant of the mysterious disappearances among his kin, and this was a precaution to safeguard Obito from potential treachery. "Obito, I shall take my leave now. Moreover, regarding your earlier words at the clan grounds, I sincerely hope that Minato can indeed resolve the issues concerning the Uchiha clan." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed from Obito's home, who watched Fugaku's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. As for the individual to assist him in transplanting the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he had a candidate in mind, Orochimaru, for he was the mentor of Shinju. However, Lady Tsunade suffered from hemophobia and was unable to perform the surgery. Then there was Rin. He yearned for her to undertake this task. He pondered the future, his gaze intermittently drifting towards the cabinet housing the cultivation dish containing his father's Meijiki Sharingan. Chapter 71. Intelligence from the rain-hidden village. Meanwhile, within Shinju's home, a scene of warmth and harmony unfolded. Shinju had prepared an array of dishes. Aside from tempura, he had also learned to cook fish from Kakashi. He even made a bowl of fish soup for Yakumo, understanding that despite his healing, Yakumo remained somewhat frail, making the soup a thoughtful choice. The two conversed amiably while dining, and Shinju said, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the Hokage building to obtain an identification proof. For the time being, you shall stay at my home." Yisong nodded, for she understood that to reside in Konoha, one must adopt the status of a Konoha citizen. Living here was, in fact, quite convenient. During her time on the battlefield, when encountering Konoha ninjas, she would always hold back. The primary goal was to drive them away, rather than to inflict harm. Moreover, during the Great Ninja War, the conflicts between Konoha and Suno were not particularly pronounced. In the latter stages of the war, encounters were primarily with the ninjas from Kumogakure and Kirigakure, allowing her to dwell here without any psychological burdens. Meanwhile, from behind his crystal ball, Saratobi Izashi observed the unfolding scene, stroking his chin in contemplation. During the Third Great Ninja War, reports from the front lines indicated that Yutsong never truly harmed Konoha ninjas. This much was indeed true. The ninjas who faced her were merely manipulated through Jinjutsu, returning to Konoha's camp unharmed. This earned Yutsong a relatively positive reputation within Konoha, which he continued to scrutinize. Throughout their meal, the two exchanged few words, not due to a lack of desire to converse, but rather because Kamizuki was engaged in a dialogue with his inner entity, Izanami. Izanami remarked, regarding what you just mentioned, we tailed beasts have a universal method that enables us to manifest a portion of our chakra in a youthful form within reality. Allow me to give it a try. When Kamizuki opened his eyes once more, he found a rather languid blue tortoise sprawled across the dining table. Surprisingly, it was quite adorable. Possessing tiny hands akin to a human's, and its body was adorned with spines, including on its chin and tail, which gently swayed on the table. With his remaining red left eye wide open, Kamizuki noticed that something had seemingly marred his right eye. It bore scars reminiscent of Obito from the Fourth Great Ninja War, leading him to ponder who could have inflicted such damage. After all, who in this world could harm a tailed beast? While there were indeed some. Kamizuki remained curious about the origins of Izanami's right facial scars, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Observing the diminutive Izanami before him, Kamizuki poked at it, finding its texture rather pleasant to the touch, though the spines on its back were somewhat prickly. Little Izanami spoke up, "This will suffice." But such a small body is still quite challenging to adapt to. After saying this, it used its tiny hands to grab a piece of tempura from the plate and began to eat. As Yutsong observed this scene while enjoying his meal, his heart melted. Although Isabu could not be deemed the most adorable among the nine-tailed beasts, its appearance was undeniably amusing. Yutsong curiously explored Isabu's body, pondering whether it was a male or female turtle, and he expressed a desire to flip Isabu over for a closer inspection. In response, Isabu promptly retreated into its shell, exclaiming from within, "What is the matter with you, little girl? Please refrain from moving about recklessly." Shinyu gazed at the amiable interaction between the person and the turtle before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the dishes and was about to wash them when Yutsong suddenly rose and said, "Well, let me assist you with the dishes. After all, I am staying at your home, and it would be rather discourteous to do nothing in return for your hospitality." Shinyu did not refuse. She let out a soft laugh and said, "Very well. By the way, let me fetch you an apron to prevent any splashes." As she emerged from the kitchen, fastening an apron around Yutsong's waist, he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Shinyu bore none of the bloody scent typical of a ninja, nor the odor of sweat from battle. Instead, she exuded a refreshing aroma of lemon, perhaps a hint of masculine pheromones. After Shingetsu fastened the apron on Yakura, he found himself somewhat unable to contain his emotions. In his previous life, he had been merely an innocent young man, unacquainted with the affairs of love. The delicate fragrance wafting from Yakura's body teased his senses, igniting a flutter in his heart. Once they entered the cramped kitchen, one washed the dishes while the other scrubbed the plates. The space was so confined that they could both hear each other's breaths, and there was an unspoken understanding as they diligently attended to their tasks. However, an untimely knock at the door abruptly shattered the moment. Who could it be? Shingetsu set the plate he was cleaning aside and opened the door, only to be met with an unexpected figure. "Orochimaru-sensei, what brings you here?" Shingetsu inquired with a face full of curiosity. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with amusement as he seemed to sense something, glancing towards the kitchen just as Yakura peeked out to see who had arrived, only to hastily retreat. With a bemused expression, Orochimaru regarded Shingetsu, who, despite his somewhat brazen demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Raising an eyebrow, Orochimaru remarked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" At these words, Shingetsu quickly ushered him inside. Meanwhile, Yakura emerged from the kitchen with 2 glasses of water, placing them before the 2 men. Orochimaru's gaze flitted between them, acknowledging that his apprentice had indeed surpassed Jiraiya by a considerable margin. Shinyu, unable to withstand Orochimaru's penetrating gaze, inquired, "What brings you here, Master Orochimaru?" Orochimaru's expression turned grave, mirroring the seriousness that settled upon Shinyu's countenance. Slowly, Orochimaru began to articulate, "I have gathered some information regarding your request. In the coming days, Hanzo of the Salamander is preparing to negotiate with the newly formed organization, Akatsuki. This should transpire within the next 2 days. During the Third Shinobi World War, Kamizuki clandestinely sought out Orochimaru, hoping to enlist his assistance in monitoring the movements of the Rain Village. To her surprise, she successfully gathered intelligence. Shinzuki nodded slightly. And Orochimaru began to speak. My communication snake has spotted the leader of the Akatsuki organization. During the Second Great Ninja War, as you know, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and I battled against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Village. At that time, we were bestowed with the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. However, for the three of us, this title was not a mark of honor but rather a source of shame. As Orochimaru spoke these words, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he continued, the leader of this newly formed Akatsuki is, in fact, one of the three disciples that Jiraiya took under his wing during our time in the Rain Village. Chapter 72, Kusanagi Sword, Yamato, Dragon Cave. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Shinzuki's expression grew solemn. It had only been 2 days since he had ventured to the Rain Village, and this mission was not solely to rescue Nagato and Yahiko, but primarily to seek vengeance for his parents. He vividly recalled how Hanzo and Danzo had conspired to murder them. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated Shinzuki's face, which bore an intense and fierce demeanor, yet he remained composed. On the contrary, his rationality was intertwined with fury, and within that fury lay an icy resolve. The expression on Shingetsu's face startled Yukura, who was eavesdropping on their conversation from the side. She had never witnessed such a visage on him. Typically, he was exceedingly gentle in her presence. Yet, on this occasion, an unfamiliar expression graced his countenance. In front of them, Orochimaru appeared unfazed. He had always been attentive to his disciple, and he shared a camaraderie with Shingetsu's father. Previously, Shingetsu had revealed the truth behind his parents' demise to Orochimaru, who had been incensed by the revelation. However, at that moment, he found himself powerless to take action. Deep within, he harbored a burning desire for vengeance for the loss of his friend, yet he understood that the task of revenge was to be entrusted to Shingetsu. Outside, a torrential rain fell, while the room was illuminated by a warm glow. Orochimaru took a delicate sip of tea, then retrieved an object from behind him, presenting it to Shingetsu, who was lost in thought. This Kusanagi sword was something I managed to acquire not long ago. I am giving it to you now. After all, as your teacher, I have yet to bestow anything upon you since taking you as my disciple. Shinyu took hold of the Kusanagi sword concealed within its ebony scabbard. Momentarily taken aback, this very sword was the one that Orochimaru would later bestow upon Sasuke when he took him as his disciple. Indeed, the blade exuded an undeniable elegance. As Shinyu drew the sword from its sheath, the gleaming edge illuminated his visage with a cold, clear light. Tonight, it was opportune to witness the sword's first taste of blood. His original intention was to utilize the mark he had left on Rasha to visit the Sand Village this evening. The two elderly gentlemen, Chiyo and Eyes, were to remain unharmed, but as for the other elders, apologies, but it seemed their blood would suffice to christen this blade. Upon witnessing this scene, Yukura silently rose from her seat and retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She did not wish to hear what was to unfold. She needed to vacate the living room. As the sound of running water filled the air, Orochimaru and Shinyu exchanged a glance, and an invisible barrier seemed to materialize between them. Orochimaru addressed Shinyu, stating, in addition, there are 2 matters I must convey to you. Orochimaru lifted his golden serpent-like eyes to gaze at Shinyu and continued, the first matter pertains to my recent collaboration with Danzo on experiments involving Hashirama's cells. Just yesterday, within the laboratory where I cultivated these cells, I discovered a child. This child has integrated seamlessly with the Hashirama cells, and I intend to take him to the Ninja Academy for systematic training. However, we must discuss the matter of accommodation. Orochimaru's gaze was laden with implication as Shinyu pondered this. The child Orochimaru had mentioned was undoubtedly the future Captain Yamato, who, as one of the property representatives of the Hidden Leaf Village, was a few years younger than Shinyu. Shinyu spoke, Orochimaru-sensei, regarding the child's accommodation. It is not that I am unwilling to take him in. Rather, I have considered a more suitable candidate. What do you think of sending this child to the 3rd Hokage? After all, as the Hokage, he possesses a wealth of resources pertaining to the wood-release techniques of the 1st Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Surely, he has an abundance of scrolls on wood-release ninjutsu, which would greatly benefit the child. Moreover, the Hokage would certainly be able to mentor him well. Upon hearing Shinyu's words, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. His initial thought of his own apprentice was driven by a desire for the two to care for one another. However, as his gaze drifted towards the kitchen, he realized the impracticality of the situation. It was evident that he could not keep the child with him, as he was perpetually occupied with his experiments, leaving little time for childcare. As for Dan's, it was even less likely that the child could be entrusted to him. He would undoubtedly subject the boy to his own ideologies. After much deliberation, it became clear that only his own teacher would be the most fitting choice. Furthermore, his mentor undoubtedly possessed numerous scrolls on the first Hokage's would-release techniques. Perhaps he could even cultivate this child, who might one day become a pillar of Konoha. Orochimaru nodded, resolved to discuss the matter with his teacher, confident that he would not refuse. Once this issue was settled, Orochimaru proceeded to the next topic. With that matter resolved, we now turn to the second item. Through my calculations over the past few days, I have located the Dragon Cave, which is renowned alongside my Bokuzen in the Wetbone Forest. It too is an excellent place for training in sage arts. I propose that after another 6 months, I will take you to the Dragon Cave to practice sage techniques and explore the world of shinobi. This announcement struck Shinyu like a bolt from the blue. Had Orochimaru truly discovered the Dragon Cave? It seemed that due to his influence, Orochimaru had found it ahead of schedule, as it was one of the 3 great sacred places alongside my Bokuzen in the Wetbone Forest. The Dragon Cave also provided an opportunity for sage training. In the original narrative, Orochimaru located the Dragon Cave when he was nearly 50 years old. However, by that time, his body had deteriorated beyond the capacity to endure the power of sage chakra, leading him to abandon the pursuit of sage arts. Yet now, at almost 30, he had already found the Dragon Cave. Was this a manifestation of the butterfly effect? Shinyu pondered. As one of the 3 great sacred places in the world of Hokage, my Bokuzen, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, each offered formidable opportunities for sage arts training. Should he master these techniques, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The prospect of Orochimaru guiding him in his training while simultaneously exploring the shinobi world was reminiscent of Jiraiya taking Naruto on his own journey of growth. After digesting the information, Shinwei nodded without hesitation. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to develop the technique of impure resurrection, and he had no desire to pursue that ninjutsu. His obsession with immortality had significantly diminished, though it had not entirely vanished. Currently, his physical condition was quite robust, alleviating any concerns regarding the inability to cultivate due to bodily deficiencies. Upon hearing Shinyue's response, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, knowing that his disciple would not speak falsely. His gaze then lingered on Shinyue's abdomen. Within you resides an exceptionally formidable chakra. What has transpired, Shinue? Chapter 73. As night fell, quietly fade away. Shinyu set down the cup of water in his hand. It was inevitable that he would be discovered. With such a formidable chakra emanating from the tailed beast, it would be astonishing if anyone failed to notice. Shinyu stormed into the hidden mist village, eliminating the 3rd Mizukage and seizing the 3 tails, and recounted the events to Orochimaru in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence. He wondered whether it was he who had lost his sanity or Shinyu. Did he truly mean to say that he single-handedly breached the entire village of mist, vanquishing their leader in the process, while accompanied only by an injured ninja? If it were me, I might not have achieved such a feat, he mused. Orochimaru's mind buzzed. He had always believed in the prowess of his apprentice, yet this was beyond comprehension. To have directly exhausted a shadow-level powerhouse to such an extent was extraordinary. No, it could not merely be described as exhaustion. Shinyu had unleashed a formidable attack that obliterated half the village, leading to the Mizukage being drained of chakra and meeting his demise. Do you understand the gravity of this? A shadow-level warrior, vanquished so effortlessly. After a moment of astonishment, Orochimaru managed to regain his composure. From now on, he would no longer be surprised by anything his apprentice accomplished. This was beyond the descent of the Sage of 6 Paths. Even he had not displayed such remarkable might. Perhaps, in truth, the sage once was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. Orochimaru recalled several matters and withdrew a small jar from his coat pocket. Addressing Shinyu, he stated, "This is the medicine you requested me and Tsunade to create some time ago. We fashioned a remedy based on the concoctions of that elderly woman Chiyo from the Sand Village, which similarly counters the toxins of the salamander." Recently, Shinyu had approached Orochimaru seeking assistance in formulating a drug to neutralize the toxins of Hanzo's salamander, and he had not anticipated the swift completion of their task. Shinyu nodded slightly and accepted the potion handed to him by Orochimaru. After all, in order to save the Akatsuki organization and avenge his parents, this potion was indispensable. Orochimaru waved his hand, dispersing the surrounding barriers, and then, with his hands clasped behind his back, cast a deep gaze at Shinyu before departing from his home. Yitsong peeked out from the kitchen. The oppressive aura that Orochimaru had exuded was overwhelming. She had heard of the legendary Sanin of Konoha, And the cold figure of Orochimaru had indeed left a profound impression on her. Shinyu glanced at the dishes that had already been washed in the kitchen and said to Yetsong, "The day has grown late. Allow me to prepare some bedding for you. Tonight, you shall rest in the guest room. There is little time to tidy up." In truth, there was not much to arrange. For Shinyu diligently maintained the cleanliness of his home, and the guest room was no exception. He retrieved the sheets from the wardrobe, draping them over the bed before placing the duvet neatly. Just then, Yetsong emerged from the bathroom, having just completed her evening routine and washed her hair. To his surprise, she exuded a pleasant fragrance. Shinyu patted the sheets beside him, inviting Yetsong to sit down as he began to dry her hair. After finishing, a faint blush appeared on Yetsong's cheeks, yet she said nothing. After bidding Shinyu good night, she settled into slumber. However, the moment Shinyu stepped out of Yetsong's room and the door clicked shut behind him, his smile vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. He altered the mask that he had kept at his waist, transforming it into a visage reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's mask from the Forbidden Land of the Uzumaki clan in the original tale. He donned the mask upon his face, this time foregoing his usual crimson battle robe. Instead, he slipped into a pure black combat outfit, layered with a gray vest akin to the attire of the Umbu from Konoha. With a swift technique, he teleported to the threshold of his home, casting a deep gaze toward the room where Yetsong resided before departing the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he left, Yetsong, who had been lying in bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed the disappearance of Shinyu's chakra and understood his intentions. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Not being one to preach or impede his course of action, she tightened the blanket around herself, striving to drift into sleep. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, Shinyu had no intention of directly utilizing the blood mark from Luo Sha. Through the curse seal left within Luo Sha's eyes, he had long been aware of the residences of the high-ranking officials in the Sand-Hidden Village. He swiftly traversed the terrain using the blood instantaneous technique, diligently concealing his chakra. It must be said that Shinyu's skills and stealth were quite remarkable. Within the vast expanse of the Sand-Hidden Village, the guards were as ineffective as mere decorations, utterly oblivious to his presence, not merely due to the act of hiding. Instead, he had sent a small snake into the heart of the village and then employed the reverse summoning technique to materialize in a secluded alley within the Sand-Hidden Village. Shinyu retracted the scroll from his grasp, his gaze gradually settling upon a rather imposing edifice nearby, which was to be his first target. Currently, the upper echelons of Sunagakure consisted of 11 members, and among them, 10 had conspired to betray Yakura, with only Chiyo abstaining from the vote. This also included Chiyo's brother, Iruso, who, despite his utility, would ultimately meet his demise when the opportune moment arose. However, that time was not now. He drew the Kusanagi sword from behind, its glimmering blade reflecting the moonlight and casting a pallid glow upon the grim visage of the death mask. Beneath the mask, the chilling blood-red eyes of the Reaper gleamed. Night had fallen. Let the silence envelop you. Shinyu swiftly produced a sturdy flower of the other shore, casting it towards the vast edifice in the distance, and then vanished like a fleeting shadow. Shinyu vanished from his original location and reappeared on the balcony of a grand residence, observing one of the inebriated high-ranking officials from Sunagakure. His expression remained inscrutable beneath his mask. The drunken official seemed to notice him, a look of sheer terror crossing his face, but before he could utter a sound, a flash of white light erupted. In an instant, the official's head fell to the ground, blood splattering against the ceiling. Just then, a woman who had heard the commotion emerged from a nearby room. Upon witnessing the scene, she let out a scream, yet before her voice could fully escape, Shinyu ensnared her with an illusion. Another flash of white light, and yet another headless corpse crumpled to the floor. Eradicate the roots, lest they sprout anew. He methodically eliminated the entire family of the official, leaving no survivors, not even the elderly or the young, though there were no elders present. As a seasoned traveler through realms, he was acutely aware of the perils of leaving loose ends. He had no desire to sow the seeds of future calamity for himself or for Konoha. There are still 8 left, Shinyu murmured, wiping the blood from his Kusanagi sword before hastening to the next high-ranking official's residence. Chapter 74, The Astonished Rasha in the palm of Shinyu's hand. A hardened flower of the underworld once again materialized, darting towards the distant residence illuminated by bright lights. This was his second target for assassination, and the high-ranking official from Sunagakure was currently wearing a lecherous expression as he leered at the woman before him, his hands wandering inappropriately. Suddenly, the formidable flower pierced through the glass and then the official's skull, leaving the woman equally doomed. The second flower similarly penetrated her head. and Shinwei swiftly transported himself beside the two lifeless bodies. As a traveler from another realm, he understood the significance of delivering the finishing blow. He thrust his blade into the left and right sides of the Sunagakure official's chest, though it seemed futile as the life had already fled. His gaze then shifted to the woman's corpse. Her identity was unclear to him, but his investigations had revealed that this high-ranking official had never married, a quintessential bachelor. Yet he had a peculiar affection for a courtesan, presumably this very woman. It was better to eliminate her, preventing any lingering repercussions. Under the pallid moonlight, a figure traversed the expansive estates of Sunagakure, blood saturating each residence of the village's elite. The once pale mask of Shunyue was now stained a vivid crimson. As for why Rusha remained oblivious, it was due to Shunyue having cast a barrier over the entire Kazekage building upon his arrival in Sunagakure, not just the Kazekage's residence. But much of the area was ensnared in his enchantment. Nevertheless, he still intended to visit the Kazekage building. As Shinyue's Kusanagi blade once again pierced the chest of a fleeing high-ranking official from Sunagakure, his mask had transformed into a deep scarlet hue. Gazing upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, Shinyue's countenance remained impassive beneath the mask. Those marked for death must be eliminated, and the finishing strikes were imperative. The survival principle of a traveler, to finish off the fallen and eradicate entire families. Then, beneath his mask, his blood-red dragon eyes turned toward the distant Kazekage building, where he marked the name of the Sunagakure official on his list with a bold crimson cross. Yoshida Nakukii, the final target, complete annihilation. He placed the list back within his cloak and manipulated the curse mark concealed beneath Rusha's skin. At that moment, Rusha felt utterly exhausted. As the Kazekage of the entire Sunagakure, he wielded little authority, his decisions dictated by the Elder Council. He was merely a puppet handling official business for public announcements. With a self-deprecating smile, he gazed at the mountain of paperwork before him, sighed, and reached for the pen he had just set down. Preparing to write when a figure abruptly appeared before him. Instinctively, he prepared to form hand seals, but upon seeing the figure, his taut nerves did not relax. Shinwei spoke first. Rusha, it has been a long time. Luo Sha released the tension that had gripped him, settling into his chair. Indeed, it had come to pass. A bitter smile escaped his lips. He had long warned against provoking this malevolent spirit. Rubbing his brow, he addressed the figure before him. Shinyu, you have come regarding Yitsong, have you not? The matter of betraying Yitsong is solely the responsibility of the Elder Council. I am but a mere puppet in this affair. Shinyu removed the mask from his face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage, and handed a piece of paper to Luo Sha. Upon receiving the paper, Luo Sha initially appeared indifferent. However, upon reading its contents, he abruptly sat upright in his chair. Trembling, he pointed at the paper and exclaimed, "These are all members of the Elder Council. Are you suggesting that I eliminate them, extinguishing their entire lineage?" With an impassive expression, Shinyu took his seat across from Luo Sha, who had slumped back in his chair, clearly still in shock. "I knew better than to provoke you, but tell me, what is it that you require of me?" Luo Sha sighed wearily, his body and spirit drained, addressing Shinyu. Shinsuke took a deep breath and spoke slowly, to announce to the world, Yitsong is not dead, having grown weary of war. He is now traveling far and wide. The Elder Council of Sunagakure, having violated the principles of the first Kazekage, was investigated by the Umbu and subsequently executed that very night. The position of the Elder Council is hereby abolished, with all power now centralized under the direct authority of the Kazekage. Upon hearing these words, Raza nodded in agreement, finding these terms acceptable. Furthermore, with the dissolution of the Elder Council's interference, he was relieved from the burden of being a mere puppet. 3 days later, an alliance with Konoha.What was established, along with appropriate reparations due to the ongoing conflict. Raza nodded again, as these demands fell well within his capacity to bear, ensuring that no extreme consequences would arise. Shinyu rose from his chair, having accomplished all that he needed to do. Now, he could only watch and see how Luo Sha would respond. With a swift use of the blood instant technique, he departed from the Wind Shadow building. Luo Sha, seated in contemplation, solemnly reflected on the events that had just transpired. The Elder Council of the Sand-Hidden Village had now become merely a shadow of its former self. He was willing to accept all of Shinyu's recent demands. Glancing up at the ceiling, he appeared to be pondering something deeply. Meanwhile, upon returning to Konoha, Shinyu did not immediately head home. Instead, he discarded his blood-stained garments into the river. Once he had transformed his mask back to its original form and ensured the scent of blood had dissipated entirely, he finally made his way back home. However, Upon his return, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He had intended to lie down and rest on his bed, but as he settled in, he sensed something amiss. His bed seemed to have shrunk. As his left hand brushed to the side, a soft sensation transmitted through his fingers to his brain, startling him into a sudden upright position. He switched on the bedside lamp to reveal Yutsong, snugly wrapped in his blanket, peacefully asleep on his bed. The narrative rewinds to 2 hours earlier, when Yutsong, sensing Shinyu's absence, could not find rest in her own bed. Driven by a flicker of hope, she thought to herself that it was quite late and Shinyu likely would not return. Thus, she stealthily made her way to his bed. Inhaling the comforting scent of lemon that lingered, before succumbing to a tranquil slumber, Shinyu gazed at the slumbering Yutsong before him, offering a resigned smile as he adjusted the blanket draped over her. Subsequently, he reclined onto the bed and succumbed to slumber himself. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away to sleep, a petite figure nestled closely behind him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Chapter 75. The Vanished Kakashi. The following morning, as he beheld Yutsong nestled in his embrace, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I recall now. I am Tian Shinyu, resting in my own home, yet perplexingly, Yutsong is in my arms. At this moment, Yutsong resembled an octopus, clinging to Shinyu with an unyielding grip, rendering his escape futile. He exhaled a resigned sigh. Making every effort not to disturb her, he gently shifted his body, placing a nearby pillow into Yutsong's arms. After tousling his disheveled hair, he proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, in the room, Yutsong slowly opened her eyes, groggy and disoriented, taking in her unkempt hair and the pillow in her hands. The unfamiliar ceiling and bed prompted her to ponder deeply. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? She endeavored to recollect the events leading to her current situation, realizing she must have crept into Shinyu's bed during the night when he had stepped out. Is this what it means to share a bed? At this thought, steam seemed to rise from her head, her cheeks flushing crimson like an apple, almost as if one could extract water from them. Just then, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Instinctively, she sat up from the bed and made her way to the bathroom to wash up, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she caught sight of Shunyu washing his face. Her previously flushed face deepened in color upon the realization that she had shared the bed with him last night. She felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in, but as she glanced at the floor, she noted there were no such fissures. After Shinyu wiped his face, he noticed Yutsong standing in the doorway, lost in thought, and donned his signature gentle smile in an attempt to mask his own embarrassment. He brought his left index finger to gently tap her forehead, speaking softly, "Stop daydreaming. Go wash up." With that, he strode toward the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he was about to fry an egg, a hurried knock echoed through the door. It was evident to Kamizuki who had entered. As soon as the door swung open, a fervent figure burst in. It was Uchiha-Obito. Kamizuki mused to himself about when Obito's impetuous nature might change. It appeared that he had rushed over, seizing a nearby cup and gulping down a mouthful of water. Then, panting heavily, he exclaimed to Kamizuki, "This is bad. This is bad. Kamizuki, Kakashi is missing." Shinyu's expression immediately turned serious as he set down the spatula in his hand and said, "What on earth is happening? Speak clearly." Dato took a deep breath and recounted to Shunyu what he had just witnessed. "Just now, I intended to seek Kakashi to find you, but upon entering his home, I searched for quite some time without success. Uncle Shomu is out on a mission and is not at home either. Moreover, as you know, there are hardly any neighbors around Kakashi's residence, and I felt hesitant to inquire. Eventually, I found a villager nearby, and upon asking, I learned that Kakashi has not returned since the conclusion of yesterday afternoon's award ceremony." Shinyu's expression grew solemn as he utilized his blood dragon eyes to examine the curse mark embedded within Kakashi's eyes, all to ensure their safety. In the eyes of nearly every companion during that period, Shinyu had inscribed a curse mark. However, when he surveyed his surroundings, an abyss of darkness enveloped him. Channeling the power of the curse mark, he delved into Kakashi's memories. Within those recollections, he beheld a man with white hair who had abducted Kakashi, causing Shinyu to narrow his eyes. Was it Obito? Obito was one of the antagonists featured in the original series theatrical adaptations. In Kakashi's youth, he had sought to seize Kakashi's Sharingan for the purpose of merging bloodline limits, yet at that time, Kakashi had not taken Obito's eye. How then had Obito set his sights on Kakashi, leading to his abduction? By now, Obito had likely perfected the technique of Kagaya's Otsutsuki. As Shinyu pondered this, Obito's exclamation interrupted his thoughts. He glanced up to see Obito staring at a girl who had poked her head out from the restroom, Yakura. His mind momentarily froze. What was happening? Wasn't this girl supposed to be during the Chunin exams? Obito's astonished gaze shifted to Shunyu, conveying a message that seemed to say, "You've effortlessly lured this young girl away." Yet, Shunyu chose not to elaborate further. He hastened to his wardrobe, donned his combat attire, slung his long blade across his back, and directed his words to Obito. "Stop dawdling, Obito. We must hasten to rescue Kakashi." Regaining his composure, Obito nodded and followed Shunyu out. When they reached the door, Shunyu paused and gently tapped Yukuru's forehead, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Upon reappearing, he found himself at the Hokage building, facing the legendary Sanin of Konoha, along with Minato, Namikaze, and Rin. Seated before them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression grave. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he declared, "Our recent Umbu investigation has revealed that Obito has unlawfully developed forbidden techniques and has repeatedly harmed our Konoha brethren. Furthermore, he has now kidnapped Kakashi, and I have officially classified him as a rogue ninja." At Sarutobi's words, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya furrowed their brows. Their friend had now embarked on a path of no return. The mere act of developing forbidden techniques and harming the villagers was sufficient to categorize Obito as a rogue. And now he had abducted one of Konoha's elite, Kakashi. Immediate action was essential to pursue Obito. In unison, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru implored Sarutobi, "Sensei Sarutobi, let us retrieve Obito." Sarutobi nodded and then turned his gaze towards Shunyu, Obito, and Rin, stating, "You three should accompany Jiraiya and the others in the pursuit of Obito." Shunyu nodded slightly. As for the reason why Namikaze Minato was not allowed to join, do not inquire. Simply put, he had other duties to attend to. In an instant, they vanished from the Hokage building. Outside the Hokage office, Orochimaru, with a solemn expression, addressed the individuals before him. "Our mission this time is to capture the rogue ninja Beilu and bring him back to the Konoha prison, and then retrieve Kakashi. Subsequently, I will outline our strategic deployment. Is that clear?" "Understood," they replied in unison. "Good. Without further ado, let us set off at once." Chapter 76. Wind release. According to intelligence relayed by the Umbu, this location is approximately the underground stronghold of Beilu. Orochimaru glanced at the scroll in his hand and spoke to the group before him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow. He, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Beilu were all comrades from the same generation. Long ago, he had recognized Beilu's potential, even when he himself was considered talentless. He surpassed Beilu by a considerable margin, and had always regarded him as a friend. Witnessing a friend stray onto a dark path was undeniably painful. Orochimaru seemed to sense Jiraiya's distress and sighed. "I understand your feelings, Jiraiya. I too regarded Beilu as a friend. Despite our growth, he has also evolved. However, he now inflicts harm upon his own kin and conducts forbidden research, which is intolerable to Konoha. His experiments are far too reckless and disregard human life." Orochimaru, unlike in the past when he was fixated on immortality, had changed. Though he had previously conducted numerous human experiments alongside Danzo, those experiments had been sanctioned by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the subjects were voluntary, thus not amounting to a disregard for life. As for the earlier battlefield occurrences, they were not live experiments, merely corpses collected for research purposes. Therefore, Orochimaru had not engaged in any heinous acts. On the contrary, he had made significant contributions to Konoha. His golden serpent-like eyes gazed at the entrance before him. Calm on the surface, yet he skillfully concealed the flicker of sorrow within. Nonetheless, this trace of sadness did not escape the notice of Shunyu, who stood nearby. Shunyu followed in the footsteps of Orochimaru, entering the experimental facility of Obito. As they stepped inside, they beheld Kakashi submerged within a petri dish. Obito cried out, "Kakashi!" Just as he was about to rush forward to shatter the dish imprisoning Kakashi, Shunyu restrained him with a shake of his head and softly remarked, "This matter now falls to our master, Orochimaru. Let them reach a resolution." While he comprehended Obito's fervent desire to rescue Kakashi, it was imperative to allow the unfolding events to take their course. His gaze shifted to the battle occurring before them, and stealthily, he, along with Obito and Rin, approached the rear of Kakashi's petri dish. Seizing the opportunity as Obito engaged Orochimaru and his companions, Shunyu drew his blade and struck down, shattering the dish with a decisive blow. Kakashi tumbled out, and Obito swiftly cradled him in his arms. Fortunately, Kakashi was not entirely unclothed. He still wore a mask and some garments. Shunyu then severed the tubes that had previously connected to Kakashi, allowing Rin to administer treatment. Kakashi remained in a state of unconsciousness, necessitating immediate medical attention. Shinyu's gaze then shifted to several other petri dishes nearby, which also contained ninjas. Albeit some were not from the Hidden Leaf village, but rather from other villages. After Shinyu shattered the petri dishes with his long blade, he discovered that the ninjas within had ceased to breathe. He shook his head and sighed, gently closing their eyes. Among them, one ninja bore the forehead protector of the Hidden Cloud village, indicating his origin. Shinyu then shifted his gaze to another part of the battlefield, where Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade were engaged in a fierce struggle with Bairuhu. At that moment, Bairuhu had already fused with numerous ninjas through his technique, Demon Seed, and now possessed the strength to contend with the legendary three ninjas. The battle unfolded with both sides exchanging blows, yet Bairuhu excelled in attrition warfare. After several exchanges, the chakra of Orochimaru and his companions began to wane, allowing Bairuhu to seize the opportunity to flee from his experimental base. As he departed, he cast a lingering glance back at the three ninjas of Konoha before vanishing from his laboratory. Bairuhu, the ninja of Konoha, had ultimately betrayed his village. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, however, had not exhausted their chakra so swiftly. They had deliberately held back, unable to unleash their full might against former comrades. After all, it was not easy to strike against those they once called friends. They soon regrouped by Kakashi's side, where he was still receiving treatment from Rin. At that moment, Tsunade too knelt beside Kakashi to assist in his healing, while Shinyu, eyes closed, leaned against the wall, probing with his mental energy. As he delved into Kakashi's body, he detected an unexpected phenomenon. An unfamiliar chakra seemed to have manifested within him. At that instant, the voice of Isabu within him spoke. I recognize that chakra. It is a bloodline limit known among your kind as storm release. I have encountered this chakra before, yet I can discern that it is not inherently possessed by this boy, but has been transferred to him by some means. Upon hearing this statement from Ibu, Kamizuki suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. In the original narrative, Bairuhu had captured numerous bloodline limit ninjas, including one from the Hidden Cloud village. This particular ninja possessed the bloodline limit of storm release. It now became evident that Bairuhu, utilizing the technique of Kiyaro, had transferred this ninja's storm release into Kakashi's body. Moreover, this method ensured that even if Kakashi were to marry and have children in the future, the lineage of storm release would persist. How enlightening. Thus, it appeared that Kakashi had acquired a bloodline limit, one that was intrinsically linked to his own being, unlike the transplanted Sharingan from Obito in the original story, which required an excessive amount of chakra. It seemed that mastering storm release might prove somewhat impractical for Kakashi at this moment. Nevertheless, upon reflection, storm release was merely a fusion of water and lightning chakra. One could argue that it might indeed suit Kakashi rather well. This development granted Kakashi an additional layer of power. He has awakened. Kakashi has awakened. Just as he was pondering these thoughts, Obito's excited voice reached his ears, prompting him to cease his contemplation and swiftly approach Kakashi's side. Before him, Kakashi opened his eyes, gazing at Obito's face, and weakly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Don't get so close. You fool, Obito." Then, he noticed Rin and Tsunade surrounding him, tending to his injuries. Glancing at his own hand, a beam of light shot forth, striking the distant wall. A smile crept onto his lips. He had gained a newfound power. Chapter 77, Akatsuki Organization. After bringing Kakashi to the Konoha hospital, Kamizuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi had now become a bloodline limit ninja, although he was already quite formidable in the original storyline. He leaned against the base of the hospital wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, a chill enveloped his right arm, prompting him to look down. A small white snake had coiled around his arm, its elongated tongue flicking out to reveal a scroll. Shinyu gently placed the white serpent, which coiled around his arm, upon the ground. He then retrieved the scroll that the serpent had held within its mouth and proceeded to unravel the sealing technique inscribed upon it. As he unfurled the scroll, a mystical sigil was revealed, one that Shinyu recognized. For he had implanted this very sigil in the eye of the small serpent lurking in the Hidden Rain village. It was only when he sensed that events were amiss that he would activate this sigil, establishing a shared vision with the white serpent to perceive the circumstances unfolding beyond. Shinyu retrieved the scroll and departed from the Konoha hospital, making his way to a secluded alleyway. His right eye, the blood dragon eye, manifested. This eye shared a vision with the white snake, revealing the silhouettes of the Akatsuki members, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin, before him. Yahiko addressed those present. "Tomorrow, We shall negotiate with Hanzo of the Salamander. We must bring true peace to this village. I foresee no complications in this negotiation." He then turned to the esteemed Akatsuki member, Jizo, who had joined them during a past mission involving a ninja squad. Since then, he had become not merely a subordinate but, more accurately, a comrade. Yahiko instructed, "Jizo, you and the great Buddha will remain at the base while Nagato, Konan, and I lead a contingent to parley with Hanzo." Jizo nodded in response, holding a deep respect for their leader, Yahiko, whose formidable charisma and leadership qualities had drawn them to follow him. Meanwhile, Shinyu, sharing sensory perceptions with the small snake lurking in the rain village, felt a grave tension upon hearing these words. He understood the complexities this arrangement would pose for their future endeavors. In the original narrative, this very team left behind had learned from Konoha's Umbu about Danzo and Hanzo's collusion to assassinate Yahiko. When they rushed to provide support, they were intercepted by Obito, who annihilated them all. Had they arrived sooner, they might have changed the outcome. Shinyu's current strategy was to dispatch a shadow clone to covertly follow the remaining team, ready to intervene should they encounter danger, while he himself would confront Hanzo directly. After all, Hanzo was a personal adversary, and this battle was inevitable. For the sake of the future landscape of the ninja world and his own vendetta, Hanzo must be eliminated. Although Hanzo was once an idealistic youth yearning for peace, he had gradually succumbed to the erosion of his true self after achieving it. Thus, his demise was warranted. Yet, with only his skills and the potion at hand, could he truly confront Hanzo? Then he recalled his peculiar ninjutsu, the abilities bestowed upon him by the blood dragon eye, in the presence of the three-tailed Isabu within him. A twitch of his lips suggested that if these elements were insufficient to vanquish Hanzo, it would indicate a more profound issue at play, one that transcended mere personal inadequacies. Though the power of Isabu could not rival that of the Nine Tails, it was still a tailed beast, capable of delivering a devastating tailed beast ball that could leave Hanzo and his salamander utterly bewildered. With a single tailed beast ball, he could obliterate Hanzo and his creature without even needing to tap into the full might of the beast. Adorned with the Shingetsu mask, he could activate a Susanoo-like state, ensuring that a single strike would cleave Hanzo's salamander in twain. Without the poison of the salamander, Hanzo would be rendered merely human, not quite ordinary. For his body housed a venomous sac. Thus, eliminating him would still require considerable effort. Moreover, Shingetsu harbored concerns beyond just Hanzo. He was equally troubled by the machinations of Danzo, the shadowy figure of Konoha, whose nefarious deeds rendered him a pariah, the very architect of the village's tribulations. In the ninja world, any misfortune could easily be attributed to Danzo, for he was a man unrestrained by morals. In truth, Danzo had become a personal adversary, however. Given that he remained within Konoha, striking against Danzo was not an option unless the latter were to make a foolish choice and defect from the village. In such a scenario, Shingetsu would have the justification to eliminate him. Yet, patience was required. The opportunity to confront Danzo would eventually present itself. He dispelled the cursed seal and stepped out of the narrow alley, tucking the scroll back into his pocket. If he intended to reach Amage Cure, he could do so through reverse summoning, but he needed to act swiftly. Since becoming the host for the Three Tails, he had not diligently trained to harness its power, opting instead to return to the long-neglected third training ground. He had no desire to reveal to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had acquired the power of the Three Tails. It would be absurd. As the Hokage of the village, if Sarutobi were unable to sense the chakra of the Three Tails, he might as well resign from his position. His instincts told him that Sarutobi was likely aware, though neither had broached the subject. They would wait for an opportune moment to clarify matters. Moreover, he did not doubt that, having become a Jinchuriki, he was effectively a perfect one. Gaining such formidable strength would surely bring a smile to Sarutobi's face, and he would undoubtedly dispatch numerous Umbu to safeguard him, though he felt no need for protection. His intelligence network, more accurately, his serpent network, had spread across nearly half of the ninja world, including the hidden mist village, which he had previously struck with swiftness. Through his cursed seal, he had gleaned the current state of affairs. Karatachi Yagura had ascended to the position of fourth Mizukage, unshackled from Obito's control. It appeared he was now preparing to seal the Six Tails within himself, as it was originally intended for him to be the host of the Three Tails. However, with the Three Tails now lost, his focus had shifted to the Six Tails. Yagura had no intentions of provoking Konoha. It would be nonsensical to seek conflict with a village whose ninja had so easily penetrated his own, resulting in the death of his village leader. Seeking vengeance under such circumstances would be the epitome of folly. unless Yagura was intent on courting disaster and igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet, the Hidden Mist Village was in no position to endure further turmoil. Even the blood mist policy inherited from the Third Mizukage had been abolished by Yagura. As the population had dwindled to the brink of extinction, what purpose did such measures serve now? Chapter 78. Apothecary Yanoyu Shinyu. With his hands tucked into his pockets, initially intended to visit the Konoha hospital to check on Kakashi's condition before heading to the third training ground to hone the power of the tailed beasts. Upon returning to Kakashi's hospital room, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Kakashi lay on the bed, a look of helplessness etched across his face. While Obito sat at the bedside, awkwardly peeling an apple, his Sharingan activated in a fit of urgency. It seemed as though he was on the verge of summoning the apple into Kamui's dimension. Meanwhile, Rin, donned in a nurse's uniform, was administering N4 to Kakashi. Her face radiating joy as she observed the two men. The trio, engaged in their playful banter, turned their attention towards the door upon hearing the sound of it opening. Upon spotting Shinyu, they collectively diverted their gazes, returning to their respective tasks. Just as Obito was about to continue peeling the apple, a thought struck him, prompting him to abruptly lift his head and set the apple aside. He dashed towards Shinyu, curiosity brimming in his expression, and inquired, "How did that girl from Sunagakure end up here? Speak quickly, did you bring her here?" At Obito's unexpected question, both Kakashi and Rin were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue as they regarded Shinyu, their eyes silently conveying their curiosity. Due to the privacy of the room, Obito's exclamation did not cause much disturbance, and Shinyu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, took a seat. Picking up a nearby apple, he washed it with a water technique, took a bite, and casually replied, "It's nothing, chew, we merely cohabitate, chew." "What? Cohabitating?" The trio before Shinyu stared at him in disbelief, their astonishment palpable. Rin, momentarily distracted, even forgot that she was still adjusting Kakashi's foredrip. Consequently, the medication turned red, and upon witnessing this, Shinyu quickly set his apple down and called out, "Rin, don't space out. Kakashi's blood is flowing back." Oh, my apologies." Rin snapped back to reality, glancing at the foreline that had indeed begun to flow backward, and promptly resumed her duties. However, despite having lost a considerable amount of blood, Kakashi felt no particular emotional shift. His mind was in utter disarray. With Minato-sensei now with Kushina, and Obito and Rin having seemingly solidified their relationship, he had harbored the hope of having Shinyu as his companion. Yet now, he was being told that Shinyu was in a relationship and cohabitating. How could you? Shinyu, with your expressive brows and big eyes, keep such significant matters to yourself. Kakashi lamented, feeling the weight of solitude. For he was now the only single one left in Minato's class. This realization brought a tinge of sorrow, rendering the concerns of the foredrip and any physical pain inconsequential. The ache in his body paled in comparison to the turmoil in his heart. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. Kakashi clutched his chest in anguish, while Rin continued to apologize profusely beside him. Shinyu gazed at the infusion line before him, now devoid of any returning flow. He tossed the finished apple into the trash bin, wiped his hands, and addressed the gathered individuals. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Kakashi, do inform me once you are discharged." With that, he made to exit Kakashi's hospital room. "Wait a moment, Shinyu. There are matters I wish to discuss with you," Obito hastily called out to the departing Shinyu, continuing, "In a couple of days, I may need to undergo an eye transplant. I have already notified Lady Tsunade and Rin. Do you have any recommendations for candidates?" To ensure Shinyu comprehended, Obito elaborated on the concept of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which Shinyu was already well aware of. At the moment Obito had summoned him, he had cast a layer of barrier to envelop the hospital room, preventing any prying ears from overhearing. Otherwise, complications could arise, yet he remained composed, listening intently to Obito's words. Once Obito concluded, Shinyu turned his gaze toward Rin and Kakashi, both of whom bore expressions of prior knowledge. It seemed they had been aware of this for quite some time. Stroking his chin, Shinyu realized he indeed had several suitable candidates in mind. For instance, his mentor Orochimaru would undoubtedly possess the requisite expertise. However, there was another individual, Yakushi Nanoyu, the director of the Konoha orphanage, a former member of the Root organization. She was exceptionally proficient in medical ninjutsu and had significantly influenced Yakushi Kabuto, the future master of dream fulfillment. Moreover, Shinyu might recruit some talents in the future, necessitating a proper place for their accommodation, and Yakushi Nanoyu's orphanage would serve as an excellent venue. After all, it was impractical to house everyone in his own residence. He had encountered Yakushi Nanoyu on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War. She had just adopted Yakushi Kabuto, and they had exchanged a few words. Additionally, she had imparted some medical ninjutsu knowledge to Rin, along with her unique insights, making her a viable option indeed. After Shin's articulated this idea, the individuals before him pondered for a moment. They too had encountered the pharmacist Yano Yu. Furthermore, Rin regarded Yano Yu as a mentor of sorts, and this choice was unanimously approved. The pressing matter now was how to persuade Yano Yu. After Shin's exited the hospital room and dispelled the barrier that enveloped it, he strolled through the streets of Konoha, contemplating that his home might be devoid of vegetables. As he observed the sun descending gradually, he resolved to first divert to the market to procure some produce. After taking a few steps in the market, he encountered someone he genuinely wished to meet. Indeed, it was as if a pillow had been delivered to him while he was drowsy. Yano Yu was personally selecting food supplies for the orphanage. Shin set down the vegetables in his hands and approached Yano Yu, greeting him. "Director Yano, it has been quite some time. Are you here to select ingredients for the children at the orphanage?" With a gentle demeanor, Kamizuki gazed at the pharmacist Nanaya. After exchanging pleasantries, upon hearing the voice, Nanaya instinctively turned around. Upon recognizing Kamizuki, he reflexively replied, "It is you, Kamizuki-kun. It has been a long time since we last met, ever since the war concluded. Our encounters have been scarce." Shin nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. He had indeed been preoccupied lately, with little time for rest. He then broached the subject directly. "Director Yano, a friend of mine is scheduled for surgery in the coming days. Might you have some time to assist?" "Is it Kakashi or Obito?" Yano inquired with a look of concern. "Have they sustained injuries again?" "It is Obito," Shinyu replied. "He requires assistance for an upcoming operation." Yano nodded thoughtfully and said, "Very well, please come to the orphanage when the time is right. After all, I am somewhat of a mentor to Rin, and it is only fitting that I lend a hand." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they bid each other farewell and departed. Upon leaving the market, Shinyu sensed a nearby chakra and hastened his pace. Chapter 79. Confession. However, just as Shinyu intended to make a swift exit, a figure suddenly appeared before him. He glanced at the mask of the newcomer. Thankfully, it was not from the Akatsuki organization, but rather a mask belonging to the Umbu, directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. The masked Umbu addressed him. "Tianyu Shinyu, the Hokage wishes to see you. Would you kindly accompany us to the Hokage Tower?" Shinyu nodded. Having anticipated that he would soon reveal his status as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. He followed the footsteps of the Umbu, making his way to the Hokage building. Upon arriving, the Umbu knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, announcing, "Lord Third. I have brought Shinyu." "Come in," came the weary yet authoritative voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu then opened the door to the Hokage's office and departed. As soon as Kamizuki entered, he was greeted by the cheerful smile of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked at him with delight. "Ah, little Kamizuki. Would you be interested in having a chat with me?" Shingetsu discerned the unspoken words of Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. Rather than responding immediately, he exchanged a brief word with the three-tailed Isabu residing within him. In the next moment, a diminutive blue turtle materialized upon the table before Sarutobi, who was leisurely puffing on his pipe while observing the three-tailed creature. A sudden cough escaped him. He had meticulously devised a method to engage Shingetsu in conversation, intending for him to divulge his circumstances, yet he inadvertently revealed Isabu instead. Sarutobi cast a penetrating gaze upon Shingetsu and remarked, "Upon your recent arrival in the village, I sensed a formidable surge of chakra emanating from within you. Nonetheless, I remain intrigued by the events that transpired after your commendation ceremony." Shinzuki did not conceal the truth, recounting every detail with utmost clarity. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hizashi dropped his pipe at his feet. He remained oblivious to the situation until the fallen pipe scorched his foot, prompting him to frantically gather his composure. Shinizuki could clearly observe that Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, holding the pipe, was trembling incessantly. It was certainly not due to the afflictions of age, such as Parkinson's disease, but rather a manifestation of overwhelming excitement and exhilaration. His own village's ninja had infiltrated the hidden mist village with remarkable audacity, eliminating the village chief and returning home with a formidable weapon. Konoha, already bolstered by the might of the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, now possessed an additional weapon in the form of the Three Tails. This was akin to adding embellishments to an already splendid tapestry. With such formidable strength, who would fear a diminished foundation? This event undeniably delivered a significant blow to the Hidden Mist Village, presenting a golden opportunity for Konoha, even though the latter had no desire to instigate war at this juncture. Moreover, the Hidden Mist Village was already in a dire state, with half of its territory ravaged, leaving it severely weakened. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze then shifted to the presence of Shinazuki before him. A harbinger of fortune, indeed. Shinazuki felt somewhat uneasy under the burning gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before he could utter a word, the small three tails on the table spoke first. You are the current Hokage of Konoha.What, aren't you? Your strength is rather lacking. When compared to Senju Hashirama, you fall woefully short. Hearing this, Hiruzen choked on his pipe, thinking, of course, this is obvious. How could I possibly compare myself to Lord Hashirama? Back then, Hashirama single-handedly, albeit with some assistance from Uchiha Madara, unearthed the nine-tailed beasts from the depths of the earth. It was indeed a cataclysmic event in my youth. I watched as those tailed beasts were captured by wooden figures, resembling helpless chicks. Lost in contemplation, Hiruzen recalled the tailed beasts ensnared by those wooden figures, which were several times larger than the buildings of the village, followed by a colossal blue Susanoo. This left an indelible psychological impact on the young Hiruzen. Even now, he vividly remembers that day. He cleared his throat and said, naturally, I cannot be compared to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. However, I must ascertain whether you pose a threat to Konoha.What. The Three Tails shook its turtle-like head, replying, I have no desire to be your enemy. If I wished to oppose you, I would have destroyed your village the moment I entered. Hiruzen's lips twitched. Indeed, there was some merit to this reasoning. Then, I acknowledge that Shinazuki is quite agreeable. We may now consider ourselves comrades. The Three Tails spoke as if imparting wisdom, reminiscent of an elder. Given its age and experiences, it certainly held more knowledge than Hiruzen. After all, it had existed since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, far beyond the comprehension of mere youngsters. Hiruzen took another puff from his pipe, suddenly reminded of the nine tails sealed within Kushina Uzumaki, which led him into a deep reverie. You were thinking of the nine tails sealed within that young girl, aren't you? The small three tails interjected. Its resentment towards humanity is immense, indeed. Not only towards you, but towards all humans. Its hatred now encompasses every single one of you. The Three Tails, with a tone of age-worn wisdom, lifted its left eye to gaze at Hiruzen. But why does the Nine Tails harbor such animosity towards humankind? Hiruzen inquired. That can be attributed to your great first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The response from the Three Tails seemed to burst forth from between its teeth. Hashirama constantly proclaimed that we tailed beasts were far too powerful, insisting on sealing us away. He hardly considered the massive, imposing statue of the Senju behind him. He ought to consider the towering blue Susanoo standing behind him. It is only natural to harbor resentment, especially since we tailed beasts were peacefully resting within our own territory when you suddenly arrived with that colossal Buddha, capturing us all without hesitation. Not to mention that the Nine Tails, Kurama, was snatched away by your esteemed Hashirama Senju, as effortlessly as one might catch a chick, while you proclaim his overwhelming strength. What is the meaning of this? I ask you, what is the meaning of this? Moreover, we tailed beasts have not committed any heinous acts, have we? Initially, out of respect for the Sage of Six Paths, we were reluctant to engage with you humans. Yet, you persist in pushing your luck, do you not? Is there not a single one among you who can articulate a word? Is communication beyond your grasp? To my astonishment, you simply descended upon us with that imposing Senju Buddha. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the indignant ramblings of the small Three Tails, feeling a sense of shame. Indeed, this was a significant oversight on their part. Chapter 80. The Power of the Tailed Beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen endeavored to view the situation from the perspective of the tailed beasts. Imagine leading a group of small creatures out of the woods, enjoying fruits, and singing merrily, only to be abruptly intercepted by a towering Senju Buddha and an equally massive blue Susanoo. Is there any sense of justice in that? Is there any law to uphold? Hiruzen gasped, gazing at the irate small Three Tails before hastily escorting both the creature and himself out of the Hokage building. It indeed seemed to have crossed a line. Meanwhile, outside the Hokage office, Shingetsu and the small Three Tails exchanged a high five. These words had been conveyed to the Three Tails within the realm of consciousness. To his surprise, it proved to be quite effective. Then, as if struck by a new thought, Shingetsu addressed the small Three Tails perched on his shoulder. Is it possible for me to utilize your power now? The small Three Tails rolled its eyes and replied, do you think I wouldn't want to lend you my strength? However, your 8-trigram seal is too tightly bound. I cannot provide you with even a trace of tailed beast chakra. What shall we do about this? Shinyu promptly declared, "This matter is easily resolved. I shall simply lift one layer of the four symbol seal. We can attend to this later at the third training ground." However, as Shinyu's gaze fell upon the gradually darkening sky and then upon the basket of vegetables in hand, he ultimately resolved to return home to prepare a meal before embarking on his training. Shinyu, no longer lingering, swiftly activated the blood instantaneous technique and arrived at his doorstep. "I'm back." He removed his shoes and gazed at the pristine living room, along with the curious head of Yutsong peeking out from the kitchen. "Welcome back. Sit down and eat. I've prepared a meal for you," Yutsong said, emerging from the kitchen with an air of a devoted housewife. 3 years Shinyu's senior, Yutsong was now 16, and to Shinyu's surprise, he could cook. Looking into the pot where noodles were simmering, Shinyu noted the appetizing aroma wafting through the air. As he slurped the noodles, he remarked, "I have some matters to attend to shortly and may return late. Don't wait up for me. Just go to bed." Yutsong nodded, refraining from further inquiries, trusting that Shinyu had his reasons for such actions. After finishing his meal, Shinyu promptly set off for the third training ground. His interest in the Three-Tails Beast form was piqued, reminiscent of a moment in the original story where Naruto, during a heartfelt exchange with the Nine-Tails, exhibited a unique state distinct from other Jinchuriki. It was notably more striking, inspiring Shinyu to explore the possibility of manifesting such a chakra cloak himself, the chakra beast transformation mode. From what he understood, Naruto's relationship with the Nine-Tails differed from that of other Jinchuriki. He fused his chakra with that of the Nine-Tails, resulting in the chakra mode of the Nine-Tails. This, however, did not preclude Naruto from materializing the Nine-Tails. In the final film, during his battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki, he released the physical form of the Nine-Tails, illustrating his capability to achieve both chakra mode and physical manifestation. Yet, why did Naruto predominantly favor the Nine-Tails chakra mode rather than its physical form in the main series? It likely stemmed from the fact that the Nine-Tails chakra mode was significantly more powerful than the conventional beast transformation mode, even surpassing the inherent strength of the Nine-Tails itself. This mode provided considerable advantages in both offense and defense, prompting Shinyu to wonder if he and Aisabu could reach such heights. Moreover, the chakra mode proved to be quite durable. Even when faced with enemy attacks, it merely consumed a fraction of chakra without causing harm to the physical body. Lost in thought, Shinyu arrived at the third training ground, where Aisabu, sharing the same spiritual realm, sensed his intentions. The small Three-Tails on his shoulder remarked, "Regarding the Nine-Tails, indeed, it is the mightiest among us. Furthermore, the chakra mode you just envisioned is not exclusive to the Nine-Tails. In truth, each of us tailed beasts possesses that particular chakra mode. However, the previous Jinchuriki who coexisted with us never found a way to intertwine their chakra with ours. It is an understatement to say that we were unable to connect. In the past, we tailed beasts and humans were akin to natural enemies, utterly incapable of mutual understanding. Yet, from your human perspective, you might now be considered my ideal Jinchuriki, as I have wholly embraced your thoughts. Furthermore, our relationship transcends mere submission. It is not simply a matter of one dominating the other, but rather one of egalitarian consideration, where both parties stand on equal footing." Shinzuki nodded, noting that it closely resembled Naruto's connection with Kurama. He wondered if he could achieve the same connection with Aisabu. The transformation process of a Jinchuriki into a tailed beast typically unfolds in 3 distinct stages. The first stage is known as the chakra coat, wherein the chakra of the tailed beast envelopes the body, facilitating various transformations. The second stage is the tailed beast mode, during which the Jinchuriki loses their original appearance and struggles to maintain their sanity. To retain their rationality, one must attain the status of a perfect Jinchuriki, a feat accomplished only by Killer Bee and Gyuki. Upon arriving at the third training ground, Shinzuki formed hand seals, channeling chakra into the 4 fingers of his left hand. He then struck his abdomen with great force, proclaiming for symbol seal, release. The layer of 4 symbols sealing on Kamizuki's abdomen was instantly undone, and with this unsealing, Kamizuki could perceive a subtle leakage of tailed beast chakra. In order to prevent himself from succumbing to a state of berserk fury, Kamizuki swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Blood release. Crimson blood barrier. A blood-red barrier unfurled from the earth, enveloping the entirety of the third training ground. The small 3-tailed creature on Shinyue's shoulder had long since returned to the realm of consciousness. Shinue seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, gradually channeling the chakra of the 3 tails within his body. The 3-tailed spirit within him spoke gently, "If you find it too arduous, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall retract my chakra." Shinyu nodded slightly, attempting to harness the chakra of the tailed beast, enveloping himself in a layer of its essence. Commonly referred to as the tailed beast chakra cloak. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce and violent aura emanating from the depths of his being, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. The three tails, sensing the disturbance within, swiftly retracted the chakra cloak that had enveloped Shinyu. Shinyu pondered that achieving this goal was indeed not as effortless as anticipated. Although the chakra of the tailed beast could significantly mitigate the brutal effects of his eyes, it still proved insufficient. Chapter 81, Indra. At this moment, the three-tailed Isabu within Kimizuki spoke. Young Kimizuki, I can sense the ancient and more ferocious chakra coursing through your body. It appears to emanate from your eyes. Shinyu nodded, fully aware that the blood-red dragon eyes within his orbs occasionally transformed, not retaining their original singular form, but rather adopting a semblance reminiscent of a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Shinyu aptly named it the Wanhua Mirror, as this form did not exist in the original narrative, necessitating a personal designation to avoid the complexities of naming. The members of the Bloodpool clan, in truth, share similarities with the Uchiha clan. Both must undergo profound emotional upheaval for their Kekkei Genkai abilities to flourish. However, the transformation of the Blood Dragon Eye is not as overt as that of the Sharingan. Following a significant mental shock, the Sharingan unleashes a formidable surge of chakra, subsequently impacting the visual nerves and resulting in a change in the shape of the eye. In this regard, the Bloodpool clan is quite similar. In the original work, the only two known members of the Bloodpool clan, Chihano, awakened a different state of the Blood Dragon Eye after experiencing the death of a comrade, which included the acquisition of the ability to become a human bomb. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Shinyu finds himself unable to effectively harness his Blood Dragon Eye. Shinyu immersed his spirit into the realm of consciousness, yearning to converse once more with the three-tailed beast regarding the recent events. However, this time he did not enter the sealed consciousness of the three tails. Instead, he found himself in the place where the ground was a pool of crimson water. Ah, young descendant of the Bloodpool clan, it seems you have not visited this place in quite some time. Have you come to partake in the trials? I trust you carry a plethora of inquiries to pose to me, echoed a voice, indeterminate in gender. As Shinwei raised his gaze, he beheld a figure in the distance. One with flowing long hair, standing with hands clasped behind. A sense of familiarity washed over him, but when the figure turned, he was taken aback. The individual possessed a strikingly handsome visage and donned garments of a profoundly ancient style. Indra, why do you find yourself here? Indeed, the person before him was none other than Indra, the eldest son of Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths. What you see before you is merely a manifestation of chakra. My true consciousness, my genuine soul, is on the cusp of reincarnation. Indra spoke slowly. The Uchiha clan and the Bloodpool clan are, in essence, my descendants. However, the Bloodpool clan has inherited only certain aspects of my prowess in illusionary arts. They can be considered a branch of my lineage, yet the members of the Bloodpool clan are excessively feeble, incapable of awakening the most formidable of eyes. Shingetsu pondered for a moment, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Logically, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura had always been embroiled in an unending conflict. However, with the possible demise of Uchiha Madara, the consciousness of Indra had inexplicably manifested within his mind. Conventionally, the next reincarnation of Indra should have been Uchiha Sasuke. But why was this the case? I have previously stated that what remains here is merely a fragment of chakra, while my original consciousness has already been reborn. I have left a piece of my chakra in each of my branches. Only by awakening the most potent force within oneself can one encounter me. As the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths, Indra is an exceedingly stubborn individual, and it can be said that generations of Uchiha have borne a striking resemblance to him. Indra paused briefly before continuing. I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. The notion of world peace, as proposed by Ashura and the Old Man, is excessively idealistic, believing that love is essential to sustain harmony in this world. It is only through the suppression of absolute power that we can guide this world towards ultimate peace. After uttering this nearly frenzied declaration, Indra cast his gaze upon the figure of Shingetsu before him. At this moment, Shinwei spoke. Indeed, it is true that one must forge oneself with resilience. Only when one's strength is formidable can one command the respect of all and guide the world towards peace. Indra's countenance was one of great delight. However, a voice pierced through his elation. Shinwei, with an unwavering gaze directed at Indra, calmly remarked, in this world, one must first possess greater strength. Secondly, governance must be rooted in benevolence. Relying solely on strength will not render this world a better place. Peace will not flourish in a realm rife with chaos, as those endowed with great power may also succumb to the allure of indulgence. Thus, it is not merely love or might that will usher in peace for this world, but rather the harmonious existence of both. With unwavering determination, Shinue gazed intently at Indra before him, asserting that he would not favor love or might, for only the coexistence of both could pave the path to peace. Relying solely on love is overly idealistic, while dependence on sheer force becomes excessively domineering. Rather, it is the balance of the two that truly leads to harmony. Upon hearing these words, Indra appeared momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a splendid notion of coexisting benevolence and might. You are indeed correct. Your perspective on peace is refreshingly unique. Unlike the old man and Ashura, who cling to such naive affection, you do not share my obsessive belief in power. It is truly unfortunate that someone like you is not born into my direct Uchiha lineage, but instead emerges from the collateral Bloodpool clan. Indra stifled his laughter, reverting to a serene demeanor, as if the mirthful figure just moments ago was not himself. He continued, "Young man, you pique my interest. However, having completed your initial task, it is now time for the second challenge." No sooner had he spoken than a subtle pressure emanated from Indra's form, as a violet Susanoo materialized around him. "Now, I shall announce the contents of the second task. Defeat me. At present, I exist merely as a fragment of chakra, lacking the true power of reincarnation. Conquer me, and only then shall you earn the right to uncover the truth. Let me witness the extent of your growth." Instantly, within the realm of consciousness, a fully realized violet Susanoo appeared above the waters, confronting Shinue. The overwhelming chakra radiating from Indra prompted Shinue to marvel at its potency. In response, a similar entity resembling a Susanoo manifested around him. "Then, I humbly request your guidance." Chapter 82. Trial past, Shinue maintained the sanguine skeletal structure surrounding his body, gazing at the majestic purple Susanoo before him, feeling a tinge of panic. This was Indra, the revered ancestor of the Uchiha clan. Even a mere manifestation of his chakra was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. He now comprehended that, with his current strength, he was insufficient to vanquish Indra. Shinue gritted his teeth, retracting the sanguine skeletal structure enveloping him, bracing himself against the oppressive force emanating from Indra. He conjured 5 clones, each of them simultaneously forming hand seals. One clone initiated earth release, manifesting a colossal skeletal frame, while another invoked water release, causing fluidity to course through the skeletal body. A third clone employed wind release, entwining various body parts around the frame, thus forming an immense shell. The left hand of this gigantic form wielded a longsword forged from fire release, while the right hand grasped a spear of lightning born from thunder release chakra. Shinue and his clones shouted in unison, 5 released ninjutsu, 5 giants. A titan reminiscent of Susanoo surged forth, its dual blades deflecting the onslaught from Indra's Susanoo. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in Indra's eyes. Such potent chakra. To conceive a new entity through the 5 released ninjutsu is indeed a commendable idea. Yet, before these eyes, all effort is rendered futile. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan within Indra's eye sockets manifested, and the purple Susanoo's arms brandished twin blades, cleaving towards the 5 giants. The reason Shinzuki is reluctant to utilize the Susanoo-like form created by his Mangeki Sharingan, the Blood Dragon Eye, is that such a form would result in a decline of his ocular power. Therefore, it is prudent to employ this ninjutsu instead. Shinue stood atop the colossal beast of the 5 natures, manipulating his left hand to wield a blade forged from fire-release chakra, while Indra opposite him adeptly parried the strike. The 2 warriors then sprang apart, and Shinue hurled a lightning spear from his right hand, aiming to strike at the vulnerable core of Indra's Susanoo. However, his assault was thwarted. Curse be it. Is this truly the limit of my capabilities? Shinue clenched his teeth and commanded the colossal beast to evade the onslaught of Indra's violet Susanoo. Meanwhile, Indra appeared invigorated, shouting gleefully, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Your prowess surpasses my expectations. Yet this is where your journey ends." The chakra blade formed by the right hand of Indra's violet Susanoo descended towards the colossal beast of the 5 natures. As the blade approached ominously, Shinue gritted his teeth and raised his left hand, fully aware that he could not withstand this strike. Channeling his chakra, he bellowed, "Earth release. Wine platform shield." A massive shield, conjured from a tempest, materialized in front of Shinue and the colossal beast, but at that moment, the violet Susanoo before him vanished. In Shingetsu's heart, alarm bells rang as he turned to behold Indra, wielding the violet Susanoo, manifesting behind him, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of lightning. It has been far too long since I have felt such exhilaration. Since Ashura, few have managed to evoke such excitement within me. Shingetsu, I concede that your talent and prowess are indeed formidable, but this is where your journey ends. Shinyu once again opened his eyes, the kaleidoscopic blood dragon eyes shimmering within their sockets. He spoke softly, blood escape, demon descends. In an instant, the 5 elemental giants vanished, replaced by a colossal blood-colored ogre radiating a crimson glow. The blood-colored ogre raised its right hand in defense, and as Indra's lightning struck, Shinyu could feel a slight recovery of the chakra he had just expended in summoning the 5 elemental giants. He absorbed Indra's lightning. Indra, taken aback by this spectacle, swiftly commanded Susanoo to retreat, gazing deeply at Shinyu and marveling. I find myself increasingly curious about you, Shinyu. How have you come to master such peculiar abilities? Silent as ever, Shinyu once again formed a series of hand seals. Blood escape, blood wheel of the moon. A colossal blood moon materialized in his grasp, gradually taking on a circular form. Opposite him, Indra, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared to unleash his most formidable technique, the arrow of Indra. Their attacks collided. But alas, Shinyu found himself on the right side of the confrontation this time. Yet, Indra, despite failing to maintain his stance, did not dissipate. His chakra presence lingered. Observing Shinyu, who had also retracted his magical form and now lay in a state of weakness, breathless and clutching his chest, he was rendered incapable of any further attacks. Before him, Indra's right hand once again manifested the arrow of Indra. Farewell, Shinyu, your trial comes to an end. Shinyu relinquished his blood dragon eye, his obsidian pupils reflecting the Indra's arrow hurtling towards him. Was this truly the end? At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Shinyu switch. A colossal chakra enveloped his entire being, triggering the transformation into the Three Tails beast form, entering its second state. The Three Tails, Isabu, had long wished to intervene in the battle to assist Shinyu, yet found itself ensnared by an unseen force, rendered unable to aid him. In truth, these two realms of consciousness were interconnected. Isabu could perceive the events transpiring here, and was equally astonished upon witnessing Indra. As beings formed from the division of the 10 tails by the Sage of 6 Paths, they were inherently aware of Indra's existence. When Isabu attempted to break through this layer of confinement, a voice reached its ears. Isabu, do not move. It was Indra's voice. Meanwhile, standing opposite and poised to strike Shinyu, Indra smirked, for from the very outset, his intention had been to gauge Shinyu's strength. Subsequently, he aimed to assist him in activating his beast transformation mode and to eradicate the brutal power lurking within Shinyu's blood dragon eye. Even if his objective remained unfulfilled, he would not bring harm to Shinyu. A powerful red chakra of the tailed beast surrounded Shinue, enveloping his entire being. He remained composed, with 3 tails of the beast floating behind him. A tail beast ball manifested in his mouth, aimed at Indra before him. Indra deftly evaded the attack, then lightly pressed a finger against Shinyue's forehead, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have passed the trial." With that, a swift strike sent Shinue tumbling out of the realm of consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the 3rd training ground. The environment around him lay in ruins, bearing the scars of the tailed beast ball's devastation. While remnants of the tailed beast chakra still clung to his body, his clothing had vanished, seemingly burned away entirely. To his astonishment, he noticed that the original sealing technique had dissipated from his abdomen. Fortunately, he had activated a barrier, or else the entire village might have suffered dire consequences. Chapter 83. Ichiraka Ramen awakening amidst the chaos, Shinue scratched his head and dispelled the barrier he had erected. Feeling the tailed beast chakra coursing within him, he was elated, as the chakra expended in the realm of consciousness had remarkably replenished. However, he was taken aback by Indra's presence in his consciousness. It was merely a fragment of Indra's chakra, yet he had come perilously close to defeat. He could distinctly sense that Indra had intentionally held back. Otherwise, the battle would not have been so effortless. What surprised him even more was that Indra had done so to assist him in unlocking the tailed beast transformation mode, as he could vividly recall the memories of the 3 tails when he tapped into its chakra. Although Shinyu sensed the return of his chakra, he still felt overwhelmingly fatigued, as if his head had been filled with lead, rendering him in a state of stupor. He swiftly activated the blood instantaneous technique, transporting himself back to his abode. However, upon reclining on his bed, he discovered something nestled in his embrace. It was fragrant and soft, and he had lost the capacity for rational thought. Everything was instinctual. He instinctively tightened his hold on the object in his arms and succumbed to slumber. Yet, Within his embrace, Yekong's face was nearly ablaze with embarrassment. What on earth was happening? She had merely intended to rest in his room for a while before departing, but before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. When she awoke once more, she found herself ensnared in his embrace. Overwhelmed by shyness, she fainted in Shinyue's arms. It was rather peculiar, despite Yekong being the older one. She appeared remarkably inexperienced in matters of the heart, pristine like a blank canvas, even though she should have been the one in a position of advantage. The following day, Shinwei once again beheld Yekong nestled in his arms, lost in contemplation. Was he some sort of Yekong locator? How was it that every time he returned home, he could effortlessly embrace her? As was customary, he extricated himself from the embrace and returned the pillow to its rightful place. Shinyu toasted 2 slices of bread in the bread maker and then proceeded to heat some milk. She picked up a book she had purchased a few days prior and began to peruse its pages. Every day, Shinyu indulged in the habit of acquiring new literature. Yet recent events had occupied her time, leaving little opportunity for reading. This particular book was the debut work of Jiraiya, entitled The Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. Shinyu has always held the belief that this book is truly exceptional. However, he cannot fathom why its sales have been dismal, with only a meager number of copies sold to date. As he peruses the pages, he contemplates the idea of growing his hair long, for after all, longer hair tends to exude a certain charm, and he realizes that his current short hairstyle is indeed not quite suitable. Shinyu took a sip from the glass of water placed beside him and then beheld the drowsy Yi-Tsang emerging from the room. With a gentle smile, he softly remarked, "Awake now? Come and have your meal. Shortly, I shall take you to the Hokage building to arrange your residence permit." Yi-Tsang, clutching a plush pillow and donning the nightgown Shinyu had previously gifted her, rubbed her sleepy eyes and responded with a soft hum before settling down to eat. She appeared particularly intrigued by the book in Shinyu's hands, leaning in closer as if eager to glimpse its contents. The sweet fragrance of her hair wafted into Shinyu's nostrils, and the strands brushed lightly against his nose, causing his thoughts to wander. After finishing their meal, Shinyu led Yi-Tsang outside, and a memory struck him previously. Sarutobi Hiruzen had entrusted him with a set of keys to a property belonging to his parents. It seemed the time had come to relocate there. Shinyu chose not to utilize the blood instantaneous technique to transport himself and Yi-Tsang directly to the Hokage building. Instead, he opted for a more grounded approach, walking alongside Yi-Tsang to their destination. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Shinyu knocked gently on the door of the Hokage's office, and from within, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated. "Please enter." As Kamizuki entered the room, he beheld a desk cluttered with official documents before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon noticing Kamizuki, who was accompanied by Yakumo, Hiruzen paused for a moment, then donned a warm and affable expression. He addressed the two. "This must be young Yakumo, whom I have often heard about from Kamizuki. I am aware of your circumstances, as Kamizuki has informed me." Hiruzen skillfully retrieved a document, prompting Yakumo to inscribe her name upon it. After reclaiming the document, he remarked, "Your identification is now complete. Congratulations. Young Yakumo, you are now a resident of Konoha, with Kamizuki as your guarantor." Shingetsu and Yezakura both nodded slightly, then walked side by side out of the Hokage building. After their departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the grand doors before him, lost in contemplation. The previous night, he had indeed utilized the crystal ball to witness the scene where Shingetsu transformed into a tailed beast. A moment when the entire third training ground was enveloped by the barrier conjured by Shingetsu. He had even dispatched several Anbu to observe the situation. And as he had anticipated, it seemed that after a while, Shingetsu regained his consciousness. With this, there was no cause for concern. He redirected his gaze to the crystal ball on the table, resuming his observation of the daily lives of the villagers of Konoha. Meanwhile, walking in unison along the path, Shingetsu and Yezakura suddenly sensed something, their eyes simultaneously drawn to the base of the wall on their right. Nothing was there. Shingetsu spoke softly, "Do not hide, come out." At that moment, beneath the wall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heads emerged. With a resigned sigh, Kamizuki remarked, "While I can understand why Obito and Kakashi are here, why are Sensei Minato and Sister Kushina present as well?" Both Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina exhibited a sense of awkwardness, clearing their throats and avoiding eye contact, while Obito and Rin gazed at Kamizuki with palpable excitement. In contrast, Kakashi's expression remained as impassive as ever, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Shinyu gazed at Kakashi before him, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He recalled that Kakashi seemed to have an old flame, a memory tied to a mission during which he escorted a young lady home. She had cherished that moment for 2 decades, a sentiment that had endured over time. It was all planned out. He intended to bring this young lady to Konoha. Surely, they could not allow Uncle Shimo to face the extinction of his lineage. With a furrowed brow, Shinyu anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, aware that numerous matters required his attention. It was then that Minato Namikaze spoke up. Shinyu, we have something else to share with you. A few days ago, a highly skilled ramen chef arrived in Konoha and opened a ramen shop. We have come to take you to see it. Shinyu was momentarily taken aback. The ramen chef must be none other than the esteemed manager of Ichiraka Ramen, the hand-pulling master. He had long heard of the establishment's renowned reputation and was eager to savor the culinary delight that had tantalized his taste buds since childhood. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by a lengthy queue. Shinyu's lips twitched, yet his desire for the fabled Ichiraku ramen compelled him to wait patiently. Following closely behind him was Yi Tsong, who seemed to resonate well with Lin, as the two young women animatedly conversed, leaving both Obito and Shinyu feeling somewhat neglected. Just as the two were growing bored, a figure with white hair approached Jiraiya, whom they had not seen for quite some time. Minato expressed his surprise. Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya called out to Minato, who was still in line. Minato, come over here, come over here. The two retreated to a secluded alley. With a proud expression, Jiraiya proclaimed, "You will be utterly astonished by what you see." With that, he manifested a Rasengan in the palm of his hand. Behold, the secret technique you painstakingly developed, the Rasengan, has now been mastered. Impressive, isn't it? Minato's face lit up with excitement. Incredible. Truly, you are Jiraiya-sensei. However, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With a respectful bow, Minato departed from the alley. Jiraiya appeared somewhat astonished by Minato's abrupt change in demeanor, causing the Rasengan in his hand to dissipate. Meanwhile, Shinyu, still waiting in line, felt a sudden chill in his arm. He glanced down to see a small white snake flicking its tongue, bearing a scroll within its grasp. As it raised its crimson serpent eyes to meet his gaze, Shinyu was momentarily stunned. He retrieved the scroll and, upon unrolling it, activated the Blood Dragon Eye technique. To his astonishment, he beheld Hanzo the Salamander and Yahiko preparing for a handshake before him. His pupils dilated. Had negotiations not been scheduled for tomorrow? Why were they commencing today? Shinyu clenched his teeth, realizing he had no time to ponder further. In an instant, he executed the blood instantaneous body technique and returned home, donning his combat attire. Strapping on his father's blade and masking his face, he murmured, "Hanzo the Salamander, I find myself eager to end your life." In the depths of Kamizuki's eye sockets, the crimson kaleidoscopic blood dragon eye swirled, before donning the mask of the bloodthirsty demon. He harbored no fear of his identity being unveiled, for he intended to make it unequivocally clear to Hanzo the Salamander that it was none other than the ninja of Konoha, Tenka Chunin, the son of Tenkamayo, the bloodstained red ninja Kamizuki. He first dispatched a shadow clone to investigate the situation of the team stationed at Yusuke's side, before proceeding himself to the battleground where Yahiko and Hanzo the Salamander were engaged in direct negotiations. Shinyu's right eye surveyed the situation as he formed hand seals, employing the reverse summoning technique to arrive at the hidden village of Rain. Upon his arrival, he immediately noticed a kunai lying at Nagato's feet. With a determined grit of his teeth, Shinzuki summoned forth a formidable flower of the other shore using his blood ninjutsu, coalescing chakra into a resilient form. As he lifted his gaze once more, Nagato had already seized the kunai. Meanwhile, Yahiko prepared to charge forward. Just as Yahiko was about to collide with the kunai in Nagato's grasp, a clear, ringing sound reached the ears of the onlookers. Nagato glanced down, only to discover that the kunai had been unexpectedly knocked to the ground by a sturdy blossom of the other shore. Sanchuo Hans, along with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, found their eyes drawn to the very spot where the kunai lay. Hans's voice pierced the air with a chilling command. "Who goes there? Show yourself. Do not hide in the shadows." At that moment, a figure clad in a crimson mask stood beside Nagato, delivering a swift kick that sent the kunai flying. The figure then retrieved the flower from the ground and slowly raised their head. It was at this instant that Nagato, still momentarily lost in thought, suddenly realized that he had nearly taken Yahiko's life. Shinyu turned back and cast a profound glance at the bewildered Nagato and Yahiko, addressing them. "I am not your adversary. Is that woman your ally? Please wait a moment." Shinyu turned her head, observing the captured Chunin by the hands of Hanzo the Salamander. She tossed the flower of the other shore in Hanzo's direction. Hanzo slightly tilted his head to evade the flower's assault, perceiving Shinyu merely as an unpredictable variable, one of little consequence. However, when he glanced towards his right hand, the Chunin he had been holding had vanished without a trace. He turned back once more. Shinyu grasped Xiaonan's collar, standing directly before him. Beneath the mask of the pufferfish Hans, a subtle smile graced his lips. In the next moment, an array of explosive tags began to ascend along Xiaonan's body. Beneath the mask of the god Moon, his expression was devoid of emotion as he forcefully tore the explosive tag from Conan's body and cast it far away. Shortly after it was thrown, the tag detonated. With a single hand, he formed a seal and struck towards Conan's abdomen. Wind release, gale palm. He then entrusted the now safe Conan to Yahiko and Nagato. Just as he prepared to confront Hanzo of the Salamander head-on, a multitude of shurikens were hurled towards him. Shinyue's gaze remained undisturbed. A whirlwind enveloped him, deflecting every shuriken that came his way. The ninjas of the Rain Village, along with Hanzo of the Salamander, were taken aback by this spectacle. So were Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, whom Shinue had just rescued. They could hardly believe that the masked figure before them possessed such formidable power. However, Hanzo was not astonished by the might of Shinyue's technique, but rather by the revelation that he could execute it. He had once personally employed the venom of the salamander to slay a ninja with a similar bloodline limit. Along with her husband, a sense of foreboding washed over Hanzo, prompting him to demand, "Who are you, truly?" In response, Shinue slowly removed his mask. As his familiar face came into view, Hanzo's eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief. How could this be? The man he had believed to have slain stood before him. "My name is Tenyu Shinue, elite jonin of Konoha, son of Tenyu Shinin and Tenyu Midai, the infamous Red Blade Ninja of Konoha." Upon hearing these words, Hanzo's realization dawned upon him. The renowned Red Blade Ninja from the Third Great Ninja War was indeed the youth standing before him. No longer could he merely be regarded as the Red Blade Ninja. He had now earned the title of the Crimson-Faced Azura, who single-handedly infiltrated the Mist Village, seized the Three Tails, and murdered the Third Mizukichi. These accolades had traveled across vast distances to reach the ears of the Rain Village, and Hanzo was well aware of them, although he had never witnessed the boy in person. After absorbing this information, Hanzo chose to remain silent. He understood that the youth likely sought vengeance. He nodded slightly, speaking with an air of arrogance. "I have heard of you, the Crimson-Faced Azura of Konoha. Your courage in challenging me is commendable, but that is the only praise I can muster. Even if you manage to slay the Third Mizukichi, do you truly believe you can defeat one who is called a demigod? Even the legendary Sanin of Konoha have fallen to my prowess. What makes you an impetuous boy? Think you can challenge me?" With that, Hanzo summoned his salamander, crossing his arms as he regarded Shinue. Meanwhile, hidden in the distance, Shimura Danzo was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing these words. Since Shinue had uncovered that Hanzo was responsible for the death of his parents, it was likely he was aware of Danzo's involvement as well. Now that Shinue possessed the strength to eliminate shadow-level powerhouses, he realized that being targeted by him would render Danzo as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping board. Furthermore, Shinyue's power had grown formidable enough that for the safety of Konoha, this unstable element must be eradicated. Danzo turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Transform into a Rain Village ninja and eliminate this boy." "Yes, Lord Danzo." These subordinates are his capable aides, members of the Root organization, all directly under his command. With no connection whatsoever to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Shinyu slightly raised his gaze, the blood dragon eye of the kaleidoscope shining in his orbs, and roared, "The vendetta for slaying my kin shall be avenged today. Hanzo, prepare to pay with your life." Chapter 85. The One Who Transcends Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, a clone sent by Shunyu had been stealthily following the team, led by Gyoshu, stationed at their base, successfully concealing its presence. It was not until he witnessed Gyoshu and his companions intercepting a member of the Konoha Umbu that he felt a surge of alarm regarding their plan to eradicate the Akatsuki. Gyoshu, maintaining his composure, quickly assessed the precarious situation involving Nagato and decisively proclaimed, "We must hasten to rescue our leader." However, just as they prepared to set forth, two oddly dressed individuals, with peculiar appearances, unexpectedly obstructed their path. Gyoshu shouted, "Who goes there?" Before them stood Uchiha Shana, masquerading as Uchiha Madara, clad in white zetsu. Imitating Madara's voice as he declared, "I am Uchiha Madara, and I must make Nagato see the truth." Upon hearing these nonsensical words, Gyoshu, unwilling to engage further, retorted, "Though I am unaware of the circumstances, time is of the essence. Eliminate him." At Gyoshu's command, his remaining team surged forward towards Uchiha Shana and Zetsu. Gyoshu launched the first attack, yet at that moment, Uchiha Shana deftly sidestepped, evading Gyoshu's assault, and drew a ninja blade. aiming to pierce Gyoshu's chest. However, with a clang that shattered the downpour, the sound of metal clashing interrupted the rain, deflecting Uchiha Shana's weapon away. Everyone looked up to see a figure adorned with a crimson mask who had saved Gyoshu from certain death. It was Shinyu's clone, who had been observing from the shadows for quite some time. Had it not been for his timely intervention, Gyoshu would have been fatally wounded. Gratefully, Gyoshu instinctively expressed his thanks. "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" "Be cautious." Shinyu gently pushed aside the grateful Gyoshu, and after severing the head of a white absolute, addressed him and the remaining team behind. "Do not lose focus. Engage in battle earnestly." The previously distracted members of the team nodded slightly upon hearing these words, and then resumed their fierce struggle against the white absolute nearby. Shinyu gazed upon the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of Uchiha Shana before him, and he comprehended that Uchiha Madara indeed had contingencies in place, even if Obito was not chosen as his successor. However, it became evident that there were others capable of becoming Uchiha Madara. Just as Kamizuki was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden onslaught of black flames, an unquenchable fire known as Amaterasu. Shinyu enveloped his right hand with the chakra of the tailed beast, effectively warding off the assault of Amaterasu. After shedding the beast's cloak, he emerged unscathed. The Uchiha Shana before him exhibited a flicker of surprise. However, in order to uphold the illustrious image of his idol, Uchiha Madara, he merely snorted disdainfully, performing before the master, feigning profundity. Subsequently, his body ascended slowly into the air, launching an attack towards the remaining members of the team using the technique of grafting. With a single hand raised, Shinzuki opened the crimson blood barrier above the crowd, effectively blocking all the wooden spikes from the technique of insertion. He then bellowed, "You, who arrogantly claimed to be Uchiha Madara, how can someone as haughty as Madara conceal their face and shy away from the world?" In the sky, Uchiha Shana's previously icy demeanor faltered, as the truth seemed undeniable. Quickly regaining his composure, he retorted loudly, "Insignificant insect, why do you make such a racket?" He gazed at the now desolate ground before him, momentarily dazed, wondering where everyone had gone. Beside him, Ketsu remarked, "They escaped in an instant while you were speaking." "What?" Uchiha Shana erupted in fury, realizing he had no choice but to activate Plan B. Recent intelligence relayed by Kurizetsu indicated that Nagato had been rescued by the celestial Shinzuki. Attempting to transform Nagato into a puppet through conventional means had failed, leaving him with no alternative. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Shana retrieved a petri dish from behind him, containing a pair of Manjiki Sharingan from the underground base of Uchiha Madara. During the previous Shinobi World War, he had captured several members of the Uchiha clan, using Genjutsu to force those who originally possessed the three-tomo Sharingan to awaken their Manjiki. After extracting their eyes, he disposed of them, as he held no interest in their fates, even though they were kin. Now, he possessed 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. In truth, he had captured more than one Uchiha, but many succumbed to death before he could claim their eyes. Among the eyes he possessed, he particularly valued one pair with formidable power. The left eye was named Konoha.What, capable of distorting the surrounding space and altering events as they unfolded, akin to a fusion of Kamui and Izanagi. The right eye, known as Konoha.Obito, could rewind time by several seconds or advance it forward. Uchiha Shana removed his own Sharingan and replaced it with the pair of Konoha.What and Konoha.Obito. Activating the ability of his right eye, he attempted to rewind time, yet discovered he could not alter the past. The reversal was futile. He murmured to himself, "Is it ineffective?" After some contemplation, he decided to employ that particular technique. Upon completion, he warped the space around him, and when he reappeared, he found himself face to face with Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and the recently arrived JZ, who were engaged in a fierce battle against the Rain Village ninjas. Uchiha Shana distorted the surrounding space and materialized before Nagato, who, upon noticing the sudden presence of another individual, widened his eyes in shock. "It's you, Madara." He instinctively attempted to launch an attack, but it proved utterly futile. He then invoked Shinra Tensei to repel the figure before him, yet his efforts were in vain. In the next instant, a sound pierced the air, and Nagato's Rinnegan was snatched away by Uchiha Shana. Uchiha Shana declared, "You possess no further value now, Nagato. I shall reclaim the eyes I once bestowed upon you." Witnessing this scene, Yahiko, consumed by rage, endeavored to strike back. But his actions bore no fruit, as they helplessly observed Uchiha Shana depart. A medical ninja from their team hurried over to administer aid to Nagato, whose eye sockets were now hollow, continuously using blood. While battling the enemy ninjas, Yahiko urged the Akatsuki members, "Take Nagato away." We must continue fighting. Nagato, brushing aside the medical ninja beside him, suddenly awakened to a new ability when his Rinnegan was taken. This newfound power was known as the Kagaya's Hard Eye. Chapter 86. The sky clears as Nagato felt the Rinnegan being stripped from him. An innate force stirred within his body. Being of the Uzumaki clan, he harbored abilities characteristic of his lineage, including the Kagaya's Hard Eye. He could sense everything around him, despite the loss of his eyes. Through certain means, he could perceive the movements of the surrounding enemies. Swiftly, he turned and unleashed a combination of wind release and fire release, incinerating a rain village ninja attempting to ambush him. With rapid hand seals, a colossal water vortex erupted from the ground, sweeping countless rain village ninjas skyward. He turned to Yahiko and reassured him, "Do not worry about me, Yahiko. I can sense everything around us. Focus on the battle and buy us some time." Longmin, having lost his eyes, gazed towards Shunyue while continuing to vanquish his foes. Meanwhile, Shunyue stood before the colossal pufferfish, devoid of any emotion in his gaze. Nevertheless, he endeavored to separate his battlefield from that of the pufferfish Hans and Longmin, wishing to shield his allies from the creature's venom, while simultaneously preventing the old dog Hans from fleeing. The pufferfish Hans, who wished to negotiate, was reluctant to engage in battle, especially as his subordinates were still in conflict. He sensed the barrier surrounding him, realizing escape was futile, and he manipulated the pufferfish beneath him. The creature unleashed its potent toxin towards Shunyue, who deftly leaped aside to evade the noxious spray. Swiftly, he formed a series of hand seals, wind release, vacuum great sphere. A torrent of wind chakra surged forth, directed at pufferfish Hans, who promptly activated his substitution technique. Evasive from Shunyue's onslaught, he rapidly formed his own seals, fire release, exploding tag formation. In an instant, multiple explosive tags clung to Shunyue's body. Unfazed, he erupted with a wind chakra armor, deflecting the tags away. As they detonated, Shunyue seized the opportunity, drawing his sword amidst the ensuing smoke, and lunged at pufferfish Hans. The latter, brandishing his scythe, met Shunyue's strike. With a resounding clash of metal, Shunyue was sent sprawling several meters back. Suddenly, an alarm rang in his mind. He turned to find the pufferfish looming behind him, and in an instant, it exhaled a cloud of poisonous mist. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Kamizuki swallowed the pill that had been resting in his mouth, a remedy against the toxins of the salamander. He swiftly activated his technique, summoning a colossal tornado that spiraled upwards. On the opposite side, Hanzo the salamander observed this spectacle, his demeanor betraying a hint of disarray. In his mind's eye, Kamizuki began to merge with the visages of three significant figures, his parents, Kamizuki Amatsu and Kamizuki Miyoko, alongside his esteemed teacher, Orochimaru, once one of the legendary Sanin of Konoha. The young man before him wielded the bloodline limits of his parents and the mastery of his teacher's swordsmanship, coupled with an exceptionally formidable battle instinct. Yet, Hanzo mused, "This is where your journey ends, Kamizuki Amatsu. I concede your remarkable strength. Given time, you could undoubtedly ascend to be among the strongest in the entire shinobi world. Like your parents and mentor, you are indeed a powerful ninja." After uttering these words, Hanzo leaped onto his salamander, casting a glance at the half-kneeling Kamizuki, who clutched his chest, his eyes filled with admiration and appreciation. Hanzo was a man who valued talent. However, their stances diverged vastly, and he was no longer the ambitious youth of yore. Unlike during the Second Shinobi World War, he had lost the heart that once sought to bring peace. In the past, he could let go of those he had defeated, including the Sanin he admired. But now, he would not spare anyone. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Hanzo raised his scythe, poised to deliver a final blow to the boy kneeling before him. Yet, just as he was about to act, a mocking voice interrupted. "I deeply apologize, Hanzo the salamander." A cold sweat broke out on Hanzo's forehead as he rigidly turned his head. There was no half-kneeling boy in sight. Instead, he beheld a blooming cluster of higanbana. Behind him, Kamizuki stood unharmed, pressing his father's sword against Hanzo's throat. Illusion? The concept suddenly dawned upon Hanzo as he realized that the boy had cast a genjutsu, making him believe he was immobilized by the salamander's poison. In truth, he had already positioned himself behind Hanzo. Panic surged within Hanzo as he stammered, "No, don't kill me. I can give you anything you desire." The young man behind him chuckled softly, laced with a hint of derision, and replied, "How ironic, Hanzo the salamander. Do you still remember your original dream?" "I have recalled my original dream, the dream of bringing peace to this world." His gaze fell upon the tumultuous scene before him, where chaos reigned among the combatants. He looked towards the rain country, still drenched in rain, and a bittersweet smile crept across his face. Memories flooded back to him. Memories of the young man who once boldly vowed to usher in peace. He reminisced about the man who stood atop the head of the salamander, challenging multiple nations single-handedly. He recalled the warrior he had once held in high esteem. Thoughts of the 3 Konoha ninjas he had let go surfaced in his mind, and once more. His gaze shifted to the Akatsuki members engaged in battle before him. He beheld the spirited figures of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin, and at last, clarity dawned upon him. He finally understood. Yet, as he prepared to voice his thoughts, his gaze fell from the apex of the salamander's head. To be precise, it was his own head that toppled from that lofty perch. He observed the perennial rain that veiled the rain country. The clouds, which had long shrouded the land, began to dissipate, revealing a clear sky and the radiant sun. The ninjas of Amaya and the members of the Akatsuki turned their attention in unison towards a singular direction. The spot atop the salamander's head. There stood a youthful figure, brimming with vigor, his feet planted upon a headless corpse, as well as the salamander itself. A rainbow emerged as the rain ceased, draping across his form. The brilliance of the sun illuminated his being. The ninjas of Amaya recognized their defeat, for they beheld the severed head of their leader at the feet of the salamander. They fell to their knees, desperate to grasp their weapons and end their own lives in solidarity with their fallen leader, yet countless hands surged forth to restrain them. In unison, they proclaimed, "The skies have cleared." Chapter 87. The recidivist Danzo, do you acknowledge your sins? The members of the Akatsuki, witnessing the spectacle, finally exhaled in relief. However, they were soon confronted with the formidable presence of the gigantic salamander. This creature had materialized unexpectedly in Amaya, and since the pact with Hanzo the salamander had been forged, it had lost its connection to the summoning contract. Shunyu gazed upon the colossal giant salamander beneath him, attempting to seal this formidable creature with his binding technique. After all, the toxicity of the giant salamander was indeed potent. Furthermore, slaying the creature was not an option, for such an act would only cause its venom to permeate throughout the village, endangering the lives of other villagers. Remaining in this predicament would inevitably jeopardize the safety of those nearby. With the finesse of a magician, Shinwei conjured an object resembling a teapot from his hands. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, initiating the 4-symbol seal to confine the mountain pepper fish within the teapot. Following this, he reinforced the seal with the 8-trigram seal, still feeling a lingering sense of insecurity. Finally, he employed his own crimson blood to further secure the confinement of the mountain pepper fish. Observing the teapot that had been emitting a continuous stream of black mist and oscillating violently now come to a standstill, he felt a sense of relief. Shinyu exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing that the primary strength of Hanzo the salamander did not stem from his own prowess, but rather from the formidable salamander beneath him. While Hanzo possessed the capabilities of an ordinary Kage, the salamander itself transcended to an extraordinary level. Its venom potent enough to endanger all. After sealing the creature, Shinyu gazed at Nagato, who had lost his Rinnegan, and handed the teapot containing the sealed salamander to Yahiko, stating, "Yahiko, I have now sealed and vanquished both the salamander and Hanzo. This teapot, which contains the sealed salamander, is entrusted to you." Yahiko nodded solemnly, accepting the teapot from Shinyu, and bowed deeply to the young man before him. He fully understood that without the presence of this young hero, they would have perished long ago in this fierce battle. His gaze then shifted to the side, where Nagato, devoid of his Rinnegan, sat, and a wave of poignant sorrow surged within him. Shinyu suddenly spoke, "Nagato, you have now lost your Rinnegan. Do you require my assistance in reclaiming your eyes?" Nagato shook his head and replied, "There is no need, Shinyu. You have already done more than enough for us, and we feel it would be inappropriate to trouble you further. Besides, it seems I no longer require the Rinnegan." Nagato then shared with Shinyu the matter of his awakening the Kagura Shingon. Shinyu was somewhat astonished. In the original work, Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan, had not awakened the abilities of his lineage, including the adamant sealing chains in the Shinkagura Heart Eye. It seems that this little butterfly of mine has already stirred this world into chaos. Shinyu was feeling quite fatigued. He gently patted the shoulders of Nagato and Yahiko before employing the body flicker technique to depart. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, Danzo, who had just returned to Konoha, entered the office, intending to lodge a complaint. However, upon stepping into the Hokage's office, he was confronted by a multitude of shinobi standing before him. Minato Namikaze leaned against the wall, casually toying with a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo. his previously gentle demeanor now transformed into one of fierce intensity. To the left of Sarutobi Hiruzen stood Uchiha Fugaku, arms crossed, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize Danzo with unwavering focus. Among those present were also Kakashi Hitaki, who had just returned to the village, Hisashi Hyuga, the leader of the Hyuga clan, and Shibi Aburame, the head of the Aburame clan. The current head of the Akimichi clan, Chza Akimichi, Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan, and Yamado, positioned to the right of Sarutobi Hiruzen, all directed their attention towards Danzo. The assembly of elite Jonin from Konoha was resolutely observing Danzo. Alarm bells rang in Danzo's mind as he contemplated fleeing, but at that moment, 3 more figures appeared at the entrance, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, all regarding him with mocking expressions. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unusually without his pipe, slowly began to speak. Shimura Danzo, one of the upper echelons of Konoha, former leader of the Root organization, conspired with Hanzo of the Salamander to frame loyal shinobi of Konoha, including elite Jonin Kakashi Hitaki and others. You secretly disseminated information about elite Jonin Kakashi Hitaki, attempting to incite war between Konoha and Amagakure, while plotting against the leader of the Akatsuki. Danzo, do you acknowledge your crimes? Sarutobi Hiruzen swept the documents spread across the desk before him, each word therein revealing an undeniable truth. Today, Danzo was destined to meet his end here. As Danzo attempted to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected once more. Your route has already been taken over by Shikaku. All of your loyalists have been executed. And as for your covert operatives embedded in other villages, they too have been apprehended by Mayambu. Oh, and I nearly forgot something. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes, addressing Danzo, whose gaze seemed to be firmly enveloped in a fade. Isn't it time to return the eyes of Uchiha Kagami? In the heart of Shimura Danzo, alarm bells rang loudly. He contemplated employing the body flicker technique to escape, yet the reality of his predicament became apparent. Infuriatingly, the vicinity was swarming with members of the barrier team, who had enveloped the entire Hokage building in an impenetrable barrier. At that moment, Minato Namikaze swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, materializing before Danzo and delivering a Rasengan directly to his abdomen. This pursuit of the notorious criminal Danzo had been sanctioned personally by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who declared that no consequences would deter him, even if it meant razing the Hokage building to capture Danzo. Naturally, elimination would be preferable. Gone was Sarutobi's previous indecision. He exhibited the resolute demeanor of a true ninja leader. Upon learning of the heinous acts committed by his old friend Danzo, he was engulfed in fury. Summoning all the elite Jonin of Konoha to the Hokage building, determined to apprehend or eliminate Danzo at any cost. Meanwhile, Danzo, having been struck by Minato's Rasengan, hastily activated Izanagi through the Sharingan embedded in his arm, attempting to alter the reality of his impending demise. Just as he believed he had evaded capture, the silhouette of Fugaku Uchiha appeared behind him. With a yellow skeletal Susanoo manifesting around him, Danzo sensed impending doom and drew a kunai to strike at the Susanoo. As anticipated, the kunai shattered, replicating a classic scene, though this time it was not Sasuke Uchiha but his father, Fugaku. The skeletal arm of Fugaku's Susanoo seized Danzo, intent on crushing him, prompting Danzo to invoke his Izanagi once more to escape. Witnessing Danzo utilize the secret technique of his clan as a means of revival shocked Fugaku profoundly. He finally comprehended the fate of the missing Uchiha clan members, revealing that they had all fallen victim to this treacherous old dog. His heart burned with rage as he unleashed the Susanoo, propelling Danzo away. Chapter 88. The death of the shadow of Shinobi. Danzo could scarcely fathom that his typically indecisive friend, who had always indulged him, would make such a fateful choice. While he was indeed guilty of unspeakable acts, he could not comprehend why Sarutobi would send forth so many elite Jonin to hunt him down. What merit did he possess to warrant such a response? However, there was no time for reflection. He desperately sought to flee this place that could spell his end, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. Gazing at Nara Shikaku, who was wielding the shadow binding technique before him, he was struck with sheer disbelief this time. He was truly doomed. In Nara Shikaku's use of binding techniques, having ensnared Danzo, Yamenka and Noichi executed the mind-body switch technique, followed by Akimichi Choza employing the expansion technique, delivering a devastating blow that reduced Danzo to mere pulp. Regaining his form through his Izanagi, Danzo's countenance grew grim. Resistance was his only option. He had long since transplanted Hashirama's cells, acquiring the power of Wood Release. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Wood Release, binds of the earth." A massive branch erupted from his palm. Wood Release, Wood Pillar Wall. A colossal wooden barrier enveloped Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru, as well as himself. Danzo's gaze fell upon Yamato, and his already troubled expression darkened further. This child could wield would release as well. Was this not the very child that Orochimaru had cultivated using Hashirama's cells? Initially, Danzo had intended to claim him, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had thwarted his plans. Infuriated, Danzo summoned his chakra once more. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A massive sphere of high-pressure wind surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood with his hands clasped in the Hokage's office. Swiftly, Hiruzen formed seals, water release, water barrier. A formidable wall of water materialized before him, countering Danzo's assault. Wiping the blood from his face, Danzo pressed his palm against it and bellowed, summoning Jutsu. A gigantic dream eater appeared, only to confront the presence of the slug, Gamakichi, the toad, Fukasaku, and the summoned toad of Minato Namikaze. Realizing the futility, Danzo silently dispelled the summoning. How could he possibly overcome such odds? Resolving to escalate his tactics, he removed the bandage from his right eye, unleashing his Sharingan's Manjiki. However, as he revealed his eye, Minato and Fugaku exchanged a knowing glance, initiating their coordinated assault. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, directly extracting Danzo's exposed Manjiki. Meanwhile, Fugaku seized his weapon and severed Danzo's arm, embedded with countless Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. The once arrogant Danzo was now forced into retreat by the sudden onslaught from the two. His situation had deteriorated drastically. In truth, it had been dire since he entered the Hokage building. With a bitter smile, Danzo realized he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique. Ripping open his collar, he revealed the sealing formula inscribed within, 4-symbol seal. Upon witnessing the intricate array of sealing techniques, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an immediate surge of alarm within his heart. He hastily alerted his comrades, exclaiming, "Everyone, we must vacate this area at once. Danzo intends to employ the dangerous 4-symbol sealing technique. We must swiftly remove ourselves from this vicinity." Anticipating such a scenario, Namikaze Minato had previously established the Flying Thunder God technique outside. Accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku and the trio of Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji, Minato exited the Hokage building. Meanwhile, other notable figures, including Nara Shikaku, the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Hyuga Hizashi and Aburame Shibi, likewise activated their body flicker technique to escape the impending threat. Danzo cast a final glance at the position of the Hokage he so ardently coveted, slowly closing his eyes as he witnessed the activation of the 4-symbol sealing technique. This time, rather than sealing a bridge, he chose to seal the very Hokage building itself. The vital documents and personnel within had long since been relocated, rendering the Hokage building a mere shell of its former self. Regardless, with Yamato present, crafting a new Hokage building through would-release techniques would pose no challenge. As Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged beyond the barrier, he gazed upon Danzo, who had sealed off the Hokage building. He murmured softly, "Danzo, you must remember that I am the Hokage, although I shall soon relinquish that title." This time, the familiar retort he anticipated failed to materialize. The echo of the well-known admonition, "You will regret this," did not reach his ears. He turned his gaze to the radiant, golden-haired Minato, illuminated by the sun, alongside the other clan leaders of Konoha. With a sigh, he contemplated informing the daimyo in a few days about stepping down from the role of the 3rd Hokage, thereby allowing Minato to ascend as the 4th Hokage. The events that had transpired were, in truth, a premeditated strategy on Hiruzen's part. As he peered into the crystal ball, revealing the images from Kagaya's consciousness space, he had begun his intricate planning. Determined not to leave a chaotic mess for the next 4th Hokage, he had discreetly dispatched Nara Shikaku to covertly influence and eliminate members of Danzo's route. Furthermore, he had sent several Umbu operatives to discreetly question those who had spread the rumors, and at a pivotal moment, convened all clan heads of Konoha to announce his intentions, which were unanimously approved. Now, standing upon Hokage Rock with Minato and the others, he picked up a leaf that danced in the wind, gazing down at the village beneath. He addressed Minato, saying, "In a few days, there will be a mission to Lulan. Please lead your team, along with Shibi and the others, to undertake this task. Once this mission is completed, I shall recommend you to the esteemed Hokage as the 4th, inheriting my legacy and safeguarding this village. Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall endure. The light of the flame will ultimately illuminate the village." After uttering these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen handed his Hokage hat to the nearby Minato Namikaze, who instinctively accepted it. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Sarutobi departed. The heads of the various clans offered their blessings to Minato, while Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru also shared heartfelt words with him. Once everyone had taken their leave, Minato gazed down at the village beneath him and then at the Hokage had in his hands. Processing the recent news and arriving at a significant conclusion, he was to succeed as the fourth Hokage. Chapter 89, The Journey to the Land of Hot Water. Meanwhile, the vengeful Kamizuki had no desire to return directly to Konoha. He had not enjoyed a proper rest in quite some time. Glancing at the map in his hands, he noticed that the land of hot water appeared quite appealing. It was said that its hot springs were particularly famous, making it an excellent place for relaxation. Upon confirming the destination, Kamizuki suddenly realized that he was currently in the land of rain, which was indeed quite distant from the land of soup. Presently, the land of rain was situated at the juncture of the land of wind, the land of fire, and the land of earth, whereas the land of soup lay beyond the land of thunder, making the journey rather lengthy. Shinyu stroked his chin, contemplating a brilliant idea. He would continuously toss the Higanbana forward, and when it landed at a distance, he would swiftly teleport to that spot. He would then retrieve the Higanbana and repeat the process, which seemed much more efficient, albeit with a slight consumption of chakra. The theory was sound. Now it was time to put it into practice. Shinyu conjured a flower of the other shore from his hands and cast it into the distance, repeatedly invoking the technique of blood instantaneous body. He glanced at the still early sky. Having departed from Konoha around noon, it was likely already afternoon. Hence, he decided against returning to Konoha and resolved to spend the night in the village of Yu. Shinyu has repeatedly employed the blood instant body technique to the point of exhaustion, yet one must ponder the fervent obsession driving him towards Tangin village. This village, having withdrawn from the ranks of combat during the Second Ninja World War, gained acknowledgement from other great nations for its decision. Thus, it is often referred to as the land that forsook war. However, even within such a realm, the presence of bellicose individuals is inescapable. Take, for instance, Haiden, a member of the Akatsuki organization, who hails from this very village. Reflecting upon this, it stands to reason that Haiden is likely of a similar age to Itachi Uchiha. Consequently, the notion of retrieving him seems entirely plausible. As Shingetsu contemplated, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He was reminded of a certain matter. In the land of soup, near the Valley of Hell, the members of the Bloodpool clan were confined. However, most of the Bloodpool clan had already been ruthlessly slaughtered by Yu Yasin, leaving only himself and Yu Yasin's daughter, Chino. Nonetheless, he remained profoundly intrigued by the forbidden grounds of the Bloodpool clan, even though it was now devoid of life. He could not ignore the fact that he possessed the blood dragon eye, with the blood of the Bloodpool clan coursing through his veins. He realized that he must return to explore it once more. Shinyu's movements remained unceasing as his mind raced with thoughts. It was quite possible that Yuya-Joan had already made the acquaintance of Orochimaru, given that both Yuya-Joan and Orochimaru belonged to the same generation. And considering that the original work did not disclose the precise age of Yuya-Joan's daughter, Chino, it was clear she must be older than Naruto and his peers, perhaps of a similar age to Shunyu or slightly younger. This detail eluded his understanding. As dusk approached, Shinyu arrived near the land of hot water. Feeling utterly fatigued, just as he contemplated indulging in a soothing hot spring, he sensed something unusual. With an instinctive awareness, he glanced towards the adjacent woods, where he felt an overwhelming chakra emanating. Driven by intense curiosity, he ventured inward, instinctively concealing his presence. The twilight hour had cast a dim light, with only a hint of the setting sun filtering through the trees, drawing his crimson blade from behind. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he spotted two oddly attired figures carrying a small child into an underground space. The divine moon swiftly formed seals, blood escape, blood mist transformation. He silently recited the name of the technique in his mind. This ninjutsu allowed him to transform into an invisible state of blood mist, imperceptible to ordinary people. Meanwhile, he could stealthily maneuver and lie in wait, transformed into blood mist. The divine moon quietly followed behind the two individuals, observing as they carried the child and entered an underground space. Shinyu had not dispelled his ninjutsu. He stealthily peered inside and beheld a pattern drawn in blood upon the wall. The child, who had previously been rendered unconscious, was now awakened by terror, screaming loudly. Shinyu observed that the individuals before him appeared to be murmuring something in reverence to the pattern before them, kneeling in supplication. Shinyu dispelled his blood mist and recalled the significance of the pattern etched upon the wall. It was a manifestation of the so-called blessing from the malevolent deity. The very design that emerged beneath his feet when Fei Duan entered the mode of death through blood. Shinyu refrained from utilizing the blood release technique, for he could not ascertain whether the individuals before him had accepted the blessings bestowed by the so-called evil god. With his hands forming a series of intricate seals, he executed the wind release, wind blade shuriken. Dozens of shuriken, composed of wind chakra, surged forth, only to be thwarted by a crimson-bladed scythe. However, it was not merely a single blade, but 3 blades. After deflecting the 3-bladed scythe, Shinyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the child lying on the ground. The child sported a striking white pompadour, and his body was intermittently adorned with a pattern of black and white. This child was none other than Haiden. Before Shinyu could ponder further, the wielder of the 3-bladed scythe charged at him, exclaiming, "Who dares intrude upon our sacred ritual of the great evil god? Such audacity deserves the gravest of punishments. I shall offer you as a sacrifice to our lord." Shinyu conjured a long blade forged from wind-style chakra in his left hand, parrying the scythe aimed at him before swinging it towards the foe's head. Indeed, the individual before him continued to live even after losing his head. However, he did not draw blood, thus remaining unharmed. At that moment, an alarm bell rang within Shinyu's mind. Was there not a second person? Raising his gaze, he beheld another figure, eyes wild with madness, lunging towards him with ferocity. With a swift kick, Shinyu sent him flying, then hurled the wind-style chakra blade directly at the assailant. The blade pierced through the man's head, yet astonishingly, he too remained alive. Shinyu was acutely aware that he could never vanquish this group of madmen, though his curiosity about the true secrets of the so-called evil deity, which granted these individuals their immortality, was insatiable. However, the present circumstances left him no room for contemplation, as his right hand was firmly gripping the unconscious Fei Duan, who lay on the ground. He hastily made his way towards the exit, and then, as if a thought struck him, he affixed several explosive talismans near the cave's entrance. Although these individuals were ostensibly immortal, it was evident from the original narrative that Fei Duan's corpse would eventually succumb to death once buried, for even an extended absence of sustenance would inevitably lead to his demise. Thus, it seemed that these individuals were equally vulnerable. The followers of the evil deity whom he had slain were to be interred alive within the sanctum of the very deity they worshipped. Gazing at the slumbering Fei Duan in his arms, Shinyu lost all interest in indulging in a hot spring and decided it was best to return to Konoha. Moreover, the current Fei Duan could certainly serve as a significant asset. Cultivating a friendship with the sumo would undoubtedly be advantageous. Chapter 90. Hell Valley. Initially intent on departing from the land of hot water, Shinyu suddenly recalled a crucial matter he had overlooked. It was evidently not yet time to return to Konoha, he mused, while observing the still sleeping Fei Duan cradled in his arms. With a single hand forming seals, he dispatched several shadow clones to seek out the forbidden grounds of the Bloodpool clan, known as Hell Valley, for there might lie new opportunities awaiting him. Yet, he had already encountered a plethora of fortuitous events. He had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, sealed the Three Tails to become its Jinchuriki, and after a confrontation with Indra, had adeptly mastered his powers. He had also successively defeated the third Hokage and the legendary semi-divine Hans of the Salamander, even managing to seal the exceedingly powerful Hans himself. Shinyu's lips twitched slightly, as an unsettling sense of complacency washed over him, making him feel as though exertion was no longer necessary. In his mind, a series of ethereal white figures flickered into view. He swiftly shook his head, casting aside the notion of laziness, for the path ahead was fraught with peril, especially with the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan from the outside world. Otsutsuki Kagaya, along with the enigmatic ninja who bore the legacy of Uchiha Madara, possessed abilities akin to Kamui's intangibility. This figure also wielded Nagato's Rinnegan, while above, the moon held the sealed presence of Otsutsuki Kagaya, alongside Otsutsuki Ishiki, who lurked within the ninja realm. Furthermore, the Otsutsuki clan from beyond the cosmos posed an insurmountable challenge. With his current capabilities, he was woefully inadequate to confront the Otsutsuki clan, thus, he could only seek to unearth new resources in this realm. Shinyu wandered through the boundaries of the land of soup, ultimately discovering a place emanating steam. This location appeared profoundly somber, rather than merely dark. It exuded an aura of foreboding, encased by layers of rock, with steam billowing forth from its center. Surrounding it was an atmosphere reminiscent of toxic gases, presenting a perilous scene. Shinyu dismissed the avatars he had dispatched and approached that ominous area. If his instincts were correct, this place was none other than the forbidden ground of the Bloodpool clan, known as Hell Valley. Kamizuki circled the area several times, yet found no signs of the Uchiha clan, as if this place were a desolate wasteland. It was devoid of life, with no one to inhabit it. Shin Yu discovered an open rift before him, and as he gazed at this substantial opening, he found himself lost in contemplation. Intricate yet incomplete seals adorned its surface, but for reasons unknown, they had faded, leaving behind only faint traces discernible to the eye. Shin Yu ventured into the Valley of Hell, where the surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to the very inferno itself, seemingly exuding a noxious gas. The atmosphere was saturated with an eerie silence, punctuated by numerous gaping holes in the ground, reminiscent of a fierce and tumultuous battle that had once raged there. Each pit was filled with a vivid crimson liquid, blood, and among it, faint outlines of human bones could be discerned. These were undoubtedly the remains of the Bloodpool clan, mercilessly slaughtered by the tyrant of Yucheng. Observing this hellish tableau, Shin Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. Despite sharing a kinship with the fallen, he felt neither sorrow nor pity. Death had claimed them, and further discourse on the matter held no intrinsic value. Besides, what connection did he truly have with them? Merely a trace of bloodline. And what significance did that hold? In the embrace of the divine moon, he cradled Taiwan, continuing to advance forward. As he gazed upon the ever-increasing number of human bones beneath his feet, his expression remained utterly impassive. However, unbeknownst to him, his Manjiki Sharingan had quietly awakened. After traversing a considerable distance, he arrived at an immense pool of blood. Shin Yu could perceive that the vast blood pool was imbued with an exceptionally pure and potent blood-based chakra. He extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. It was unmistakable that the immense pool was beckoning him. He gently placed the unconscious Taiwan on the ground nearby, before settling cross-legged beside the pool of blood, gradually closing his eyes. In the distance, Taiwan awoke, rubbing his eyes in confusion. He recalled being abducted by two men while on his way to a hot spring, only to have been rescued by another man. His small mind was filled with perplexity. However, upon glancing at Shin Yu, who was seated beside the blood pool, he began to comprehend something. He understood that this man before him had saved him, yet he found himself questioning the nature of his surroundings. As an orphan without parents, he was bewildered by his presence here. Nevertheless, since this elder brother had come to his aid, he resolved to follow him henceforth. He also sat cross-legged on the ground, mimicking Shin Yu's posture. Suddenly, he noticed a three-bladed scythe had materialized behind him. Drawing the scythe from his back, he realized it resembled the weapon used by one of the men who had abducted him. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable in his hands. He aimlessly brandished the scythe, but soon lost interest and decided to lie down on the ground to sleep, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. Meanwhile, Shin Yu, seated in a meditative posture, found his consciousness transported to the realm of his inner space once again. How many times must he traverse this domain? In this instance, Shin's encountered no one in this place. He did not come across Indra again, presumably having returned to his original form. Neither did he see his parents, who must have already entered the Pure Land. Nevertheless, he still seemed to perceive some sort of sound. Listening to the murmurs surrounding him, his expression grew solemn. He stood atop the blood pool, where numerous shadowy figures also stood. These individuals shared a common characteristic. They all possessed blood dragon eyes. Almost in unison, they spoke, "Welcome back to the true ancestral land. Kin of the blood pool who has returned from afar. Step forward and receive the blessings of your brethren, young kin." Shin Yu, as if possessed by an otherworldly force, strode towards them. However, at that moment, a voice, all too familiar, interrupted his steps. "Shin Yu, I believe it is high time for you to awaken. The individuals before you have already perished, and they are merely luring you." It was the voice of Sanwei Ifyu, who had been observing Shin Yu's movements, and he too could perceive the occurrences within the realm of consciousness. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shin's murky gaze transformed into clarity, and he regarded the figure before him with vigilance. Swiftly, he drew the longsword from behind him and swung it towards the shadowy forms. The figures, their eyes wide with fury, exclaimed, "Do you two betray us? Offspring of the Bloodpool, traitor of the Bloodpool." Chapter 91, True Power. As Shinwei swung his blade at the shadowy figures, they appeared impervious to harm, as if they were mere figments of imagination. Nevertheless, those figures instinctively parted to create a pathway leading into the distance. Shinwei felt a sense of bewilderment as their furious roars subsided. Yet, the glimmers of hatred and disappointment lingered in their eyes. Upon reaching the end of the path, he encountered an elderly man, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from him. Rather than attacking, Shinwei chose to retract his weapon and approach the old man. Suddenly, the elder turned his head, revealing blood-red eyes. In those eyes, Shinwei glimpsed a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, which plunged him into a profound anguish. causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his eyes as they bled. He could distinctly sense something within him fading away. In the realm of consciousness, every member of the Bloodpool clan bore their own blood-red eyes, converging towards Shinue. At that moment, he felt as if fragments of his knowledge of ninjutsu were slipping from his mind. Yet, he beheld a multitude of blood-red eyes drifting toward him from the heavens. A shiver coursed through him as he sensed his own Mangeki Sharingan being incessantly extracted from his eye sockets, only to be replaced by different eyes. Pain enveloped his entire being, while the elderly figure before him remained poised, observing Shinue writhing on the ground, his expression devoid of any emotion. Shinyu tightly closed his eyes, covering his eye sockets with his hands. However, his eyes remained unchanged. All of this could be described as an illusion, for the Bloodpool clan is most proficient in the art of illusion. At this moment, Shinue felt his consciousness being extricated to another realm, where scenes unfolded before him in an endless cycle. It seemed as though he had traversed the memories of each individual, experiencing the collective rage, sorrow, and bewilderment of his kin. Before his eyes stood a man wielding a blade, striking him again and again. Shinue began to comprehend that this relentless repetition was not merely his own torment, but rather the life stories of every member of the Bloodpool clan. It was the elder who, through illusionary arts, compelled him to relive these lives time and again. Shinyu could not recall how much time had elapsed. He remembered having died numerous times, pierced through the chest by the same figure, with the same blade. Until the final scene, he felt utterly exhausted. As though time had passed fleetingly, yet he had lived through the lives of countless individuals. A singular thought lingered in his mind. He ought not to return here. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, that thought dissipated in an instant. This time, he experienced the life of an elder within a clan, adorned in antiquated garments. Who spoke to him? Elder, we have sent the young lady to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Thunder. Now we can consider ourselves to be of royal blood. Upon hearing these words, Shinyu attained a profound understanding. Within the narrative, it was an elder who had sent his daughter to the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, leading to the exile of the entire Bloodpool clan to the Valley of Hell, prompted by the jealousy of the daimyo's rightful wife. In reality, the once drowsy Fei Duan found himself alert, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. His elder brother sat cross-legged beside the Bloodpool, while the center of the pool manifested shadows of countless figures. Their gazes were filled with wrath and sorrow, emotions intertwining as they approached Shinyu, who sat beside the Bloodpool, cross-legged. These were the deceased clan members, their essences preserved within the Bloodpool through a single strand of chakra, now materializing as phantoms. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the three-tailed Aisabu could no longer utter a word, having succumbed to the illusionary control, now oblivious to the circumstances. He could no longer glimpse into Shunyu's conscious realm. In that realm, the old man spoke slowly. Descendant of the Bloodpool clan, the true inheritor of our power. You must undergo trials to earn the right to uncover all truths. For now, you shall first endure all the pain, feel the anguish of our kin. Only in this way can you attain genuine power and achieve the true blood dragon eye. Upon finishing his words, the elder opened his arms wide and, in a state of near madness, cried out these words as he approached death. With his blood-red eyes, he entrusted the chakra of each clan member to the Bloodpool, yearning for the day when a true wielder of power would awaken them and reveal the ultimate truth. However, they did not anticipate that this individual would not be one of their pure-blooded kin, but rather a seemingly inconspicuous person of mixed lineage. Yet, the essence of power was what truly mattered. It did not concern itself with purity or impurity of blood. As long as one could inherit that power, their lineage was irrelevant, for any bearer of strength was deemed worthy. In the midst of experiencing the elder's life, Shinue, overwhelmed with anguish, clutched his daughter tightly and wept bitterly. He could not fathom the reason for his tears. He merely felt an overwhelming sorrow. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, revealing a hellish landscape, present-day Hell Valley. At that moment, a faint smile graced Shinue's lips as consciousness finally returned to him. He gazed at the astonished expressions of his clan members surrounding him. The eyes that once bore the intertwining shapes of three circles were no more. The patterns within his eyes began to spin rapidly, the three circles fracturing and gradually transforming into squares. Ultimately, they coalesced into a diamond shape, encircled by three black dots. He could now distinctly perceive that when employing certain bloodline jutsu, the need for hand seals had vanished. With a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Shinue declared, second advancement, Wanhua Mirror. He could distinctly perceive that his ocular power and vision remained unaffected while employing his eyes. Allow me to ponder. What was the name of that ninjutsu I once excelled at? Ah, yes, it has come to me. Blood will know moon. Second advancement. A colossal blood moon gradually ascended from the blood pool within his consciousness, and then, upon the vast surface of the water, another blood moon emerged. The two moons appeared within the realm of his awareness, and in an instant, they erupted, annihilating everything before him. I must express my gratitude to you all for enabling me to truly acquire this power. Thus, I grant you a final, eternal rest. Chapter 92. The Master of the Blood Pool from the onset. Although Shan Yue was influenced by certain illusions, he was aware from the very beginning that all of this was but an illusion. Yet, he chose not to dispel it. Instead, he observed the unfolding scenes as if watching a play, detached from their relevance to him and the truths he held. However, he came to realize a profound truth. The reality held no particular significance for him, as he had already attained his beloved. With companions and all that he cherished by his side, the so-called truth seemed to lose its importance. Nonetheless, Shinwei persisted in viewing these memories until the very end, only to discover that all his blood-release ninjutsu required no hand seals to be activated. He merely needed to utilize his eyes to execute any desired ninjutsu, limited to blood release techniques. To his astonishment, he also sensed an enhanced mastery over the blood pool. After he had perused all the memories, he noticed an elderly man incessantly babbling before him. Yet, he feigned immersion in the illusion, for he had long since awakened. Those individuals could never have fathomed that their cherished kin would ultimately lead to their demise, leaving not a single trace of chakra behind. Upon unleashing the blood wheel no moon, Shinwei obliterated the kin who appeared within his consciousness, leaving them utterly devoid of chakra. There was no need for reason with you. I shall simply upend the table. Shinyu gazed upon the now desolate realm of consciousness before him. With a graceful wave of his hand, the scene transformed, revealing the immense form of the three-tailed beast before his eyes. Shinyu snapped his fingers, and the three-tailed beast emerged from the illusion. Instinctively, it glanced around, only to find Shinyu's calm demeanor. Given your tranquility, it seems the matter has been resolved. The young man outside appears rather anxious. Do you not wish to step out and have a look? At that moment, Shinwei recalled that Fade Wan was still outside, prompting him to exit the ceiling space once more. In the tangible realm, Shinwei gazed at Fade Wan, whose head had fallen off, and fell into deep contemplation. Before him, Fade Wan was exclaiming, "Brother, you have finally awakened. Please, brother, save me. I cannot reattach my head." Shinyu wore a look of helplessness as he extended his right hand, from which several delicate threads emerged. He meticulously stitched Haiden's head back in place. Then he turned around, gazing at the blood pool before him, which remained unchanged since his arrival. Shinyu extended his right hand, and the blood within the pool surged towards his palm, enriching him with newfound strength. However, gazing at the now vacant blood pool, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed likely that Chiyo would visit this place in the future, and he had perfectly acclimated to the blood pool, earning the title of its master. Yet, he felt compelled to leave a glimmer of hope for that little fellow. Ideally, he would entice both him and Kazuhana to join him, perhaps within the village of Konoha. Shinyu conjured a blossom of the other shore from his right hand, infusing it with a trace of his own chakra. He then employed a sealing technique to entrap it at the bottom of the blood pool. This seal would automatically dissolve when that little one arrived here, guiding her to seek him out in Konoha, thus serving as an aid to the village. After all, that little one was somewhat related to him, and he felt compelled to offer assistance, not wishing to relinquish her to the likes of Koharu and others. In the original narrative, both Chihiro and Kazuki had been taken back to the hidden mist village by Koharu, and he was determined not to let them go. He then turned to Faden beside him and inquired, "Little Faden, would you be willing to accompany me back to Konoha?" Faden nodded and replied, "Wherever my elder brother goes, I shall follow. I will stick with you from now on." Though Shinwei found it perplexing why Faden referred to him as Big Brother, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. This little fellow could simply be returned to the orphanage run by Yanao. Shinwei then took Faden's hand and opened his eyes. Having attained the second evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan, he acquired an additional ability. He no longer needed to mark any location to teleport. Now, traveling to any destination was merely a matter of thought. However, this skill had a cooldown period of 24 hours. In other words, within this time frame, he could not activate the ability again. Nevertheless, it was a formidable skill, capable of disregarding distance. Yet, despite its power, this ability came with significant drawbacks after utilizing it. Half of his chakra would be depleted. Thus, this skill might not be frequently employed, reserved for situations of utmost necessity. Otherwise, it was wiser to rely on his own strength. As Shunyu gazed at the sky gradually illuminated by the first light of dawn, he found himself lost in contemplation. He had descended during twilight to confront the elusive Haydn, and now the day was nearly upon him. It seemed he had squandered quite a bit of time and must return to Konoha at once. Channeling his blood instantaneous technique, he arrived in the bustling streets of Konoha. However, upon his emergence, his expression shifted dramatically. The familiar buildings, the well-known streets, the iconic Hokage Rock, and the grand Hokage building. Where had it all gone? Had that old scoundrel Danzo devoured it? Then, his gaze fell upon a notice plastered on a nearby wall. He tore off a piece, and, upon reading its contents, began to doubt the clarity of his vision. The notice proclaimed, former Konoha high-ranking official, leader of the Root Organization, head of the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzo, has been implicated in betraying loyal Konoha shinobi, intending to incite conflict between the Rain Village and Konoha. In collaboration with the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamander, he orchestrated the assassination of Konoha's elite jounin, Tankahashin, and Tankamiko. Furthermore, he sought to frame the 3 disciples of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sanin, who have now been executed. After a valiant struggle within the Hokage building, with the assistance of various elite jounin and the current clan heads, Shimura Danzo has been successfully put to death. However, the Hokage building has temporarily vanished following this conflict, and the current Hokage is operating from the Sarutobi clan's residence. For any inquiries, please contact the Konoha guard promptly. Danzo is dead. Splendid. That troublesome instigator has finally met his end. What a relief it is to have avenged myself against that old wretch. The excitement of Shan Yue is palpable with this development. The world has been rid of one of its most formidable shadows. This could be deemed a semblance of peace. However, the question remains whether the chaos of the Nine Tails will re-emerge, especially since that masked man has already taken Nagato's Rinnegan. It is no longer certain what the future holds. Currently, the narrative is filled with personal interpretations, drawing heavily from various storylines involving the Sharingan, given that the Blood Dragon Eye is scarcely documented in the original work. This is the author's inaugural attempt at writing, and any constructive criticism is wholeheartedly welcomed. It is important to note that this book will not delve into conspiracy theories. Its primary focus is to rectify past regrets. Moreover, the author genuinely lacks the expertise to write conspiracy theories, and I kindly ask for the reader's understanding in this regard. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your reviews and comments, and a click on the follow-up updates would be immensely helpful. As the author is nearing the brink of financial instability. Chapter 93. During the surgery after reading the announcement, Shinzuki took the hand of the nearby little Taiwan and made their way to the orphanage of the pharmacist Nanoyu, only to discover that Nanoyu was nowhere to be found within the premises of the orphanage. Shinyu, somewhat puzzled, approached a nearby staff member who was about to leave and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me where Director Yanoyu of the apothecary is gone? I have found a child and would like to inquire if I can place her in your orphanage." The staff member, stroking her chin in contemplation, replied, "The director was just taken away by a little girl who mentioned something about needing to attend a surgery, so she is currently not at the orphanage. If you are seeking the director, you might want to check at the Konoha hospital. Is this child meant to be placed here? Please follow me to register." The staff member, a plump woman, wore a warm smile, kindly addressing Shinyu's queries. Shinyu arrived at an office accompanied by the young Haydn, where he inscribed his name upon a registration form, alongside that of the young one. "Is your name truly Haydn? What a splendid name," he remarked. "Now, dear Haydn, allow me to introduce you to some of your companions." Upon concluding his words, the staff member attempted to guide Haydn to explore other areas. Yet Haydn steadfastly refused to depart with the attendant. Shinyu let out a sigh, crouched down, and softly spoke to the young Fei Duan before him. "You should go ahead. You are still young and should make many friends. In due time, your elder brother will come to find you." The young Fei Duan carried a 3-bladed scythe on his back and donned the white robe he wore when he departed from the land of soup. Fei Duan nodded in acknowledgement. With a gentle smile, Shins lightly pressed her 2 fingers against the forehead of the little Fei Duan, then gestured for him to follow the staff as they departed. Little Fei Duan turned back every few steps, fearful of losing sight of his elder brother. After watching the 2 individuals depart, Shinue prepared to leave as well. According to the staff's recent announcement, Yakushi Nanoyu had already gone to perform surgery on Uchiha-Obito. After all, the transplantation of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan is no trivial undertaking. Moreover, his mentor, Orochimaru, and Lady Tsunade had also gone there. However, given that Tsunade currently suffers from hemophobia, Shinue felt a twinge of concern. Yet, the thought of Orochimaru being present reassured him, and he began to walk slowly towards the Konoha hospital. Approximately 30 minutes later, Shinwei arrived at the entrance of the hospital and approached the front desk nurse to inquire. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the surgical room for Uchiha-Obito?" The nurse perused the nearby records and replied. The surgical room for Uchiha-Obito is located on the second floor of Konoha Hospital. Just proceed straight ahead. As Shingetsu approached the door of Obito's hospital room, he was met with three familiar figures, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Kakashi. Kushina, who had been conversing with Minato, suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze towards Shingetsu. Her eyes fixated on his abdomen. The presence of a formidable and familiar chakra emanated from him. "Shingetsu, what have you done? Why is there such a potent chakra within you?" Kushina inquired, her expression brimming with curiosity. Shinyu did not directly respond to Kushina's inquiry. Instead, he addressed his own abdomen, saying, "Come out and meet others, Isuka." Just as the others were left bewildered by Shinyu's cryptic remark, a small tortoise adorned with spiny protrusions appeared on his shoulder. Isuka waved his hand and spoke to the astonished group before him. "Greetings, I am Isuka. In terms familiar to you humans, I am the Three Tails." Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze felt a wave of understanding wash over him. After all, the assassination of the third Mizukage and the theft of the Three Tails from the hidden Mist Village were no longer secrets. It had already spread throughout the lands. And the one responsible for these actions could only be his beloved disciple, Shinyu. However, Kushina was not as composed, although she was aware of the events. She found it difficult to connect them with the 13-year-old boy before her. At that moment, within Kushina's sealed space, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed with nostalgia. Despite being tightly bound by the adamant and chains, it mused, "Isuka, it's been quite a while since I last heard that name. I wonder when I last encountered this fellow?" Isuka waved at Kushina as well, saying, "You over there, are you the current host of the Nine Tails? You appear to be a remarkably strong young girl." Kushina seemed taken aback and pointed to herself, asking, "Huh, are you referring to me? But what is the Nine Tails?" Isuka lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment before responding, "It appears you humans indeed do not know our names. Allow me to clarify. Each tailed beast possesses its own name. However, enough. Isuka, there is no need to continue. What is there to discuss with this wretched group of humans?" Within the confines of the sealed space of the god moon, the furious roars of the Nine Tails echoed into the ears of the Three Tails. Shaking his head, the Three Tails acknowledged that the current Nine Tails indeed harbored a deep mistrust of humanity. However, he chose not to continue the debate with the Nine Tails. Instead, he engaged in conversation with the nearby Minato Namikaze, understanding that the temperament of Kurama was notably obstinate. It would take an individual truly suited to his disposition to alter his character. In truth, this was the case for every tailed beast and each individual. Their personalities complemented one another, allowing them to forge bonds of companionship. As for Kurama, who held an immense animosity towards humanity and was profoundly skeptical of them, it was nearly impossible for any human to earn his respect. The Three Tails addressed Minato, saying, "That Jinchuriki, she must be of great significance to you, is she not? I can sense the affection reflected in your gaze upon her." Minato nodded affirmatively. "Kushina is my most treasured possession. I shall exert every effort to protect her." The Three Tails acknowledged this with a nod, speaking with the wisdom of an elder. "Only the love you speak of can possibly reach Kurama, who is consumed by malice and disdain for all." Minato then voiced a question that had been troubling him since earlier. "May I inquire why you refer to the Nine Tails as Kurama?" With a soft sigh, the Three Tails replied, "Each tailed beast possesses its own name, yet you humans, out of fear, have forgotten our names and instead labeled us by the number of tails we possess. We were all created by Sage of Six Paths. Thus we are essentially his offspring. Only those recognized by us, the tailed beasts, are worthy of knowing our names. For Kurama, only the Sage of Six Paths holds the right to call him by his name." Suddenly enlightened, Minato asked, "So, may I now?" The Three Tails interjected, "For him, only those he acknowledges may call him by his name, and you, for now, do not possess that privilege." The Three Tails cast a sidelong glance at Minato, appreciating this occasionally calm yet somewhat naive individual. Moreover, their shared ideals of peace suggested that perhaps he could serve as one of the bridges to harmony, a bridge towards peace. The Three Tails then turned his gaze to the god moon, who was engaged in conversation with Kakashi, and recollected the boy from the hidden rain village, sighing in contemplation. "Oh, Sage of Six Paths, in this current world, there are 3 bridges leading to peace. I wonder if a 4th bridge will emerge in the future?" Chapter 94, Eternal Kaleidoscope. Kamui, Tobi, arrives. Shinyu sat beside Kakashi, observing him as he rested his chin in contemplation. She inquired, Kakashi, "What occupies your thoughts?" It was only then that Kakashi became aware of her presence. He had been deeply engrossed in pondering the intricacies of his recently acquired bloodline limit. The technique of wind release. In truth, he had yet to fully comprehend the proper utilization of this newfound ability, even though he had begun to harness certain aspects of wind release. Nevertheless, he still found himself enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty. Shinyu seemed to have discerned Kakashi's thoughts and casually remarked, previously, while apprehending Bailu, I chanced upon a ninja from the hidden cloud village beside your cultivation vessel. I have a vague recollection of that ninja. Later, I perused the files, which indicated that this individual possessed the bloodline limit of storm release, a technique originating from the hidden cloud village. At this revelation, Kakashi comprehended the underlying implication of Shinyu's words. If he wished to acquire knowledge about storm release, a visit to the hidden cloud village would be in order. Kakashi took a deep breath, nodded, and replied, I understand. If there are no pressing matters in the near future, I shall journey to the hidden cloud village for further study. Shinyu nodded slightly, suddenly sensing a powerful chakra emanating from the operating room. Kisame. Upon hearing the call from Shinyu, Kisame understood his intent, and a massive shield of tailed beast chakra materialized before the onlookers. Almost simultaneously, the door of the operating room was flung open, as a cloud of dust settled. Nearly half of the operating room lay in ruins, replaced by a blue-green Susanoo that shielded Lin, Yakushinan, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. At the center of the Susanoo stood Uchiha-Obito, who had just completed his surgery, hastily removing the bandages that had been wrapped around his eyes. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Kamui, Obito. At your service. However, the director of Konoha.What, passing by, had a different perspective. Witnessing the near destruction of the upper floors, he was struck by a heart attack, collapsing to the ground. What a significant expense this would be. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to renovate a hospital? Moreover, there are so many intricate facilities involved. At that moment, a check fluttered down onto the director's face, which he picked up to find it covered in an overwhelming number of zeros. His heart soared with joy as he glanced around, spotting Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also observing Konoha.What with his hands clasped behind his back. The director immediately sprang to his feet, bowing deeply at a perfect 90 degrees, and respectfully declared, Hokage-sama, I am Aizi Yamato, the director of Konoha.What. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, signaling for Aizi Yamato to rise, and casually inquired, How's your father, Mr. Aiza Nozomi? He is well, currently resting on the top floor. Wait, I must go save him. Aiza Yamato, who had been truthfully reporting, suddenly recalled his elderly father lying on the top floor and dashed off in haste. Upon arrival, he beheld a young man single-handedly supporting a shield, protecting the patients on the top floor, and he finally exhaled in relief. Yet, upon noticing the imposing blue-green figure before him, a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. Could it be an enemy? It was only when he witnessed the silhouette of the blue-green giant dissipate and saw Orochimaru and Tsunade, two of the legendary Sanin, emerge that he felt truly reassured. Shinyu gazed at the proud figure of Obito before him, approached him, and delivered a sharp rap to his head. Then, raising his voice, he exclaimed, You fool! You have nearly obliterated the entire Konoha.What. Is showing off truly of such paramount importance? Hurry and apologize to everyone. Originally intent on retorting, Obito, upon witnessing the devastation he had inflicted upon the Konoha.What, immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and proclaimed loudly, I am truly sorry. Shinazuki repeatedly apologized to Obito 3 times. And then he departed from Konoha.What with that embarrassing trinket in hand. Fortunately, Obito had only summoned half of the Susanoo. Otherwise, the entire Konoha.What would have crumbled. Shinyu continued to reprimand Obito, saying, You need not strain your minuscule brain to ponder whether it is appropriate to create such a commotion at this moment. Aware of his own shortcomings, Obito silently absorbed Shinyu's admonition. Seemingly fatigued, Shinyu ceased his lecture just as he prepared to depart. However, he noticed a remarkably familiar white-haired figure atop the distant bathhouse roof. Without needing to contemplate, he was certain that the individual was Jiraiya. The two locked eyes and simultaneously shouted, Catch the lecture. Consequently, Jiraiya tumbled from the roof and hastily made his way towards Shinyu and Obito. In response, Shinyu activated his blood dragon eye to cast an illusion, facilitating their escape. After a while, Orochimaru appeared, escorting the already bruised and battered Jiraiya. It has indeed been a long time, Shinjuekuin, Orochimaru remarked. Shinyu spoke with a hint of resignation. In truth, it hasn't been long. We have only been apart for 2 days. Orochimaru nodded in agreement and continued. The news of your slaying of Hanzo the Salamander has spread to every village. It is fair to say that each ninja village now regards you with considerable trepidation. Even I did not anticipate that you would truly be capable of defeating the very Hanzo who once vanquished us. Shinyu shook his head and said, when I struck him down, his spirit and will were far diminished compared to before. He has lost the ambition of a harbinger of peace. Orochimaru nodded and replied, do you recall my words? I will take you to the Dragon Cave to learn the art of sage techniques. Shinyu nodded and said, remember, in 6 months, we will venture to the Dragon Cave to study the mystical arts. Of course I remember, he added. Orochimaru shook his head and replied, the timeline has been advanced. It will now be in a month. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was being supported by Orochimaru, raised his trembling hand and said, Obito, I too will take you to Mayaboka Mountain in a month to learn its sage techniques. For now, prepare yourself in these coming days. Jiraiya's voice sounded somewhat feeble, yet he managed to convey his message intermittently. After watching the two depart, Shinyu and Obito exchanged a glance, shrugged in unison, and then left side by side. Chapter 95. Rest upon returning home. Shinyu discovered that Yakura was not present. He skillfully tied on an apron, preparing to cook, only to find that the refrigerator was devoid of vegetables. He sighed softly, on the verge of making instant noodles when he heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Peering outside, he saw Yakura, her hair elegantly styled, entering with a large bag of food. Upon noticing Shinyu's return, Yakura expressed her surprise. You're back? Let me handle dinner today, after all. You must be exhausted from your journey. She swiftly snatched the spatula from Shinyu's hand, donned an apron of her own, and gently nudged him back to his room to rest. She then busied herself in the kitchen. Shinyu observed Yutsong bustling about in the kitchen, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, she was increasingly embodying the qualities of a devoted wife and nurturing mother. He approached the bookshelf and retrieved the unfinished volume of The Essence of Ninja, acknowledging that Jiraiya's prose was commendable. However, he mused that the genre of intimate paradise would be more fitting for Jiraiya, who had now commenced the publication of that very work. Regarding his current relationship with Yutsong, Shinyu felt it was a connection that transcended mere friendship yet had not quite blossomed into romance. Despite having uttered words akin to a confession, he had not formally declared his feelings and believed it prudent to contemplate his confession during this period. After all, he was quite attentive to the significance of rituals. This was evident from the way he assisted Obito in confessing to Rin. He was a man who valued detail, and he was determined to execute his own confession with the utmost care. Then, he recalled the solitary figure of the white-haired masked man. Realizing that he was indeed the last remaining single one, Shinyu was suddenly struck by a whimsical idea. Why not compose a love letter for Yutsong? He envisioned presenting this heartfelt missive during his confession. The thought filled him with excitement, yet he acknowledged his lack of skill in the art of letter writing. Nevertheless, he was willing to embark on this endeavor. Rising from the edge of his bed, he approached his desk, gazing at the blank sheet of paper before him, ready to inscribe his thoughts with black ink. The neat handwriting would convey the sentiments of a young man yearning to express his affection for a young woman, each word infused with the essence of his love. Then, as if conjuring magic, he materialized a solid bloom of a higanbana, unlike the countless replicas that had come before. This flower was tangible, formed from concentrated chakra, and it possessed the remarkable ability to endure through time, unyielding to any force that might cause it to fade. It would persist in the world, a testament to his feelings, and he had meticulously designed it, adorning each petal's edge with golden embellishments. It resembled a hairpin, fittingly so, as Yutsong was currently fastening her hair with a similar accessory, making the floral pin quite reasonable. However, Shinyu appeared dissatisfied with this hairpin. A flick of his wrist caused it to vanish, as its effect did not meet his expectations. Rubbing the back of his head in mild frustration, he decided to set aside the matter for the moment and focus on something more immediate: dinner. He watched as Yutsong emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes in hand. Shinyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. The sense of home was indeed becoming more profound. However, the impending relocation loomed just ahead. Shinyu addressed Yutsong before her, saying, Yutsong, in a couple of days, we shall be relocating. Yutsong appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, relocating? Why must we move? Isn't it quite pleasant living here? Shinyu took a bite of the rice ball and replied, before the war, Lord Hokage bestowed upon my parents a property within the urban area of Konoha village. If we were to go there, it would certainly make things much more convenient for us. After all, this place is still somewhat distant from the village. Yutsong nodded in agreement. Every time she ventured into the village to procure groceries, she had to traverse a considerable distance. Having a residence within the village would indeed be quite advantageous. Shinyu took another bite of the fish on the table, and one cannot deny that Yutsong's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Virtually every dish is quite delectable. Shinyu then continued, earlier, while I was in Soup Hidden Village, I rescued a young boy named Fei Duan, who is now residing in an orphanage under the care of Director Yao Shiyanao. I wonder how he is faring. I shall take you to visit him soon. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, a group of children stared in shock at the sight of Fei Duan's severed head lying on the ground, some bursting into tears. Fei Duan, with his head detached, pouted slightly. He had intended to showcase his scythe to the children, but had inadvertently beheaded himself in the process. He then called out to the dazed Yao Shido, who stood nearby, "Do, come quickly and assist me. It's not too complicated. Just help me reattach my head." Do, utterly speechless, was the first to befriend Fei Duan, yet who could have anticipated that this fellow could detach his own head and still remain quite functional? Following Fei Duan's instructions, he pressed the head back onto the body, and Fei Duan finally regained his composure. Just then, Director Yao Shiyanao arrived and was equally bewildered by the scene. How could someone lose their head and still be alive? Are you even human? Nonetheless, to be cautious, Director Yao Shiyanao conducted an examination on Fei Duan to ensure there were no lingering effects. However, in the next moment, Fei Duan's head fell off once more as he attempted to rotate his scythe, inadvertently severing his own head again. Do promptly reattached it. Director Yao Shiyanao felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding Fei Duan, who persistently lost his head. How had Shinyu brought such a peculiar individual into their midst? In the residence of the Kamizuki family, Shingetsu recalled the disheveled personality of Fei Duan and couldn't help but chuckle softly, imagining that the young man might be causing trouble for the orphanage director and others. Then, as if a thought suddenly struck him, he hesitated for a moment before addressing the person before him. "Nakura, I may have to leave Konoha in about a month." Yakura appeared somewhat taken aback and instinctively asked, "How long will you be gone?" Shinyu once again lifted a piece of fish to her lips and remarked, "I am uncertain. It may take a year. Perhaps even 2. Teacher Orochimaru will take me on a journey across the ninja world for training. However, during this period, I have another task to complete. Once that is finished, I shall be departing." Yutsong nodded in acknowledgement. "I will manage the affairs at home, so you may embark on your training without concern." Chapter 96. I am still a child at Yutsong, call me sister. Then, Sister Yutsong, do you not find our current posture somewhat peculiar? Shinyu gazed at Yutsong, who leaned against the wall behind her, his long legs creating a barrier. With a smile that was almost enigmatic, he regarded her, prompting a wave of regret to wash over her. The story must begin 2 hours prior. After finishing the meal, Kamizuki willingly took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. Observing Kamizuki at the sink, Yukura remarked, "You can wash the dishes first. I shall take a shower. Once you have finished, you may also indulge in a bath." Shinyu made an okay gesture before turning to wash the dishes. Unbeknownst to him, as Yutsong turned back, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. After finishing the dishes, Shinzuki dried his hands with a towel, preparing to return to his engrossing reading of the Way of the Ninja. However, the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom caught his attention, stirring his youthful desires. Despite this distraction, he attempted to refocus his gaze on the book in his hands, striving to immerse himself in its narrative. Yet, the effort proved futile. As a spirited young man, he found it challenging to maintain his composure, though he held firm to his principles. He understood the importance of restraint in certain matters. Unable to withstand such temptation, he settled cross-legged on his bed and began to recite the hand seals for each ninjutsu technique. The hand seals for the fire release, Great Fireball technique are Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wuin. The hand seals for the water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique are Cho, Shun, Mao Zi, Hai, Yu, Cho, Wu, Yu, In Su, In Si. What comes next? Shinyu could not help but scoff internally. The technique they were currently learning, the water release, Water Dragon Bullet, was merely a simplified version. In truth, the authentic water release, Water Dragon Bullet comprised an astounding 44 hand seals. Who could possibly remember that? Moreover, his mind was far from tranquil, frequently darting glances towards the bathroom. Yet, he managed to uphold his inner boundaries. After all, he understood that some lines must not be crossed. Crossing them would lead to undesirable consequences. He was aware of what was appropriate and what was not. However, at that moment, a voice shattered his resolve. "Shinyu, I forgot to bring my clothes. Could you please fetch them for me?" A tremor coursed through Kamizuki's heart, for the voice's owner was evidently tinged with a quiver. Yet it bore more of a teasing tone intertwined with various other emotions. He stepped into Yutsong's chamber and retrieved a garment from her wardrobe, a rather modest nightgown, in fact. Most of Yetsong's attire was quite conservative. He placed her clothing at the threshold of the bathroom and called out to her within, "I've left your clothes at the door. Please fetch them yourself. Teacher Orochimaru needs me for a matter, so I must take my leave." With that, he hastily exited his home, racing towards Orochimaru's experimental base. Goodness. He was merely a young virgin, after all. Furthermore, the message from Orochimaru was not fabricated. The deity always summoned him with impeccable timing, just as the summoning snake had instructed him to visit the laboratory. Meanwhile, standing at the bathroom entrance, cradling the garment in her hands and propping her chin with one hand, she gazed at the retreating figure of Kamizuki with a smile in her eyes. Indeed, it was time to initiate Plan B. Shinyu arrived at Orochimaru's underground laboratory, and upon entering, he was greeted by several small red snakes that bore an uncanny resemblance to Shinya. Utilizing his petrifying gaze, he turned a small white mouse into stone, which left him somewhat astonished. Behind him, Orochimaru spoke. "Do you recall the experiments I conducted with Shinya's deceased eyeball? These diminutive serpents are the progeny of the genes extracted from that very eyeball." Orochimaru articulated the origin of these small snakes in his characteristic cold tone. Shingetsu was somewhat taken aback, yet after a moment's contemplation, found it rather reasonable. After all, this was the foremost scientist of the ninja world. The mechanical Naruto and the mechanical Ninetales could both be crafted with his own hands. Orochimaru retrieved a trio of dango from a nearby plate and offered it to Shingetsu. These delightful dango had been sent over by his esteemed disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Since Shingetsu had graced them with his presence, it would only be fitting to share a skewer with him. Shinyu took a bite of the tricolored rice dumpling in her hand and then addressed Orochimaru before her. "Master Orochimaru, your invitation to this place, it cannot solely be for these little snakes, can it?" Orochimaru nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. It is not merely for the sake of these small serpents. In addition, there are other matters I wish to discuss with you." His expression grew solemn as he continued. "In a month's time, I shall take you on a journey across the shinobi world, a sojourn that will last nearly 3 years. During this period, I will also instruct you in mastering the power of the tailed beasts. Furthermore, I will guide you to the Dragon Cave to study its sage arts, imparting to you the entirety of my knowledge and experience throughout these 3 years." Shinzuki solemnly nodded, but soon he seemed to recall something, as if foreseeing the impending turmoil of the Nine Tails. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was merely a 3-year journey of experience, and there was certainly no cause for concern. Even if the Hidden Leaf Village were to be compromised, he could always return at any moment. Then, Orochimaru continued. "By the way, there is another matter I must discuss with you. Alongside us, there are others embarking on their journeys, Might Guy accompanied by Kakashi, and Jiraiya setting off with Obito. However, our paths will not converge. Mr. Might intends to take Kakashi to the Hidden Cloud Village for training, while Jiraiya will lead Obito elsewhere for his own development." Shinyu nodded and exchanged a few words with Orochimaru before departing from the place. On his way back, he noticed that his home was enveloped in darkness. Had Yitsong already retired for the night? It was only natural, given the late hour. She ought to be resting by now. As Shinwei stepped through his front door, intending to make his way to his room for a well-deserved slumber, a figure suddenly restrained him. This presence was remarkably agile, pinning him against the wall, yet he offered no resistance, for the chakra emanating from this individual felt oddly familiar. In the next moment, the lights flickered on, casting a warm, golden hue upon the two of them. Yetsong, with a playful smile illuminating her features, gazed at the astonished Shinwei, her eyes twinkling with mirth. She gently lifted his chin, her long leg pressing him against the wall in a playful display. "Yetsong," he stammered, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. "Call me sister," she replied, her tone dripping with alluring charm. "Sister Yetsong, isn't our position a bit peculiar?" Shinwei attempted to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly silenced as Yetsong's soft, tender lips met his, enveloping his mouth in a gentle kiss. Shinyu's pupils constricted suddenly. "Sister, dear sister, this is truly a punishment, an exquisite torment. Yet, one cannot deny the softness." Chapter 97, Lulan. Yitsong now wore a bewildered expression. Her intention was merely to tease Shinyu, but as her foot slipped, she tumbled forward, leading to an inevitable kiss. Presently, Shinyu stood at approximately 164 centimeters, while Yitsong measured around 166, thus granting Yitsong a slight height advantage over Shinyu. Shinyu felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding her height, unsure of the reason behind it. Perhaps it was simply due to her youth. Prior to her journey through time, at the age of 13, she had already reached a height of 174 centimeters. However, upon her arrival in this new world, she found herself measuring only 164 centimeters. Yisong hastily departed from Shinyu, who leaned against the wall. And as the soft sensation on her lips faded, she was jolted back to reality. Yisong had shyly scampered away, leaving her standing there in a daze. Before a wave of realization washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, indeed, her entire face turned a deep shade of red. After all, she was merely an innocent young boy, unaccustomed to such trials, and soon steam seemed to rise from her head as she collapsed onto her bed, fainting in the process. It was rather pathetic to succumb to such a trivial incident. How could she ever reclaim her masculine vigor in the future? The following morning, Shinyu was awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. She could tell immediately who it was without needing to guess. Shinyu, open the door, quickly. Shinyu rubbed his drowsy eyes and approached the door, where he found Yitsong, equally roused from slumber, opening his own door. As he had anticipated, Obito's large face was pressed against the entrance, somewhat obstructive. However, what was unusual this time was the presence of Minato, Kakashi, and Rin, all gathered there as well. Upon witnessing the multitude gathered before him, Kamizuki's expression instantly shifted to one of gravity. He inquired, "What brings you all here? Is there a new mission at hand?" Minato nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, just yesterday, we received orders to venture into the Land of Wind, where we are tasked with safeguarding Queen Sarah of Lulan." Upon hearing the familiar name of Lulan, Shinzuki instantly comprehended. He recalled this mission. This task is the central storyline of the theatrical version of The Lost Tower, which primarily narrates the journey of Naruto as he traverses the past and encounters the similarly tasked Minato Namikaze. He now harbors a strong desire to meet Naruto. Shinyu continued to inquire, "So, Master Minato, are there others apart from our squad?" After a moment of contemplation, Namikaze Minato responded, "There are also Dingzhua and Zhiwei." "Is there something amiss?" Shinwei shook his head, indicating that he was not significantly harmed. He turned to return to his room to change into a combat outfit. However, in front of him, Minato Namikaze remarked, "There's no need to change clothes purposefully. This mission requires special attire. We mustn't delay. Let us depart swiftly." After speaking, Obito tossed the garments to Shinue. Once clad in them, Shinue turned to face the anxious Yekong and gently reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall return once the mission is accomplished." With that, he pressed his two fingers together and touched her forehead. He then proceeded to join his team in executing the mission. As he departed, Yekong watched Shinue leave with a look of concern, hoping he would return unscathed. However, her thoughts soon drifted to Shinue's remarkably peculiar abilities, and her worries dissipated instantly. After stepping out, Shin's encountered the ambiguous gazes of the others.